Thank you, everyone, for coming. I will also remind you that my next program for y'all will be on May 8th, which will be the second in our Civil War film series this year. We're all going to watch Shenandoah right here in the NPR, starring Jimmy Stewart. So I'm very excited to revisit that movie, so I hope you will join me for that. I really like those. When we get together, we watch these movies together. I've been having a lot of fun with that, and I hope you have too. I have had a crazy day so far, so I am absolutely flustered and will try to focus on this talk. But if I'm a little messed up, it's because I've had a lot going on today. But I'll say a little bit about this talk. So this is a basic talk on what caused the Civil War, which was a talk that our former education director, Heather Nice, asked me to develop for teachers, because teachers were asking her a lot about, kind of if they could have somebody here talk to them and kind of clear up misconceptions about what started the Civil War, and so that's who I developed it for. Since then, some of you heard about this talk and asked if you could hear it. So I don't know if anyone is here who requested that, but this bubbled up from the volunteers. Want to give this talk to the volunteers, and I was happy to do that. And I've since actually been invited to give it several times, like places outside of here. So, for whatever reason, this is an evergreen topic, and several, people inside and outside of public life, including people running for president or who until recently were running for president, seem to still are confused about the causes of the Civil War. So the purpose of this talk, this is a pretty straightforward talk, in which the main point of this talk is to, as the youth say, bring the receipts. This is a talk to try to use what people in their own time during the Civil War said the Civil War was about, including Abraham Lincoln, and I think it paints a pretty clear picture. So that's what today's talk is about. I will also say then with a warning, because you can probably predict what I'm going to say, there is a lot of really racist language in this talk. I am not using any racial slurs or anything, but people did not couch their language about African Americans or the institution of slavery sometimes when they talked about it. So I'm just throwing out that disclaimer to start with as well, that this is that some parts of this talk are uncomfortable or might make you uncomfortable. And then I'm happy to answer questions. And then, as I mentioned, for those of you who came to the film series, the last film series we did, because this talk went so well with the teachers, they asked me to do a follow-up on why is it that this became a controversial subject? Why is it that over the next 150 years, there's this, I got convoluted about what caused the Civil War. And so I did another talk called Who Really Won the Civil War? That was a sequel to this, which I will be giving in the fall to you as well. So there is a part 2 on this. So if you like this one, there'll be a part 2 that explains why we're so confused, or why some people are so confused about why the Civil War happened, and what people at the time said. So that was already, but my note is long controversy over cause of the Civil War. So that was that. So, and as I said, there are various competing narratives of what started the Civil War. One of the problems with this idea to begin with is the question itself is flawed. When you ask what started a war, we often talk about different wars in different ways. It's necessary to parse between what legally started a civil war or started any war, right? What legally was the reason that one nation or part of a nation went to war with another part of a nation, and what were the political and social and cultural things that led to that war? Those are two different questions. So for instance, what caused World War II, right? This is a war that I think is more straightforward, that we all generally have a much clearer idea. And we would say what started World War II was about the struggle between democracy and fascism or something like that, right? We would say that's what World War II was about, right? What started World War II was Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, and Poland was allied to Great Britain and France, and that started World War II, right? Like, there's a legal thing that made that war begin, right? And the United States became involved when their sovereignty was violated when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, right? And Japan was allied with Germany, and hence the United States was, right? Do you get the difference there, right? What caused the World War II is fascism and imperialism and things like that. What legally caused it is somebody attacked someone else. The Civil War has the same issue. What started the Civil War, and this is important too, because when people talk about states' rights and things like that, this context is vital. What started the Civil War was Confederates fired on Fort Sumter, right? That's what gave Lincoln the constitutional legitimacy to raise volunteer soldiers and have them go down into the South and suppress the rebellion. That's what started the Civil War. So the actual legal cause of the Civil War, everything Lincoln does, everything the United States government does from that point on is legal because of the firing on Fort Sumter, right? That was for which you have to also believe that secession was illegal, right? White Southerners declared their independence illegally, fired on a U.S. military facility. If tomorrow one of you went out and decided to, please don't do this, fire a gun at the National Guard base in town, you would be immediately arrested, right? That's essentially what happened to the Confederates, right? So that's the legal cause of the war. But, of course, but what put the Confederates there, firing on Fort Sumter? What put Lincoln in the White House? What was it about Lincoln being in the White House that upset white Southerners so much? That's what we're going to talk about. And what we're going to do is we're going to do that over, like I said, I really want to root this in what historians call primary sources. So let's start with that. And let's start with the big picture. So what historians used to and sometimes still call the sectional crisis, now we tend to call it the Civil War era, is a period from the early 1850s to the 1870s. And that period is the reason why historians have cut out that chunk of U.S. history and called its own thing, is because it is the period in which the national discourse over the institution of slavery became the most prominent political thing in the United States, right? That's the Civil War era. And it's pretty clear if you look at what's happening, especially politically in America, through the sectional crisis of the 1850s, the Civil War, and then Reconstruction. That's what we're arguing about. We're arguing about slavery, and we're arguing about the role of African Americans in American society. Looking at it that way makes it very clear that there is a crisis, a mounting crisis over the institution of slavery, which then becomes a crisis over the role of African Americans in the United States, what their legal rights are, and the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln are right in the middle of this. This crisis results from, and some of you probably already know this, but I think it's worth going over. This crisis results from, or the thing that really sparks this crisis, is the Mexican War. The Mexican War lasts from 1846 to 1848. The war is not explicitly about slavery. Again, we can have the same kind of talk about what caused the Mexican War as we're having about what caused the Civil War, but it's the cause of the Civil War is wrapped up in things happening in Mexico and then Texas's efforts to join the United States. And the reason the United States goes to war with Mexico, which I'm sure a lot of you know Lincoln thinks might be a lie, is that Mexicans are supposed to have attacked American settlers in Texas by violating our sovereignty, and so that's why the war starts. Lincoln, that's his spot resolutions. He's asking where was the spot where this violence took place, because Lincoln is skeptical. And the result of this war breaks a national consensus that had existed before then about slavery. What really was that? When I say that, what was that consensus? So for the first several decades of the United States' existence, slavery is not really a topic that is openly debated by American politicians. There are exceptions, but it is generally not debated. Why not? Well, there's two things. First of all, through actual policy. After the admission of Missouri, and again, I can't get into too much detail here, this is easy stuff to look up, but with the admission of Missouri as a state, right, that leads to the Missouri Compromise, which is debated in 1819 and instituted in 1820, and the United States is permanently divided by the Missouri Compromise, where everything north of Missouri's southern border, not counting the Panhandle, would be a free state if it was admitted to the Union, and everything south of Missouri's southern border would be admitted as a slave state. Unofficially or semi-officially, the other thing that happens after that time is the gag rule. So there's also basically a rule in Congress that if you're in Congress, you are not allowed basically to open debate in Congress about the institution of slavery. People try, most famously John Quincy Adams, but there is this rule in Congress that if an anti-slavery petition comes to Congress, you are not allowed to introduce it, and if you try to speak out about slavery in Congress, the Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate will shut you down. So they're also, and why is that? Because at that time, the Democrats and the Whigs, right, the Republicans come along later, the Democrats and the Whigs are intersectional parties, all right? So one of the other reasons why the United States, why the slavery debate doesn't blow up until the 1850s is because there are Whigs in the North and the South. There are Democrats in the North and the South. And so they don't want to talk about slavery lest they break up those coalitions, right? And so that's one of the reasons why they allow this to happen, why they allow the gag rule to happen, why they allow the Missouri Compromise to happen. The Whigs aren't around yet when the Missouri Compromise happens, but it's because the parties are intersectional. This will break down in the 1850s when the parties become more sectional, right? But leading up to that, they don't. So that's how this is all allowed to happen. The Mexican War blows all this up. And Lincoln knows this, by the way. Lincoln's going to come up pretty good in this talk. Surprise, surprise. Lincoln knows this. This is one of the reasons he opposes the Mexican War. Not only does he doubt its legality, but Lincoln knows that what's going to happen is we're going to end up, right, we're going to defeat Mexico, and when we do, we're going to end up annexing a ton of territory, maybe even all of Mexico itself, because for a heartbeat, that almost happens. That we're going to end up annexing a ton of territory from Mexico, and that's all going to be south of the Missouri Compromise line. And so when we do that, now all of a sudden there's going to be this massive amount of territory that's going to be open for settlement that will become slave states, and that's going to completely tip the balance, right? Blow up this compromise that had existed since 1820 in Congress and break up the Union, right? Because we're going to start fighting over slavery, and the slave states are going to have all the power because they're going to have all the states, right? They're going to break that. The other thing the Missouri Compromise did, right, is ensure that there's always the same number of slave states as there are free states so that no party gets an advantage in the Senate, right? The free states always have an advantage in the House because there's more people up here. But so Lincoln knows this is going to break this up, and that's precisely what happened. And so as the war ends, as it becomes clear that we are going to annex, which becomes the American Southwest, right, that we are going to annex all that territory, Whigs and Democrats start to scramble to position themselves on the slavery issue because now it's out in the open, right? The cat is out of the bag. Few people on the anti-slavery side are what we would call abolitionists, or what they would have called abolitionists. There's a spectrum of what an abolitionist is, but basically the big thing that often separates an abolitionist from what we would call an anti-slavery advocate is an abolitionist has less respect for the rule of law. An abolitionist generally believes that slavery needs to be eliminated right away. We don't care how, right? William Lloyd Garrison famously burns the Constitution, calls it a pact with the devil, because the Constitution is preventing abolition from happening, right? Because the Constitution has checks and balances built into it that prevent that from happening, right? So there are few actual abolitionists in Congress. Charles Sumner is a kind of famous example of an abolitionist. Thaddeus Stevens is a famous abolitionist. Owen Lovejoy from Illinois is a famous abolitionist, but there aren't many of them. Most of them are like Lincoln, who, if you're anti-slavery and you're in Congress, you're more like Lincoln, which is you don't like slavery, but you believe that it has to be eliminated through the rule of law, right? And Lincoln never stops being that way, right? The Compromise of 1850 results from this, right? So there's immediately this breakdown in Congress over what to do with this new territory. It leads to almost collapse of the Union, and Henry Clay and later Stephen Douglas negotiate the Compromise of 1850, which keeps the Union together. But again, the role of slavery in that compromise is obvious. It continues this balance of slave and free states, so that's obviously the thing they're trying to maintain, is this balance between slave and free states. It's about slavery. And one of the concessions that the North has to give in the Compromise of 1850 is the Fugitive Slave Clause, right? That they're going to do a better job and that they are culpable. Anyone is culpable and can be arrested if they in any way assist a runaway slave or fail to arrest a runaway slave. And so again, slavery is at the center of what this compromise is about. The new status quo that establishes, though, does not last very long. In 1854, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, Stephen Douglas's attempt to untie this knot, is a complete disaster in that the thing that the Kansas-Nebraska Act is supposed to do is it's supposed to let every new territory, as they become a state, vote on whether they will be free or slave states. The problem with this idea is, A, it opens it up, right? It kills this balance between slave and free states, and B, Lincoln and others recognize that this can be abused, as it will be in Kansas, right? Where the Kansas's journey to becoming a state and its votes over whether to be free or slave are corrupt. Both sides are sending people into that state. People are voting illegally. People are killing each other. It breaks down pretty quickly. And this is one of the most important acts passed in American history. It's really hard to overestimate the importance of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, because the Kansas-Nebraska Act, the Whig Party is already in trouble after the Compromise of 1850, but the Kansas-Nebraska Act kills the Whig Party. And it leads to the creation of new anti-Nebraska parties across the northern states. Those parties will eventually coalesce into the Republican Party. And the Republican Party is the first widespread openly anti-slavery party in American history. There are others that precede it, but they're always third parties. Now you have a new opposition party to the Democrats that is purely about the elimination of slavery, and that is also therefore sectional, right? I talked about the Whigs and the Democrats and how they're intermingled throughout the North and South. With the arrival of the Republican Party, that's over, right? There are surely some Republicans in the South, but mostly we're talking about the North, right? And of course, as you all know, that's what will happen when Lincoln runs. He will win his election with no votes in the South, right? Because the party is purely sectional. And so this is the complete, I hope I've tracked for you, is the complete breakdown of political comedy in the United States, but it's all around this institution of slavery, right? So there's nothing about this debate that doesn't have anything to do with slavery. Sure, they're also arguing about tariffs and things like that, but the thing that's completely shaping the debate in America and the reconstitution of the party system in America is slavery, the future of slavery, where slavery is going to go. And then the other part, there's a cultural element of this, because after an entire decade of this, of fighting about this, again, something we can be that we get a sense of today, right? When you have year after year of really intense political debate and public debate over this, violence over this. By the time you get to the Civil War, by the time you get to Lincoln's election in 1860, people have become personally invested in these issues, right? People have reached a fever pitch over these issues, and they are ready to do extreme things. I count Lincoln among those people. In 1858, the things Lincoln is writing down are much more radical and extreme, and the things he's saying, than what he had said before. The core document, I think, for all this is the note that is in our collection. I'm very proud that we have it here. His definition of democracy. We don't know when exactly he writes this to himself, but he writes it to himself in the 1850s. And he writes, "As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master. This expresses my idea of democracy. Whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy." So by the 1850s, Lincoln is so committed to fighting the institution of slavery that he has defined slavery as being antithetical to democracy, right? That's a radical position, right? Thomas Jefferson didn't feel that way. He didn't like slavery, but he thought that the United States could exist as a democracy with slavery, right? This is a pretty radical position. The other thing I want to emphasize about Lincoln is a very famous speech of Lincoln's that I don't think anybody gets right, or most people don't get right, which is Lincoln's House Divided speech that he makes in 1858. The House Divided speech is a radical speech, and it's a conspiracy theory speech. Now, Lincoln might have been right about the conspiracy he's talking about, but the only part of the House Divided speech anybody ever quotes is the House Divided statement, right? And so they're like, well, this speech is all about Lincoln thinks we need to like make peace with each other because we're a house divided and blah, 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 blah. If you look at the actual context of how he says that, Lincoln is being much more radical than that. And so I'm going to read you a chunk of the House Divided speech, if I can find it in my book. Here we go. All right, starting from the beginning. If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could then better judge what to do and how to do it. We are now far into the 5th year since a policy was initiated, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under the operation of that policy, that agitation, has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all states, old as well as new, north as well as south. Now here's the part nobody pays attention to, and it's what the whole rest of the speech is about. Have we no tendency to the latter condition? Right? What did he just reference in the last paragraph? The latter condition means slavery everywhere. So he's telling you, yeah, we're either going to become all slave or all free. We're headed to be all slave. He's telling them there's a conspiracy to make the United States entirely slave, all right? Entirely having slavery permitted. Let anyone who doubts carefully contemplate that now almost complete legal combination, piece of machinery, so to speak, compounded of the Nebraska Doctrine and the Dred Scott decision. Let him consider not only what work the machinery is adapted to do and how well adapted, but also let him study the history of its construction and trace, if he can, or rather fail if he can, to trace the evidences of design and concerted action among its chief bosses from the beginning. I'm not going to read you the rest of the speech, but that's what the rest of the speech is about. What Lincoln is saying is, if you look at the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the Dred Scott decision, and later he'll say what the Buchanan administration is doing about Kansas, it is clear that the Democrats and slaveholders have taken control of all 3 branches of the federal government and are on a project to make slavery universal in the United States. That's what the House Divided speech is about. That's a conspiracy theory, all right? Again, he's kind of right, but that doesn't mean it's not a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean Lincoln is very radical. And again, this is evidence of where the United States is at in the 1850s and where Lincoln is at. And here's, if you don't trust Lincoln, if you think Lincoln is too radical, here's quote-unquote moderate Democrat Stephen A. Douglas during the same campaign. He says, do you desire to turn this beautiful state into a free Negro colony? He's saying this to Illinoisans. If you desire Negro citizenship, if you desire to allow them to come into the state and settle with the white man, if you desire them to vote on an equality with yourselves and to make them eligible to office, to serve on juries, and to adjudge your rights, then support Mr. Lincoln and the Black Republican Party. So Douglas is making the opposite argument. He's saying if you vote for Lincoln, the abolitionists are going to take over the government and you're going to be living side by side with African Americans with the same rights that you have. Both sides are saying this. Both sides believe, by the time you get to the end of the 1850s, both sides believe on the slavery debate, not another debate, the slavery debate. Both sides believe that there's a conspiracy by the other side to take control of the government and make the United States all slave or all free. Thus, when Lincoln is elected, so now when you take Lincoln in that context, and I'm not in any way saying white Southerners were justified, but in that context, it's easier to understand then why Lincoln's election makes white Southerners freak out, right? Because they see Lincoln as a radical abolitionist who is going to make who's going to reverse what he's talking about in the House Divided speech and make the nation all free. And they lose faith as a result in the American system, right? If the Electoral College, again, always the Electoral College, if the Electoral College can result in this guy getting elected, we don't want to be part of the Union anymore, right? And they believe that their system, that white supremacy and slavery is divinely ordained. If you read the things they wrote, they believe that these things are divinely ordained, with a sprinkling of what we would later call racial Darwinism. They also see a racial hierarchy, a biological racial hierarchy that they're at the top of. They cannot imagine a world where their enslaved property is free. Again, I'm not saying they're justified in this. I'm just, again, trying to show you that slavery is at the center of the way these people are conceiving of their country and their actions. Also, the idea that this is not a spontaneous thing, the idea among white pro-slavery advocates in the South that if anti-slavery forces ever got control of one part of the government, let alone all three parts, if they got control of one branch of the government, that they would break away and form their own republic. This is not a new idea. In 1836, very prominent South Carolina slaveholder and real kinky weirdo, if you want to read books about him, James Henry Hammond, who was doing all kinds of horrible things with his slaves. In 1836, he gives his famous King Cotton speech in the House of Representatives. He says, "The moment this House undertakes to legislate on this subject, it dissolves the Union. Should it be my fortune to have a seat upon this floor," fortune, so notice he's looking forward to this, right? If I happen to be on the House floor when the House undertakes to legislate on slavery, if I have my fortune, I will abandon it the instant the first decisive step is taken. Looking towards legislation on the subject, I will go home to preach, and if I can, to practice disunion and civil war if needs be. A revolution must ensue, and this republic sink in blood. 1836, right? This is 25 years before the Civil War starts. We have a prominent South Carolina politician making this speech on the floor of the House of Representatives. The secession conventions that convene in the South to decide whether they will secede in reaction to Lincoln's election are, many of them are explicit in why they are seceding. And there's a bit of a shell game going on with these. If you look into the stuff and if you hear some of these arguments online, they will tell you that very few of the actual ordinances of secession, the actual declarations they make, mention slavery. And that's true for some of these states. But if you also look, they would issue, the conventions issued supplementary documents where they justified themselves. And often those do contain explicit statements about slavery. Alabama, it's right in their ordinance. In the preamble of their ordinance of secession, Alabama says, whereas the election of Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin, again, making no bones about it, the election of Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin to the offices of President, Vice President of the United States of America by a sectional party avowedly hostile to the domestic institutions and the peace and security of the people of the state of Alabama, preceded by many and dangerous infractions of the Constitution of the United States by many of the states and people of the northern section, is a political wrong of so insulting and menacing a character as to justify the people of the state of Alabama in the adoption of prompt and decided measures for their future peace and security. Therefore, oh, and then that's it. Sorry, I just left therefore in. Therefore, we secede. Again, the word slavery is not in there, but the domestic institution they are talking about, of course, is slavery. The preamble to Mississippi's ordinance of secession. Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. Its labor supplies the product which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. These products are peculiar to the climate verging on the tropical regions, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the black race can bear exposure to the tropical sun. These products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and and civilization. That blow has been long aimed at the institution and was at the point of reaching its consummation with Lincoln's election. There was no choice left to us but submission to the mandates of abolition, or a dissolution of the Union whose principles had been subverted to work out our ruin. Again, pretty straightforward why they say they are seceding. Texas's Ordinance of Secession doesn't say much about slavery, but they also issued a Declaration of Causes. Texas, as many of you know, always argues that it was an independent country and therefore it has special rights. This isn't constitutionally true, but that's what they reference here. Texas abandoned her separate national existence, again, when they were an independent republic, when they left Mexico, and consented to become one of the Confederated States. Now, they don't mean the Confederacy, they mean the United States. The Confederated States to promote her welfare, ensure domestic tranquility, and secure more substantial the blessings of peace and liberty to her people. She was received into the Confederacy, again, the United States, with her own constitution, under the guarantee of the federal constitution and the compact of annexation that she would enjoy these blessings. She was received as a commonwealth holding, maintaining and protecting the institution known as Negro slavery. The servitude of the African to the white race within her limits, a relation that had existed from the first settlement of her wilderness by the white race, and which her people intended should exist in all future time. Her institutions and geographic position established the strongest ties between her and other slaveholding states of the Confederacy. Those ties have been strengthened by association. But what has been the course of the government of the United States and of the people and authorities of non-slaveholding states since our connection with them? The controlling majority of the federal government, under various pretenses and disguises, has so administered the same as to exclude the citizens of the southern states, unless under odious and constitutional restrictions from all the immense territory owned in common by the states on the Pacific Ocean. In other words, we haven't been allowed to expand slavery as much as we want. For the avowed purpose of acquiring sufficient power in the common government to use it as a means of destroying the institutions of Texas and her sister slaveholding states. Again, what institution? This is getting a majority of free states so they can go after slavery. So again, fairly explicit. South Carolina's, I'm not done yet, South Carolina's declaration of the immediate causes which induce and justify secession. We affirm that these ends for which the government was instituted have been defeated, and the government itself has been made destructive of them by the action of the non-slaveholding states. Again, pretty explicit. Those states have assumed the right of deciding upon the propriety of our domestic institutions, and have denied the rights of property established in 15 of the states and recognized by the Constitution. They have denounced as sinful the institution of slavery. They have permitted open establishment among them of societies whose avowed object is to disturb the peace and to elloign, I had to look up what elloign means, like tear away, the property of its citizens of other states. They have encouraged and assisted thousands of our slaves to leave their homes, and those who remain have been incited by emissaries, books, and pictures to servile insurrection. For 25 years, this agitation has been steadily increasing until it has now secured to its aid the power of the common government, aka Abraham Lincoln. Observing the forms of the Constitution, I love this, observing the forms of the Constitution, so yeah, he got elected legally. A sectional party has found within that article establishing the executive department, so again, well, yeah, they're following the Constitution by Lincoln getting elected legally, the means of subverting the Constitution itself. So by following the Constitution, they're going to subvert it. A geographical line has been drawn across the Union, and all the states north of that line have united in election of a man to the high office of President of the United States whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery. He is to be entrusted with the administration of the common government because he has declared that government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. They're using the House divided speech against him. And that the public mind must rest in the belief that slavery is on the course of ultimate extinction. Once the Confederacy is established, the most famous statement from early in the war is Vice President Alexander Stephens' cornerstone speech. Again, the part that everyone always hears is the part where he says that slavery is the cornerstone of the Confederacy. You're probably familiar with that. I've chosen a different part of his speech, again, to illustrate to you the mindset they're in and what they think has happened with Lincoln's election. The new Constitution, he means the Confederate Constitution, the new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions related to our peculiar institution, African slavery as it exists among us, the proper status of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution. Jefferson, in his forecast, had anticipated this as the, quote, rock upon which the old Union would split. He was right. What was conjecture with him is now a realized fact. But whether he fully comprehended the great truth upon which that rock stood and stands may be doubted. So to be clear, this is a part of the Confederacy people don't think about. He's arguing with Thomas Jefferson. He's telling you Jefferson was right, that the Union is going to be split, but Jefferson was wrong about his ideas about slavery. And so follow him here. The prevailing ideas entertained by him, Thomas Jefferson, and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. It was an evil they knew not well how to deal with, but the general opinion of the men of that day was that somehow or other, in the order of providence, the institution would be evanescent and pass away. This idea, though not incorporated in the Constitution, was the prevailing idea of that time. The Constitution, it is true, secured every essential guarantee to the institution while it should last, and hence no argument can be justly urged against the constitutional guarantees thus secured because of the common sentiment of the day. Look at what he's saying here. So he's saying all the founding fathers really didn't like slavery, and they set up the nation believing that slavery would eventually go away. Nevertheless, the Constitution protected slavery, but they believed that anyway. So again, these guys are really tying themselves in knots to try to justify what they're doing, that there is an anti-slavery tradition in the United States that they are legitimate in revolting against. Those ideas, however, were fundamentally wrong. They rested on the assumption of the equality of the races. This was an error. It was a sandy foundation, and the government built upon it when the storm came. The government upon it fell when the storm came and the wind blew. So Stevens is saying, the founders didn't like slavery. They built a constitution that protected slavery, but they didn't like slavery, so it's kind of like sprinkled in there, which it wasn't really, to get rid of slavery. And although many of the founders did think slavery was going to go away on its own, I mean, that's true. But anyway, he's saying, and they were wrong about that because they didn't believe slavery was moral. Slavery is absolutely moral. That's what they were wrong about. That's why we're revolting. And it's worth noting that when everything I just read to you was said, so every single quote I just gave you, and I gave you a lot of them, was uttered, Lincoln had not even assumed office yet. Lincoln had just been elected. The first inaugural address had not yet happened. Indeed, on December 22nd, 1860, so Lincoln has been elected but has not come to D.C. yet, he writes to Alexander Stephens, and he says, "You think slavery is right and ought to be extended. Well, we think it is wrong and ought to be restricted. That, I suppose, is the rub. It certainly is the only substantial difference between us." So Lincoln also narrowing this down, saying, the only real thing that we're fighting over right now, the reason you all are seceding is because you think slavery is right and we think it's wrong. All right, let's get out of the politics, because the argument is often, a counter-argument to the things I just read to you that's often made is, well, sure, politicians believe that, but did the average white Southerner believe that they were fighting for slavery? Were they fighting for slavery? Maybe if you look at that, then the war wasn't really about slavery. First, that argument is flawed. Just because a participant in a war on an individual side may not believe in what they're fighting for does not mean they're not fighting for that thing, right? We already gave the example of Nazi Germany, right? We all know what would have happened if Nazi Germany had won the Second World War. Whether the average German soldier on the ground believed in Nazism or not doesn't really matter, right? What matters is the cause they're fighting for, whether they want to fight for that cause or not. This is particularly true in the Civil War. Well, it's true in World War II as well, because conscription happens in the Civil War. So a lot of people who are fighting on both sides are not there because they want to be. They're there because they've been conscripted, right? So motivation of soldiers, when you're talking about the causes of a war, is a slippery slope anyway. Nevertheless, if you examine the Confederate war effort, you can absolutely see that a pro-slavery ideology is embedded in the Confederate military. Of course, no group is ever monolithic, so I'm not arguing that every single person who fought for the Confederacy believed in slavery. But what's very evident is that a large majority of Confederate officers, the people in charge, were either enslavers themselves or were active participants in the slave system. So for instance, Robert E. Lee attracts the most attention, is often considered, sometimes even as an anti-slavery advocate. But if you look at the things Robert E. Lee said, It is clear that Robert E. Lee was, if Robert E. Lee was anti-slavery at all, he was anti-slavery in the way that Thomas Jefferson was anti-slavery, because he's part of an old Virginia family. Robert E. Lee believed that the institution of slavery was sinful and wrong, but what are we going to do? And he was happy to profit from it, and he did not believe in any way in the equality of the races. And it's clear that at Arlington, and again, this is another thing people parse out. They say Robert E. Lee never owned any slaves. Technically, this is true because his wife owned the enslaved property at Arlington, but he was actively managing them. There are letters from Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee is actively managing his enslaved property. Even though he's barely at Arlington, he's often stationed remotely in the United States as an engineer. And we know that at least once he was a in-person participant in physically punishing and severely whipping his enslaved property. But let's look at what he said. In 1856, Robert E. Lee writes, "The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race, and I hope will prepare and lead them to better things." So this is the kind of classic pro-slavery argument that slavery is a benign institution that is civilizing and is Christianizing Africans, right? Lee is subscribing to that idea. He explicitly opposed the anti-slavery movement, and like many pro-slavery advocates, predicted that the abolitionists would break up the country. He says they contend for the ruin of the present American church and the destruction of the present Union. Leave the slave alone if he would not anger the master. The experience of the war itself did not motivate Robert E. Lee to abandon this view. In 1865, he is writing about the potential for black enlistment in the Confederate Army, which is something he supported. Also often held up to say that Lee was an abolitionist. Get my L people mixed up. That Lee was an abolitionist. And again, he is only willing to consider black enlistment within a pro-slavery racist context. The relation of master and slave, controlled by human laws and influenced by Christianity and enlightened public sentiment as the best that can exist between the white and black races, I would deprecate any sudden disturbance of that relation unless it be necessary to avert a greater calamity to both. So what is he saying? The best relationship between white and black people is as master and slave. The only reason I'm considering giving guns to these people and putting them in the Confederate Army is because a greater calamity would be the collapse of the Confederacy, right? His idea of enlisting African Americans is in no way shaped by any kind of belief in African American freedom or equality. And of course, as I mentioned, a deeper understanding comes from looking at his actions. He was an active participant in the management of his enslaved property. He protected enslaved property as a federal and a Confederate officer. And a lot of research has been done the last couple decades of the Gettysburg invasion. During the Gettysburg invasion, the Army of Northern Virginia, under Lee's direct orders, rounded up African Americans, assuming they were runaways, and sent them back to the South to be re-enslaved. This is a pro-slavery advocate through and through and through. But what about the common soldier? I mentioned the common soldier before. With hundreds of thousands of men enlisted in the Confederate Army and many forced in the service through conscription, motivations obviously varied. I don't have time to go into individual texts now, but there is a lot of primary evidence that historians have dug into, particularly recently, to look at Confederate soldiers and how committed they were to the institution of slavery. A case is often made, and you'll hear this a lot, that only 10% of Confederate soldiers were enslavers themselves. But this is both deceptive and difficult to prove because Confederate enlistment is much harder to track than Union enlistment because the Confederacy lost, and the records are less complete. Lee's army, however, the Army of Northern Virginia, is the best documented Confederate army. And so there's a particularly good book by a historian named Joseph Glathauer where he takes a deep look into all aspects of Robert E. Lee's army. He follows them through the whole war. But one of the things he looks at is slavery, pro-slavery attitudes in the army, and their relationship to slavery. And he tries to quantify the relationships with slavery in that army. What did he find? Well, he found that the 10% statistic is about true for the Army of Northern Virginia. 13% of everybody in the Army of Northern Virginia were enslavers, owned enslaved property. But what happens when you expand it to show how many people in the Army of Northern Virginia were part of households that owned enslaved property. Well, now the number jumps up to 44.4%. So just under half of all the people in the Army of Northern Virginia were in households that owned slavery. Or whose immediate family owned enslaved property? That you get to 37.2%. So a large portion, and I don't know how much these numbers overlap, but a large portion of the people in the Confederate Army, while they are not active enslavers themselves, are directly connected to the slave system. That means about half of Lee's army had a connect direction to slavery. And the other half, if motivated at all, would have been motivated by their desire to avoid work competition. If they weren't pro-slavery, or if they weren't white supremacists, again, they were probably both these things, but even if they weren't, there was a widespread opposition from non-slave holders in the white South to abolition because they didn't want African Americans introduced into the workforce, right? That was the deal. That was how the slave system gets set up, is that if you're a white Southerner, all these jobs are open to you that would have otherwise gone to African Americans because they're enslaved. And so that's how they keep certain rights. And so probably a lot of people in the Army of Northern Virginia, well, we know a lot of people in the Army of Northern Virginia are motivated by that as well. Thus, it's reasonable that a large majority of Confederate soldiers within the Army of Northern Virginia and probably elsewhere were at least partly motivated by the defense of slavery as a societal system, and that gave them a sense of place in their society and a sense of safety. We can look at some things they wrote after the war to show that decades later, they still believed these things. The most prominent publication related to Confederate veterans is Confederate Veteran Magazine, which was founded in the late 19th century and lasts until the early 20th century. It is a treasure trove of memoir, of reminiscences and things from Confederate veterans about their experience in the war. Here is a Confederate veteran writing to Confederate Veteran Magazine in 1911. The African, coming from a barbarous state and from a tropical climate, could not meet the demands for skilled labor in the factories of the northern states. Neither could he endure the severe cold of the northern winter. For these reasons, it was both merciful and business to sell him to the southern planter, where the climate was more favorable and skilled labor not so important. In the South, the climate, civilization, and other influences ameliorated the African's condition, and that of almost the entire race of slaves, which numbered into the millions before their emancipation. It should be noted that their evangelization was the most fruitful missionary work of any modern Christian endeavor. So slavery was the best missionary work anybody ever did. That's what this Confederate veteran is saying. The thoughtful and considerate Negro of today realizes his indebtedness to the institution of African slavery for advantages which he would not have received had he remained in his semi-barbarism, waiting in his native jungles for the delayed missionary. That's from a Confederate veteran. How about Lincoln himself? What did Lincoln say the Civil War was about? Well, in Lincoln's most famous speech, he's pretty clear about it. In his second inaugural address on March 4th, 1865, Lincoln says, on the occasion corresponding to this 4 years ago, he means his first inaugural address, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, and all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war. Seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation, both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. So far he's just talking about secession. But what does he say in the middle? And this, by the way, like the House Divided speech, I think the second inaugural is often misunderstood. We talk about with malice toward none all the time, right? That this is a conciliatory speech. This speech is about, well, the war is almost over. Let's be nice to the Southerners and let's bring them back in. That's not who Lincoln was. He's saying that, but he's saying it on these terms. He's saying, but they can come back into the Union, but we can't forget what this war is about and what we owe African Americans and whatever for this war, right? What does he say? 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. So there's Lincoln on what caused the Civil War. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union, even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained, neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease with or even before the conflict itself should cease. Again, that cause being slavery. Each looked for an easier triumph and result, less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of another man's faces, but let us judge not that we not be judged. The prayers of both could not be answered, that of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses, which in the providence of God must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to both North and South this terrible war, as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes, which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet, if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. What is Lincoln saying here? Lincoln is saying the war is about slavery, and that God himself is punishing the nation for the sin of slavery. And so whatever we do after this war, yes, malice toward none, including the freedmen. And after the war, we can't violate what God has done to us. We need to create a new birth of freedom, right, from the Gettysburg Address that addresses this. So what happened? I think I painted a pretty clear picture for you. But to wrap up, what happened? Well, after the Civil War, there was a concerted effort, particularly from white Southerners, by organizations like the United Confederate Veterans, and especially the United Daughters of the Confederacy, to create a new narrative of the Civil War that erases the role of slavery in the Civil War. That narrative becomes extremely popular, particularly in popular culture, in films like Birth of a Nation and Gone with the Wind, and it dramatically influences the way generations of Americans remember the Civil War. And that will be what my next talk is about. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Do you want the microphone?
No.
No?
Shut up.
Talk loud.
All right, talk loud. Or I'll repeat the question.
Is it true that the UDC controlled textbooks in the South?
Well, you're making me spoil my next talk, but absolutely. One of the things the UDC did, one of the things that the UDC and other organizations did was they, again, I'm going to try not to be too explicit here with how history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. The UDC put explicit pressure on public schools and private schools in the South to get rid of textbooks published in the North that did things like praise Abraham Lincoln and talk about Frederick Douglass, or have things like Uncle Tom's Cabin, the book. They put explicit pressure to instead put in new textbooks that minimize the role of slavery, and that's part of the reason why you get generations of kids, and not just in the South, it makes its way up here too. You get generations of kids who go through school and are never taught about the 1850s in an honest way, and particularly not Reconstruction. All that is in textbooks. In my own research on Civil War music, I found the UDC even pressuring churches to not include the Battle Hymn of the Republic in its hymn books, because as he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free is the way that song ends, right? That's an abolitionist song. This is a whole thing I get into in my book. We can talk about it more later. But they try to get that removed from hymn books. There is an absolute, and the thing about it is they weren't secretive about this. They wrote all this down, right? They would have these meetings. There's these, you can find these things. There's these guides that the UDC published. And again, I'll talk about all this in a few months, but called catechisms. They literally called them catechisms for kids that they would give out to kids, where they would get kids, and they were just like catechisms. They were question and answer, where they would say about what the war was about, who was Abraham Lincoln, who was Robert E. Lee, and they would have rehearsed answers that were designed to obfuscate and obscure what actually happened during the Civil War. Yes?
When I was in the military in the 60s and the 70s in the South, I got into being a New York Yankee Irishman.
Sure.
I got into continued discussions with them about the overriding theme of the South. Mm-hmm. It was about states' rights. Mm-hmm. And I see that continuing today. Can you comment on how that was integrated into Southern culture?
So states' rights is, yes, that becomes the kind of more common, kind of what we call lost cause narrative position, especially in the 20th century. That becomes kind of the more common term, that the South wasn't fighting to preserve slavery, they were fighting for states' rights. That it was a war of, that the reason they seceded is because Lincoln was going to expand the federal government, and that slavery, his attack on slavery, was just a vehicle to strengthen the federal government. They see Lincoln as a kind of proto-FDR. Big federal government guy. Again, none of them are talking about that. I mean, there's an argument to be made that Lincoln expands the federal government during the Civil War. He certainly does. Nothing like Jefferson Davis does. Jefferson Davis, basically, by the end of the Civil War, the Confederacy is an authoritarian state. So the Confederacy is, if they are interested in states' rights, which they only are on the slavery question, and only even at that moment, because notice in some of those statements I read to you earlier, one of the things they're angry about isn't that the federal government is making too many decisions about slavery. They're angry the federal government is making anti-slavery, or that it might. I mean, at that point, it hasn't made any. Just Lincoln just got elected. But they're worried the federal government might make anti-slavery decisions. They're very happy with federal power as long as that federal power is protecting the institution of slavery. There are few more, in the 1850s, there are few more centralized, federal laws passed than the Fugitive Slave Clause and the Compromise of 1850. That is an extremely invasive federal policy, and that is absolutely to the benefit of those states that supposedly are fighting for states' rights 10 years later. So that gets introduced later, and it's one of these ideas that comes along. The contours of, there's a lot of books written about this, and I've written about Civil War memory too. I mean, this is one of the things I'm very interested in as well. There are a lot of books written about the memory of the Civil War and these kind of contours, and it changes over time. The best book about, the book that most of you probably heard of is a book called Race and Reunion by David Blight. There are some things that Blight writes about that I don't agree with. That's an older book now. I think it's been refined by some other people, but it's the best place to start. The states' rights thing is kind of a later manifestation, a 20th century manifestation of the kind of original lost cause argument. And by the way, as some of you might know, I mean, since you're on the floor, I should talk about this. That narrative that Lincoln represented like a proto-fascist or sometimes communist, totalitarian kind of guy is still very prominent in certain sectors, right? If you're not familiar with, is it Thomas DiLorenzo is a very prominent libertarian writer, and he's written a series of books on how Abraham Lincoln was a proto-fascist. And I still run into these people. Like, there are people out there who read that stuff. And so, it's good for you to be aware of that, because you might get asked questions on the floor about Lincoln that are trying to kind of lead you to talk about that stuff. That's what they're doing. They've read these books by DiLorenzo, and they're very selective, I'll say. He uses selective evidence to portray Lincoln as a kind of proto-fascist. So, anyone else? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, well, thank you and welcome. The reason I got that wrong is because I think I'm on about 4 hours sleep in the last 2 days, but I'm loaded with caffeine. So let's hope I get through this talk okay. After I finish this talk, tonight, I'm teaching a course at UIS this semester, so then I have to go and teach a class. There's a good chance I won't survive today, but I'm going to do the best I can, but I say this to folks sometimes if because, you know, when I get going on these talks, I just go. So if we're all friends here. We all know each other pretty well. So if I lose you because I say something wrong or whatever, just put your hand up and correct me. And I'll go back and make sure that I make sense, because you are definitely not catching me at my best today. Yeah, what we're going to talk about today, and, you know, I've been giving these programs, these continuing ed programs for the volunteers for like a decade now, more than a decade. And so they're a real treat for me, because they're a way for me often to try out talks that I've written, or sometimes revisit talks I've done a long time ago, and sometimes talk about things that you've asked me to talk about. So this is the second of two programs that I gave for the PD and Your PJs program that our education division runs, and some of you requested that you saw them and you wondered if I could do them for you, and I said yes, so that's why I'm here. And so the first one, for those of you who weren't here, these are a little spicy. The first one, for those of you who weren't here, was called What Caused the Civil War. That title is a little cheeky. The one today is too, because what that talk was about, what caused the Civil War, but it was also very much about why there's confusion over that, and how the answer is actually pretty obvious when you look at what people said and did at the time. And that was what that talk was about. I mean, for those of you who weren't here, the answer is slavery. And so I think and that's what I argued, and I think pretty convincingly proved in that talk. So this talk is not really about what ended the Civil War. What this talk is about is the battle that took place after the Civil War over what ended the Civil War. The battle over what historians call memory, right? We make and I talked about this last time too, and this was all very trendy when I was in grad school, especially in the 2000s, when historians started to do a lot of work on the conflict between history, which you want to say history is about facts, but history isn't really about facts either, because we keep learning new facts and we change the facts, but it's an attempt to get at what really happened. And memory, which is a different sort of thing that's more rooted in culture, in the way societies create their own national memories of what happened in the past. Sometimes it's like a Venn diagram. Sometimes that overlaps with history, sometimes it does not. And in this country, one of the biggest battles over historical memory in this country was over the memory of the Civil War. So that's what this talk is really about. So if that's not what you're here to, if you really are curious about why Robert E. Lee had to surrender, why the Confederate military failed to achieve independence and that kind of stuff, that's a different talk. So if that's what you're here to hear about, I'm sorry, that's not really much of what I'm going to say. I'm going to talk about what the Confederates said was the reason that happened, but anyway. So you know, this is a less, what ended the Civil War then on the surface seems like a less ambiguous question than what caused the Civil War, but it's obviously fraught with controversy and still is. So just like what caused the Civil War. Let's start though with let's start with just a little bit about the facts, because like historians, to be clear, right now among Civil War historians, we can't even agree on particularly when the war ended. There's been a debate going on for the last few years between historians on trying to redefine even just the date to say when the war ended. So I could get into this really deeply. I'm not going to, because I don't have time. But for instance, so we have the popular memory of the war. The popular memory of the war is that the war ended on April 9th, 1865, which is when Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. That is not true. It is not when the Civil War ended. But then when did it end? Well, the last Confederate Army didn't actually surrender. Like full Confederate Army didn't surrender until May 26, over a month later. The last Confederate general, the Cherokee, Stand Watie, didn't surrender until June 23rd. The last Confederate naval vessel, the CSS Shenandoah, did not surrender until November 6. Andrew Johnson doesn't officially declare the war over until April 22nd, 1865, April 22nd, 1866, so over a year after Robert E. Lee surrenders. And even that isn't true, because he excludes Texas, because he considers Texas to still be in a state of insurrection on that day, and he does not declare the Confederate rebellion officially suppressed until August 20th, my brother's birthday, 1866. So, I mean, if you want to say when is the official day that the Civil War ended according to the US government, it's actually that. It's August 20th, 1866. This is not a, I'm saying adjusting my glasses. What I'm pointing out is even the federal government had multiple different definitions, right? Like the Civil War is messy, history is messy, and there are some, why is there this discrepancy then between these dates? Well, one of the things that we don't talk about much when we talk about the Civil War, and it's one of the only complaints a fellow historian has ever told me about our Civil War in 4 minutes video, is we don't often account for irregular violence, right? So the Civil War, when we talk about the Civil War, we tend to talk about these organized standing armies and what they were doing, but the Civil War was fraught with what we technically call irregular violence or guerrilla warfare, which is, unsanctioned or on paper, unsanctioned violence by the United States and Confederate governments of people riding around on horsebacks like Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson and Jesse James killing each other, which for those of you who were here for when we watched The Outlaw Josie Wales, that's partly what that movie is badly trying to deal with. And so, that's all still going on after Robert E. Lee surrenders and even after these other there's still, and that irregular violence, of course, continues even after 1866 in the form of the Ku Klux Klan. So the other reason why the government has an interest in not declaring the insurrection over is because, as I can't get too deep into Reconstruction, but as I'm sure most of you know, like US forces have to remain in the South to protect African Americans in particular who are being terrorized away from polling places after they've won the right to vote. And they're there to protect them for other reasons too. But the US Army still has to have a presence there, so that's another reason to say the insurrection isn't over. So you can legitimize having your own military occupying part of your own country, which is not something that legally you can do in peacetime. The other problem is that the different Confederate states, former Confederate states, get readmitted to the Union at different times too, and they come in different ways, and they have different, so like that process of reintegration, let alone reconstruction, also takes time, so that's another reason why it's kind of fuzzy. Some of them aren't even readmitted till much later in the decade. And then, as I mentioned, that even after 1866, that political violence doesn't end. The Ku Klux Klan is the most notable kind of organization that does this work, but there are terrorist groups that arise in the South specifically to harass white Unionists, but especially African Americans in the South. Ulysses S. Grant will help shepherd through the KKK Act of 1871, which empowers the federal government to take military action against the Klan. But that's why historians, like some historians say, even those official dates don't matter, right? Because there's still, this irregular violence continues right through Reconstruction, right? And some historians argue that it continues even after, 1876, the kind of usually official date of Reconstruction, because through lynchings and other things, terrorist violence is still being used to suppress the rights of African Americans. So we can't even agree on that, and again, all this stuff that I just talked about in some way involves memory, trying to shape the way we think about the Civil War, remember the Civil War, what was the Civil War really about, so therefore, what was it really about should shape or could shape how we perceive how and why it ended and when it ended. So then stepping back from just that example of how contentious this is, then this broader picture. So who won the war and why? So getting out of academia, the issue of who won the war and why becomes the central fight that Americans have in the aftermath of the Civil War. Its participants participate in this debate, but it continues after them. Even after they pass on, it continues for generations. And I mean, I don't want to get too political here, and is still going on today. So this fight starts with the war generation and continues. So let's start with the basic facts. The United States won the Civil War. They defeated the Confederate Rebellion. The Confederate States of America was never officially recognized. And if you want to argue it existed at all, it certainly didn't by the time the war officially ended. A nation needs a government. And Jefferson Davis tried to keep the Confederate government intact after the collapse of Richmond. He moved it to Danville. and it kind of moves around his cabinet as it kind of disintegrates around him. He keeps moving it around. Its final meeting, the final meeting of the Confederate cabinet, right? There is no Confederate Congress at that point. They don't go with the cabinet. The final meeting of the Confederate government, the last vestige of the Confederate cabinet, the last vestige of the Confederate government, takes place on May 4th in Washington, North Carolina. And in that meeting, Jefferson Davis formally breaks up the government. So the Confederate States of America, what the Confederate States of America was, depending on how you want to define it, it ceases to exist on May 4th, and Jefferson Davis gets arrested 6 days later. In addition, a nation needs to be able to protect its citizens. The Confederate military control of its own territory was clearly in a state of collapse on April 9th, 1865, when Robert E. Lee surrenders. And it only becomes more so after forces continue to surrender. So throughout 1865, the Confederacy loses its ability to protect its own citizens, or who it claims are its own citizens, because it's never an official government. In Confederate terms, if you want to look at this from the Confederate point of view, the other thing the Confederate government was supposed to do was maintain the enslavement of African Americans. And it's also incapable of doing that, particularly by Juneteenth, when the last enslaved people under Confederate control are freed by the Emancipation Proclamation by U.S. forces, right? That's what Juneteenth commemorates. There were still enslaved people in the border states. You're going to need the 13th Amendment to get rid of that. So they're not doing that anymore either, right? So the Confederate government doesn't exist. If it ever existed, it does not exist through 1865. The outcome, the reason that outcome happened is because of a failure of Confederate strategy. The strategy of the United States and enslaved people succeeded and defeated the insurrection. Not only was slavery's expansion stopped, which was the original platform and goal of the Republican Party in 1860, so that's really all they wanted going into that election. They do even better than they wanted, because by the end of the Civil War, they have eliminated slavery. They haven't just stopped its expansion. They've eliminated slavery. And by December 6, 1865, the 13th Amendment has been ratified, and they've completely eliminated the institution of slavery. So through the Civil War, the United States is reborn, or is kept intact and remade. So then what was all this fighting about? Well, the enormous cost, so what was all this fighting about memory about, right? Everything I just told you is objectively true. The enormous cost of the Civil War, right? And historians also agree less now than they used to on how many people died in the Civil War. I don't know how much you know about this fight either. Like, the Civil War in 4 minutes is outdated now. There are some historians who believe as many as 800,000 combatants died in the Civil War, and that's not even factoring in the number of civilians who died in the Civil War. So the number of Americans who died in the Civil War is probably somewhere around 1 million or more, but there's no way to know. That enormous loss created a need on both sides to justify why it happened, how it transpired, and what it all meant, right? This process began in the North in earnest near the end of the war. In the last talk I gave, again, for those of you who weren't here, I opened with Lincoln's second inaugural, because one of the people who's doing this kind of self-interrogation of what's going on is Abraham Lincoln himself, and he's our guy. So let's start with him. I'm going to start with the second inaugural again here, because Lincoln has his own answer to that question, and he gives it in the second inaugural. So I'll read you a little bit of it, and if I can find where it starts. So he starts with a quote. "Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh," end quote. "If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses, which in the providence of God must needs come, but which, having continued through his appointed time, he now wills to remove, and that he gives to both North and South this terrible war, as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet, If God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and right altogether. No one ever quotes that part, right? They always quote the next part, with malice toward none, with charity for all, right? Because they want to say, look how magnanimous Lincoln is being. Lincoln is being magnanimous, but Lincoln is also clearly saying what this war was about and how they won it, which is that this war was, earlier in the speech, right, he says the war was caused by slavery. That's the part I read in the last talk. But the reason the war was so bloody and this rebirth of the nation is because there was this enormous loss of life. And the way Lincoln rationalizes that loss of life is that God himself is punishing the nation for the sin of slavery. And so slavery is, right, so the major accomplishment of the war then is, and this doesn't fit with a lot of the things Lincoln says, is the elimination of slavery, because that satisfied this penance that was due to God, right? And Lincoln is saying in that speech too, and I don't know how much longer it'll go on. It's going to go on as long as God gets, he's talking Old Testament God here, right? As long as God gets his payment for the sin of slavery. So, who does Lincoln think won then, right? Who does Lincoln think won the war? I mean, he kind of, in this speech, which is amazing, given that he could have just got up and said, awesome, we won, right? It's March 1865. It's pretty clear the United States is going to win. Lincoln isn't saying that in this speech. I mean, Lincoln's kind of saying both sides lost, because both sides lost all these people. If I think in the second inaugural, Lincoln is saying African Americans won because they got their freedom, right? And so, that's who Lincoln probably thinks, at least in the last couple months of his life, who won. Most white people don't agree with that. Most white people, well, they might be happy slavery's over or sad slavery's over. They tend to be more, especially in the North, they tend to be more triumphalist. And for those of you who know anything about me, you know that what I write about when I'm not here is music, so I'm going to use two songs as an example. So an obvious song about why the North was fighting, and that explains why it won, although it was written early in the war, is the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. You all know the chorus. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel writ in burnished rows of steel. As ye deal with my contemners, so you my grace shall deal. Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. That's the money line. Well, God is marching on. Why does Julia Ward Howe think, who does Julia Ward Howe think is winning the war, and why are they winning it? She thinks Union soldiers, U.S. soldiers, are the instruments of God himself being sent to the South. Howe isn't interested in Lincoln thinking the North is being punished too. This is the Union Army being used as the vehicle of God to go into the South and destroy the sin of slavery. And any of you who've heard me talk about music before, are familiar with my work, you'll know one of the things that surprised me when I researched my book, which is pretty long in the tooth now, was that I found very little evidence of Union soldiers ever actually singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. The song they actually sang was the song it was a rewriting of, John Brown's Body. But what I found was, so why do we all think they all sang that song? We all think they sang that song because it's the veterans after the war. They adopt this song. Instead of singing John Brown's Body, they start singing Julia Ward Howe's lyrics. And I have a whole story for how they kind of learn about it. I won't get that with you right now. It's a whole other talk. But my point is, why are the veterans singing this song? Because that's what they want to say is why they fought, right? They want to say, we were divinely inspired to go down there and kill slavery, right? That's what the U.S. veterans want to believe. And whether you believe in the religious part of it or not, they're not entirely wrong. That's what they want to believe. An example of something they did sing that is a goofier song, but I think interestingly has almost the exact same message, is Marching Through Georgia, which is written in Chicago by Henry Clay Work near the end of the war, which redefines Sherman's march as, instead of an act of military aggression that in at least somewhat, historians argue how much, somewhat targeted civilians, he defines it very much in the way Julia Ward Howe did, as a rejuvenation of the South. Bring the good old bugle, boys. We'll sing another song. Sing it with a spirit that will start the world along. Sing it as we used to sing it, 50,000 strong, while we were marching through Georgia. Hurrah, it's the chorus. Hurrah, hurrah, we bring the Jubilee. Hurrah, hurrah, the flag that makes you free. So we sang the chorus from Atlanta to the sea while we were marching through Georgia. So already, before I get to the other verses, right? We bring the Jubilee. That's the same religious language. It's just a more simplified version. That's the same religious language Julia Ward Howe is using, right? They are bringing freedom for enslaved people. Jubilee is a word that enslaved people used a lot to represent their own freedom, but it also has a religious context. And the flag that makes you free, right? What is the U.S. flag doing? It's freeing people. I'm not going to say the word, D word, how the D words shouted when they heard the joyful sound, how the turkeys gobbled, which our commissary found, how the sweet potatoes even started from the ground while we were marching through Georgia. The U.S. Army, as it makes its way through Georgia, they're not burning farms or anything. The earth itself is rewarding them for coming. The turkeys are giving themselves to the U.S. Army. Potatoes are springing from the ground as they march, right? This is not an act of destruction. This is an act of rejuvenation and rebirth. Yes, and there were Union men who wept with joyful tears. He means white Unionists. When they saw the honored flag they had not seen for years. Hardly could we be restrained from breaking forth in cheers while we were marching through Georgia. Sherman's dashing Yankee boys will never reach the coast. So the saucy rebels said, and 'twas a handsome boast. Had they not forgot, alas, to reckon with the host while we were marching through Georgia? So we made a thoroughfare for freedom, and her train 60 miles in latitude, 300 to the main. Treason fled before us, for resistance was in vain while we were marching through Georgia. This was a hugely popular song at the end of the war, more popular than the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And again, but it has the same message. The U.S. Army is going to the South to rejuvenate it, make it reborn as a place of freedom, right? They're making a thoroughfare for freedom, right? So they're destroying as they go to make an opening through which the enslaved pour in and get their freedom, right? Now, some of you might know it's a little more complicated than that, including some of the things Sherman did to enslave people during Sherman's march. That's a different talk. But this is what U.S. soldiers in particular and the U.S. home front are thinking about, how they're defining what the war was. A little less complicated than Lincoln. African Americans themselves also engage in this memory making through song. And the song that comes out of the war for them, which I'm having trouble finding my bookmark for, most people don't know this is a Civil War song. The African-American hymn that comes out of the Civil War is Go Down Moses. That's a product of the Civil War. Freed people sing it, or contrabands, and white people hear it and write it down, and that's how that song gets popularized. It's long, so I'm not going to sing, or I didn't sing any of it. I'm not going to say all of it. And you probably know this song anyway, right? When Israel was in Egypt's land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go. Go down Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. Thus saith the Lord, bold Moses said, let my people go. If not, I'll smite your firstborn dead, let my people go. No more shall they in bondage toil, let them come out with Egypt's spoil. The Lord told Moses what to do to lead the Hebrew children through. I'm just giving you examples of some of the verses. Pharaoh said he'd go across, but Pharaoh and his host were lost. Jordan shall take up like a wall, and the walls of Jericho shall fall. Your foes shall not before you stand, and you'll possess fair Canaan's land. Oh, let us all from bondage free, and let us all in Christ be free. That's the same message. The same message is that Moses is the U.S. Army and or Abraham Lincoln and or enslaved people themselves once they join the U.S. Army, going into the South, punishing Pharaoh, the Confederacy, for oppressing them. They're directly linking their own enslaved experience with that of the Israelites. This is what northern This is what the Northern, what historians call emancipationist memory of the Civil War is. The Confederacy has a harder task, which makes it remarkable, by the way, spoilers for the rest of the talk, that they're so successful at it. The Confederacy has a harder task because they lost, and they achieved none of their goals, at least not the goals they laid out in 1861. But one of the reasons why they have to justify what they did, there's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons they have to justify what they did is what historians call honor culture. In the 19th century, this idea of honor and masculinity, these things are all entwined together, particularly as it regards kind of violence and martial violence and military service. And part of honor culture is never admitting defeat. Think of Preston Brooks beating up Charles Sumner in Congress after he spoke out against him. That's all part of honor culture. It's a way to affirm your masculinity and your manhood. And so again, like this is all wrapped up in violence and things. So they have to, all these Confederate soldiers who go home and the leaders, they have to create a narrative that maintains their honor while minimizing that they lost and maybe why they lost and what they were fighting for, which we talked about in the last talk. And so they start this process almost right away by redefining the war's causes and trying to create what in sports we sometimes call a moral victory, right? Which is like, well, we lost, but we fought so well, we kind of won. And that's the kind of the roots of this Confederate memory that we're going to talk about. The Confederate, what we can now call the lost cause, right? I've referenced the lost cause. We call this the lost cause memory of the Civil War. Has its roots in that idea. So at least they could go home and take pride in the idea that they lost with honor. Robert E. Lee's last message to his soldiers, his General Order Number 9, is often heralded as a noble reconciliationist document. And in part it was. Robert E. Lee, after negotiating the surrender with Grant, the very generous surrender with Grant, Robert E. Lee proposes that, Robert E. Lee goes to his men and tells them, basically, accept this. Don't go out and do more violent things. A book recently came out, by the way, by the excellent historian at UVA, Carolyn Janney, demonstrating that a lot of them did continue to go out and do violent things. But Robert E. Lee, to his credit, is telling them not to do that. But what is not said enough about this document is Robert E. Lee is also planting the seeds of the lost cause. So I'm going to read you the whole thing. It's not very long. So this is April 10th, the day after Appomattox surrender. After 4 years of arduous service marked by unsurpassed courage and fortitude, so right away, right, what's he telling them? No one in history has ever had the courage and fortitude you have. The Army of Northern Virginia has been compelled to yield to overwhelming numbers and resources. So why did you lose? You lost because the North just overwhelmed you. It wasn't because, they out-strategized you or outfought you. Or because your enslaved population abandoned you. I need not tell the brave survivors of so many hard-fought battles who have remained steadfast to the last that I have consented to this result from no distrust of them. But feeling that valor and devotion could accomplish nothing that would compensate for the loss that would have attended the continuance of the contest, I determined to avoid the useless sacrifice of those whose past service have endeared them to their countrymen. So in other words, all that was going to happen was more of you were going to die. So I agreed to this surrender because we fought well enough. It's got nothing to do with you. By the terms of the agreement, officers and men can return to their homes and remain there until exchanged. You will take with you the satisfaction that proceeds from the consciousness of duty faithfully performed, and I earnestly pray that a merciful God will extend to you his blessing and protection. With an unceasing admiration of your constancy and devotion to your country, and a grateful remembrance of your kind, generous consideration for myself, I bid you an affectionate farewell. So again, this is a complicated document. I'm not trying to throw Robert E. Lee under the bus here. There's plenty of things you can throw Robert E. Lee on the bus for, but Robert E. Lee is trying to make his men calm down and just go home. He's genuinely trying to do that. But he is also giving them a narrative to take with them that makes it seem like they haven't lost. Now, whether Robert E. Lee is trying to shape the next 160 years of Confederate memory or not, I don't know if he's trying to do that. But he's definitely planting the seeds for what comes from that. Robert E. Lee's real opinion, by the way, of his men is easier to discern in a letter he writes to Jefferson Davis on April 20th. So Robert E. Lee has now gone back to Richmond, and he's kind of in his house moping around. He mopes around for a while in April because he doesn't know what to do with himself, understandably so, and he's kind of afraid he's going to get arrested for treason. And he writes a letter to Jefferson Davis, and this reveals, I think, the difference between what he wrote here and he tells Davis that the moral condition of his army that's the quote part, of his army had declined since the fall of Petersburg. And at the time of its surrender, it was lacking, quote, the boldness and decision which formerly characterized them. Except in particular instances, they were feeble, and a want of confidence seemed to possess the officers and men. Again, I'm not trying to throw Lee under the bus here or say he was lying, but it's very clear that what he's telling them here is not really how he felt at the time. What he felt was they also weren't fighting very well, so we'd better surrender, right? Because they had become feeble, his word, not mine. This evolves then into this broader myth called the lost cause. That term is coined in 1867, so pretty quick, right? 2 years later, by Edward Pollard, who's a newspaper reporter. He's one of the key architects of this myth. His book is called The Lost Cause, A New Southern History of the War of the Confederates. Some of you touched on this before, a pre-conversation we had before going into this, that all these, even arguing over what the Civil War is called, right, is wrapped up in these ideas. So their first stab at a word that isn't Civil War is actually this really complicated, War of the Confederates. His narrative and those that came after him, the thing they do is they completely remove slavery from the narrative. They initially just remove it from their motivation. They initially say, the reason this war broke out had nothing to do with our desire to preserve slavery or expand slavery. The reason this war broke out is because Lincoln's election was unfair and, we had to resist it, right? And so that's why this war happened, or various other excuses. Eventually, as this myth progresses, black people are removed from it altogether. There's just no narrative for black people in the Confederate war effort, whether they're enslaved or otherwise. It's evolved, by the way, now, as some of you know, I think we talked a little bit about this in our last program. Now the narrative is that black people, the lost cause narrative is that black people supported the Confederacy and fought for the Confederacy, which is not true. But again, this all stuff is still in contention. And this results in decades. They're so successful at this that for decades, black people are not part of the popular memory of the Civil War, at least not the white popular memory of the Civil War. This lasts right through the centennial in the 1960s. Our film series has demonstrated that, right? As we watched not only the Civil War films this year, but the Lincoln films last year, right? Black people are almost entirely absent from these movies in the 20th century until you get into the 1980s. They're just not part of the popular memory of the Civil War. The Lost Cause accomplished that. They argue the Confederacy lost, here's where we get to Robert E. Lee, the Confederacy lost only because of superior U.S. manpower and munitions. In the Confederate soldier, it's not just that the North overwhelmed them. The Confederate soldier was the greatest warrior who ever lived. They start comparing themselves to kind of legendary fighters like the Spartans in particular, that they were highly effective. You get these sayings, which again, you still hear sometime that, one Confederate soldier was as good as 3 U.S. soldiers, things like that. Those are all part of this. Pickett's charge at Gettysburg becomes a key component of this. There's a whole book on this called, by Carol Reardon, I think, called Pickett's Charge in Confederate Memory. I forget the name. But Pickett's charge, so again, like for those of you who aren't aware of what happens at Pickett's charge is the major Confederate assault on the 3rd day of the Battle of Gettysburg, where Robert E. Lee attempts to break the center of the Union line, a well-entrenched center, or at least well-positioned center of the Union line, sends thousands of Confederates against the Union line in open ground. A bunch of them die, they don't penetrate the Union line, and the United States wins the Battle of Gettysburg. This does not seem like something that you would commemorate. This is a brutal defeat, based partly at least, we can argue about whether it was a good idea or not, but partly at least by bad tactics by Robert E. Lee. Why would you celebrate this? Well, again, you have to think about this myth and what I've been describing, right? They focus on Pickett's charge as their most noble moment, right? You've probably heard it referred to as the high tide of the Confederacy, because the fact that they went and did it, the fact that they did this suicidal thing is a demonstration of their manhood. They were so committed, the way they define it is, we were so committed to the cause, and we were such good, but don't ask me what the cause was. They're so committed to the cause, and they're so honorable, and they're such good fighters, we went out there into that field and got slaughtered, right? So this is actually a commendable thing. It's not a defeat. This is the most commendable thing we did, right? It becomes about fighting and dying with honor, right? We died better than anybody else, right? That's the core. I mean, it sounds funny, but that really is it. Like, and they use religious language. A lot's been written about this too. They use religious language to talk about it. Like, they're all martyrs like Christ, right? Like, they make these connections explicitly. The major figures of this, and again, this all kind of has Trinity echoes to it. The major figures in this become Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson in particular. If any of you have seen, I think they recently changed, but if any of you have seen where Robert E. Lee is entombed at Washington Lee College, I mean, it's a church. Robert E. Lee is where the pulpit should be at the front of the church, and it's seated like a church. There's pews. I mean, Robert E. Lee is absolutely being put in a religious context in his tomb. The key military person, so I talked about Pollard, but the first kind of popularizer of the lost cause, kind of in a broader sense, is actually Confederate general, and that's Jubal Early. Jubal Early is one of Robert E. Lee's most successful generals. He ends up a corps commander by the end of the war. He's he's in charge of those soldiers that fire at Lincoln at Fort Stevens. He's the guy who almost takes Washington. Well, he comes close late in the war. For those of you who've been volunteering recently, up until this week, I think today and yesterday we reinstalled Tide Turns. But before that, there's actually a note in our collection by Jubal Early, which we exhibited there for the first time. And it's a famous quote that he gave in an 1883 speech. I think that note that we have, I think he wrote it out for a fan. Again, showing you how this stuff operates. I think he wrote it out for a fan and gave it to them, and then it ended up in our collection. If I ever disown, repudiate, or apologize for the cause for which Lee fought and Jackson died, let the lightnings of heaven blast me, and the scorn of all good men and true women be my portion. All right, this is how committed he is. And notice what he talks about. He talks about Lee, he talks about Jackson, he says the cause, doesn't say what the cause was, and relates it to, right, God himself is going to punish him for that, right? So again, religious connection. He goes on to be the co-creator of the Southern Historical Society, which becomes a vehicle for publishing essays on the lost cause and perpetuating this history of the war. It's kind of his coming out party. In the keynote of the first meeting of the Southern Historical Society, he says that the northern history of the war, so he talks about there's like this Yankee history of the war, it is, quote, a monstrous fabrication. We must vindicate that Confederate cause, rekindle and strengthen the faith and spirit of the living, and do justice to the memory of our fallen comrades. I'm reading all this to you, A, because to tell you how this comes from, but B, like, they're not hiding what they're doing, right? Like, they're telling you in plain sight what they're doing. They're saying, they've got this story of what the war was. We've created this different story. We've got to get rid of that story and make it this story, right? And they win, at least for a while. Also to point out, the Southern Historical Society still exists. I'm a member. It's now the Southern Historical Association. It's the most reputable, historical organization for Southern history. They have an excellent journal. They do have an excellent conference every year. But this is where its roots are. For its first few decades, it's all about perpetuating this lost cause history of the South. And then eventually happy slaves and all kinds of other myths that they want to perpetuate. The veterans, unsurprisingly, embraced this narrative that they were awesome and weren't fighting for slavery. And when they formed, we talk a lot about the Grand Army of the Republic up here, but their organization is the United Confederate Veterans, the UCV. The UCV has its meetings. It starts up in the 80s, I think. I didn't put the date down. But they start having their own meetings where they perpetuate these narratives. But the real engine, when things go into overdrive for the lost cause, is actually not the war generation itself. It's the next generation. In particular, it's the daughters of that generation. The United Daughters of the Confederacy gets formed in the late 19th century, and they make it their mission. The whole mission of the United Daughters of the Confederacy is to perpetuate this interpretation, this narrative of what happened during the Civil War. They do this through numerous ways. Mildred Lewis Rutherford is the kind of historian general of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. She is a fascinating figure. I've always wanted to write a biography of her. I haven't had time. she writes all kinds of stuff for them, including she founds a partner institution called the Children of the Confederacy. And because she understands, and the UDC understands, that one of the best ways to perpetuate this myth is to teach it to kids when they're really young so that they will carry it with them through the rest of their lives. And they do this through things like shaping what's in textbooks, limiting what's in public libraries, restricting which songs, like the Battle Hymn of the Republic. They removed the Battle Hymn of the Republic from churches, from church hymnals, things like that. They're controlling what white kids in the South are able to read and absorb, so they adopt this narrative. And like Jubal Early, they're not hiding what they're doing. This is what Rutherford says. It has ever been the cherished purpose of the Daughters of the Confederacy to secure greater educational opportunities for Confederate children, and by thorough training of their powers of mind, heart, and hand, render it possible for these representatives of our Southern race to retain for that race its supremacy in its own land. She's not mincing words. She's saying, we're doing this so white kids can continue to have superiority over black kids. She's telling you exactly why she's doing it. So that's the other thing I want to stress here. They're not just eventually, we can argue they're doing this from the beginning, but this isn't just about honor culture. It's also about maintaining a system of white supremacy and racial hierarchy in the South. If you remove black people from the narrative, if you don't make the war about slavery, then you can have this narrative instead that allows you to continue to dominate African Americans. And they do this in a number of different ways. By World War I, there are 100,000 UDC members. That doesn't seem like a lot. It is, but they're also just very vocal and influential because they know where to apply pressure. As I mentioned before, one of the main places they apply pressure is schools in the South. They start critiquing schools. They go after teachers who don't teach the lost cause narrative of the Civil War, or who don't teach about slavery, to say that slavery was a benign institution. Rutherford forms a committee in 1919 specifically to review textbooks. She calls it this committee becomes the measuring rod for school textbooks. And they start to boycott and lobby textbook publishers, most of whom are in the North, if they don't publish this version of the war. This is critical because it's part of the reason why this narrative spreads outside of the South, right? Because then these textbooks, these companies in like New York or whatever, they start changing the way they're writing their textbooks because they want to sell these textbooks to white Southern schools. Well, actually, they want to sell them to black Southern schools too because they also want black people to believe this narrative. And then in the North, like they're not going to make a different version for the North. So Northern kids start reading this too, right? And that's part of the reason why this myth becomes so popular. It got spread everywhere. And of course, the other way they do this, again, not to get too hot button here, is they build monuments everywhere, glorifying Confederate leaders and Confederate soldiers. And they often put those monuments in areas where African Americans will be. Like those monuments are, in part, to honor the valor of Confederate soldiers or whatever, but again, they are also clearly part of installing this society they want to install. So this is all wrapped up in this idea of the lost cause. And this is extremely successful. I cannot emphasize enough how successful this is. They win the battle of memory for most of the 20th century through these efforts. And this is why some historians would say the Confederacy ultimately wins the Civil War, because while they don't get to perpetuate the institution of slavery to get their independence, they do get to perpetuate an ethno-state, basically, right, where through Jim Crow and other means, they get to continue the suppression of African Americans. In the early 20th, part of the reason they're able to do this too, though, is because in the early 20th century, and now we're getting into stuff I've talked about with some of you before through our series, Hollywood and popular literature and all these things pick up. Because now you have all these people who grew up with this narrative, and now they're writing books, novels, and making movies, and they're writing songs, and they start incorporating this into it. And so we talked in a previous talk about Birth of a Nation, this formative film in American film history. If you've ever seen Birth of a Nation, I watched it for the first time recently. It's a hard movie to get through, not only because it's kind of boring, but also it's brutally racist. The whole message of Birth of a Nation is that African Americans were the problem all along, that the North and South never even would have fought each other. Like the problem is that there are African Americans here. It doesn't matter whether they're enslaved or not. It's just that the fact that slavery exists, like they're fighting over slavery, but it's because African Americans are out of control and they're uncivilized, and then most of it's about Reconstruction and the fact that the North gives too much power to African Americans and they start raping people and whatever. It's a viciously racist movie that perpetuates the lost cause. The other major film in this, of course, is Gone with the Wind, which is not as overtly racist as Birth of a Nation, but still certainly emphasizes the lost cause, where enslaved people are happy in their enslavement, the South is a victim of Northern aggression, and Southern women, again, UDC's influence, right? Margaret Mitchell is part of the UDC, the one who wrote the book. Southern women are what carries the Confederacy along. I'm going to wrap up here soon. I know we're running out of time, and I want time for Q&A. So, I've talked about kind of the vehicle, but why is this narrative so appealing to Americans? Well, many white Americans gravitate to this story because it reduces the Civil War from a political and social calamity to something more akin to a national epic, right? We don't want to think that there was this horrible thing that happened in our past where we slaughtered each other over this extremely racist institution, right? Isn't it better to think that we just had, it's like a football game, right? I always call it the football version of history, that instead it's just these noble soldiers lining up and it's all about tactics, right? That's more appealing to the national mind than reckoning with the kind of hard truths of what happened. It's just a contest of white combatants, right? We've written out African Americans in this myth. It's a contest between white combatants testing each other's manhood against each other. Black rights become increasingly it helps, and in doing so, then it also helps white Northerners abandon their commitment to supporting black rights in the South, right? Because if you remove black people from the memory of the Civil War, then that's part of the reason why support for Reconstruction, the reason they don't challenge Jim Crow for a while, that's part of that, because they're not part of the narrative, they're not part of the national memory. So it makes, this narrative also makes it easier for them to do that. But of course, resistance remains. The main place it remains is with the black memory of the war. There is a separate African-American history of the war that is the emancipationist history of the war that remains intact but is not part of the popular culture, at least not part of the broader white popular culture. The best example of that is Memorial Day, right? Some of you might know this, that Memorial Day is actually rooted in black veteran traditions, right? Where they would go and they would honor the graves of black soldiers, especially in the South, who fought in the Civil War. And eventually white society adopts that, and we've kind of forgotten that that's where it came from. It came from black veterans, or people commemorating black veterans. That's a way for them to signify, it's a way for them to publicly signify that they were part of the war and why they fought in the war, as they're being increasingly pushed to the side of the story. There's one, for most of America's history up to this point, there's one monument to black soldiers in the Civil War. If you were here to watch Glory, it's what's during the credits in Glory. We call it the Shaw Memorial, so we name it after the white commander. But it's a monument to the 54th Massachusetts that sits right in front of the Massachusetts State House, right? And it's all of them marching behind Robert Gould Shaw. And so again, that becomes a symbol for people looking for this emancipationist narrative, is that monument. And of course, the black press. African Americans have their own press once they get their freedom, and they're constantly resisting commemoration of the Confederacy, right? And you're probably familiar with W.B. Du Bois and people like that. This is one of the most contentious monuments, as you will probably remember in the recent monument controversy, is the gigantic monument of Robert E. Lee that used to be on Monument Avenue in Richmond, which is no longer there. When that monument got put up, the black journalist John Mitchell of Richmond, so he's in Richmond, says that monument would hand down, quote, to generations of unborn a legacy of treason and blood. It serves to reopen the wound of war and cause to drift further apart the two sections. So he's not mincing words about what he thinks happened. But you don't also have to look at black people. You can also look at some other folks like Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant and white veterans in the North also resist this narrative. The Grand Army of the Republic becomes an engine for resisting this narrative. And it's one of the reasons why, at least for a time, one of the reasons Jim Crow and these things have trouble taking off is because the GAR, at least at the federal level, is trying to resist it. Grant himself has a stake in this, because as the lost cause develops, Grant's reputation collapses. Part of the lost cause narrative is that Grant was a terrible general, that he didn't fight fair. I mean, this is all rooted in Lee's surrender order, that he didn't fight fair and he only won because he had superior resources, that he was a drunk, and he was a butcher, right? These are the words that get applied to Ulysses S. Grant. Jubal Early said that Grant had the most ordinary brute courage, and won only because he possessed control of unlimited number and means. So right away, they are trying to change the narrative of who Ulysses S. Grant was. He didn't outmaneuver Lee, he didn't beat Lee, he just overwhelmed him. Given this, and you look at Grant's own experiences of the war and his presidency dealing with white Southern violence, it's no wonder they had to demonize Grant, right? It's Grant who goes after the Ku Klux Klan, right? And Grant makes an effort to spell this out himself. He works it in real quick. But he says, he's talking about Appomattox, and he says, I guess I'll read this whole paragraph, but you'll get the part that what General Lee's, so he's saying after he surrendered, what General Lee's feelings were, I do not know. As he was a man of much dignity with an impassible face, it was impossible to say whether he felt inwardly glad that the end had finally come, or felt sad over the result and was too manly to show it. Whatever his feelings, they were entirely concealed from my observation. But my own feelings, which had been quite jubilant on the receipt of his letter, were sad and depressed. I felt like anything rather than rejoicing at the downfall of a foe who had fought so long and valiantly. So far, he sounds like a lost cause guy, right? Right, because like they fought so well, whatever, and they did. I mean, but that's what he's saying. But here's where the turn comes in. And had suffered so much for a cause, though that cause was, I believe, one of the worst for which a people ever fought, and one for which there was the least excuse. I do not question, however, the sincerity of the great mass of those people who were opposed to us. So Grant makes sure to say at the moment of Appomattox, as he's praising Confederate valor, that their cause was, in his opinion, the worst for which anyone in history ever fought. It's a pretty bold statement from Ulysses S. Grant and probably conveys how frustrated he is that guys like Jubal Early are out there saying that he sucks. And then there's the Grand Army of the Republic, which I mentioned before, and I'll wrap up by talking about them. The Grand Army of the Republic also frequently speaks out. Especially the thing that JR gets most upset about are all these monuments, right? They're like, why are we commemorating these people? Right, like these people are traitors. Why, the white South should not be commemorating these people. They should be apologizing for their treason, and they should be glad that, they're American citizens again and that this rebellion failed. The Illinois Grand Army of the Republic in 1923 makes the following statement. We forgave the rebels, but we did not forgive their rebellion, nor their treason, which time has not changed any more than it has changed the treason of Benedict Arnold or Judas Iscariot. They're not, this is 1923 too. This is way after Jubal Early's walking around, right? Like, they're still mad about this in 1923. These guys are pretty old in 1923, right? Such treason and such traitors cannot be so honored without dishonoring and insulting the men, living and dead, who fought to maintain the Union and who crushed the slaveholders' rebellion. Notice what, they don't call it the Confederacy, it's the slaveholders' rebellion, right? These guys don't stop clinging to that narrative. So, I don't think I need to explain this, but so why is this important, right? This is important because although we all agree, I think mostly agree on the answer to the question of who won the war and why, this contention over that question is extremely important to the way we remember the Civil War and the way we engage with our own past history of the Civil War when we do things like watch Civil War movies, right? They're all products of this argument and these attempts by both sides to shape the way we remember the war. And then to remember that these arguments are not just about history and memory, they have real world consequences, right? The idea that if you adopt this lost cause view of the Civil War, you're gonna be able to justify suppressing African Americans. Well, if you adopt the emancipationist memory of the Civil War, you're gonna have more trouble doing that, right? There's actual real world consequences for the way we argue about historical memory, and particularly this aspect of historical memory. So that's why this is kind of the sequel to the previous talk about why the war was about slavery and how the war was about slavery, because everyone always asks me, well then why don't we, why is that even contended? So I hope I've illuminated that, and I'm happy to stick around for a while and answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much. You had your hand up first in the back, yes. So, Yeah, and I didn't talk much about that, and you're right. I mean, the thing you generally hear now, if someone wants to say the war was about slavery, they'll say it was about states' rights. That's a 20th century invention, but it is something these early guys adopt, which is that that's why they want to call it the war between the states. That it was the oppressive northern states invading the southern states who were just trying to preserve their own state power. Now, preserve it to do what? We know the answer to that, but they usually don't say. Although some of them will say tariffs. Although when people say it to me, I always say, I challenge you, to find a Union soldier or a Confederate soldier who's dying on the field of battle going, tell mom I died for the tariff. But yes, that's part of the narrative. The veterans do that too. I mean, this shows up when Confederate veterans write their memoirs. One of the things I don't talk about is the veterans all in the late 19th century start writing these memoirs about their experiences. And Confederate veterans also tend to write these stories about, and which is probably true for some of them, that they enlisted because they're like, oh, we're being invaded, I'm going to go enlist, right? But that's all wrapped up in honor culture. Whether they were consciously thinking about defending slavery or not. I mean, I talked about this in the first talk, where I talked about the percentage of Confederates who owned slaves or had family who enslaved people. But whether they were conscious of it or not, I mean, they knew what system they knew what the South meant. They knew what the South meant was a white supremacist society that enslaved African Americans. My version of that story, and again, I want to be clear, well, some of you have heard this story before, I think, and a lot of you probably know that I'm Canadian, and that I got my master's and my PhD at the University of Alabama, so that was a big shift for me. And but I mean, and so I ended up spending 8 years in the Deep South. And I want to be clear, because I don't want this to be like, let's beat up on white Southerners and their views of history. Most people I met down there did not purport any of this, this is all in decline. At least I hope it's still in decline. But when I was there, I didn't run into this a lot. But you're right, occasionally you would run into people. And so my version of that story is, as I mentioned, my dissertation and then later my book was on music in the Civil War, which is, on the face of it, a pretty safe, not really a controversial topic, right? And so there was this magazine, the Confederate veterans, and I quoted this in the previous talk. I think I may even have told this story in the previous talk, so apologies, those of you who are here. The Confederate veterans had their own magazine called Confederate Veteran Magazine. And it's really useful for historians because Confederates write a lot of reminiscences in it. And it's been indexed. So for me, it was useful because I could look up different songs and figure out, because one of the things I try to do in my book is figure out what songs were actually popular and when they were singing it and why. And so but the Alabama, the university's library didn't have it. But the public library did. It was in their genealogy section. So I'm sitting in the genealogy section of the Tuscaloosa Public Library, and I'm going through this magazine, and this guy comes up to me, and he goes, "Oh, you're researching your Confederate ancestor, huh?" And I said, no, probably in a thicker Canadian accent than I have now because I've been living in the States for a while. I said, no, I'm researching I'm from the university, I'm researching my dissertation. He's like, oh, what's it on? And I said, it's on music in the Civil War. Again, because I know what's coming, so I'm just trying to give the most, innocuous answer I can. And I said, oh, it's on music in the Civil War. And he goes, well, let me ask you one question. And I said, yeah. He said, which side are you on? And I already had a preload. Again, I'd had encounters like this before. You mentioned Sherman's March. I had a guy one time come up to me and ask when the federal government was going to pay reparations for Sherman's March. So yeah, it's a popular topic too. But and he said, so my preloaded answer was, hey, I'm Canadian, and it's really, the book is about. The book is really just about how people use music. I'm interested in both sides, just trying to. And he goes, I'll tell you what you really are. You're a coward. And he turned his back and he stormed out. And I do have lots of stories like that. That's just my best one. So I feel I know exactly what that's like. Yes.
Well, the stories we heard, I think, make it more obvious why in the last 4 or 5 years, the furious opposition to taking down statues, changing the names of the mill. I always struck me as interesting that how many army bases in the United States were named after Confederate generals, and not Northerners.
And that's all wrapped up in this honor culture, right? That's a way to. I mean, it's a way to white Southerners needed to feel that their martial service in the Civil War was on par with the martial service of the U.S. Army. And so by doing that, right, what the U.S. Army and the federal government are doing is they're integrating the service of who were traitors into the service of people who weren't. Now, I don't want to get into whether they should have done that or not, but that's obviously what's happening there, right? They're trying to make guys like Braxton Bragg, who was terrible. It's always funny because they're mad about Fort Bragg. Bragg was a terrible general. I don't know why you would want to, name anything after Braxton Bragg. But even if you even if you agree that the Confederate service was honorable or whatever, you don't want to name something. But anyway, but by naming something after Braxton Bragg, right, you're putting him on the same level as Sherman or Grant or someone like that, right? And so, right, that's one. I think that's why that, and all through. They've been naming things after Confederate generals, right? Mm-hmm.
Part of that is because they were building a bunch of new military installations right before World War II.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And they needed names for them, and they asked locals and they asked
right.
schools
right.
to submit names.
Right.
And that's how, because I wondered about that, especially about Braxton Bragg. And then I thought, I never read a book about him.
Right.
So maybe just the references that I have that he was so terrible aren't the full story. And I looked it up. I looked on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And the only book I could find was The Most Hated General in
Yeah, I mean, but he's one of the major, there's 7 lieutenant generals in the Confederate Army, so he's one of them. And that's part of the Lost Cause too, right? Like one of the things the Lost Cause does, the other thing I didn't talk about, so I'll get it, a couple of things you kind of triggered that I want to talk about. So one, I thank you for placing that, because I didn't say this too. Thank you for placing it in the timeline, because in the 1930s, right, which is when you're talking about, all this textbook stuff I talked about has been happening for a long time, right? So white Southerners are primed at this point by the UDC and all these places to assert these things, right? But the other thing that happens that the UDC does and that white Southerners do is then they adopt their own localized versions of the Lost Cause. So then so one of the ways they do that is, Braxton Bragg was from, isn't it North Carolina, right? Isn't that where Fort Bragg is? He's from North Carolina. So he wasn't that bad, because actually, if you look at Braxton Bragg's record, he was great, right? Because we've got to, Virginia's got Lee, we've got to have Bragg, right? And so they start fighting with each other. And so the ultimate way, the thing when I go there, I used to give tours there when I lived over there, is if you go to Gettysburg, it's really clear at Gettysburg where the Lost Cause in some ways kind of starts to eat itself, and they start to compete with each other. Because if you go to Pickett's Charge, so I already talked about the context of Pickett's Charge, right, and the way they mythologize Pickett's Charge. There's monuments at Pickett's Charge on the U.S. side where the different states who participated in Pickett's Charge got the furthest past the Union line. And if you look at when they were installed, the furthest back were installed later than the ones before. So Virginia installs theirs first because they've got the Lewis Armistead story, right? So there's the spot where Lewis Armistead died, and that's their marker for how far they got. And then North Carolina's no, we actually got farther. So there's a North Carolina monument that's a little further. And then in the 90s, or the 80s or the 90s, just that recently, they call it, the rangers there call it the Trent Lott Monument. Trent Lott forces the National Park Service, he pushes it through to put a Mississippi monument that's way past the other two to say Mississippi went way further. But what are they arguing about? They're arguing about who lost the least, right? Or who lost the best, right? It's so crazy, but that happens, especially North Carolina and Virginia. That same book I mentioned by Carol Reardon, it's a really excellent book. That's a lot of what it's about, is how North Carolina and Virginia start viciously fighting against each other over who should get the most credit for Pickett's Charge, a failed military maneuver, right? But they're fighting for this honor, right? What matters is the honor, right? And so that's what's going on there. Yeah, it's so interesting to me, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, I will get a guest.
Yeah, sure.
Who will be talking, and all of a sudden they will push that issue.
Oh, sure.
Do you know that the Civil War was really because of the Lost Cause?
Mm-hmm.
At which point, many times I just go, well, have you read the Constitution of the South?
Sure.
And what does the Constitution of the South
Right.
allow them to do?
Right.
And they'll look at me really puzzled, and they'll say, to own another person.
Right.
And at that point, they usually just walk away from it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and that's what in the previous talk too, I tried to show you all that the ordinances of secession, that they are pretty clear, especially the ones I read last time, are very clear about why they're doing it. They're again, much like, I tried to prove the same thing here. Like, when the Confederates seceded, they did not try to hide why they were seceding. They were very open about it. When these guys then rewrote that history, then decided we got to eliminate slavery, right? So like, yeah, we all said it was about slavery, but now we got to rewrite it. They admit that they do that, right? Like they say, they wrote it down. There isn't a mystery here. They said, we're going to change the narrative so that we eliminate black people from the history of the war. And then in Rutherford's case, and some other cases, they even, and then do the next part. They go, so we can keep oppressing them, right? They write it down. There's no mystery here what they were doing. But nevertheless, it's hard, yes, to convince some people that that is so. Especially if they learned it in school. So, Well, I don't think it matters, is my point, right? I don't think it really matters. I think it's better to, historians like to say things are messy. The wars are all sloppy. And so I think it's fair to say, because I'm sure you get this question, and our museum commemorates this day, it's fair to say that Robert E. Lee's surrender is the moment in which it becomes very clear that the Confederacy is starting to collapse, which is part of the reason why less than a week later, John Wilkes Booth murders Abraham Lincoln, right? Because he's like, okay, the jig is up. And it's why Lincoln is so happy and goes to see a comedy that night, right? It's very clear that Richmond falling and Lee surrendering are a big deal. But it's important to remind people that everyone doesn't just drop their weapons and go home, right? That violence persists, organized violence persists for months after that, and irregular violence persists for, depending on how you want to define it, years or decades. So that's important to remember. The conflict that started the Civil War and resulted from the Civil War does not go away on April 9th, 1865, or on April 14th, 1865, when Lincoln gets shot. It persists, and it persists for a long time.
Well, they have the Civil War in four minutes.
Right.
Actually has some of those other.
It does, right. It does.
The North Carolina and Johnson.
It takes you through Texas, yeah, which is good. It takes you to June, I think, right? And so that's good, yeah. But again, and that's why I said, like, so if any of you know the historian Ed Ayers, that's what I was talking about. He's a pretty famous Civil War historian. I took Ayers through the museum years and years ago, and he's the only person who's ever complained about the Civil War in 4 minutes, because I think it's one of the most effective things in the museum. But that's what he complained about, because he said, well, it creates this image that the war is just a conflict between standing armies, and it wasn't. It's much messier than that, and so that's what it's missing by doing that. But yes, it at least takes it through all those surrenders. It doesn't end at Appomattox or Lincoln's. Right, exactly. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. I hope I'll see you next week for the movie. And thank you again for everything you do. We really appreciate all of you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Judy Wilson. This is Charles Joret, my accompanist, and my husband will join us just after the presentation begins. A few years ago, we came to see the Lincoln Museum, and we were interested because we had a Civil War presentation we were doing, wanted to learn more about Lincoln. And we were camping, and the lady at the campground said, oh, there's somebody you should talk to, and called Jeremy. And before we knew it, we were in Jeremy's office, and we had an invitation for the next year, which was COVID. And so reluctantly, we canceled it, and the next year got an email from Jeremy, sorry, still COVID. So the next year we thought, oh, this is it. We're going to do it. A week before we were supposed to present, Meredith got COVID. So we are here, safe and sound today, and we're delighted. In 2017, Meredith and I took our camper and traveled the Natchez Trace from Natchez, Mississippi to Nashville, Tennessee. Early settlers took their goods and floated down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers to Natchez or New Orleans, where they sold their wares and their flatboats for lumber, since they couldn't row back upstream on the Mississippi. They returned home on foot or on horseback along the 400-mile trace. Today, there's a scenic highway which follows the Natchez Trace. Along the way, we stopped at Civil War battlefields to see where Meredith's great-grandfather, James Davy, fought in the year 1863. Today, we want to take you back to 1860s. Trouble with the Union was brewing. Lincoln was running for president. Campaigners were singing Lincoln and Liberty. Hurrah for the choice of the nation, our chieftain so brave and so true. We'll go for the great Reformation, for Lincoln and liberty too. We'll go for the son of Kentucky, the hero of Hoosierdom through, the pride of the sucker so lucky, for Lincoln and liberty too. Of emancipation was dividing the country. Loyalties to the South were strong. The war started when Confederates bombarded Union soldiers at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, on April 12, 1861. Meredith's great-great-grandfather, James Davy, volunteered for the Union Army in October of '61 when he was 25 years old. Davy was born in England in 1836, and his family emigrated to Canada the next year. By the time he was 4, the family was living in Pleasant Mills, Adams County, Indiana. Davy's father died when he was 9. For the 4 years of his service in the Indiana 47th Regiment of the Union Army, he kept a diary contained in 4 small books, which we still possess and are on display over here, along with pictures and documents. This program features entries from the 1863 diary about the Battle of Vicksburg, read by Meredith, background information I read, with pictures and Civil War songs. And I hope you all will join with me. I don't want to sing those by myself. The words will be on the screen.
I am James Davy. I was born in May of 1836 in northern Indiana. But I think you want to know about me now. Now I'm 27. I'm a member of the Union Army under General Ulysses S. Grant. Army of the Tennessee. It's the middle of the war. It's 1863. We're along the Mississippi in the Western Campaign. Join me and my comrades, Judy and Charles. You are now entering my life as a Union soldier in war.
We pick up Davy's story in February 1863. 1862 had seen many dismal failures by the Union Army and Navy to conquer the naturally fortified Vicksburg, situated on a 200-foot-high bluff on the Mississippi River. At this point in the war, all of the Mississippi's 2,000 miles were now under the control of the Union, except for 250 miles surrounding Vicksburg and the deltas to the north, which was controlled by the Confederates, enabling them to maintain a connection between the two halves of the Confederacy and at the same time to block river commerce north and south, essential to the Midwest. In the spring of 1863, General Grant is going to launch a springtime assault coordinating the Navy and the Army. During the winter months prior to that, he keeps his troops occupied with experiments to see if he can find another way to approach Vicksburg through the watery bayous. Our first diary entry is up here at Helena, Arkansas, with James Davy crossing the Mississippi River to Moon Lake. I'll show you on the map. Here's Helena. Eventually, the troops came down on the Louisiana side and then crossed over and fought their way back up, back east to Vicksburg.
February 25th, 1863. We are this morning in the state of Mississippi on Moon Lake. We left Helena about 4 a.m. in the morning, and it's very wet and unpleasant. We left Moon Lake at dark and went on our way down the Yazoo Pass. It's still continuing to rain.
The Yazoo Pass led to the Mississippi River.
February 26th. This morning, the entire fleet is on the move downstream. March 5th. This part of the world is entirely underwater.
Davy knew what he was told and what he saw, but he wasn't always aware of the larger picture. He was part of the Yazoo River expedition, which was the Union's effort to access Vicksburg using the backwaters of the bayous north of Vicksburg. To increase the water level for his gunboats, General Grant cut the Mississippi River levee, which flooded several bayous between the Mississippi and Tallahatchie rivers. That's why it seemed to Davy that the world was underwater. 22 transports with 5,000 troops, 2 ironclads, 2 rams, 6 light draft gunboats made up the first expedition, which was later reinforced with another brigade and additional vessels. It took several weeks to make the 200-mile trip, as the bayous were narrow and tortuous.
March 11th. We got to see the blazing ruins of a boatload of cotton. It had been set on fire to keep it from falling into our hands. The siege commenced today.
Davie was near Greenwood, Mississippi, where Fort Pemberton had been hastily built of cotton bales covered with earth, 14 feet high, which absorbed the artillery shells. It was armed with light artillery and manned by 1,500 men, was able to fire on vessels traveling north and south.
March 13th. This morning, the air is cold, and the sun appears as if it was dim with the horrors of the struggle that is about to take place between right and wrong. We're still on picket. The battle commenced at 10 a.m. and continued until night.
Yes, we're marching to the field, boys. We're going to the fight, shouting the battle cry of freedom, and we bear the glorious stars for the Union and the right, shouting the battle cry of freedom, the Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah, down with the traitor, up with the star, will you rally round the flag, boys, we'll rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. Very good.
March 15th. We took 2 spies yesterday. We shot one of them in the ass, and he died during the night. March 16th. We're busy preparing to make another attack upon the enemy's batteries. The cannonading commenced at the hour of 12 o'clock, and it continued until night. March 20th. We're now on our retreat back to Helena. The order was countermanded, though, and we're going to try it again. We met reinforcements. March 22nd. We're now on our way back to Fort Greenwood with reinforcements. I think as near as I can tell, our whole force will number about 10,000 in all.
Fort Pemberton was at Greenwood, Mississippi, so he calls the fort Fort Greenwood.
March 23rd. We're still on our way back to Fort Greenwood. 1:00 p.m., we came to our old camp, but have not yet landed. 5 shots from our gunboat and no reply, and 16 rebels taken.
To be taken prisoner was a serious situation. Provisions were hard to come by for both sides, and deprivation was rampant in the prison camps. In the prison cell we sit, we are waiting for the day that shall come to open wide the iron door, and the hollow eye grows bright, and the poor heart almost gay, as we think of seeing home and friends once more. Tramp, 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 the boys are marching. Cheer up, comrade, they will come, and beneath the starry flag we shall breathe the air again of the free land in our own beloved home.
March 27th. Today, 4 companies of our regiment, and the 28th Wisconsin, and 1 company of cavalry and a small cannon. And we took a scout then to a small village called McNutt. We got 10 guerrillas. We returned to the boat at dark. March 29th. This was a very sad accident. Happened in our regiment last night. 4 men killed and 2 wounded by the fall of a tree. There is 10 men detailed out of our company for cannoneers. March 30th. We was ordered on board the steamer Moderator only this morning.
The Moderator was part of a fleet of gunboats that plied the Mississippi, trying to keep the supply routes open to the north.
April 2nd. Everything remains docile, but last night the rebels shot a full round from their fort with their heavy guns. This was done in order to keep our men from building a battery in front. April 5th. This morning we left the camp at Greenwood, bound for the Mississippi River, but we left the enemy in possession of their fort.
The federal fleet retired to the Mississippi. Grant had failed to reach Vicksburg by the Tallahatchie-Yazoo Pass.
April 7th. We're on our way to Helena. We got to the mouth of the Yazoo Pass about sunset, and we tied up for the night. April 12th. We're laying about 3 miles below Helena on board the steamer Moderator. We're now on our way to Vicksburg. April 16th, Milliken's Bend, Louisiana.
Milliken's Bend was a staging area about 15 miles northwest of Vicksburg.
This is a very hot day. This morning, our whole force started for Vicksburg by land. Our force numbers about 15,000 now, and that many started yesterday. We came to a small village by the name of Richmond, and we halted for the night.
Richmond, Louisiana had been recently occupied by Union forces.
April 17th. 5 o'clock this morning, we started again on our way. We marched about 10 miles nearer to the enemy and then came to a halt. We've gone through a very handsome part of the world. April 22nd. This has been a very muddy day, but notwithstanding the fall of rain last night, the weather's clear at present. This was a very serious night to pass without anything to keep us from the storm. April 23rd. This has been a very warm day, and the mud has dried out at last. The bridge is not completed yet, so we'll have to stay here a day or two. The health of our regiment is very good. April 25th. The bridge is completed across the slough.
A slough is a swamp.
April 27th. This morning we left Nolan's plantation and crossed over the sloughs and came to the Mississippi River where our boats lay before Vicksburg. April 28th. This morning we're encamped on Perkins Plantation.
Perkins Plantation is now known as Somerset. After the Union forces' unsuccessful effort to defeat Fort Pemberton, they moved on down the Mississippi. Grant was trying to get east of Vicksburg by taking the long way around through Louisiana. Perkins Plantation had several hundred fine acres of campground, a riverfront with a good landing, making it an ideal place for assembling an army. Davie was in the 13th Corps, Army of the Tennessee. Its commander, General McClernand, had begun assembling his forces a week earlier.
We're now lying on the banks of the Mississippi, about 30 miles below Vicksburg. We are going over on the Mississippi State.
Davy was one of 24,000 troops ferried across the Mississippi in the largest amphibious operation ever conducted by an American force prior to World War II.
April 29th, the Battle of Grand Gulf. This morning we got on board the steamer Moderator, and we went down the Mississippi to a place called Grand Gulf, where the Black River forms a junction. Here the rebels have got heavy breastworks. Here was a hard fight between our gunboats, which lasted until about 2 p.m.
Admiral Porter led 8 ironclad river gunboats in an attack on the fortifications and batteries at Grand Gulf with the intention of silencing the Confederate guns and then securing the area with the troops of McClernand's 13th Corps. The gunboats attacked at 8 a.m. and continued until about 1:30 p.m. Davy's vessel, the Moderator, was one of 9 which remained in reserve. You can see the reserve ones over on the left. The Union gunboats successfully silenced the lower batteries of Fort Wade, but the upper batteries of Fort Coburn remained out of reach, continued to fire. The Union ironclads, one of which the Tuscumbia had been put out of action, and the transports drew off.
April 30th. This morning we got on board the gunboat and we went 16 miles down and landed in the state of Mississippi. We marched all night in the rear of the fort where the heavy cannonading was occurring all night. May 1st, the Battle of Magnolia.
At Port Gibson.
This morning we marched out into line of battle. A very hard fight took place. We drove them from their position at the point of the bayonet with great slaying after the 47th lay in heavy fighting for half a day.
Federal efforts to push rapidly inward were slowed because Davy's commander, General McClernand, he was a political appointee and inexperienced in the military. He had forgotten to issue rations to the men. Have you ever been in the Army? Despite the resulting delay, however, they moved onto the river bluffs unopposed and pushed rapidly towards Port Gibson. Davy's 12th Division, commanded by General Hovey, arrived and surged forward just as General Carr's men were storming the Confederate position. Chaos reigned. McClernand stopped to reorganize and then launched into a series of grandiose speeches until Grant pointed out that the Confederates had simply withdrawn to a more defendable position. With reinforcements, McClernand resumed the pursuit. With 20,000 men crowded into a 1.5-mile front, McClernand's plan appeared to be to just force his way past the Confederate line. Sundown found the two sides settling into a stalemate.
May 2nd. This morning we prepared to renew our attack, and we moved our whole force. But during the night, the enemy retreated across the Black River and burned the bridge to prevent our speedy advance. The bridge will have to be rebuilt before we can cross. May 3rd. This morning we started after the retreating force, came to a small stream named Cyber, where they tried to burn the bridge, but they failed.
The roads on the west bank of the Big Black River were now open all the way to Jackson, the Mississippi state capital, and a critical rail link to Vicksburg. Against this target, Grant poised his army to strike.
May 4th. This is a very hot day, but we're not marching, so we can lay in the shade and rest for today. The troops is pouring in by the thousands.
We are coming, Father Abram, 300,000 more, from Mississippi's winding stream and from New England's shore. We leave our plows and workshops, our wives and children dear, with hearts too full for utterance, with but a silent tear. We dare not look behind us, but steadfastly before. We are coming, Father Abram, 300,000 more. We are coming, our union to restore. We are coming, Father Abram, with 300,000 more. If you look across the hilltops that meet the northern sky, long moving lines of rising dust your vision may descry. And now the wind an instant tears the cloudy veil aside, and floats aloft our spangled flag in glory and in pride. And bayonets in the sunlight gleam, and bands brave music play. We are coming, Father Abram, 300,000 more. We are coming, our union to restore. We are coming, Father Abram, with 300,000 more.
May 8th, General Grant had a grand review of this army today. He was accompanied with field and staff officers. It was a splendid sight. May 10th, this morning we started again on another march, but on the account of the large army that there is to move, we did not go more than 9 miles. Dust and heat made this day's march a very tedious one. May 11th, we had the pleasure of remaining in the shade today, so we got along very well. The troops are pouring in by the thousands. General Sherman came in with another Army Corps. May 12th, this morning we advanced about 8 miles nearer to the rebels with heavy skirmishing in front, with infantry and artillery. We drove the enemy slowly and are now encamped on their picket line. May 13th, the Battle of Jackson, Mississippi. This morning we advanced 6 miles and drove the rebels, and we had heavy skirmishing, but we drove them. Then we marched about 6 miles and camped for the night.
On May 9th, Confederate General Johnston received a dispatch from the Confederate Secretary of War directing him to proceed at once to Mississippi and take chief command of the forces in the field. As he arrived in Jackson on this day, May 13th, Johnston consulted with the local commander, General Gregg, and learned that only about 6,000 troops were available to defend the town. Johnston ordered the evacuation of Jackson, but Gregg was to defend Jackson until the evacuation was complete. By 10 a.m., both Union Army Corps were near Jackson and had engaged the enemy. Rain, Confederate resistance, poor defenses prevented heavy fighting until about 11 a.m. when the Union forces attacked in numbers and slowly but surely pushed the enemy back. In mid-afternoon, Johnston informed Gregg that the evacuation was complete and that he should disengage and follow. The Federal troops burned much of the town. the fall of the beautiful former Mississippi state capital was a blow to Confederate morale.
May 14th. This morning we started about 4 o'clock to another point, and from the heavy rain that fell during the night caused our march to be very tiresome. At 10 o'clock we came to a small village named Raymond, where our men had another fight and we drove the enemy.
Confederate General Gregg underestimated the size of the federal force. His forces at Raymond were overrun by the Union, and he was forced to evacuate to Vicksburg.
May 15th, Clinton. This morning we came to the railroad that runs from Vicksburg to Jackson in this state. And then we took a northeast course to another village called Bolton, where we expect to have a fight. May 16th, the Battle of Champion Hill. Another desperate struggle for our glorious cause, in which laid thousands of our good boys in their grave. And my comrades fell on my right and on my left. Only the God in heaven brought me through safe.
When Grant arrived at Champion Hill, he ordered the attack to begin. McClernand's corps attacked on the left, McPherson's on the right. Confederates attacked, pushing the Federals back. However, they were too few to hold the position. Grant now counterattacked, committing Davies' forces that just arrived from Clinton by way of Bolton. Late in the afternoon, the Confederates fell back to a defensive position at the Big Black River in front of Vicksburg.
Captain Sam Byers, 5th Iowa Infantry, he reported, for over an hour, we loaded our guns and we killed each other as fast as we could. I've been in greater battles than Champion Hill, but only once did I see 2 lines of blue and gray stand close to each other and fire into each other's faces for an hour and a half.
Champion Hill was a bloody and decisive Union victory. The Battle of Champion Hill was a pivotal battle in the Vicksburg campaign, leading inevitably to the siege of Vicksburg and their surrender.
May 17th, one day later. This morning, my heart bled with sorrow to view the horrible scenes of a hard-tested battlefield, which was strewn with our dead, and the enemy was laying with our dead fully as thick.
Professor Bishop, in his book, Mississippi's Civil War Battlefields, quotes General Hovey, division commander, as saying, "It was the hill of death. Men, horses, cannon, and debris scattered in wild confusion." Colonel Slack, Indiana's 47th Infantry commander, described the battle as an event unequal, terrible in point of fierceness and stubborn persistency, finding but few parallels in the history of civilized warfare. Union losses in this one day were about 2,500. Confederates suffered about 3,800. The 47th Regiment, Davies' regiment alone, lost 143 men. 8 of Davies' comrades from Decatur and Pleasant Mills died in this battle. In his personal memoir, Grant observed, "While a battle is raging, one can see his enemy mowed down by the 1,000 or the 10,000 with great composure. But after the battle, these scenes are distressing, and one is naturally disposed to alleviate the sufferings of an enemy as a friend."
May 18th. We've had a pleasant day's rest. We're making preparations for another fight in front of Vicksburg. May 19th, we left camp about 2 p.m. and crossed the Black River. We hit at dark and camped for the night. There's been heavy cannonading all in the direction of Vicksburg. May 21st, we marched nearly all night. We was within about 6 miles of Vicksburg, and then we had to go back to the bridge we left and destroy it to prevent a dark being on our rear. May 22nd, the Battle of Vicksburg. There has been a very hard day's fighting in Vicksburg. There has been one of as heavy a day's cannonading as I ever heard.
Direct assaults on the Confederate fortifications on May 19th and 22nd ended in heavy Union losses. Grant lost 3,199 men, killed, wounded, or missing. Confederate casualties couldn't have exceeded 500.
May 25th. This morning we marched within about 200 yards of the rebels' fortifications, and we skirmished with them until about 4 p.m. when the fort sent out a flag of truce for us to come in and bury our dead that was killed the day before.
Actually, some bodies had lain there for 6 days since May 19th, and the odor was overwhelming. For 2.5 hours, troops on both sides mingled as the dead were buried.
May 26th. The battle commenced as soon as we could see where to direct our firing. We succeeded in blowing up one of the enemy's magazines. It was a hard sight. May 28th. The weather is extremely hot. The battle still rages night and day, but we are laying in camp taking a rest to prepare to go out and march into the battlefield again tomorrow.
We're tenting tonight on the old campground. Give us a song to cheer our weary hearts, a song of home and friends we love so dear. Many are the hearts that are weary tonight, waiting for the war to cease. Many are the hearts looking for the right to see the dawn of peace. Tenting tonight, tenting tonight, tenting on the old campgrounds. We're fighting today near the old campground. Many are lying near. Some are dead and some are dying. Many are in tears. Many are the hearts that are weary tonight, waiting for the war to cease. Many are the hearts looking for the right to see the dawn of peace. Tenting tonight, tenting tonight, tenting on the old campground.
May 29th. This morning at 9 o'clock, we was called out into line of battle to march out into the battlefield to face the enemy once more, to risk our lives for our glorious cause. The heaviest cannonading I ever heard. May 31st. The God in heaven still smiles on us while in this desperate struggle, although we are momentarily exposed to the enemy's firing and facing their deadly missiles. About 4 o'clock this morning, we was roused from our beds of rifle pits by heavy cannonading all around our whole line. I took up my position on one of the highest hills to view the scene before the light of the sun would make it so light that the flashes would be dimmed. And all our line was as one constant fire. Our cannon was everyone in action all along the whole line. June 2nd. This morning we had again to march out to our entrenchments to face the enemy. 48 hours exposed to their deadly fire. Today I had my gun knocked out of my hand by a spent ball that had hit a box which I was behind. June 5th. Another day's rest, for it was something we need very bad. Today makes 19 days steady fighting. The roar of cannon is constant in our ears. June 10th. This morning we again took our turn in the rifle pits before our enemy. But very little was done on the account of the heavy fall of rain, which continued during 24 hours that we was on duty. June 11th. This morning we returned to camp in a very wet condition, and our camp was knee-deep in mud, and part of our nests had floated downstream.
While Davy was miserable in his camp, things were desperate in Vicksburg because of the siege. Disease was rampant, medicine was in short supply, rations for the troops were cut over and over again until the garrison was issued only a handful of peas and rice per day, per man. Water was rationed and the citizens had retreated to caves because of the constant shelling. Many civilians fell victim to the incoming shells. Let us pause in life's pleasures and count its many tears, while we all sup sorrow with the poor. There's a song that will linger forever in our ears. Oh, hard times come again no more. 'Tis the song, the sigh of the weary. Hard times, no more. Many days you have lingered my cabin door. Oh, hard times come again no more.
June 13th. Nothing but the constant roaring of the cannon can be heard, and the whistling of the balls as they cut their way through the air. This morning, one of our company was killed while he was in bed.
That was Robert Thompson of Decatur, Indiana.
June 14th. This morning, we took our turn in the rifle pits. About 2 p.m., the enemy attempted to make a charge, but as soon as they made their appearance, our men opened out and drove them back into their nests. June 16th. It appears as if the very earth was getting ready to cave under the terrific shocks of our cannon. The Rebs are shelling our camp, but they have done no injury yet. June 18th. This morning we again resumed our position in the entrenchments to face the enemy 24 hours longer. We had one man slightly wounded. Ben Jones was his name.
Ben Jones was also from Decatur. He was in Company A.
June 19th. The birds sang their cheerful songs while the dreadful roaring of the cannon and explosion of shell drove all those pleasant scenes from our mind. The heat continues to increase. June 24th. About 10 a.m., I had a turn of the ague. Heavy cannonading occurred all last night.
Ague is malaria with fever and shivering.
June 27th. Our regiment was in the entrenchments today. The after part of the day, dreadfully hot. July 1st. I returned in from picket this morning, but old Joe Johnson did not disturb us. But he's very much expected. As for other news, it is scarce.
The Confederate general he mentioned, Joe Johnston, was sent by President Jefferson Davis to support General Pemberton at Vicksburg, but he arrived too late to have an effect. It was a crucial mistake. He hesitated because he thought he didn't have enough troops to conquer the enemy. Davis dismissed him because of this, but reinstated him the next February.
July 2nd. This morning we went into the entrenchments to pass another day of shooting at each other. It was a serious little fight took place last evening in front of our rifle pits. The enemy was driven back into their fort. July 3rd. We remained in the pits all night and then returned to camp early this morning. We had 2 men wounded last night during the skirmish. A flag of truce. July 4th, 1863. This morning our men are busy engaged in firing a salute, but no fighting's going on this morning. General Grant has given them until 8 o'clock to surrender. And if not, then the engagement's to come again. The surrender of Vicksburg at 8 o'clock.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Truth is marching on. The victory at Vicksburg was the climax of Grant's Vicksburg campaign. Lincoln remarked, "The Father of Waters again goes unvexed to the sea." The next day, Davy complained that he was sick again.
July 5th. This morning a portion of our army started back to the rear to give old Johnson another whaling, and our regiment was part of that number to go. But I remained in camp, for I was unwell, along with a number of other boys. July 12th.
A week later.
Out of whack. July 17th.
5 days later.
This morning I started after the regiment. Got to the Black River about noon. July 18th, a lonesome march, dangerous, for the Rebs are aplenty. July 19th, I got to Jackson this morning. I got to the regiment about 1 o'clock. July 21st.
Only 2 days later than when he arrived.
This morning, our whole force started back to Vicksburg. August 1st, we were ordered down the river. August 2nd, this morning we embarked on a marine boat and started down the river, and in the afternoon we landed at a splendid town called Natchez, where everything is plentiful.
Natchez really is a beautiful river town. It's known for its lavish mansions. Davie and other Union forces have occupied Natchez after the fall of Vicksburg. Natchez is known for these beautiful antebellum homes, which belong to wealthy plantation owners. Stanton Hall is the largest and most lavish mansion. It really does take up a whole city block. Choctaw Hall served as Union headquarters. There is a city cemetery there that includes a Confederate section. The hammer keeps a-ringing on somebody's coffin. The hammer keeps a-ringing on somebody's coffin. Way over in the new burying ground. Somebody's dying way over yonder. Somebody's dying way over yonder. Way over in the new burying ground. 2 years later, Davie recorded getting bad news. He got it 2 weeks after it happened.
April 21st, 1865. Sad news, sad news. The death of President Lincoln came to our ears. This cast a dark shade over all our late victories.
Be silent, there cometh on spirit wings sped the wail of a nation in grief for the dead. The strong and the mighty from glory and light hath waned in his brightness and left us in night. The proud eagle banners all droopingly wave, and the wild winds are hushed round the president's grave, and the wild winds are hushed round the president's grave.
April 25th, 1865. The hearts of our soldiers somewhat revived from the late news that the Secretary still survives.
After the Battle of Vicksburg, Davie was promoted to sergeant. You can see he proudly wears his sergeant stripes. He was discharged in October 23, 1865, having fought at last in the Mobile Bay campaign. He returned to Decatur, Indiana, and married Mary Rice in 1866, and eventually moved to Spiceland, Indiana. They had 3 daughters, Elta Florence, Marianetta, and Lizzie. He died in 1899 at the age of 63, having long suffered from that malaria that he contracted at Vicksburg. Marianetta had a daughter, Ethel Irene, who had a daughter, Veda Louise, who had a son, Meredith. Davy's daughter, Lizzie, died at 3, and Elta died at 20. But Marianetta, his great-grandmother, lived to the age of 95, dying in 1963. Meredith lived next to his great-grandmother and knew her until she died when he was in college.
She was born 3 years after Lincoln was shot. She lived to see astronaut John Glenn. She knew everything from Custer's Last Stand to astronaut John Glenn and everything in between.
We close with the Shokin Farewell. You may remember this tune from Ken Burns' Civil War series.
As indicated before, we are going to open up for question and answer sessions.
This poem or song, did James Davy write many songs or poems?
This is the only one we have found. Yeah.
This was in the diary, and it is inconsistent with his writing except for when he was really emotional. So we don't know anything about it other than he included that written by hand in his diary.
Could you repeat the question?
The question was, the poem that's up here, did he write a lot of them? We don't know, other than this one was in the diary. He was very terse, actually, in his entries. He was a farmer, so almost every entry included a weather report. The question is about the memorial. There were 2 other names on that memorial, and were they related, or who were those people?
Joshua was his younger brother. The other one, we don't know. How many troops were around Vicksburg when it fell? Believe it or not, General Grant had 60,000 troops there.
You may have, sorry.
The Confederate troops were a much smaller group inside the fort. I think, if I remember right, about 24,000.
We have been surprised at the numbers that we're fighting. I guess I thought since it was the Civil War and so long ago, it was a smaller thing. But there was the constant problem in the South of not having enough troops. They really were overrun by the Northern troops. Grant's
shall I say, strategy by taking Vicksburg was to cut the South in half and to be able to stop all of the supporting troops coming from Texas, along with the Texas beef and that kind of thing. So when Judy was talking about the fact that 143 men from his regiment died in one 4-hour battle, that 8 of those were from his own town. The reason that kind of thing happened was there was no draft, and so when recruiters came to town, all of the boys just re-upped. And so if they got into a battle, then the town could lose many of their sons. Did James Davy's younger brother Joshua survive the war? Yes, he did. And James Davy was never wounded, but he got malaria in the trenches and the swamps, and that lasted all the rest of his life. He died at 63 of complications from malaria.
Had Grant been promoted to commanding general by this point?
Yes, he had not. He was in command of the Western campaign, but once he won Vicksburg, then Lincoln made him commander-in-chief of all the forces. And then most of the rest of things occurred, except for Mobile Bay in Alabama. The rest was occurring along the eastern shore, down through Richmond, Atlanta, and all of that, which he commanded.
You can imagine how hard it was on Johnston to have Vicksburg fall, just within days of when he was supposed to arrive. And he was late. And he was worried that he didn't have enough men to defend, and he probably didn't. But it did cost him his position, at least until the next winter when they were desperate enough to reinstate him.
Davy was in 11 battles in all 4 years of the war, and as I say, never wounded. But his last battle interestingly enough, was at Mobile Bay in Alabama. There were 2 battles there, Fort Blakely and Spanish Fort. And those battles occurred after the surrender of Appomattox. And the reason was that the word did not get down to Mobile in time.
She's talking about the tunnels that were dug towards Vicksburg from where they fought, correct?
There were a lot of men that died in that attempt. Yes, a lot of men died.
And
a
the
lot of Union soldiers.
Tunnels were blown up, weren't they?
Well, there was a tunnel blown up when they tunneled in and packed it full of explosives trying to get one of the magazines, which they did, and it made just quite an explosion, but it did not totally breach the fort. They had to starve it out finally. Grant decided that he was losing too many men in frontal assaults, and so he ended up just sieging the place and starved them out.
The question is, where do the food and supplies come from? There were train rails, and they depended on them. At one time, after this Vicksburg campaign, life wasn't all exciting battles for him. It was mostly boring stuff. But he was posted to guard the railroad tracks.
She wondered if this gun was an heirloom. This is a funny story. My dad, he was a carpenter contractor, and he did both house framing and finish work, and he did also cabinetry work. So in his basement, which had a nice fireplace, he wanted to hang a gun over the mantle. So he carved that out himself. But if you'll see where this ends here, underneath is a wood piece. That was not there. This was done as a shotgun.
It doesn't fire. Dad would never have been able to get a gun into the house, I assure you.
Mom would never let me. But anyway, so I created this extra piece underneath to make it a full length. I cut this base down, and then I made these pieces of plate and the hammer out of furnace metal. And then in a town close to us, I found that is an actual Civil War bayonet. So I made it to look just like he used an Enfield rifle. And an Enfield rifle, they were made in England and sent over. So this is to be as close as I could get to a replica of what he would have used. The uniform I have was made for me in California to represent the exact uniform that he would have worn.
And we try to imagine what it would be like in all that heat and rain and mess that he was in a uniform like that. It's hard to believe.
Oh my, it's awful.
The question is about his education. We, of course, don't know for sure, but translating the diaries was very, very difficult. It was the diary that was up there, the page that was there at the beginning was pretty readable. As he became more and more depressed at times, during down times, his handwriting went down too. His English wasn't perfect. He was born in England, but came over here shortly after that. We don't know about his education. I don't think he had a lot of education. I think that, he was the typical Indiana farm boy who went off to war and stayed off to war. His father had died.
Yes, his father died at 9. When he was 9.
And there were step brothers and there was a step family, and he went home once during the war, and that was it. And he slogged out all 4 years.
You could see what he looks like after 4 years of war.
The question is about the diaries. If we actually knew that they were there, or did we just run across them? We always knew they were there. Meredith's mother was big on family, and she saved everything, and so we knew they were there. But she was quite a collector, and it took us about 3 months to empty out her house, which was behind our house. Dad and she helped us build our house. We actually did it. And then they built their house 6 years later. So we would go over every day, and get rid of a few more things or find some good home for it. And we could not find the diaries. We knew they were there. So at the very last minute, we found the diaries in a file cabinet that was in the basement. Probably not the best place to store the diaries.
He wrote 4 diaries. We have all 4 diaries. They've been archived in the Indiana History Center, and we still retain the originals. One of the originals, this one for Vicksburg, is actually right there on the table. And we have a photocopy of a number of the pages, which you can turn and look at and
over on the table.
Try to interpret. That's his original. The larger of the certificates is his promotion to sergeant. And on the right-hand side in the little frame is the original discharge. When we went to Vicksburg to learn more about the campaign, we went to the visitor center, and I took that original discharge with me, and I said, here's his original discharge. And behind the desk, they said, just a moment. They went to the computer and came back with 4 pages on him.
At that time, we didn't know anything about him, other than we had the diaries.
Yeah, they have the records of all of his battles. They have the record of all of his commanders and all of the places he was, including his promotions and the whole thing. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Yeah.
What started you putting this all together? It's been wonderful. It really has. It's just like you were there.
I taught music for 30 years, and part of what I had to do at a private school where I was 18 years there was put on pageants. And if there was one thing I knew, it was how to make up a program. So we went down just for a vacation to
Panama City. And then we came back through.
Yeah. To the Parkway, Natchez Parkway. And we had a diary with us, but we never really opened it. Meredith said, I said, let's go on the Natchez Trace. And we had a camper. He said, well, I think my great-great-grandfather fought at Vicksburg. And I thought, oh, yeah, well. So he brought the Civil War diary, and we sat at our little table in our camper, and each night, during the day we'd go see the battleground, and at night we'd try to make our way through the diary. And we got home and we had pictures. A lot of these slides were our pictures of places we've seen. And we realized, what I said was that he knew what he saw. He knew his own experience, but he didn't know any of the strategy or what was happening around him or the larger picture. So we started researching just step by step of what he said, where he was, who he said he saw. And I thought, you know what, this would make a program. Why don't we do a program? And my dear friend Charles, who's been with me for so many years accompanying, agreed to accompany, and he came up with the first place, his Mormon church, that we could do the program. We did it there, and we did it at my church, and I thought that was it. But each time we've done it, somebody has come up and said, you really need to do this program at such and so, and they arranged it. So we've probably done it 20 times now. But we never set out to do a program. It just sort of happened. But, you know, it's like cleaning house when company comes. If you have company 3 times, your house gets really clean. And we just kept researching. And the second time, we went down to Mobile Bay, and we stood on the place where he fought, just as we did in Vicksburg. And it's just an amazing story to us. And because he was the grandfather of Meredith's, he was the father of Meredith's great-grandmother, and Meredith knew his great-grandmother so well, he's a real person to us. You know, we talk about him, and we remember him as we remember Meredith's family. But it's been quite an experience. And old Charles here has just drug along with us everywhere we go.
If you're wondering about this picture of the eagle, we did a program earlier this year for the American Legion in his community. And afterward, they gave that to us. It's embroidered. It's not a painting. It's not a photograph. It's an embroidery.
It's in the regimental flag style. So each regiment might have its own flag, and they might list the battles. And it was a very individual thing. Those are very rare now. This is not a regimental flag, but it's in that style.
Yeah. There is a book on the table over there, 47th Regiment, Indiana Volunteers. And in that book, we found the death of 4 and the wounding of 2 from the fall of a tree. We found the one about the fellow who was killed in his bed. Each of the things that we found in the diary, we found in that scholarly book.
Yeah. We did a program once, it was at a retirement center near us. We're from Indianapolis. At a retirement center near us, and a man came in before we ever said a word, and he said, "You won't believe it. My relative was in the Civil War, and he was in a regiment where a man was killed by a tree."
The question was, were there any military benefits for James Davy because of his illness? And there were not, because he was not shot. Yeah.
However, there were a lot of associations of Civil War people that had fought, soldiers. And there was an observance on the circle. Years later, we have pictures of that. So he remembered his soldier days, and it was a part of his life. The question is, what profession does Meredith have?
I was a banker. I was with 5 banks and never moved my desk. Throughout all the mergers, I started out with Indiana National. I ended up retiring from J.P. Morgan Chase. Yeah. So, and Judy.
Charles was head librarian in Lebanon, Indiana.
Yes.
At Kokomo.
Yeah. And he is not only a musician, but he teaches music. Yeah. And Judy teaches music, but she was a violinist. At one time, she was assistant concert mistress of the Indianapolis Philharmonic. She has toured with the Indianapolis Symphony Choir all over the world. She sang at the Great Wall of China, at World Expo in Shanghai, at the Vatican in Rome, at the Kennedy Center.
And it's very inconvenient when I cough during those performances, like I did today. Any other questions? The questions is about statues that are being removed, and how do you feel about that? I will say before he answers that, I told him I'm from Louisville, and Meredith is from Indianapolis. And I said, you know, when this started, I said, you just better darn well be glad it was your grandfather and not mine that fought in the Civil War.
I have no problem with it. I'm a Union soldier. Yeah, that is a difficult. It takes away people understanding what happened. And I think we need to remember both the bad and the good.
I can make a strong argument for Lee and for some of the people whose statues have been removed and taken down. But on the other hand, I'm not on that side that's offended. I don't realize, I don't have that daily experience of what it must be to experience things that would make me want to take those statues down, to walk by them and feel less. And I don't have that personal experience. So, you know, if they can find an appropriate place for those statues, then maybe that's the best thing to do. I didn't feel that originally, but I do now.
We thank our presenters one last time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. I'm Joe Crane, the Director of Public Programs and Community Engagement. We invite you to another Facebook Live event. This time around, it's part of our Illinois History Forum series. Today, we're going to take a look at Civil War letters as Illinois soldiers write home in their own letters, in their own words, We'll learn more about the book, how it came about, and of course meet the author here in just a moment. But before we get underway, remind you that if you have a question throughout the discussion, please post in the comments section below. And even if you don't have a question, be sure to let us know in the comments where you're watching from around the state, across the country, even around the world, because we like to keep tabs of where everybody's checking in from. So we hope to hear from you soon right here on Facebook. And to get the program started, we welcome our Oral History Program Director, Dr. Mark Depew. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction, Joe. Today I have the pleasure to talk to a good friend of mine. You and I have known each other for quite a few years here, Mark, and been colleagues. I like to think that we've collaborated successfully on several different things. You're an anthropologist by training. You got your degree in anthropology, and then you ended up in state government. I know you had 30 years with the Illinois Department of Health, and you finished off that time as the chief, the Illinois Center of Health Statistics. Boy, if there's ever some places the focus of what's going on right now in the world, that would be it. Something of a demographer and a statistician. See, I can even say that term. But also, I know you got into poetry a little bit later in life, and I think that has something to do with this book. So where I want to start is just ask you how it is that you came to write this book.
Yeah, well, thank you for that introduction, Mark. The idea for the book was actually a poetry project. I was inspired also by you with your series of lectures at the time of the sesquicentennial of the Civil War. And I wanted to write some commemorative poetry that if soldiers of the day were reading it, that they would feel comfortable and it would be something that they could relate to. So I started doing some research on that, and I thought I could find a book or two that would have that of information in there, especially for Illinois, but I would have taken the Midwest. But I couldn't really find such a book, so I thought, I'm going to have to do this the hard way. So I came over here to the Presidential Library, actually just a couple doors down here on the second floor of the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library, to look at manuscripts and personal letters. And I went through the card catalog and picked out as many Illinois soldiers as I could find and just started. And then after a couple years, 3 years, I had enough for the poetry project, wrote various poems. I gave a presentation on those at the Vachel Lindsay home, Poets in the Parlor series. And then they actually ended up downstairs in the atrium for several months, hung up as 2 poster boards. I think that was 2015, so that would have been the last year of the sesquicentennial. But at that point, I had read so many letters, and I could not find that book at the beginning that I'd been looking for. I thought, maybe there's a need there. Maybe I should start working on that. And so I read more and then finally put in a book proposal and finally got the book.
And spent how long diving into these letters?
I don't know. I've read at least a few thousand. I don't know how many hours. I started in 2013 reading, and for the book, I was probably reading up to 2018, 2019. I am still coming across other collections that I'm interested in and still reading.
One of the things that really struck me about how you developed this book is the organization of it. Can you talk a little bit about how you decided to organize these letters?
Well, the truth of the matter is the content was determined by the soldiers and not so much by me. So when I started the reading process, I remember, I think it was Debbie Ham, who was in manuscripts, and she brought me the first collection, and she said to me, so what are you looking for in the collections? And this is going to sound like a flippant answer, but it was the truth. I said, well, I don't really know what I'm looking for, nor do I know that I'll recognize it when I see it. But I just started writing down things, and as I kept going through letters after letters, things started to coalesce. There were certain topics that they wrote about, and some of those turned into sections. And then those sections turned into chapters. And so the chapters are thematic. But it was the soldiers that basically told me what the content was going to be. And so I just chose what I thought were good examples of various things, whether that be them doing duty, sickness and trying to maintain health, whether that was combat, whether that was trying to manage affairs from afar, home life, that kind of thing. They all coalesced that way.
Well, when we started talking about how we wanted to do this, you were gracious enough to say, well, why don't you pick some things that really moved you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
So a lot of the things that I'm going to be asking you about is the things that I found compelling when I went through here. And the first one, if we can go to the next slide here, this is Private Thomas Secord. Do you want to just say one or two words about him? And here's the cover of the book, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thomas Secord, he was active in some of the Mississippi campaigns and so on. He started his writing his letters actually from, I don't remember if he was one of the people at Camp Butler, but he definitely wrote letters home to his spouse from Camp Defiance, which is where Cairo is.
And I know one of the invaluable parts of your book is that as an appendix, you've got a little short narrative about all these people that you're highlighting in the letters.
Yes, there's 165 different people that I took from, and so I have a short biography for each one of those.
Well, why did I find Thomas Secord so compelling? This is the text. But if we can get the zoom in on that text, and you can read it. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult, but here's part of the text that I really found moving. I will write as often as you will. Your letters are worth more to me than gold. And I thought that kind of summed up the whole project.
Yeah, it very much does. Let me give you sort of a very similar but counter quotation, which is actually on the next page of the book. And this is someone writing in May 1865. And he writes, I often noticed my companions how tired and fatigued they would look after a long day march. Some of them would almost seem as though life itself was a burden to them. But oh, what a change has come over their countenance, a change from sorrow to joy. What has caused it? Has there been a great victory? Or has peace been declared? No. The mail has come into camp, and they have received letters from their loved ones at home. Yes, that accounts for it. For the time being, all their hardships and suffering are forgotten, all through the medicine of a letter.
You know, you're reading that quote, it reminds me, as the oral historian, I've interviewed hundreds of veterans, obviously not from the Civil War, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, War on Terror. And that's a constant theme, that communication from home, whether it's letters or phone calls or emails and texts today, it is so important to these soldiers.
Back then, letters for them were the next best thing to being there. I mean, today maybe it's Zoom or Facebook Live, but back then it was definitely letters.
Well, on this next slide, I want to go to one of the biggest challenges you had to face, because the educational level of the soldiers at that time and their writing skills wasn't quite up to what we would expect today. And so the question is, how did you sort through all of this and figure out what they were actually trying to say?
So when I went to start looking at these letter collections, in the back of my mind, I was hoping that there would be transcriptions, so I could just follow the transcriptions. But no, those were very rare. And in retrospect, I learned not to trust any previous transcriptions by others. I got very adept at reading them and finding mistakes and so on. So I realized, you know what, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. Well, also on day one, if you can't read cursive writing, game over. you have to be able to read cursive writing. And there's different.
We should be teaching cursive writing at school today?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe if you're going to go into history and you're going to be reading old documents or letters, even if it's just from World War II or the Korean War, you're going to need to be able to read cursive writing. But I also found that there was not much in the way of punctuation. So on this slide, you've circled the only 3 places where there's even any kind of punctuation on the letter. And there are some people that wrote during the time that used, the punctuation pretty much the way we did. But that was almost the exception rather than the rule. And I've come to learn that part of the reason for this is because they are writing many times as if they are speaking to someone. So if you are speaking to someone, you do not say, I am fine, period. How are you, question mark. No, you leave that punctuation off. Plus, they are also writing to loved ones, other family members, relatives, close friends, who know what their voice sounds like, what their inflections are, what their accent is like, and so on. So punctuation is almost superfluous in that regard. So you have to kind of mentally kind of get into their head as you read various soldiers' letters on how you almost get a sense for how they spoke sometimes.
Do you have a sense of the educational level that most of these soldiers had?
I don't know about educational level, but so in the 1870 National Decennial Census was the first time they asked about literacy. And so for Illinois, it was just about 90%. So if you want to backtrack to 5 or 10 years earlier, it's got to be at least 80 or 85% were literate. But as you find out as you read the letters, you find that there is a gamut of literacy. That is, some people write phonetically. And soldiers is spelled S-O-L-G-E-R-S instead of their correct spelling. So you kind of get into that, and you're able to sort of figure out their words. And in the book, I have not made it into good English. So if they have misspellings and lack of punctuation, that is in there. Now, when I feel like it gets too difficult, in brackets, I'll put in a little bit of help on what I think that word is that you might not quite recognize. But that is part of the reading experience, although in the book, I save you having to read cursive writing.
Well, the thing that strikes me about this time period, we can be critical about how poorly they spelled or the lack of punctuation and things like that. The United States, in my understanding, is far exceeded any other country in the world at this time for literacy.
That could be true. That could be true. And I think most of them did, and I think those that could not write, they had fellow soldiers in their tent or their company who could write for them. They still wanted to communicate with home. And as a matter of fact, soldiers that were wounded and for some reason couldn't, they could get people from the Sanitary Commission or other people that would write letters for them home.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's one chapter called A Lifeline of Letters. It's the first chapter. And that's what these letters were for them. Not only did they want to write letters, but they were desperate, as we just read before, to receive them as well.
Yeah. Well, let's go to this next slide. And it's really the first lengthy quote. I'm calling this Seeing the Elephant, which you know, and most people who are Civil War historians and know about the Civil War, that means you've seen combat. Tell us a little bit about Captain David Norton.
Yes. Captain Norton is writing to Mary Chapman. This is an interesting story because they had not met. And Captain Norton, from a fellow officer, got a dare. I dare you to write to this lady named Mary Chapman, whom he called Molly, back home. And so Captain Norton sort of used that slim introduction to write an initial letter to her to try and get a correspondence going. And as you go through the correspondence, which is another collection here in the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library, you can tell they're sort of building up this intimacy. They exchange pictures. They talk about a little bit what life at home might be if they got together, and so on and so on. So he is making a mighty effort to impress her through his letters.
And when we were talking about this, Mark, the thing that impressed me was we've got this excerpt from this letter that, as you said, goes on and on and on.
Yeah, this is a lengthy letter, so you can tell he's really trying to make a good impression. But he was an officer who was an aide to a general. And so he had ins and perspectives that a lot of other soldiers on the ground might not have had of this particular engagement here at Missionary Ridge, which was part of the Chattanooga campaign.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that I found so compelling about this particular excerpt, because it was about Missionary Ridge, which is my absolute favorite moment of the Civil War.
Okay.
And I think as you listen to this clip, you'll understand why. So if you could play that, please.
Orders were given for our lines to move up nearer to the rebels and for our skirmishers to drive the rebels into their long lines of entrenchments at the foot of Missionary Ridge. It was gallantly done, and General Baird's division of 14th Corps, ours, was ordered to assault the enemy's works to create a diversion in favor of Hooker, who could be heard opening his part of the game. Gallantly, those noble men charged across the open field which separated them from the enemy amidst a perfect storm of shots and shells. They have taken the entrenchments. Here they were ordered to stop. But no, the balls were flying too thick. They could not stop and live. And absolutely without orders, they charged on up the hill. A thrill of anguish passed through every frame. They are lost, cries General Grant. Send the whole corps after them. But long before the order could be carried to the anxious troops, a shout that shook the earth went up from those devoted comrades, and forward they rushed upon what seemed to be inevitable destruction. Onward and upward sped those intrepid soldiers. Backward fly the astonished and frightened rebels. Oh, how beautiful those starry flags looked as they fluttered up that steep mountainside covered with bristling bayonets and cannon. Do they pause to await the arrival of their slower comrades? No. Every man pushes forward into the very mouths of the fierce cannon, and with a cheer, slay, or capture or drive away the rebel artillerists. The enemy, completely dumbfoundered, fly, and our victorious boys start down the hill after them. The victory, the most glorious of the war, is ours.
And I would kind of agree with him, maybe the most glorious. It was extremely rare that you had an assault like this against an entrenched enemy on the top of a hill, and that was successful.
Now, I need to add a counterpoint here. This kind of description of combat or a major battle is extremely rare, and that is one of the reasons why I happen to include this. More often when a soldier was in a battle and they wrote home about it, unless it was the first battle, when it was kind of a novelty to them, and they might describe different things that happened, so their parents or their spouse knows a little bit of what's going on. Their description of a battle will be, for example, if we'll take Missionary Ridge, we fought a great battle at Missionary Ridge. I'm okay or not okay. So-and-so that you know is doing fine or was wounded. But you can read all about the particulars in the newspapers because they'll probably know more about it than I do. And that's it. So that was, again, part of that lifeline kind of thing. Hey, I know you read about the battle and you know that our regiment was there. I'm okay, I'm okay. That was what they wanted to convey, not this some sort of description of what the combat was like.
You mentioned that this captain was on a general staff. Well, the average soldier's experience and his perspective is maybe the 10 or 20 guys he can see around him.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, this next one, I don't know if you want to mention anything about Second Lieutenant Z. Payson Shumway before I actually read this one to the audience.
No, just go ahead.
And I will tell you this, that this is written from a camp near Jackson, Mississippi.
Yes.
In July 19th, 1863. And the significant part of that is this would have been right after the surrender of Vicksburg.
That's correct.
In Mississippi.
That's correct.
So there they are sitting around the campsite. Just after dark, one of our boys sat down to a piano and sang and played Home Sweet Home. Of course, that old tune soon brought those of the boys who were not on post together. Before the song was half through, I could see by the light of the burning town and cotton that the silent tears stood in many an eye, which of late had been all unused to weep.
Yeah, so a very poignant moment. And it reminds me of Christian McWhirter's book, Battle Hymns, and the power of Civil War music. Here is somebody playing on a piano for some bizarre reason is in the entrenchments or on the rampart somewhere, and they're playing it. Well, it turns out that prior to the Union capturing that there was somebody named Private Douglas Carter of Texas who played on that same piano before it was captured during the siege. And that same piano still exists. He was able to get that. That is this Private Douglas Carter of Texas. And the piano resides in the Confederate Memorial Hall Museum in New Orleans.
Ah.
So you can still see it. So there's, and when I found this on somebody's website, they didn't know the Union side of it. They knew about the Confederate part. So I was able to make this connection on what Shumway wrote about.
And your comments here just illustrated another thing I think was so successful in how you put this book together. The narration that you use to tie all of these things together and to give the background and the context, I think is invaluable in helping people really enjoy this that much more. So kudos in that respect.
Well, thank you, but that's the job of any editor, really.
Okay, and let's go to the next slide if we can. And I'm going to read a quote from a letter written by Private Victor Gould to the parents of Private George Clark. And this one really struck me. M. George, your son fell mortally wounded. He was struck with a shell tearing his body most desperately, and also tearing both legs almost entirely off. He lived 1 hour and then quietly fell asleep, leaving many true and loving, and I trust Christian friends to mourn his loss. Tell my parents, said he, that I die a brave man and in defense of my country. Wow. But the thing that surprises me, Mark, on this, he wrote the parents about the gory details of his death.
My experience in general, whether it is about death or specific details about the wounded or horrible circumstances, I was often surprised what they would write to their mom or their sister or their spouse or significant other that it might almost seem inappropriate. But again, as I had said, they had, as the soldiers, a need to express themselves, to get this sort of out, and to people back home what was going on, but for them as a kind of release of what's going on. But there's another thing going on here. So, and this is covered in a book by Drew Gilpin Faust called This Republic of Suffering. And she talks about, at that time, what they called the good death. That is, being surrounded by family and friends as, you know, you're on your deathbed and, you know, you have your affairs in order, you're wishing people well, and, you know, those kinds of things. Well, a civil war and battlefields totally mess that up, totally complicated, and so on. But for loved ones or parents to find out the circumstances of their sons or brothers or husband's death was of a comfort to them, even if there were gory details that were being described to them. That was part of knowing how it occurred. And that is as close as they could get to being with them or experiencing that at that moment.
Amazing. Well, the next one that I selected was Sergeant William Smith to his wife. And I think I'll let you talk a little bit more about that to set this one up. It's talking about what some call the peculiar institution, what we all know today as slavery.
William Smith was not only a fairly good writer, but he was expressive and he seemed naturally inquisitive. So he talked to Southerners when they were in, occupied territory, the citizens and so on. But he, as I said, he was a keen observer. And his wife, Mary, who he called Polly, asked him this question about slavery. And you have to remember that the median age of Union soldiers, and probably Illinois soldiers as well, was around between 23 and 24 years of age. Median meaning that at that age, half of them are younger than that and the other half are older than that. So that means there's a lot of teenagers and people in their early 20s and so on that are soldiers, many of them who had never left their state. I was just reading a letter from someone who lived only 2 counties away from the Mississippi River, but had never seen the Mississippi River until they went to Alton, and had never seen a steamboat before. So there's all these new experiences. So his wife is asking him about slavery. So we should hear this clip.
Now to the question, how does slavery look to the naked eye? The shortest answer that I can give and express myself upon the subject is that it looks many times worse than I ever imagined. It is true that I have never saw the lash across the backs of old men and gray-headed women, but I have seen men and plow, hoe, chop, and maul rails with not enough clothing on them to hide their bodies. I have saw pregnant women at the hardest work with only an excuse for a shirt and short petticoat on. I've seen dozens of men, women, and children at the different kinds of work under a white man that was almost as ignorant as the slaves he drove. I have seen one woman that has tended 18 acres of corn and suckled an infant that was born after she commenced to break the ground. I have seen a young wife, modest and nice, walking along the street, a slave woman walking close behind her, carrying the firstborn of her modest mistress. Look at their figures. It is very nearly the same. See their backs? Oh, says one, they are both alike. Look at their gait. It is nearly the same. Examine their features. Look close. They certainly resemble. Ask the young mistress where she got her slave. She tells you that she was a wedding gift from her father. The secret is out. They are half-sisters. Look at them again. They favor in every feature and action. The only difference is in the color.
Now we're hearing a letter written by William, read by his wife, and you can imagine she's reading to relatives, she's going to the local store. Other opportunities she would share this letter with people.
The point that is being made here is very poignant and very well expressed. It just really sinks in what slavery can be like, or what they had also called amalgamation. That is the joining of two different races, which, is a much different opinion than it's old thinking, if you will. But he makes this point so well, what really goes on in a slavery state or under slavery conditions. And what is sort of interesting about this is, so there was this little something at the end of the letter, and I have it in the book here, and it says, in the same letter, along the margin of its last page, written sideways, is a drawing of a single hand pointing to a sort of postscript. And the postscript was, Charlie, which was Smith's tent mate, says, for you to burn this without reading it. Because it was, such a topic to put into a letter like that you should just burn the letter, don't even read it. So fortunately, Mary ignored that jest request. But it's great that we have it and can learn from it.
Well, and that's the point of this whole book and all of these letters. We get into their hearts and souls by reading these things.
You have to remember that we are essentially reading other people's mail. And I have to admit, there's kind of an allure to that. But also, it was something never intended for us to read. I think if those people were still alive and they, found out some of their personal letters were showing up in a book, they might be aghast at that. But for us as historians, it's invaluable.
Have you heard from some of the descendants of these people who are in the book?
Yes, some I have, and of course they're not the original soldiers. They're great-great-grandchildren, those kinds of things, and they're thrilled.
Yeah.
I've gotten some really nice comments. People have shared portraits. Other people have seen who's in there, and they say, "Hey, I have something about that person." So I've discovered a number of other things, and a lot of those things I've put up on the website. So the website makes the book a little bit more of a living document.
Well, the next thing I wanted to focus on in this next slide is a little bit about the motivations and the feelings, beliefs that the soldiers themselves had about the cause they're fighting for. And so I've selected a passage that touches both on the Emancipation Proclamation, which was written after Antietam in September of '62, and then went into force on January 1st of 1863, and then a little bit about the upcoming election of Honest Abe, Old Abe. So we'll play this one from Captain Amos Hostetter.
In answer to part of Owen's letter, in regard to the opinion of the soldiers, in regard to the Emancipation Proclamation, etc., I have this to say, that if the people of the North knew how the soldiers cursed them for allowing men to speak treason as they do now, I think they would put a stop to it. Men that came here strong Democrats are Democrats no longer. Men who came here with no intention of interfering with slavery are now abolitionists. And in regard to their opinion of the administration, if the soldiers can vote in 1864 for President of the U.S., Old Abe will again be president. You may not believe what I have told you, but if you live to see 1864, you will find my words true if Old Abe carries out what he has commenced. Although we are tired of war, we had rather fight for the next 10 years than compromise with treason.
Strong words.
Yeah, now again, I'm going to have to offer a counterpoint. This is not necessarily the majority opinion among the soldiers. And this is, especially something like this, which is somewhat political, really reflects the diversity of Democrats and Republicans in Illinois. In fact, Illinois is in some ways, at this time, almost a microcosm of the entire nation on how it's divided in terms of opinion. So the opinions on the Emancipation Proclamation that you find by other soldiers varies quite a bit. Some of them think this is a terrible idea because now the South is going to fight all the harder. They are going to be so mad at us that they're really going to dig in their heels, kind of thing. But a lot of them do look at it first as a war measure as opposed to a social measure. But they had comments about that as well. Some thought, well, this could be a good thing. Some thought, well, this is not a good thing. So I put a lot of that diversity in here. So I wanted to sort of offer that sort of counterpoint just based on what you happened to pick out. If you had picked out one that said, oh, this is a bad idea, I would have read one where, hey, this person thinks it's a good idea.
Well, if you want a little bit more of this or a lot more of this, go visit the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Museum. You got that hallway with all these dissonant voices and all the different opinions, strong opinions they had on this very subject.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite parts because it really does show the angst and the difficulty that Abraham Lincoln faced when he was President of the United States.
Yeah, at the beginning of the war, certainly not all the soldiers in Illinois that signed up were abolitionists. In fact, they would have been quite a minority. But some of them came to see this when it did happen, that is the Emancipation Proclamation, that it was a good thing because it would shorten the war and they would get home sooner. That was the overriding thought that would be in the back of their minds all the time. And that's why they kept up on politics and newspapers, because they were looking for signs and symptoms of the war starting to come to a conclusion, and when will we be home?
There weren't any that said this is only going to lengthen the war?
Yeah, there were some that said, yes, this could potentially lengthen the war.
I think most historians today would come down on the side of the latter, but that's a debatable point, as oftentimes historical issues are. Now, I've highlighted a lot of the things that I've found really interesting. Tell me what some of your favorite letters are.
Okay, so as a social scientist, I'd have to say that my favorites were the 165 soldiers that made the cut, that made it into the book. Some of them wrote more eloquently, expressed themselves better than others, but every one of them had something to say that contributed to the book. So it's probably not the answer you're looking for, but I really don't have any favorites. Now, it is your prerogative as a reader to have favorites on what you happen to like, and thanks for sharing those. But I'm glad to have all of them, quite frankly.
As you mentioned, I gave a series of presentations on the main Civil War battles during the sesquicentennial.
Yeah.
So that was my deep dive into Civil War history. I learned so much going through that process. This exercise was quite different for you. You had to have enough knowledge about the war to put all these things in context, but it strikes me that you got to know these soldiers on a much more personal level. Is that a good way of saying it?
Yeah, the way that I sort of think of it is, a lot of times when you read Civil War books that are about particular battles, campaigns, and so on, generals, those are great. That's a top-down approach. My approach was the opposite, was to start with the boots in the mud, the soldiers, what their stories were, and then coalesce those into those topics, those sections and chapters. So I was very much a bottom-up approach to find out what the Civil War was like for them.
Let's see. You got your degree in anthology?
Anthropology.
Anthropology. I knew I was going to mess it up. Then you're a demographer. You're a statistician. I know you do archaeology as well. And then poetry. And then this.
Yeah.
Where's the link with the poetry and then this, with all those other things?
I've always enjoyed, I've always enjoyed writing, but I'm not what I think of as a naturally gifted writer. I need a lot of practice. So poetry helped me smooth out my style. And writing this book, one of the preludes to the book, not only was the poetry, but as I was collecting the letters, I started to see some of these themes. So I had a selection of colleagues, friends, even people in other countries who could care less about the Civil War. Each Friday, I would send out an email which was themed-based, things that I've been reading in the letters. And I was surprised at how eager people that didn't even know anything about the Civil War wanted to hear these personal stories. And so that got me practicing writing and got me to get those topics together. Then the book came together after that when I decided finally to do a book that coalesced. So I call these sort of the 46 essay period because there was 46 weeks in succession where I sent out these email blasts to people. And then more and more people said, hey, I want to get those too. kind of thing. And finally, I was sending it out to like 40 or 50 people.
In the process of reading all these letters then, did you have a sense that you could really get inside these men and what they were thinking and how they approached life and their ambitions and their struggles?
You really got to know them. And that's why I felt it was so important to provide these brief bios at the end. And it's Appendix A, and it's a big chunk of the book. I've had some readers come back to me and say, you know, I read those separately. I read all of them, you know, as opposed to something you could use as a reference. Oh, William Smith, what happened to him? Kind of thing. Well, yes, you can find that out, and easy to look that person up. But
so what did happen to some of these men?
So let's pick a few of them. So you started with Thomas Secord. Thomas Secord ended up never seeing his wife again. He got sick in Mississippi. He ended up in a hospital, and he was, what sometimes happened to people that were in hospitals, they didn't necessarily have, in the field, nurses and so on. So they expected people that were not so sick to sort of help out the other hospital staff with some of the patients. And he would go around and he would, you know, tell, you know, so-and-so died overnight or so on. And then a couple weeks later, he was one of those people, and he was buried there. William Smith, who I had just mentioned, who wrote so beautifully, ended up dying also in Mississippi at, I don't want to call it the Battle of Coffeyville, it's more like a sort of a large skirmish. I actually wrote a little bit about that in, for those of you who are Illinois State Historical Society members, in Illinois Heritage, in their July-August issue about...
How about Captain Norton? He was wooing this young lady he had never met.
So Captain Norton was an aide to General Palmer. And when they were in Georgia, they were taking in part of the sort of overview of where the, you know, the troops on the Union and the Confederate side were there. And Wiley Sword, in one of his books, I think it's called maybe Profiles in Courage, where he picks out various soldiers. Turns out Norton, I found out later, was one that he had picked out. And so there was a couple of Confederate sharpshooters who had snuck into range, and they were aiming to shoot Palmer. And so they fired, and they missed. But they hit Norton. I think he got hit in the head, and he died within a minute or two. So he never, ever met Molly Chapman back in Illinois.
I've got to believe that you get so involved with these people's stories that kind of stabs you in the heart when you get a piece of news like that.
There are so many stories. There are the ones that, you know, there were POWs. And I have a different chapter on POWs because, so here's the beauty of Civil War letters. They were not censored. So that's why you get all this great information. The one exception to that is prisoner of war letters. You know, you couldn't say who you were with or so on. You could say, oh, I'm feeling okay, or, you know, I have a touch of pneumonia or whatever it might be, but they couldn't give away much in the way of details. So they're very kind of bland. But for that chapter, as an exception, I took some of the soldiers' reminiscences and what they said about being at Belle Island prisoner of war camp in Richmond, or Andersonville in Georgia, and some of the other ones, to sort of flesh out the Illinois soldier experience.
I think one of the most tragic events of the Civil War happened after the Civil War, when all those prisoners released from Andersonville get on the steamship
Sultana. Yes.
Which sinks in the middle of the Mississippi River, taking scores, if not hundreds of them, to their death.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Yeah, the boilers blew because it was way overloaded. And yeah, a lot of people drowned.
Well, there's so much to talk about in this book. It was such an excellent read. I hope that those who are watching this today or in the future will take the opportunity to buy this. But just a couple more questions here.
Sure.
How well has the book been received?
I think it has been well received. So earlier this year, the Illinois State Historical Society honored the book by giving it the Russell P. Strange Memorial Book of the Year Award for 2020. And because of the pandemic, I got that news through snail mail. A certificate came in, and you could have pushed me over with a feather. I was so shocked. But they had recognized it as that's their highest award for publishing in history. The book now is starting to take on a life of its own. There is someone who contacted me. They said they would like to develop a curriculum from that. Somebody else, this is actually down at SIU Carbondale. It sounds like that they are interested in doing podcasts of parts of the book and then uploading those. They call themselves Blanket Fort Radio Theater. So that's one of those things you could put in a search engine and it'll pop up what they're currently working on. So maybe they'll be able to do this fall in 2021.
So similar to what we had in terms of finding people who are willing to bring these quotes to life?
Exactly.
That sounds ideal for a podcast.
Yeah, I hope they go through with it. That would be excellent.
How many other books are there out there like this in other states, or collections of letters that have been edited in the manner that you've done it?
Well, there's quite a number of collections that are one soldier. Or in some cases, what I call the double rainbow is when you have the soldiers' letters and the spouses, or those people at home. So you can kind of see the exchange. But in terms of collections of letters, there are some that are like just small collections, like maybe 20 soldiers because they were in the same regiment, or from the same area, or from a variety of areas. But the one that I found that comes the closest and was done before my book, it was by John Zim, called This Wicked Rebellion, and it is about letters from Wisconsin. But it's all letters sent to editors. And so people had kept these scrapbooks of all these local Wisconsin newspapers. And so they had all these soldiers' letters. But they're not all personal letters. Sometimes there's, dear editor, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they are letters that went home, and then somebody at home said, oh, let's put this in the local newspaper. So some of them are a little more guarded, or maybe have an axe to grind, or to bring up a point, or something like that. What I used was just simply personal letters. If it was official correspondence, or some other thing that was not personal, like diaries, for example. Diaries are not necessarily conversational, and soldiers kept those for various reasons. I didn't include those. I just wanted those personal letters, those personal stories with those details.
Well, I think so much of what you've got in the book, these are universal themes that any soldier from any northern state could relate to, and the public would be well served to read this if they want to understand Pennsylvania or Ohio or New York even. And I think now it's time to turn it over to Joe. He might have a couple comments or questions.
Yes, a wonderful presentation, gentlemen. And to Mark Floto, thank you so much as someone who was born and raised at the very southern tip of the state. Thank you for correctly pronouncing my hometown, Cairo, Illinois, correctly. So many people get it Cairo or Cairo or whatever. But we've had folks checking in from Arizona, Florida, Kansas, Virginia, Texas, Oregon, Nevada, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, even a viewer in Yemen, around the world watching today. And we have several questions that tie into the broader themes of this. William wants to know, Mark, were there any families and letters who had sons on both sides of the conflict?
None that I read for this particular book, although there's certainly those sorts of circumstances. Now, I did have one or two instances where there was a father and son that went to fight in the same regiment, as if the father was going to keep an eye on the son, kind of thing, so that they would experience together. I was surprised, actually, even though, as I'd said earlier, the median age was around 23 and a half, how many soldiers I found that were in their 40s or 50s or had been Mexican War veterans that still went on and went into the Civil War. And I don't mean necessarily higher officers. Some of these were privates that were in their 50s. So, no, I didn't come across those, but some father-son that went together as family members, and brothers, too.
Lisa wants to know, do any of the letters speak about having seen Lincoln himself or who had known him?
I cannot think anybody who said that they saw Lincoln, but there is a very interesting letter where soldiers in Springfield that were waiting for their final pay and discharge went to the Lincoln home and talked to the woman or the lady of the house, which was actually Mrs. Lucian Tilton. The Tiltons had a rental agreement with the Lincoln family to live there while the Lincolns were in Washington, D.C. And so you find out a little bit about the Lincoln home. One thing that was shared with the Lincoln home folks here was that they mentioned that the lady of the house played the piano for them. And they said, this is the first thing we've heard that there might have been a piano there. Now, who put it there, whether it was the Tiltons or the Lincolns, that's for somebody else to figure out. But it's one of those little gems that you get from a letter.
If I can add just a quick note on that. The vast majority of Illinois soldiers fought in the Western Theater. Lincoln saw an awful lot of soldiers, but it was almost entirely in the Eastern Theater of Operations, I would think.
Very good point. Yes, that's correct.
Couple of questions here that tie in together. First, from Brad in Silver Spring, Maryland, wants to know, you touched on a little bit with one of the soldiers' letters, but what did the soldiers write about Lincoln and how his actions affected morale?
All right, so there is a chapter called Leaders, Generals, and Old Abe. So soldiers wrote a lot about those that were over them, that were in charge, and whether, some of them were very happy with the decisions they were made, and some of them were very critical. And so there were certainly comments about Old Abe. As the one that you picked up, and we had read here, that, Abe is the man for us. There were others that were critical when things looked bad, when the war was going badly, that our leaders are, they're not together. And again, what's in the back of their mind is, when are we going to get home? When is this war going to be over?
I think it is relevant to suggest, though, that the soldiers, given a chance to vote in that 1864 election, most would say overwhelmingly they came down on the side of Lincoln and not McClellan, who was the Democrat.
That is absolutely true. And as a footnote to that, because of the way the Constitution in Illinois was, soldiers in the field were not one of the states, Illinois was not one of the states that could vote in the field. There were some that were able to get home and vote, but that was the only way they could do that.
Now, we mentioned a while ago that one of our viewers this afternoon is chimed in from Yemen.
Yes.
Angela says, greetings from Germany.
Hi.
And follows up to Brad's question, says, brilliant question. She would like to expand that to whether there are any letters where the writer and the recipient were on different sides of the conflict.
Not in the letters that I read. I do have a few letters where they wrote to an uncle that was like in another regiment, or fellow soldiers that were perhaps in another theater of war. But no, I didn't, for this sample of 165 that I used, I didn't have an instance like that. That's an interesting thing.
Mark asked, did you see any letters from deserters on either side and their reasons for desertion?
There are definitely letters where they talk about people that did desert, or sometimes it was an instance that they called French leave. And French leave means it's something where, in France, it's where somebody leaves a party without telling the host or hostess that they're leaving. kind of thing. It's sort of a slightly impolite thing. So slangily, for the soldiers, French leave was something where I'm going to leave for a little bit and then I'm going to come back. Well, in the military's eyes, that's desertion. But some went back because, oh, my spouse is about to deliver, or my father is dying, and they couldn't get a furlough. So they might desert for that particular reason. Sometimes they weren't caught, sometimes they got pardoned. Often soldiers saw themselves, hey, I volunteered. So all this military stuff, is flexible. Well, that, of course, is not true, but they tried to flex it in certain circumstances.
And lastly, nice to hear from Jenny Lee on her lunch hour, watching from just down the hall here, literally in the same building. She's part of our conservation preservation team. They take all of those old documents and other items and restore them. Just incredible work that they do. She wants to know, did you use letters from other institutions to draw from your book?
No, I actually did not. I looked at other institutions. I looked at the Logan Museum. I looked at the library down at Carbondale, the Southern Illinois University at Carbondale, and a few other places. And for various reasons, I ended up not using them. The letters that I found here covered not only the span of topics, but also the geography and backgrounds and political ideology that sort of spanned the gamut. The other thing is, as a former demographer, I realize I'm in the last quarter or last fifth of my life. So I got to get a move on if I'm going to get the book out, kind of thing. There's much more out there, but no, I was able to do this. And because I'm an independent scholar and I don't have other funding sources to be able to travel, although there are more and more things that are interesting that are online, I did enjoy looking at the real thing here.
Well, that's certainly a testament to folks that are doing research of any kind. Chances are good, if it has to do with Illinois, the Civil War, Lincoln, you can likely find it at our library.
Joe, there are more than 1,000 Civil War era collections right here in this institution.
And one last thing, as we have about a minute before we wrap up, let everybody get back to work or whatever else they're doing this afternoon. Mark Floto, how can folks get a copy of In Their Letters, In Their Words, Illinois Civil War Soldiers Ride Home?
So at the bottom of this slide here is the book website, which is the markfloto.net. Markfloto.net sounds like it's going to be all about me. No, guess what? It was an available domain name. It's strictly about the book. If you go there, on the home page, on the right side, there are links to SIU Press. There are links to various reviews of the book. There is all sorts of different pages, question of the week kind of thing, which is, again, it's a Friday thing. Every Friday I update with new information. There is the addendum thing. So if you wanted to read that full description of that letter about Missionary Ridge, it is on that page, and it goes on for quite a while. Here locally in Springfield, I recommend Books on the Square because they have copies that I've already put my name to. Barnes & Noble has been known to have it, but of course there's the usual sources. You can go to Google or Amazon. I do recommend SIU Press. They got sort of a 2-for-1 deal where you can get the electronic version, the ebook version, and the regular book as for a reduced price. It's like 2-for-1. They gave me a copy of the electronic version, and I said, yeah, thanks, I don't know what I'll do with it. I do a lot with it. The book has an incredible index. I hired one of the best people possible, one of the readers, Glenna Schroeder-Line, to do that. But it is so great to use the electronic version to word search. So you've read something and you go, hey, where was that thing about slavery to the naked eye? And you can just put in those words and it'll pop up in the ebook. So I found it's worth having both.
Needless to say, a great Christmas gift.
Yes, Christmas is coming right up. Thank you, Joe.
That's just trying to help, Mark Depew, as always, thank you for a wonderful job of moderating the discussion.
Thank you.
And Mark Floto, the author of and editor of, well, actually the Civil War soldiers wrote the letters, but you edited it all together, put it into context. In their letters, in their words, Illinois Civil War soldiers write home. Thank you for the presentation today, a wonderful discussion.
My pleasure. Hi, everybody out there in Facebook land.
Well, thanks all for watching, and hope you can join us soon live from the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. Have a wonderful afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. I'm Joe Crane, the Director of Public Programs and Community Engagement. We invite you to another Facebook Live event. This time around, it's part of our Illinois History Forum series. Today, we're going to take a look at Civil War letters as Illinois soldiers write home in their own letters, in their own words. We'll learn more about the book, how it came about, and of course meet the author here in just a moment. But before we get underway, remind you that if you have a question throughout the discussion, please post in the comments section below. And even if you don't have a question, be sure to let us know in the comments where you're watching from around the state, across the country, even around the world, because we like to keep tabs of where everybody's checking in from. So we hope to hear from you soon right here on Facebook. And to get the program started, we welcome our Oral History Program Director, Dr. Mark Depew. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction, Joe. Today I have the pleasure to talk to a good friend of mine. You and I have known each other for quite a few years here, Mark, and been colleagues. I like to think that we've collaborated successfully on several different things. You're an anthropologist by training. You got your degree in anthropology, and then you ended up in state government. I know you had 30 years with the Illinois Department of Health, and you finished off that time as the chief, the Illinois Center of Health Statistics. Boy, if there's ever some places the focus of what's going on right now in the world, that would be it. Something of a demographer and a statistician. See, I can even say that term. But also, I know you got into poetry a little bit later in life, and I think that has something to do with this book. So where I want to start is just ask you how it is that you came to write this book.
Yeah, well, thank you for that introduction, Mark. The idea for the book was actually a poetry project. I was inspired also by you with your series of lectures at the time of the sesquicentennial of the Civil War. And I wanted to write some commemorative poetry that if soldiers of the day were reading it, that they would feel comfortable and it would be something that they could relate to. So I started doing some research on that, and I thought I could find a book or two that would have that sort of information in there, especially for Illinois, but I would have taken the Midwest. But I couldn't really find such a book, so I thought, I'm going to have to do this the hard way. So I came over here to the Presidential Library, actually just a couple doors down here on the second floor of the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library, to look at manuscripts and personal letters. And I went through the card catalog and picked out as many Illinois soldiers as I could find and just started. And then after a couple years, 3 years, I had enough for the poetry project, wrote various poems. I gave a presentation on those at the Vachel Lindsay home, Poets in the Parlor series. And then they actually ended up downstairs in the atrium for several months, hung up as 2 poster boards. I think that was 2015, so that would have been the last year of the sesquicentennial. But at that point, I had read so many letters, and I could not find that book at the beginning that I'd been looking for. I thought, maybe there's a need there. Maybe I should start working on that. And so I read more and then finally put in a book proposal and finally got the book.
And spent how long diving into these letters?
I don't know. I've read at least a few thousand. I don't know how many hours. I started in 2013 reading, and for the book, I was probably reading up to 2018, 2019. I am still coming across other collections that I'm interested in and still reading.
One of the things that really struck me about how you developed this book is the organization of it. Can you talk a little bit about how you decided to organize these letters?
Well, the truth of the matter is the content was determined by the soldiers and not so much by me. So when I started the reading process, I remember, I think it was Debbie Ham, who was in manuscripts, and she brought me the first collection, and she said to me, so what are you looking for in the collections? And this is going to sound like a flippant answer, but it was the truth. I said, well, I don't really know what I'm looking for, nor do I know that I'll recognize it when I see it. But I just started writing down things, and as I kept going through letters after letters, things started to coalesce. There were certain topics that they wrote about, and some of those turned into sections, and then those sections turned into chapters. And so the chapters are thematic. But it was the soldiers that basically told me what the content was going to be. And so I just chose what I thought were good examples of various things, whether that be them doing duty, sickness and trying to maintain health, whether that was combat, whether that was trying to manage affairs from afar, home life, that kind of thing. They all coalesce that way.
Well, when we started talking about how we wanted to do this, you were gracious enough to say, well, why don't you pick some things that really moved you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
So a lot of the things that I'm going to be asking you about is the things that I found compelling when I went through here. And the first one, if we can go to the next slide here, this is Private Thomas Secord. Do you want to just say one or two words about him? And here's the cover of the book, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Thomas Secord, he was active in some of the Mississippi campaigns and so on. He started his writing his letters actually from, I don't remember if he was one of the people at Camp Butler, but he definitely wrote letters home to his spouse from Camp Defiance, which is where Cairo is.
And I know one of the invaluable parts of your book is that as an appendix, you've got a little short narrative about all these people that you're highlighting in their letters.
Yes, there's 165 different people that I took from, and so I have a short biography for each one of those.
Well, why did I find Thomas Secord so compelling? This is the text, but if we can get the zoom in on that text, and you can read it. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult, but here's part of the text that I really found moving. I will write as often as you will. Your letters are worth more to me than gold. And I thought that kind of summed up the whole project.
Yeah, it very much does. Let me give you sort of a very similar but counter quotation, which is actually on the next page of the book. And this is someone writing in May 1865. And he writes, I often noticed my companions how tired and fatigued they would look after a long day march. Some of them would almost seem as though life itself was a burden to them. But oh, what a change has come over their countenance, a change from sorrow to joy. What has caused it? Has there been a great victory? Or has peace been declared? No. The mail has come into camp, and they have received letters from their loved ones at home. Yes, that accounts for it. For the time being, all their hardships and suffering are forgotten, all through the medicine of a letter.
You know, you're reading that quote, it reminds me, as the oral historian, I've I've interviewed hundreds of veterans, obviously not from the Civil War, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, War on Terror, and that's a constant theme. That communication from home, whether it's letters or phone calls or emails and texts today, it is so important to these soldiers.
Back then, letters for them were the next best thing to being there. I mean, today maybe it's Zoom or Facebook Live, but back then it was definitely letters.
Well, on this next slide, I want to go to one of the biggest challenges you had to face, because the educational level of the soldiers at that time and their writing skills wasn't quite up to what we would expect today. And so the question is, how did you sort through all of this and figure out what they were actually trying to say?
So when I went to start looking at these letter collections, in the back of my mind, I was hoping that there would be transcriptions, so I could just follow the transcriptions. But no, those were very rare. And in retrospect, I learned not to trust any previous transcriptions by others. I got very adept at reading them and finding mistakes and so on, so I realized, you know what, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. Well, also on day one, if you can't read cursive writing, game over. You have to be able to read cursive writing. And there's different.
We should be teaching cursive writing at school today?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe if you're going to go into history and you're going to be reading old documents or letters, even if it's just from World War II or the Korean War, you're going to need to be able to read cursive writing. But I also found that there was not much in the way of punctuation. So on this slide, you've circled the only 3 places where there's even any kind of punctuation on the letter. And there are some people that wrote during the time that used, the punctuation pretty much the way we did. But that was almost the exception rather than the rule. And I've come to learn that part of the reason for this is because they are writing many times as if they are speaking to someone. So if you are speaking to someone, you do not say, I am fine, period. How are you, question mark. No, you leave that punctuation off. Plus, they are also writing to loved ones, other family members, relatives, close friends, who know what their voice sounds like, what their inflections are, what their accent is like, and so on. So punctuation is almost superfluous in that regard. So you have to mentally get into their head as you read various soldiers' letters on how, you almost get a sense for how they spoke sometimes.
Do you have a sense of the educational level that most of these soldiers had?
I don't know about educational level, but so in the 1870 National Decennial Census was the first time they asked about literacy. And so for Illinois, it was just about 90%. So if you want to backtrack to 5 or 10 years earlier, it's got to be at least 80 or 85% were literate. But as you find out as you read the letters, you find that there is a gamut of literacy. That is, some people write phonetically. And soldiers is spelled S-O-L-G-E-R-S instead of their correct spelling. So you kind of get into that, and you're able to sort of figure out their words. And in the book, I have not made it into good English. So if they have misspellings and lack of punctuation, that is in there. Now, when I feel like it gets too difficult, in brackets, I'll put in a little bit of help on what I think that word is that you might not quite recognize. But that is part of the reading experience, although in the book, I save you having to read cursive writing.
Well, the thing that strikes me about this time period, we can be critical about how poorly they spelled or the lack of punctuation and things like that. The United States, in my understanding, is far exceeded any other country in the world at this time for literacy.
That could be true. That could be true. And I think most of them did, and I think those that could not write, they had fellow soldiers in their tent or their company who could write for them. They still wanted to communicate with home. And as a matter of fact, soldiers that were wounded and for some reason couldn't, they could get people from the Sanitary Commission or other people that would write letters for them home.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's one chapter called A Lifeline of Letters. It's the first chapter. And that's what these letters were for them. Not only did they want to write letters, but they were desperate, as we just read before, to receive them as well.
Yeah. Well, let's go to this next slide. And it's really the first lengthy quote. I'm calling this Seeing the Elephant, which you know, and most people who are Civil War historians and know about the Civil War, that means you've seen combat. Tell us a little bit about Captain David Norton.
Yes. Captain Norton is writing to Mary Chapman. This is an interesting story because they had not met. And Captain Norton, from a fellow officer, got a dare. I dare you to write to this lady named Mary Chapman, whom he called Molly, back home. And so Captain Norton sort of used that slim introduction to write an initial letter to her to try and get a correspondence going. And as you go through the correspondence, which is another collection here in the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library, you can tell they're sort of building up this intimacy. They exchange pictures. They talk about a little bit what life at home might be if they got together, and so on and so on. So he is making a mighty effort to impress her through his letters.
And when we were talking about this, Mark, the thing that impressed me was we've got this excerpt from this letter that, as you said, goes on and on and on.
Yeah, this is a lengthy letter, so you can tell he's really trying to make a good impression. But he was an officer who was an aide to a general. And so he had ins and perspectives that a lot of other soldiers on the ground might not have had of this particular engagement here at Missionary Ridge, which was part of the Chattanooga campaign.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that I found so compelling about this particular excerpt, because it was about Missionary Ridge, which is my absolute favorite moment of the Civil War.
Okay.
And I think as you listen to this clip, you'll understand why. So if you could play that, please.
Orders were given for our lines to move up nearer to the rebels and for our skirmishers to drive the rebels into their long lines of entrenchments at the foot of Missionary Ridge. It was gallantly done, and General Baird's division of 14th Corps, ours, was ordered to assault the enemy's works to create a diversion in favor of Hooker, who could be heard opening his part of the game. Gallantly, those noble men charged across the open field which separated them from the enemy amidst a perfect storm of shots and shells. They have taken the entrenchments. Here they were ordered to stop. But no, the balls were flying too thick. They could not stop and live. And absolutely without orders, they charged on up the hill. A thrill of anguish passed through every frame. They are lost, cries General Grant. Send the whole corps after them. But long before the order could be carried to the anxious troops, a shout that shook the earth went up from those devoted comrades, and forward they rushed upon what seemed to be inevitable destruction. Onward and upward sped those intrepid soldiers. Backward fly the astonished and frightened rebels. Oh, how beautiful those starry flags looked as they fluttered up that steep mountainside covered with bristling bayonets and cannon. Do they pause to await the arrival of their slower comrades? No. Every man pushes forward into the very mouths of the fierce cannon, and with a cheer, slay, or capture or drive away the rebel artillerists. The enemy, completely dumbfoundered, fly, and our victorious boys start down the hill after them. The victory, the most glorious of the war, is ours.
And I would kind of agree with him, maybe the most glorious. It was extremely rare that you had an assault like this against an entrenched enemy on the top of a hill, and that was successful.
Now, I need to add a counterpoint here. This kind of description of combat or major battle is extremely rare, and that is one of the reasons why I happen to include this. More often when a soldier was in a battle and they wrote home about it, unless it was the first battle, when it was kind of a novelty to them, and they might describe different things that happened, so their parents or their spouse knows a little bit of what's going on. Their description of a battle will be, for example, if we'll take Missionary Ridge, we fought a great battle at Missionary Ridge. I'm okay or not okay. So-and-so that you know is doing fine or was wounded. But you can read all about the particulars in the newspapers because they'll probably know more about it than I do. And that's it. So that was, again, part of that lifeline kind of thing. Hey, I know you read about the battle and you know that our regiment was there. I'm okay, I'm okay. That was what they wanted to convey, not this some sort of description of what the combat was like.
You mentioned that this captain was on a general staff. Well, the average soldier's experience and his perspective is maybe the 10 or 20 guys he can see around him.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, this next one, I don't know if you want to mention anything about Second Lieutenant Z. Payson Shumway before I actually read this one to the audience.
No, just go ahead.
And I will tell you this, that this is written from a camp near Jackson, Mississippi.
Yes.
In July 19th, 1863. And the significant part of that is this would have been right after the surrender of Vicksburg.
That's correct.
In Mississippi.
That's correct.
So there they are sitting around the campsite. Just after dark, one of our boys sat down to a piano and sang and played Home Sweet Home. Of course, that old tune soon brought those of the boys who were not on post together. Before the song was half through, I could see by the light of the burning town and cotton that the silent tears stood in many an eye, which of late had been all unused to weep.
Yeah, so a very poignant moment. And it reminds me of Christian McWhirter's book, Battle Hymns, and the power of Civil War music. Here is somebody playing on a piano for some bizarre reason is in the entrenchments or on the rampart somewhere, and they're playing it. Well, it turns out that prior to the Union capturing that there was somebody named Private Douglas Carter of Texas who played on that same piano before it was captured during the siege. And that same piano still exists. He was able to get that. That is this Private Douglas Carter of Texas. And the piano resides in the Confederate Memorial Hall Museum in New Orleans.
Ah.
So you can still see it. So there's, and when I found this on somebody's website, they didn't know the Union side of it. They knew about the Confederate part. So I was able to make this connection on what Shumway wrote about.
And your comments here just illustrated another thing I think was so successful in how you put this book together. The narration that you use to tie all of these things together and to give the background and the context, I think is invaluable and helping people really enjoy this that much more. So kudos in that respect.
Well, thank you, but that's the job of any editor, really.
Okay, and let's go to the next slide if we can. And I'm going to read a quote from a letter written by Private Victor Gould to the parents of Private George Clark. And this one really struck me. M. George, your son fell mortally wounded. He was struck with a shell tearing his body most desperately, and also tearing both legs almost entirely off. He lived 1 hour and then quietly fell asleep, leaving many true and loving, and I trust Christian friends to mourn his loss. Tell my parents, said he, that I die a brave man and in defense of my country. Wow. But the thing that surprises me, Mark, on this, he wrote the parents about the gory, gory details of his death.
My experience in general, whether it is about death or specific details about the wounded or horrible circumstances, I was often surprised what they would write to their mom or their sister or their spouse or significant other that it might almost seem inappropriate. But again, as I had said, they had as the soldiers, a need to express themselves, to get this sort of out, and to people back home what was going on, but for them as a kind of release of what's going on. But there's another thing going on here. So, and this is covered in a book by Drew Gilpin-Faust called This Republic of Suffering. And she talks about, at that time, what they called the good death. That is, being surrounded by family and friends as, you know, you're on your deathbed and, you know, you have your affairs in order, you're wishing people well, and, you know, those kinds of things. Well, a civil war and battlefields totally mess that up, totally complicated, and so on. But for loved ones or parents to find out the circumstances of their sons or brothers or husband's death was of a comfort to them, even if there were gory details that were being described to them. That was part of knowing how it occurred. And that is as close as they could get to being with them or experiencing that at that moment.
Amazing. Well, the next one that I selected was Sergeant William Smith to his wife. And I think I'll let you talk a little bit more about that to set this one up. It's talking about what some call the peculiar institution, what we all know today as slavery.
William Smith was not only a fairly good writer, but he was expressive and he seemed naturally inquisitive. So he talked to Southerners when they were in, you know, occupied territory, you know, the citizens and so on. But he, as I said, he was a keen observer. And his wife, Mary, who he called Polly, asked him this question about slavery. And you have to remember that the median age of Union soldiers, and probably Illinois soldiers as well, was around between 23 and 24 years of age. Median meaning that at that age, half of them are younger than that, and the other half are older than that. So that means there's a lot of teenagers and, you know, people in their early 20s and so on that are soldiers, many of them who had never left their state. I was just reading a letter from someone who lived only 2 counties away from the Mississippi River, but had never seen the Mississippi River until they went to Alton, and had never seen a steamboat before. So there's all these new experiences. So his wife is asking him about slavery. So we should hear this clip.
Now to the question, how does slavery look to the naked eye? The shortest answer that I can give and express myself upon the subject is that it looks many times worse than I ever imagined. It is true that I have never saw the lash across the backs of old men and gray-headed women, but I have seen men plow, hoe, chop, and maul rails with not enough clothing on them to hide their bodies. I have saw pregnant women at the hardest work with only an excuse for a shirt and short petticoat on. I've seen dozens of men, women, and children at the different kinds of work under a white man that was almost as ignorant as the slaves he drove. I have seen one woman that has tended 18 acres of corn and suckled an infant that was born after she commenced to break the ground. I have seen a young wife, modest and nice, walking along the street, a slave woman walking close behind her, carrying the firstborn of her modest mistress. Look at their figures. It is very nearly the same. See their backs? Oh, says one, they are both alike. Look at their gait. It is nearly the same. Examine their features. Look close. They certainly resemble. Ask the young mistress where she got her slave. She tells you that she was a wedding gift from her father. The secret is out. They are half-sisters. Look at them again. They favor in every feature and action. The only difference is in the color.
Now we're hearing a letter written by William, read by his wife, and you can imagine she's reading to relatives, she's going to the local store. other opportunities she would share this letter with people?
The point that is being made here is very poignant and very well expressed. It just really sinks in what slavery can be like, or what they had also called amalgamation. That is the joining of two different races, which, is a much different opinion than it's old thinking, if you will. But he makes this point so well: what really goes on in a slavery state or under slavery conditions. And what is sort of interesting about this is, so there was this little something at the end of the letter, and I have it in the book here, and it says, in the same letter, along the margin of its last page, written sideways, is a drawing of a single hand pointing to a sort of postscript. And the postscript was, Charlie, which was Smith's tent mate, says, for you to burn this without reading it. Because it was, such a topic to put into a letter like that you should just burn the letter, don't even read it. So fortunately, Mary ignored that just request. But it's great that we have it and can learn from it.
Well, and that's the point of this whole book and all of these letters. We get into their hearts and souls by reading these things.
You have to remember that we are essentially reading other people's mail. And I have to admit, there's kind of an allure to that. But also, it was something never intended for us to read. I think if those people were still alive and they, found out some of their personal letters were showing up in a book, they might be aghast at that. But for us as historians, it's invaluable.
Have you heard from some of the descendants of these people who are in the book?
Yes, some I have, and of course they're not the original soldiers. They're great-great-grandchildren, those kinds of things, and they're thrilled.
Yeah.
I've gotten some really nice comments. People have shared portraits. Other people have seen who's in there, and they say, "Hey, I have something about that person." So I've discovered a number of other things, and a lot of those things I've put up on the website. So the website makes the book a little bit more of a living document.
Well, the next thing I wanted to focus on in this next slide is a little bit about the motivations and the feelings, beliefs that the soldiers themselves had about the cause they're fighting for. And so I've selected a passage that touches both on the Emancipation Proclamation, which was written after Antietam in September of '62, and then went into force on January 1st of 1863. And then a little bit about the upcoming election of Honest Abe, Old Abe. So we'll play this one from Captain Amos Hostetter.
In answer to part of Owen's letter, in regard to the opinion of the soldiers, in regard to the Emancipation Proclamation, etc., I have this to say, that if the people of the North knew how the soldiers cursed them for allowing men to speak treason as they do now, I think they would put a stop to it. Men that came here strong Democrats are Democrats no longer. Men who came here with no intention of interfering with slavery are now abolitionists. And in regard to their opinion of the administration, if the soldiers can vote in 1864 for President of the U.S., Old Abe will again be president. You may not believe what I have told you, but if you live to see 1864, you will find my words true if Old Abe carries out what he has commenced. Although we are tired of war, we had rather fight for the next 10 years than compromise with treason.
Strong words.
Yeah, now again, I'm going to have to offer a counterpoint. This is not necessarily the majority opinion among the soldiers. And this is, especially something like this, which is somewhat political, really reflects the diversity of Democrats and Republicans in Illinois. In fact, Illinois is in some ways at this time almost a microcosm of the entire nation on how it's divided in terms of opinion. So the opinions on the Emancipation Proclamation that you find by other soldiers varies quite a bit. Some of them think this is a terrible idea because now the South is going to fight all the harder. They are going to be so mad at us that they're really going to dig in their heels, kind of thing. But a lot of them do look at it first as a war measure as opposed to a social measure. But they had comments about that as well. Some thought, well, this could be a good thing. Some thought, well, this is not a good thing. So I put a lot of that diversity in here. So I wanted to sort of offer that sort of counterpoint just based on what you happened to pick out. If you had picked out one that said, oh, this is a bad idea, I would have read one where, hey, this person thinks it's a good idea.
Well, if you want a little bit more of this or a lot more of this, go visit the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Museum. You got that hallway with all these dissonant voices and all the different opinions, strong opinions they had on this very subject.
Yes. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite parts because it really does show the angst and the difficulty that Abraham Lincoln faced when he was President of the United States.
Yeah, at the beginning of the war, certainly not all the soldiers in Illinois that signed up were abolitionists. In fact, they would have been quite a minority. But some of them came to see this when it did happen, that is the Emancipation Proclamation, that it was a good thing because it would shorten the war and they would get home sooner. That was the overriding thought that would be in the back of their minds all the time. And that's why they kept up on politics and newspapers, because they were looking for signs and symptoms of the war starting to come to a conclusion, and when will we be home?
There weren't any that said this is only going to lengthen the war?
Yeah, there were some that said, yes, this could potentially lengthen the war.
I think most historians today would come down on the side of the latter, but that's a debatable point, as oftentimes historical issues are. Now, I've highlighted a lot of the things that I've found really interesting. Tell me what some of your favorite letters are.
Okay, so as a social scientist, I'd have to say that my favorites were the 165 soldiers that made the cut, that made it into the book. Some of them wrote more eloquently, expressed themselves better than others, but every one of them had something to say that contributed to the book. So it's probably not the answer you're looking for, but I really don't have any favorites. Now, it is your prerogative as a reader to have favorites on what you happen to like, and thanks for sharing those. But I'm glad to have all of them, quite frankly.
As you mentioned, I gave a series of presentations on the main Civil War battles during the sesquicentennial.
Yeah.
So that was my deep dive into Civil War history. I learned so much going through that process. This exercise was quite different for you. You had to have enough knowledge about the war to put all these things in context, but it strikes me that you got to know these soldiers on a much more personal level. Is that a good way of saying it?
Yeah, the way that I sort of think of it is, a lot of times when you read Civil War books that are about particular battles, campaigns and so on, generals, those are great. That's a top-down approach. My approach was the opposite, was to start with the boots in the mud, the soldiers, what their stories were, and then coalesce those into those topics, those sections and chapters. So I was very much a bottom-up approach to find out what the Civil War was like for them.
Let's see. You got your degree in anthology?
Anthropology.
Anthropology. I knew I was going to mess it up. Then you're a demographer. You're a statistician. I know you do archaeology as well. And then poetry. And then this.
Yeah.
Where's the link with the poetry and then this, with all those other things?
I've always enjoyed, I've always enjoyed writing, but I'm not what I think of as a naturally gifted writer. I need a lot of practice. So poetry helped me smooth out my style. And writing this book, one of the preludes to the book, not only was the poetry, but as I was collecting the letters, I started to see some of these themes. So I had a selection of colleagues, friends, even people in other countries who could care less about the Civil War. Each Friday, I would send out an email which was themed based, things that I've been reading in the letters. And I was surprised at how eager people that didn't even know anything about the Civil War wanted to hear these personal stories. And so that got me practicing writing and got me to get those topics together. Then the book came together after that when I decided finally to do a book that coalesced. So I call these sort of the 46 essay period because there was 46 weeks in succession where I sent out these email blasts to people. And then more and more people said, hey, I want to get those too, kind of thing. And finally I was sending it out to like 40 or 50 people.
In the process of reading all these letters then, did you have a sense that you could really get inside these men and what they were thinking and how they approached life and their ambitions and their struggles?
You really got to know them. And that's why I felt it was so important to provide these brief bios at the end. And it's Appendix A, and it's a big chunk of the book. I've had some readers come back to me and say, I read those separately. I read all of them, as opposed to something you could use as a reference. William Smith, what happened to him? Kind of thing. Well, yes, you can find that out, and easy to look that person up. But
so what did happen to some of these men?
So let's pick a few of them. So you started with Thomas Secord. Thomas Secord ended up never seeing his wife again. He got sick in Mississippi. He ended up in a hospital, and he was what sometimes happened to people that were in hospitals. They didn't necessarily have in the field nurses and so on. So they expected people that were not so sick to sort of help out the other hospital staff with some of the patients. And he would go around and he would, tell, so-and-so died overnight or so on. And then a couple weeks later, he was one of those people, and he was buried there. William Smith, who I had just mentioned, who wrote so beautifully, ended up dying also in Mississippi at, I don't want to call it the Battle of Coffeyville, it's more like a sort of a large skirmish. I actually wrote a little bit about that for those of you who are Illinois State Historical Society members in Illinois Heritage in their July-August issue about...
How about Captain Norton? He was wooing this young lady he had never met.
So Captain Norton was an aide to General Palmer. And when they were in Georgia, they were taking in part of the sort of overview of where the troops on the Union and the Confederate side were there. And Wiley Sword, in one of his books, I think it's called maybe Profiles in Courage, where he picks out various soldiers. Turns out Norton, I found out later, was one that he had picked out. And so there was a couple of Confederate sharpshooters who had snuck into range, and they were aiming to shoot Palmer. And so they fired, and they missed. But they hit Norton. I think he got hit in the head, and he died within a minute or two. So he never, ever met Molly Chapman back in Illinois.
I've got to believe that you get so involved with these people's stories that kind of stabs you in the heart when you get a piece of news like that.
There are so many stories. There are the ones that, they were POWs. And I have a different chapter on POWs because, so here's the beauty of Civil War letters. They were not censored. So that's why you get all this great information. The one exception to that is prisoner of war letters. You couldn't say who you were with or so on. You could say, I'm feeling okay, or, I have a touch of pneumonia or whatever it might be, but they couldn't give away much in the way of details. So they're very kind of bland. But for that chapter, as an exception, I took some of the soldiers' reminiscences and what they said about being at Belle Island prisoner of war camp in Richmond or Andersonville in Georgia and some of the other ones to sort of flesh out the Illinois soldier experience.
I think one of the most tragic events of the Civil War happened after the Civil War when all those prisoners released from Andersonville get on the steamship Sultana,
yes,
which sinks in the middle of the Mississippi River, taking scores, if not hundreds of them, to their death.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Yeah, the boilers blew because it was way overloaded, and yeah, a lot of people drowned.
Well, there's so much to talk about in this book. It was such an excellent read. I hope that those who are watching this today or in the future will take the opportunity to buy this. But I got just a couple more questions here.
Sure.
How well has the book been received?
I think it has been well received. So earlier this year, the Illinois State Historical Society honored the book by giving it the Russell P. Strange Memorial Book of the Year Award for 2020. And because of the pandemic, I got that news through snail mail. A certificate came in, and you could have pushed me over with a feather. I was so shocked. But they had recognized it as that's their highest award for publishing in history. The book now is starting to take on a life of its own. There is someone who contacted me. They said they would like to develop a curriculum from that. Somebody else, this is actually down at SIU Carbondale. It sounds like that they are interested in doing podcasts of parts of the book and then uploading those. They call themselves Blanket Fort Radio Theater. So that's one of those things you could put in a search engine and it'll pop up what they're currently working on. So maybe they'll be able to do this fall in 2021.
So similar to what we had in terms of finding people who are willing to bring these quotes to life?
Exactly.
That sounds ideal for a podcast.
Yeah, I hope they go through with it. It would be excellent.
How many other books are there out there like this in other states or collections of letters that have been edited in the manner that you've done it?
Well, there's quite a number of collections that are one soldier. Or in some cases, what I call the double rainbow is when you have the soldiers' letters and the spouses or, those people at home. So you can kind of see the exchange. But in terms of collections of letters, there are some that are like just small collections, like maybe, 20 soldiers because they were in the same regiment or from the same area or from a variety of areas. But the one that I found that comes the closest and was done before my book was by John Zim, called This Wicked Rebellion, and it is about letters from Wisconsin. But it's all letters sent to editors. And so people had kept these scrapbooks of all these local Wisconsin newspapers. And so they had all these soldiers' letters. But they're not all personal letters. Sometimes there's, dear editor, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they are letters that went home and then somebody at home said, oh, let's put this in the local newspaper. So some of them are a little more guarded or maybe have an axe to grind or to bring up a point or something like that. What I used was just simply personal letters. If it was official correspondence or some other thing that was not personal, like diaries, for example, diaries are not necessarily conversational, and soldiers kept those for various reasons. I didn't include those. I just wanted those personal letters, those personal stories with those details.
Well, I think so much of what you've got in the book, these are universal themes that any soldier from any northern state could relate to, and the public would be well served to read this if they want to understand Pennsylvania or Ohio or New York even. And I think now it's time to turn it over to Joe. He might have a couple comments or questions.
Yes, a wonderful presentation, gentlemen. And to Mark Floto, thank you so much as someone who was born and raised at the very southern tip of the state. Thank you for correctly pronouncing my hometown, Cairo, Illinois, correctly. So many people get it Cairo or Cairo or whatever. But we've had folks checking in from Arizona, Florida, Kansas, Virginia, Texas, Oregon, Nevada, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, even a viewer in Yemen, around the world watching today. And we have several questions that tie into the broader themes of this. William wants to know, Mark, were there any families and letters who had sons on both sides of the conflict?
None that I read for this particular book, although there's certainly those sorts of circumstances. Now, I did have one or two instances where there was a father and son that went to fight in the same regiment, as if the father was going to keep an eye on the son, kind of thing, so that they would experience together. I was surprised, actually, even though, as I'd said earlier, the median age was around 23 and a half, how many soldiers I found that were in their 40s or 50s or had been Mexican war veterans that still went on and went into the Civil War. And I don't mean necessarily higher officers. Some of these were privates that were in their 50s. So, no, I didn't come across those, but some father-son that went together as family members, and brothers, too.
Lisa wants to know, do any of the letters speak about having seen Lincoln himself or who had known him? I cannot think anybody who said that they saw Lincoln, but there is a very interesting letter where soldiers in Springfield that were waiting for their final pay and discharge went to the Lincoln home and talked to the woman or the lady of the house, which was actually Mrs. Lucian Tilton. The Tiltons had a rental agreement with the Lincoln family to live there while the Lincolns were in Washington, D.C. And so you find out a little bit about the Lincoln home. One thing that was shared with the Lincoln home folks here was that they mentioned that the lady of the house played the piano for them. And they said, this is the first thing we've heard that there might have been a piano there. Now, who put it there, whether it was the Tiltons or the Lincolns, that's for somebody else to figure out. But it's one of those little gems that you get from a letter.
If I can add just a quick note on that, the vast majority of Illinois soldiers fought in the Western Theater. Lincoln saw an awful lot of soldiers, but it was almost entirely in the Eastern Theater of Operations. I would think.
Very good point. Yes, that's correct.
Couple of questions here that tie in together. First, from Brad in Silver Spring, Maryland, wants to know, you touched on a little bit with one of the soldiers' letters, but what did the soldiers write about Lincoln and how his actions affected morale?
All right, so there is a chapter called Leaders, Generals, and Old Abe. So soldiers wrote a lot about those that were over them, that were in charge, and whether, some of them were very happy with the decisions they were made, and some of them were very critical. And so there were certainly comments about Old Abe. As the one that you had picked up, and we had read here, that, Abe is the man for us. There were others that were critical when things looked bad, when the war was going badly, that our leaders are, they're not together. And again, what's in the back of their mind is, when are we going to get home? When is this war going to be over?
I think it is relevant to suggest, though, that the soldiers, given a chance to vote in that 1864 election, most would say overwhelmingly they came down on the side of Lincoln and not McClellan, who was the Democrat.
That is absolutely true. And as a footnote to that, because of the way the Constitution in Illinois was, soldiers in the field were not one of the states, Illinois was not one of the states that could vote in the field. There were some that were able to get home and vote, but that was the only way they could do that.
Now, we mentioned a while ago that one of our viewers this afternoon is chimed in from Yemen.
Yes.
Angela says, greetings from Germany.
Hi.
And follows up to Brad's question, says, brilliant question. She would like to expand that to whether there are any letters where the writer and the recipient were on different sides of the conflict.
Not in the letters that I read. I do have a few letters where they wrote to an uncle that was like in another regiment, or fellow soldiers that were perhaps in another theater of war. But no, I didn't, for this sample of 165 that I used, I didn't have an instance like that. That's an interesting thing.
Mark asked, did you see any letters from deserters on either side and their reasons for desertion?
There are definitely letters where they talk about people that did desert, or sometimes it was an instance that they called French leave. And French leave means it's something where, in France, it's where somebody leaves a party without telling the host or hostess that they're leaving, kind of thing. It's sort of a slightly impolite thing. So, slightly, for the soldiers, French leave was something where I'm going to leave for a little bit and then I'm going to come back. Well, in the military's eyes, that's desertion. But some went back because, my spouse is about to deliver, or my father is dying, and they couldn't get a furlough. So they might desert for that particular reason. Sometimes they weren't caught, sometimes they got pardoned. Often soldiers saw themselves, hey, I volunteered. So all this military stuff, is flexible. Well, that, of course, is not true, but they tried to flex it in certain circumstances.
And lastly, nice to hear from Jenny Lee on her lunch hour, watching from just down the hall here, literally in the same building. She's part of our conservation preservation team. They take all of those old documents and other items and restore them. Just incredible work that they do. She wants to know, did you use letters from other institutions to draw from your book?
No, I actually did not. I looked at other institutions. I looked at the Logan Museum. I looked at the library down at Carbondale, the University, Southern Illinois University at Carbondale, and a few other places. And for various reasons, I ended up not using them. The letters that I found here covered not only the span of topics, but also the geography and backgrounds and political ideology that sort of spanned the gamut. The other thing is, as a former demographer, I realize I'm in the last quarter or last fifth of my life. So I got to get a move on if I'm going to get the book out, kind of thing. There's much more out there, but no, I was able to do this. And because I'm an independent scholar and I don't have other funding sources to be able to travel, although there are more and more things that are interesting that are online, I did enjoy looking at the real thing here.
Well, that's certainly a testament to folks that are doing research of any kind. Chances are good, if it has to do with Illinois, the Civil War, Lincoln, you can likely find it at our library.
Joe, there are more than 1,000 Civil War era collections right here in this institution.
And one last thing, as we have about a minute before we wrap up, let everybody get back to work or whatever else they're doing this afternoon. Mark Floto, how can folks get a copy of In Their Letters, In Their Words, Illinois Civil War Soldiers Ride Home?
So at the bottom of this slide here is the book website, which is the markfloto.net. Markfloto.net sounds like it's going to be all about me. No, guess what? It was an available domain name. It's strictly about the book. If you go there, on the home page, on the right side, there are links to SIU Press. There are links to various reviews of the book. There is all sorts of different pages, question of the week kind of thing, which is, again, it's a Friday thing. Every Friday I update with new information. There is the addendum thing. So if you wanted to read that full description of that letter about Missionary Ridge, it is on that page, and it goes on for quite a while. Here locally in Springfield, I recommend Books on the Square because they have copies that I've already put my name to. Barnes & Noble has been known to have it, but of course there's the usual sources. You can go to Google or Amazon. I do recommend SIU Press. They got sort of a 2-for-1 deal where you can get the electronic version, the ebook version, and the regular book as for a reduced price. It's like 2 for 1. They gave me a copy of the electronic version, and I said, yeah, thanks, I don't know what I'll do with it. I do a lot with it. The book has an incredible index. I hired one of the best people possible, one of the readers, Glenna Schroeder-Line, to do that. But it is so great to use the electronic version to word search. So you've read something and you go, hey, where was that thing about slavery to the naked eye? And you can just put in those words and it'll pop up in the ebook. So I found it's worth having both.
Needless to say, a great Christmas gift.
Yes, Christmas is coming right up. Thank you, Joe.
That's just trying to help. Just trying to help. Mark Depew, as always, thank you for a wonderful job of moderating the discussion.
Thank you.
And Mark Floto, the author of and editor of, actually the Civil War soldiers wrote the letters, but you edited it all together, put it into context. In their letters, in their words, Illinois Civil War soldiers write home. Thank you for the presentation today. A wonderful discussion.
My pleasure. Hi, everybody out there in Facebook land.
Well, thanks all for watching, and hope you can join us soon live from the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we'll have Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis is a 47-year-old photography enthusiast who was bitten by the history bug in 2009 during his goal to visit all of the Looking for Lincoln interpretive signs around Illinois. His road trips continued during the Civil War sesquicentennial from 2011 to 2015 when he visited the major battlefields during their 150th commemorations. Chris is also actively involved with the Champaign County Civil War Roundtable. In this evening's presentation, Confessions of a Civil War Traveler, Chris will take us visually through the South through the lens of his camera and through the stories of the people, places, and ideas that he has encountered on his journeys. Chris's odyssey goes beyond Appomattox and explores how our nation's greatest conflict is remembered by Americans both past and present. Please join me in welcoming Chris Curtis.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Where do you like to go on vacation? For some, it's the beach, perhaps the mountains. Others like to take a cruise. Me, I like to go and visit historic places on my off time. And if that's something you and I share, perhaps you'll agree there's something special, I think, about visiting a place where something very important happened, especially if it affected the whole nation, or if it was on the very day that it happened on the calendar. So the planets seemed to align when I was bitten by the Civil War bug just before the big Civil War 150th anniversary. A funny thing happened. After the 150ths ended, then the Civil War seemed to get back into the national spotlight, didn't it? Or maybe certain things of the Civil War. The Confederate flag, Confederate monuments, icons like Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, entered back into the national conversation. But I would like to make an argument tonight that the resurfacing of such topics actually has a positive side to it. So, what do you say we take a virtual trip tonight? You can ride shotgun, I'll be the driver, and let's take a trip together. Now, as we go along, I'll have to admit a few things surprised me. Others left me disappointed. But the 4 years of the sesquicentennial and my travels since then have been an odyssey, and it's not just about history. You'll see as we go along. Now, the first stop on our journey tonight, as the curtain opens, is in Piatt County, Illinois. The date, February 12th, 2009. Now, given that we're in the Lincoln Presidential Library, I think there's a few of you who probably know what important event happened on February 12th. In fact, were you at one of the many central Illinois locations that had bicentennial celebrations of Lincoln's birth? I was in Beement, the Piatt County home of Bryant Cottage. And as many of you probably know, Bryant Cottage is where Lincoln and Stephen Douglas finalized their plans for the famous debates. And Bryant Cottage is one such place that held a celebration on the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth. Now, I went not because I was into the Civil War at the time or into Lincoln. It just seemed like something neat to go to. But when I was there, I made a discovery. On this panel, there was a backstory of what happened at the Bryant Cottage. And on it, it introduced the characters involved, the timeline at the top, and some of the details that brought the Bryant Cottage story to life. So interesting. And in fact, I discovered there were many of these looking for Lincoln signs all across the state. And all were pretty darn interesting. So I thought, hey, I have some free time. Why not spend my off days trying to find every looking for Lincoln panel that I can? And so that's what I did. And it was quite a journey. I crisscrossed the state from Quincy up to Freeport, down to Jonesboro, and of course, right here in Springfield, where there's the greatest concentration of these looking for Lincoln panels. And during this process, I fell in love with the Lincoln story. How could you not, right? Once you learn more about this man. But then, once I had checked off the last panel on the list, I thought, what's next? Well, I heard the 150th anniversary, or the sesquicentennial, of the Civil War was coming up. And there were events taking place all over the country. So I thought, well, I just learned about Lincoln. Maybe this is the next best step. And that's what I did. There were events all over. National parks, state parks, historic sites, museums, symposiums. I was hooked. And it started on an early morning in South Carolina, where the Charlestonians there recreated the firing on Fort Sumter. A few months later, I drove to the pastoral setting of Manassas, Virginia, to commemorate the first big battle of the war. Grant and Sherman became household names after their come-from-behind win at Shiloh. And by this time, I knew for sure that I was going to try to hit every 150th that I could. There was so much to learn. How many people have been to Antietam? I think that's probably my personal favorite. And in fact, it was just brutal battle after brutal battle. I don't need to explain every one of these to you. You know the big ones, of course. Learned that many Illinois boys, including those right here from Sangamon County and surrounding area, bled and died on southern landscapes like Chickamauga and Chattanooga. Following chronologically, we keep going, and I'm sure many of you could tell me the stories of some of the things that you've learned when visiting some of these places. By the time we get to the Appomattox 150th, the crowds really started showing up. A 150th even at Ford's Theater, as you can imagine, where many of you have been to as well. But have you been to some of the lesser-known Civil War sites? The Battle of Belmont, for instance, was Grant's first taste of Civil War combat here on the bluffs high above the Mississippi River. Just south of Springfield, Missouri, is the site of the war's second major battle, but a place that doesn't see near the number of visitors of other sites. Staying west, Pea Ridge is close to the Ozarks, and another one not as well known. Grant took Fort Donelson on Valentine's Day of 1862, and like the other ones just mentioned, Donelson is another out-of-the-way location hidden to even many Civil War buffs. Ever heard of Forts Jackson and St. Philip? Twin forts on the Mississippi River, south of New Orleans. David Farragut claimed fame by leading Union ships past this gauntlet. And I showed this painting because there's not much there today. This is a look at the river past the two forts. In fact, Fort St. Philip on the other side has all but disappeared thanks to hurricanes that have inundated the region over the last century and a half. One Mississippi regiment supposedly arrived at underappreciated Stones River barefoot on a day with sleet and freezing rain. You know what earthworks are, of course. How about defenses made of sand? Now, near Wilmington, North Carolina, is Fort Fisher. And until World War II, this was the site of America's largest amphibious attack, if you can believe it. Further inland, Bentonville might not be a recognizable name to most Americans, but it was the biggest battle for Sherman in his march through the Carolinas. And while each of these battles had much to teach me, I realized I had a lot to learn, including the fact that I had no idea there was so much in downstate Illinois to see. Yeah, you didn't have to go to Virginia's or the Carolinas to get your Civil War fix. There's plenty right here in downstate Illinois in our backyard. So that's our first confession of the night. And it started just a few blocks from here. Anyone here on this cold February morning of 2011? It's where Fritz Klein gave a great speech, Lincoln's last speech in Springfield. And of course, as we all know, Lincoln never returned again to his hometown. In 2014, the folks in Coles County remembered the little-known Charleston riot. Now, if you're not familiar with this story, Union soldiers returning home on furlough came back to central Illinois. And here on the courthouse of the Charleston Square, they ran into Confederate sympathizers called Copperheads, and the resulting dust-up left 9 dead. It made national headlines. And that was here in central Illinois. Next, an event so obscure that I was apparently the only one there. Little-known skirmish in southwestern Illinois. In fact, I'm not even sure how to still pronounce the name. Prairie du Rocher? Is that right? Okay. Well, in April 6th of 1864, it was the scene of the Civil War's only skirmish on Illinois soil, so I've learned. Militia from Missouri that were Union-friendly crossed the Missouri River looking for Confederate guerrillas. They found them, and it left 3 dead right here on the bluffs. Then something I'm sure many of you will recognize, the Lincoln funeral train. I don't know about you, but I was impressed how meticulously detailed they were at recreating the original. From the railroad car that pulled into town, to the hearse that you can see, to the horses, to the exact route that they followed. Very impressive. And anytime you have 1,200 reenactors, of course, that's going to make for a great event. And then the final ceremony on the backside of Lincoln's tomb. And if you were there, perhaps you'll agree with me that that was some spectacle to witness. I also discovered the wonderful symposium that takes place here in Springfield every February. The Abraham Lincoln Association Symposium. Raise your hand if you've been to this, perhaps. It usually starts, at the Lincoln Home National Historic Site, migrates to the state capitol, they come here for lunch, and then a banquet at night. I've been going to this for about 7 years, and I haven't missed one since. Really appreciate all the speakers and all the effort it takes to put this together. There are projects in the works as I speak, including an interpretation site in Mattoon, where a guy you may have heard of, future General Grant, came, and he first whipped Illinois boys into shape at this site before moving to Springfield, Quincy, and so on. But it started in Mattoon. Steve Thompson is a guy there who plans to expand the area, pending on donations that he receives for the project, but as you can see, he is well underway. So this brings us to confession number 2 on the night. Not everything is as it seems, I have found. Names can be deceiving. Maybe you've heard of the Battle of Malvern Hill. It's in Virginia. There's no hill at Malvern Hill. Just a little dip in the landscape. there is no water at a place called Cold Harbor. Harbor, as you may know, is an old term for sheltering travelers, and a cold harbor is one without any warm food, thus Cold Harbor. I was expecting water there. No luck. Another deception. The Western Theater is actually not out west. It's just buried in the Deep South. And in fact, the Western Theater went as far east as Georgia. Many of you know that. Then something that's just plain cool. A boat on dry land. You're looking at the USS Cairo, raised 98 years from its tomb in the Yazoo River. I thought this blew my mind. The cannons, the ironclad plating, the old timbers, all original, preserved in that mud that they didn't dig up for many years, but it's there now. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there were a few disappointments along the way. Now, a story that maybe you can remember from grade school as well, the Monitor versus the Merrimack, or I guess more accurate, the CSS Virginia. Now, we all learned that this battle forever changed how war was fought at sea, going from wooden ships to the ironclad ships. Yet, there is no national park presence in Hampton Roads telling that story. I thought for sure there would be a national park unit there, and there is not. Now, there is a nice consolation prize. The Mariners Museum in Newport News is just as good, if not better, than any national park unit. But still, I was a little surprised at this. There is surprisingly little presence in the national park presence, I should say, in the Atlanta area. Yes, there's Kennesaw Mountain, but that's it. This is the only marker today that shows where the fall of Atlanta took place. The day I took this was the 150th anniversary of the big event, and not one thing was going on then. Couldn't believe it. Now, again, there are some quality places in Atlanta that do tell the story of that campaign very well. Tunnel Hill, Pickett's Mill State Park, Allatoona Pass is pretty cool. Sweetwater Creek is the remnants of a textile mill in the Atlanta area used by the Confederacy. Another disappointment awaited me at Mobile, Alabama, site of Admiral Farragut's supposed famous line, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead," right? This is the artistic rendering of what probably happened. Going into August 2014, the organizers of the sesquicentennial here billed the 150th as a vessel extravaganza. But when we got there, it was just a few yachts and one tiny cannon. I guess they ran into a few logistical problems. The big vessels didn't show, and this is what we got. Still pretty cool, but not what was advertised. And I was left disappointed at the site of where the most famous assassin in history, you could argue, was caught and killed. Yeah, the John Wilkes Booth capture site is now just an island of grass and woods in the median of a highway, and even that is not accessible today. Well, I also have to confess that I needed a little help. I quickly learned that before I journeyed on these trips, I had to do my homework. In fact, if you have a pen and paper, I'm going to share a few tools that I used that helped me on my journey. So I'll share those here very quickly for you. Just last year, Blue and Gray magazine, actually it was 2 years ago, they went out of print. They went out of business, actually. But there's a gold mine left behind in these back issues. Every issue has what is called the General's Tour, which you can see up there. And it covers a specific Civil War battlefield or area. It's really like having your own tour guide. They break it down, they give GPS coordinates, and they really give an inside look you just can't get anywhere else. If you're interested, all you have to do is Google Blue and Gray magazine, and then consider getting a back issue that covers perhaps your area of interest. It's amazing how many roadside markers are out there. Now, some are old, some are really biased, and many are very informative, but they're disappearing. I can't tell you how many were missing, having been hit or stolen or vandalized. It's really sad. Others are located in areas where it just isn't safe to pull off and get out of the car. Many of the roads that they're on now, 50 years later, have gotten busier, and so one really has to be careful when checking out some of these roadside markers. But this website right here is a great guide to the markers out there. It's called hmdb.org, which you can see in the lower left. It stands for Historical Marker Database. On this website, you can search. There's a search bar you see in the upper right. You can search by subject, by person, if you're looking for someone specifically, by topic. Again, GPS coordinates are provided here as well. So once you find a roadside marker here, it even tells you which markers are close by. It's a free site, so check that out sometime. Even more impressive, I think, the Civil War Trails sign series. Big fan of these panels, which are very similar to the Looking for Lincoln panels. They're often right on the side of the road. They interpret. They introduce the people involved, tell the story. It's like an outdoor museum. And they fill in the gaps between battlefields and museums. Fascinating stuff. There's a website for this one too. Remember, civilwartrails.org. Civilwartrails.org. Essential Civil War traveling, I think. Meanwhile, there's something here that does cost money. It's the website myrouteonline.com, and you plug in all the different sites you want to plan to visit on a trip, and it'll spit out the most efficient route to take you between those places. Otherwise, isn't it kind of guesswork sometimes when you pull out an atlas or look at a website? You do your best, but I hate when I don't research it and I feel like I'm backtracking or I'm going in circles. This is a neat little website that'll try to take you to the most efficient route. Thank goodness there are many of us who like to soak up as much Civil War history as we can, and I ran into others dedicated to telling the Civil War story. From reenactors, of course, putting up with freezing temperatures, to the heat of summer in wool uniforms, to those who put together specialized demonstrations, like this doctor at Bull Run, explaining the anesthetic of the day. Even the younger generation learning the science of artillery at places like Vicksburg. Seeing how communication took place at Chattanooga was pretty cool, although I put on Facebook that, and this is a joke, that when soldiers' cell phone coverage fell to 1 or 2 bars, they had to resort to communicate by signal flags. Not every one of my friends got that. But here's a shot of a guy talking with someone way down on the valley floor with this signal flag, and I got a closer look at it. You see him way down there? Okay, now I'm going to wave this flag back and forth. Let's check it out. Oh, there he goes. He's waving. And so it took a team of volunteers dedicated to doing this. And those of us on Lookout Mountain at the time loved appreciating this. And of course, they'd probably be happy to know that others are enjoying it now, seeing the fruits of their labor. But all kinds of demonstrations on the road that I ran into. The town of Manassas put on quite a festival. We'd walk the battlefield by day and then be treated to period music at night. Ever been to a luminary ceremony? This one at Shiloh was certainly unique and well worth it. In fact, it's a very sobering experience, especially when you see all the candle bags distributed across the battlefield, each one representing a lost life there. The National Park certainly was on their A game, conducting talks like this one at Chancellorsville. Here, Lee and Stonewall concocted their genius plan to do an end around a much larger enemy. The Spotsylvania ceremony was chock full of events, including a trace of troop movements, volunteers reading all the names of the deceased as groups went by on ranger-led tour walks, visitors at one point given flowers to represent every life lost at Spotsylvania, silent sentries stationed here around the clock for every one of the 36 hours of this battle, and a fireworks display, not to celebrate, but instead mimic the awful sounds of battle, while afterward a candlelight vigil marking moments of silence and sadness. The sesquicentennials provided other unique experiences like tours on private lands normally not accessible to the public. Kennesaw Mountain rededicated a monument to the Illinois soldiers who fought at a place called Cheatham Hill. Spreading ashes in the blocked-off streets of downtown Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, they held off traffic, they blocked off the streets, and these volunteers spread the ashes, symbolizing the burning of that town as Sherman moved north, wreaking havoc throughout that state. In Richmond, walking tours, using old photos to describe exactly what you'd be seeing at that site 150 years prior. Lantern tours at night painted the picture of Richmond's burning, complete with special effects downtown mimicking the flames. Black troop reenactors followed the very same route Union troops would have taken when the North took the city of Richmond. And Appomattox with poignant moments as well, including a stacking of arms ceremony that you see on the right. Following the anniversary of Lincoln's assassination, there were vigils held outside the Peterson House and Ford's Theater, with reenactors that you see on the left coming out, giving hour-by-hour reports of the latest news just as it would have been done then. In fact, to me, it was stunning to see thousands of people turning out here the moment history happened down to the last minute. Just when I thought that might be the end of my travels, the unique experiences continued. Ever heard of the Sultana? A steamship that you see here in its last picture traveled back up north on the Mississippi River carrying recently freed POWs, many from Andersonville. It exploded. 1,800 dead. And signs now on both sides of the river tell the story of the Sultana, both on the Arkansas side and the Tennessee side. It's hard to believe this is still the nation's largest maritime disaster, eclipsing even that of the Titanic. But the unique experience here was a packed theater filled with descendants of both Sultana victims and survivors. They came here on this night to watch the debut of an emotional documentary shown on the 150th of the Sultana disaster. Very special night. Other surprises came at me through the camera lens. Now, as a photographer, I was rewarded with the sights and sounds of the road, from the beauty here of the Shenandoah to the Spanish moss of the Carolina Low Country. I caught a few critters, including this early morning bonus in Tennessee, and an interesting story riding down the red dirt clay roads of Mississippi. What did I see? Oh, just a local boy playing with an alligator on the side of the road. Now, it wasn't any big deal for him, but talk about something you're not going to see in Illinois. So, as you could see, this journey wasn't just about history. And in fact, I confess Southern food grew on me. After all, wouldn't it be a shame to hit all these Southern locations and not sample the local fare? In fact, how many of you have been to New Orleans to try Café du Monde? Aren't these beignets pretty good? I like the coffee there too, by the way. When you're in Louisville, I think it's a must. You have to try something called a hot brown. That's one of their signatures. And of course, I have to admit there's a mint julep in the background too. Soul food in Vicksburg, including the Mississippi mud pie for dessert. And it's always fun to run into the one-of-a-kind restaurants you can't find anywhere else. This is called the Sofa King Juicy Burger in Chattanooga. You're looking at what they call the Nutty Burger. Okay, so we got a hamburger. You slap some peanut butter on there, throw in some bacon, and apparently it's one of their favorites. I had to try it, I'm sorry. And of course, the South is loaded with barbecue. I met a friend in Atlanta, had to try some of the barbecue. And in Richmond, fried green tomato sandwich with a banana pudding chaser. Yeah, Southern food's not health food, but it sure is good. Now, when one is not busy stuffing one's face, the quality of the museums and all the artifacts they offer are certainly amazing. Things like Lee's original uniform at the Museum of the Confederacy, the actual chairs used by Lincoln and others at the Gettysburg Address, the actual flag hauled down from the Confederate Capitol following the fall of Richmond. In the basement of Ford's Theater, you may have seen Lincoln's suit the night he was shot. John Wilkes Booth's spur and boot on that fateful night. Unbelievable that this not only still exists, but that it's available for you and I to see in Washington, D.C. I can't believe that I was actually looking at those things. All right, time for another confession. To prove that I really am a Civil War geek, I confess my love of the granite, the copper, and the brass of Civil War monuments. All right, and of course, Gettysburg is monument central. There must be more monuments here than anywhere else in the world, I think. Vicksburg, though, is pretty close. Some of these have a history to themselves. Hazen's Brigade Monument on the left is claimed to be the oldest Civil War monument still standing in its original location. On the right, at Manassas, the Henry Hill Monument, built by Civil War soldiers themselves 8 weeks after Appomattox. Monuments dedicated to the boys from our state. On the left, the Illinois Monument at Shiloh. On the right, Kennesaw Mountain. The biggest one for Illinois, though, Vicksburg. This thing, I think, is so majestic, both on the inside with the steps leading up and on the inside where they list every Illinois soldier, I think, in the Western Theater. There's definitely variety among Civil War monuments, from the small and the simple to the big and the bold. Some that I think look like chess pieces. What do you think? Others with a more modern look, like this one just outside Little Round Top. Some devoted to specific individuals. Grant on the left, Stonewall on the right. Others showing men in scenes of combat. Unique ones, like the single hand at Gettysburg. Another featuring the bow of a ship. This is at Vicksburg, Mississippi. Even animals in one form or another. And I think some of the artistry on some of these is pretty darn good. The ones that I like best show specific scenes in battle. I didn't mark it down, but I think Shiloh on the left, Chickamauga on the right here. Also statues of soldiers helping each other. They seem to tell a story. And who here is familiar with this next one? It's called Angel of the Battlefield at Fredericksburg. It occurred when a Confederate sergeant couldn't stand the sounds of the suffering anymore. He jumped a stone wall into no man's land, giving water and blankets to the wounded and the dying on both sides for an hour and a half, despite the clear danger of being shot at from both sides. And to me, it's personal stories like this that best tell the Civil War story and that grip you into the drama that happened. And now, of course, we're talking about monuments that are no longer there. This is the Robert E. Lee statue in New Orleans. And I imagine all of you are familiar with the story recently of Confederate statues and monuments being taken down from the South in places like Charlottesville, Virginia, in Louisville, in Richmond, and others. This is another shot I took in Memphis of the Jefferson Davis statue, and that too is now gone. They took that down this year in 2018. Well, it's a national debate, isn't it? It's a debate whether or not Confederate monuments and symbols are appropriate to display. So besides the argument of we should remove these altogether, I'd like to present two sides, two different arguments, two alternatives, and I'll see what you think. It certainly is something to think about. One alternative to tearing down Confederate monuments is to provide more interpretation or information at the site. Now, a lot of these monuments, granted, were not put up right after the Civil War. They were put up at the height of the Jim Crow era. So we're talking 19-teens, 1920s. There were, you know what went on during that area, lynchings. It was a reign of terror almost against blacks throughout the South. And so there's a movement to, instead of tearing down a monument, let's provide interpretation like the panels you might see at looking for Lincoln sites. And let's tell the full story. Let's show all viewpoints. Let's tell the whole truth, good, the bad, and the ugly, of figures like Nathan Bedford Forrest, of Robert E. Lee. And let's not take down the monument, but instead provide more information. The other alternative or argument are that monuments should be a reflection of community and the values in that community, and that public landscapes like courthouse squares and public parks maybe aren't appropriate to memorialize individuals who, at the very least, fought to preserve a society that was based on the enslavement of other human beings. Now, some of those who make that argument say, you don't have to get rid of the monument. You can move it to a place that will provide interpretation. Move it to a national park, a state park. Or move it to a privately held institution like a museum and get it away from an arena like a courthouse square, which is supposed to represent all the values of all the descendants, not only descendants of soldiers, but those who were formerly enslaved. So you can see there's a wide diversity of ideas on how to treat monuments. And it's amazing to me, 150 years after the war has ended, we're still talking about these things, but I think that's a good thing. But I certainly wasn't prepared for the diversity that I ran into. Yeah, I quickly learned that not everyone thinks and feels as this Yankee does. In fact, even today when I travel the South, I still do a double take at some of the Confederate symbols that I run into. These just aren't things that I see in my hometown of Champaign, Illinois. Key figures like Stonewall Jackson are legends, aren't they? Now, it seems, whose status has only grown over the last 150 years. I discovered that, amazingly, not everyone's a fan of Abraham Lincoln. So I sometimes take part in hotel alternatives like Airbnb, couch surfing, and I've run into some interesting people that way. In fact, I stayed with an anti-Lincoln naval officer and his family in Columbia, South Carolina. We had some interesting dinner conversations, that's for sure. But it was friendly, and I was glad to have those conversations. If I had any thoughts that the Lost Cause was some long ago movement that doesn't still exist, that notion quickly disappeared at places like Bentonville, North Carolina, where the Daughters of the Confederacy, still alive and well, invited anyone to attend their memorials, which again are much different than something like national park ceremonies, but again, just wasn't something I was used to. There is a strong resistance to the Lost Cause way of thinking. And there are two leaders of that resistance that I'd like to point out if you'd like to get the other side of the argument. One of these guys you may be familiar with, Arizona State professor Brooks Simpson, who sometimes comes to the Abraham Lincoln Association Symposium, has spoken here before. He is the creator of the Crossroads blog that you see here on the left. Another blog online is from author Kevin Levin, and he runs the blog Civil War Memory, and he has some very provocative articles questioning the lost cause thinking that he says has pervaded even northern ways of remembering the Civil War. But again, here are the addresses if you want to write them down. I know it's a little wordy, cwcrossroads.wordpress.com, and then Kevin Levin's blog at cwmemory.com. Definitely thought-provoking. And now, I lost my place. I think there are lots of ideas, not just the Confederate monuments, but other things that are still relevant today. The role of, for instance, federal government versus states' rights. They argued that back then. I think it's still relevant today, or still pertinent to at least discuss as Americans. Also, maybe the role of the U.S. president during wartime, the role of his executive powers. These are things that should be discussed again, and I think it's important for all of us, no matter what side that we fall on, and no matter who we're talking with, whether it's our southern neighbors, whether it's our neighbors across the street, whether it's you and I talking. It's important to listen and talk to others, even if we don't agree or if they don't agree with how we were taught, to listen to them. In fact, I'm part of a retail operation in Champaign. There's a family business, and we tell our employees, when you deal with a complaining customer, the best way to deal with it is to just listen to them. And it seems like once you do that, it diffuses the situation, and things become much more productive after that. And I think the same can apply here, not just to Civil War arguments, but to really anything that's being discussed. And if things get heated, the important thing is to listen to our fellow Americans. Now, that's not to say you have to agree with them, but I think once there's a listening process going on, then there's a lot more productivity takes place. And after all, aren't we all still Americans? Don't we all share a history that can help us if we can all learn from it? At least that's my viewpoint. So thanks for bearing with my soapbox. Now, even though I didn't always agree with those that I ran into, I still made a few good friends. So I guess that was the good side of it. In fact, meet Wendell Decker. This is a guy who still does photography the old-fashioned way. Yep, we're talking tintype photography of the 1860s. The subject holds still, you pour the chemicals, and voila, instant collodion photography. That's me, by the way. Great stuff, and Wendell's a cool dude who knows his craft. Certain guys like these other two, I started to see at Civil War battlefields everywhere. Brian from New Jersey on the left, he has a 6-year-old son that came with him. This kid knew more about Civil War generals than most adults, I think. And then Byron in the yellow, became friends with him. He's a retired salesman from Louisville. And he's one of those guys who's friendly, knows his history. And these guys I just hung out with, and you appreciate when you meet up and you can get along with others, even if you don't always agree on the same things. And of course, you can't beat making memories with your family. I'm so appreciative of having parents who taught me an appreciation for history and a love of traveling to see our American heritage. Other rewards from traveling Civil War sites are seeing things like this: the descendants of the Fort Pillow Massacre. Yeah, that's right, coming together and honoring their forebears who sacrificed literally everything. Sometimes you'll find other descendants of even the famous come back to trace the steps of their, in this case, great-great-grandfathers. More civil rewards would pop up around the corner just when I wasn't expecting, like this pocket of history right in the middle of an Atlanta neighborhood. Now, this wasn't on any map, but this very tiny spot of ground was where promising Union General James McPherson was killed. And it's preserved now, thanks to some forward-thinking people at the time. It's always nice to run into strangers who will go out of their way for an out-of-towner, like this New Jersey historian who volunteered to show me where George McClellan lived after the war. This was so nice of him to do, and there are others like that everywhere. Perhaps you, as a volunteer, in fact, have gone out of your way to help a tourist or someone's experience at the museum or the library. And I can tell you that as that tourist who is being helped, it makes a big impression, and it really enhances one's visit. So kudos to you all for going the extra mile and helping people. It really makes the trip. All right, so there are many rewards and many challenges. And I have to admit, I did ask the question, why again am I doing this? Why follow history that's now 150 years in our rear view mirror? Well, the answers would come back pretty quick. There are so many interesting and fascinating points of interest why we follow the Civil War. For one, it was the cruel fact that it was Americans against Americans. Due to that fact, the battlefields and sites are on American soil, of course. For the most part, we can all drive to see most of them, unlike some of the other wars, like World War II. Plus, there are a lot of sites to visit. I still got a list a mile long of Civil War sites I'd like to see. Now, Why the Civil War? Another point is there's an ancestry aspect to it. Because many have forebears that fought in this, I think retracing their steps is an act of honoring them and also connecting to one's past. It involves great moral questions of slavery, race, how people deal with conflict, how do we get along when we don't all agree. If you'll permit me a quick quote from an author, Earl Hess, he wrote, "The Civil War is a story about how people endure tragedy and how they survive it, and how maybe they make a better life for themselves and their country after all the suffering is over." God forbid we should ever have to deal with the hardships that they had to endure 150 years ago. But I think it does provide insight into human nature and the American experience, and it is part of our American story. So with that, the last question of tonight's confessional, would I do it all over again? And the answer is definitely. There is something special indeed about visiting places where something important happened and being with others who also feel strongly about the importance of the American story. So now let me encourage you to, instead of taking a cruise or maybe a typical vacation, to instead maybe pick out a Civil War site or two that you haven't seen. Now, it doesn't have to be in Virginia. As we've seen, it can be near or far, north or south. Try to get a better grip on the stories and the people of this era, and you might, if you haven't been already, get sucked into an era and a time that I think is the most dramatic in American history. Now, the sesquicentennials, of course, are done, but there's much to be discovered, and there's issues that are still relevant today. So, maybe once you're done with your journey, you'll have a few confessions of your own to make too. Thank you. Sure. In fact, yeah, go ahead. I discovered that, I was so interested. I didn't before the Civil War sesquicentennial started, but once I got into this, I'm like, Dad, we got to find this out. So I did the usual search, and I found out that my great-great-grandfather fought with the 7th Indiana, right on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. And then after the war, after the Mud March, if any of you have heard of that, where he contracted an illness but survived, he came to Illinois, and that's when he started the farm that my family have now in Champaign, near Champaign. Yeah. But isn't digging into your ancestors' history so fascinating? And those of us who have ancestors who have fought, we're lucky because not everyone has that or can trace that back. So, but it is really neat to dig into.
Your favorite spot as well as your least favorite.
Okay. Antietam was probably my favorite battlefield. For one, there were so many icons that I was kind of fuzzy on, but once you see it in person, it really drives the point home of, oh my gosh, this is where the bloody lane was. This is the cornfield. This is Burnside Bridge that they tried to charge up and were turned back. And you think of all the suffering that happened there, and it makes you wonder, why did they do this? Why all the suffering and sacrifice? And it leads me, once I learn something, I want to learn more about that. And so that's part of the addiction, I guess. But as far as least favorite, Atlanta, because of all the traffic. As I told you, there's not a whole lot the national park does there. So I got my checklist and I put down like 3, maybe 4 sheets of his roadside markers that Atlanta does have. But many of them were missing, stolen, vandalized. They were put up maybe in the 50s and 60s when it was less busy. And now, man, if you pull over on some of these roads, you're taking your life in your hands. So that was a challenge, and it took several trips to get down there. And plus, some of the neighborhoods you have to watch out for. I can't tell you how many times I would park my car and I'd be like, I hope I'm in a safe place. And you'd get looks from neighbors being like, what's that guy from Illinois doing here? And so, you know, it's hard to explain. No, I'm a Civil War guy. I'm just looking around. So, you know, you have to deal with some of those things. But it was a challenge, and it was a fun challenge, too.
Did you include Andersonville in your visit?
Yes, I got to see Andersonville 2 years ago. That's a sobering place, especially when you consider a lot of Illinois boys. And, well, it doesn't matter really who was there. The suffering that took place and the stories of escape and the cruelty that took place there. And you realize a lot of that took place at all the POW camps, but to an extreme there, yeah. Have you been to Andersonville? In fact, anyone want to volunteer where your favorite Civil War site has been so far? I think most people would say Gettysburg. Yeah, that's a pivotal moment. That's where a lot of stories have come out, like Joshua Chamberlain.
Mine too, Gettysburg and Vicksburg.
I hope a lot of you know that if you go to a place like Vicksburg or Gettysburg, you can hire battlefield guides if you know of your ancestor who fought at a battle or you're interested in a particular unit, a certain regiment. You can call ahead, make an appointment, and one of the trained or licensed battlefield guides will take you around and show you specifically what your great-grandfather would have seen or what his unit would have been seeing at that time. It's kind of a hidden secret not everyone knows, so that's something to consider.
Would you recommend going on your own? What about package tours?
Package tours?
Yes. Would you recommend that or not recommend
it? It depends what you like. I like to do a lot of walking of the battlefield, and I keep a fast pace and take pictures. Sometimes that drives people nuts. So I think I'm better traveling by myself because I like to do that. Some people prefer the bus tours, which are great, and you get more of more information perhaps fed to you than maybe you'd get. But me, I think I would drive my relatives and friends crazy if I took them to a battlefield because I like to see everything. So it depends what level of interest is. If you kind of just want to see topical things and don't dive into it, and you think some of your friends or relatives can handle that, by all means, bring them along, and maybe they'll get hooked into some of the stories of the Civil War, too. But I just know from my family that after about an hour or two, their eyes start to glaze over. And I know, okay, maybe it's better they go to the hotel and I'll come back sometime or whatever. Yeah. The National Park Service has as a site where they'll list. First of all, you can put in the ancestor's name, and it'll show what unit they're in. Okay. And then, along the same lines, they'll show what battles that unit fought in. That's on my list, but fortunately, my dad and I, this past winter, went to one way out in Arizona, Picacho Peak State Park. Apparently, some Confederates were moving across the Southland from Texas through New Mexico, Arizona, on their way to the California gold fields. They were stopped in Arizona and places like New Mexico. There's a lot of history there that a lot of people don't know about. I'm not sure I know a lot, but there's even a place, if you ever do vacationing in Southern California, Long Beach has a set of barracks, which was the headquarters for the Union soldiers during the Civil War in Southern California. They were surrounded by Confederate sympathizers all throughout Southern Cal. And there's a great story there if you ever have time and if you're vacationing. Also a Lincoln Shrine, in Redlands, California, that's worth visiting. It seems like there's Civil War history in every corner of the U.S. It's fascinating. I've been to a lot of cemeteries, not in Baltimore yet. I guess John Wilkes Booth is buried there. Yeah. But that's another presentation I could give some other time, is all the fascinating monuments and cemetery markers and the stories that have made their way of Yankees buried in the Southland or Confederates buried in places like Camp Butler there's a Texas unit there, right? Or in places like there's a Confederate section of a cemetery up at, I think it's Oak Ridge in Chicago, where some of the Camp Douglas POWs were buried. All kinds of interesting stories like that. But yeah, that's another presentation, I think.
Can you give an example of people who opened up their private lands during that time when you were touring?
Around Cold Harbor is the one that comes to mind right away, where the national park contacted the landowners and asked, hey, I know we normally don't do this, but can we take a group and show them what happened? Unfortunately, that's only a rare occurrence that happens once in a while. I try to bookmark some of the national park units or maybe call them once a year to see if there's anything like that they offer. But it's far and few between. Thank goodness there are organizations like the Civil War Trust who are buying lands adjacent to battlefields to expand the reach and open some of those places. But others, like I'm trying to think, near Chancellorsville, they're being swallowed up by development. And once a neighborhood's there, of course, it's probably gone forever at that point.
Did you run into relic hunters?
One time. I thought I'd run into more. I was at Shiloh, and I was talking to some other guy. We were at a historical marker reading it, and we were chatting. And he said, where are you staying? I'm like, well, I had to get a hotel 30 miles from here. Where are you staying? Oh, I'm camping on the battlefield. I'm like, wait, what? Because you can't do that. He said, yeah, after dark, I like to sneak back on and get a sleeping bag and then walk around when no one else is there. I can't believe I'm hearing this. But yeah, there's those people out there, and I suppose he was looking for relics.
Could you tell any bias because you were from Illinois?
Yeah. I had a few people kind of look at me and be like, what are you doing here? Or I was at the Jackson, Mississippi Zoo. There was a marker there for some reason. And a lady and her daughter were there, and they said, oh, you must be from up north. And I'm like, how'd you know that? And they said, we could tell by your accent. Like, wait a second, I didn't think I had an accent. But I do. It sounds probably just as funny to them as the southern accent does to me. But yeah, I didn't run into too many issues as far as people, wanting to argue or, debate facts or anything. It was more of a friendly thing. The biggest problem I see is online. When there's a debate over the monuments, people can get vicious online, can't they? I think if we discuss things more face-to-face, I think people are forced to be a little more civil. And that's the way it should be. I think even if you disagree with someone, it doesn't hurt to just talk to them and see where they stand. And I found most Southerners to be very congenial, friendly. They would tell you where they stood, but there was no hard feelings most of the time, yeah. Jeremy?
What future trips or adventures do you have planned?
Well, out west, I'd like to see some sites. I'd like to see a lot of the memorials. I've seen a lot of them in the south, but up north, for instance, Joshua Chamberlain has a monument to him at Bowdoin College where he taught. So I'd like to see some of the individual monuments that have been placed around the Midwest, the Northeast, even out west that I haven't seen. I would love, in fact, I'll put in a plug for a future website I would like to create. I've bought the domain for it, civilwartracker.com. This is something, hopefully, that will come to a computer monitor near you at some point. I've realized it's going to be a lot of work, but to put a lot of the photographs, stories, and guides to where you can find some of the out-of-the-way places and put those. Of course, you can find the major sites, but some of the little-known sites that are in the middle of nowhere are just as fascinating, I think. So yeah, I'd like to find a lot of those out-of-the-way, little-known places. Yeah. I'm glad you asked that. Anything else? This has been fun to talk to everyone. I'll stick around for a little bit if anyone has questions. If you want to see what the Blue and Gray magazine looks like, really good stuff. But thank you for coming, and stop by Curtis Orchard if you're ever in Champaign sometime.
Welcome. My name is Mark Depew. I'm the oral historian here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library, and I'm also somebody who's fascinated by the story of Abraham Lincoln and his commanding generals during the Civil War. He knows that the Western theater is just as important as everything that's been going on in Northern Virginia. And in the Western theater, there's one man that has rose to the occasion, and that's obviously Ulysses S. Grant. Grant gets his start at Belmont, a very minor battle, but then convinces the brass in the West to follow the Confederates down the two main rivers in Tennessee, that being the Tennessee and the Cumberland River. So Grant has success at Fort Henry. He has success at Fort Donelson. He now controls those two rivers and drives south to Shiloh. It's at Shiloh where Grant kind of loses his focus a little bit and is caught by surprise by the Confederate Army under General Albert Sidney Johnston. The first day of the battle goes very poorly, but Grant, among all of his generals, he's the only one who is really not discouraged and says, we'll get him the next day, and in fact he does. After that battle, we find that General Halleck, who's commanding in the West, decides he needs to relieve Grant. There's rumors about drinking. There was the fact that he was caught by surprise at Shiloh in that first day. So he relieves Grant. Not too long after that, though, Lincoln makes a decision that he needs to reshuffle his senior generals, and he restores Grant to a field command in the West. And he simply says, I can't spare this man. He fights. Both Grant and Lincoln knew a lot about failure early in their lives. In Grant's case, he graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point in 1843, was a staff officer during the Mexican War, so saw some action but very limited. In 1848, he married Julia Dent, and then in 1854 was posted in California, a very lonely man in California. It's there that he's reported to start drinking. He was not able to hold his liquor very well. He quickly became drunk after just one or two drinks. He had a failure while he was out in California. In 1854, Grant resigned his regular Army commission and moved back to the St. Louis area to be with Julia and the family. After a string of failures, he took a job as a store clerk at his father's leather goods shop in Galena, Illinois. It was there in 1861 when the war began, and Grant quickly rose through the ranks, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, success after success. He was winning victories in the West. By the time we get done with the Battle of Shiloh, Grant spends his next year trying to figure out how to get to the important citadel of Vicksburg, which controlled the Mississippi River. Grant, just as Lincoln, understood that it was the control of the Mississippi River that was the key to success in the West. He had several failures in the winter of 1862 and into early 1863, but the failures did satisfy one requirement. It kept his army busy while he was at it. And then he tried the most risky thing that any general had done in the Civil War up to that point. He decided to sail the gunboats past the guns at Vicksburg, but marching his army well to the south of Vicksburg and to cross at Grand Gulf. Now, he actually crossed a little bit south of there, but once he finally got his army across the Mississippi River and into Mississippi itself, that's when the story becomes especially interesting. He could have gone straight north. He could have gone south and hooked up with General Banks and his army in New Orleans. Instead, he decided to cut his supply lines entirely, something that was radical at the time. Nobody had thought that that was ever possible, certainly wise to do. March northeast towards Jackson, defeat the Confederates there, split the Confederate forces, and then march straight west to Vicksburg and lay Vicksburg under siege. All the while, his army is living off the land. And if you recall, just a day or two earlier, the Union Army had met great victory at Gettysburg itself. All of this is something that Abraham Lincoln is following very closely. And here is what Lincoln told General Dan Sickles when Sickles was recovering from a serious injury after the Battle of Gettysburg. Lincoln has this great quote, and you can hear the personal side of Lincoln in this particular quote.
Some of our folks think him slow and want me to remove him. But to tell the truth, I kind of like U.S. Grant. He doesn't worry or bother me. He isn't shrieking for reinforcements all the time. He takes what troops we can safely give him, considering our big job all around, and we have a pretty big job in this war, and does as best he can with what he's got, and doesn't grumble and scold all the while. Yes, I confess, I like General Grant. U.S. Grant. Uncle Sam Grant.
That's a very personal sounding President Lincoln as he's talking to General Sickles, who's laying in his bed at the time. Now, we should remember that this is Sickles' account. So whether or not that's exactly what President Lincoln said to Sickles at the time, it's a matter of some historical debate. But this is not under debate. This is the letter that President Lincoln wrote to General Grant shortly after that battle.
My dear General, I do not remember that you and I ever met personally. I write this now as a grateful acknowledgement for the almost inestimable service you have done this country. I wish to say a word further. When you first reached the vicinity of Vicksburg, I thought you should do, what you finally did, march the troops across the neck, run the batteries with the transports, and thus go below. And I never had any faith, except a general hope, that you knew better than I, that the Yazoo Pass expedition and the like could succeed. When you got below and took Port Gibson, Grand Gulf, and vicinity, I thought you should go down the river and join General Banks. And when you turned northward, east of the Big Black, I feared it was a mistake. I now wish to make the personal acknowledgement that you were right and I was wrong. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln.
After the tremendous victory at Vicksburg, Grant is the Union's favorite general. And he follows up that victory with another one at Chattanooga in December. By this time, Lincoln is still looking for that one senior commander who can bring everything together. And he obviously then looks to Grant. Shortly after that, we find that Congress has authorized a lieutenant general position. And there's only one choice, that has to be General Grant. And in March of 1864, Grant was ordered east to meet with Lincoln. And on March 8th, he arrived unnoticed in Washington, D.C. with his son Fred. Dressed in a disheveled uniform, he checked into Willard's Hotel. The clerk, unimpressed, gave him a small room on the top floor. Then they turned the sign-in register around, and Grant signs in, U.S. Grant and Son, Galena, Illinois. When he turned it back around, the clerk noticed who had signed in, changed his demeanor, and assigns Grant to the hotel's best room. At 9:30, Grant goes to the White House, where a reception was being held. He meets Lincoln for the first time ever, and Lincoln's comment to him, "This is General Grant, is it?" And Grant replies, "Yes, it is." By that time, he is the center of public attention for all of those who are in attendance at the reception. And he is for the rest of the evening, as he's almost crushed in the process. He's finally told to climb up on a sofa so the crowd could see him better. Now, you can imagine General Grant is feeling very uncomfortable. He's not used to this kind of spotlight at all. But what's really important now is what's going to happen next when you have to have the command in the field. Grant decides to leave General Meade in titular control of the Army of the Potomac, while he is going to follow on very closely after that. And the first battle afterwards is going to go by the name of the Wilderness Battle, the Wilderness Campaign. Once again, and it's fought at the same territory that the Chancellorsville Battle 1 year before had actually been fought. So you're actually, in some cases, seeing the skeletons of the dead soldiers from the previous battle on that battlefield. It is once again a brutal battle, and it is touch and go. But most people would say that the Confederates got the better of the Union Army and of General Grant. Once again, General Lee proves to be a better tactician than General Grant did at that particular moment. Now, what has happened all the time, every time the Union Army gets defeated in the East, it licks its wounds, it retreats, and it regroups. But in this case, something unique happens. And it happens on the evening of the second day of the battle. General Grant, on his horse with some staff officers, riding down a road, and suddenly the troops realize that General Grant is not going north. He's going to lead his army further south. He is not going to let this defeat stop him from taking the war to the Confederates and to General Lee. And you hear this wonderful quote that really illustrates exactly how the men felt as they cheer their general on.
I do not know that during the entire war I had such a real feeling of delight and satisfaction as in the night when we came to the road leading to Spotsylvania Courthouse and turned to the right.
After that moment, it's obvious that Lincoln has found his commander, a commander who understands that the Army, the entire Army, all of the armies across the entire Southern campaign theater need to be taking the war aggressively against the Confederates. Grant is that man. Welcome. My name is Mark Depew. I'm the Director of Oral History here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library Museum. Today's episode for Lincoln 101 is all about General George McClellan and the relationship that Abraham Lincoln had with his general early in the war. We find the first action in the Civil War to be the Battle of Bull Run, the first Battle of Bull Run. And in that case, we have General Irvin McDowell in command of the Union forces at the battle. It does not go well for the Union forces. There's this retreat back to Washington, D.C., actually a rout. It's ugly. And now you find Abraham Lincoln is trying to find the right person to command his army in the field, especially the army that is in Virginia, the army that will become known as the Army of the Potomac. What he finds is a young officer, 36-year-old General George McClellan, who has just had success in Western Virginia. And so he brings McClellan east, talks to him about being commander, and as far as McClellan's concerned, there's no doubt that he's up for this job. McClellan is brilliant. He was identified in the Mexican War as one of the most, the brightest stars, up-and-comer for the military. He had experience being an observer in Europe, learning about the European way of the style of warfare. He actually designed his own saddle. He's arrogant, he's egotistical, he is also a superb organizer and trainer. And he's the kind of person that Lincoln needs to pull this rabble that he's got together and create an army out of it. McClellan sinks his teeth in late July, July 27th, I believe, is when he's given the command. And for the next few months, he's busy reorganizing the Army of the Potomac, restructuring it, pumping in some morale and some discipline into the troops as well. He has great charisma. The troops are drawn to him naturally, and he has this following. But there's a bumpy relationship between himself and Lincoln. Lincoln, characteristically, has to feel out McClellan, goes to his office many times. It doesn't have McClellan come to his office. He oftentimes will just show up by surprise at McClellan's office, sit down, tell stories, look at maps, makes suggestions that, as far as McClellan is concerned, are off the wall, don't really apply to anything. And they have this dialogue back and forth. Over time, McClellan kind of appreciates Lincoln, but he also knows in his mind that Lincoln is his social and intellectual inferior. And in one letter, famous letter, he makes this quote.
Dear Ellen, I went to the White House shortly after tea, where I found the original gorilla about as intelligent as ever. What a specimen to be at the head of our affairs now.
That gets you a pretty good feel of that relationship that they have. Now, it's shortly after that McClellan has a very famous encounter with Lincoln himself. And this one is a story that we hear from Lincoln's secretary, John Hay.
I wish here to record what I consider a portent of evil to come. The President, Governor Seward, and I went over to McClellan's house tonight. The servant at the door said the general was at the wedding of Colonel Wheaton and General Buell's and would soon return. We went in, and after we had waited about an hour, McClellan came in, and without paying any particular attention to the porter, who told him the President was waiting to see him, went upstairs, passing the door of the room where the President and Secretary of State were seated. They waited about half an hour, and sent once more a servant to tell the general they were there, and the answer coolly came that the general had gone to bed. I merely record this unparalleled insolence of epaulets without comment. It is the first indication I have yet seen of the threatened supremacy of the military authorities. Coming home, I spoke to the President about the matter, but he seemed not to have noticed it, specially, saying it was better at this time not to be making points of etiquette and personal dignity.
Isn't that story so indicative of who Abraham Lincoln is? Being deferential to the point of almost a fault and allowing McClellan to treat him like that, if only McClellan will bring him victories. That's the key. Fast forward a couple of months now, there's still not much movement. McClellan has a superbly trained army now at his hands, but now the politicians and other generals are putting pressure on Lincoln, and especially putting pressure on McClellan to do something with this force. Welcome to the War Department's Telegraph Office, a place that Abraham Lincoln, in the next few years of the war, is get to know very well, since he's going to spend a lot of his time, anytime his armies are in the field in open combat, this is where Abraham Lincoln wanted to be. And if you listen closely, you might even be able to hear the teletype clicking in the background there. In March of 1862, George McClellan finally takes his massive Army of the Potomac south. In the vicinity of Yorktown, it's a naval movement, and now is going to be fighting this army north between two major rivers straight towards Richmond, Virginia. That is McClellan's target. Once the army is there, over 100,000 strong, they move forward, but are very cautious. And Lincoln now discovers a couple other major flaws in his commander, George McClellan. I should also point out at this very time, Lincoln has decided to become his own general-in-chief, as well as the commander-in-chief of all forces. And this is because McClellan couldn't possibly control what was going on in the Western Theater at the same time. And it's this period that we see Abraham Lincoln most active in commanding forces in the field. Forces in Virginia, in Western Virginia, and in the Western Theater itself. As McClellan is moving north, very slowly, he's constantly demanding more troops, more horses, more munitions, more supplies. And it gets to be the constant refrain from McClellan. He never has enough. He always is going to overestimate the strength of the enemy forces that he's facing. He has Pinkerton detectives who are collecting this intelligence for him. They are usually off by a factor of twice or three times as many Confederate forces as McClellan is actually facing. It makes him even more timid. He's always going to be looking for those numbers that are the worst and play it up. And you find now that McClellan's biggest problem once he's commanding the field is he's timid, he's slow. And he also cares about his soldiers deeply and hates the notion of serious combat and lots of casualties. That's how much he loves the Army, and it reflects how much they love him as commander as well. The Peninsular Campaign does not go well, and by July, Lincoln and everybody in Washington, D.C. are growing tired of McClellan. It's about this time that Robert E. Lee takes command of the Army of Northern Virginia, and in a series of battles over 7 days, just outside of Richmond itself, basically a battle to the draw, but now McClellan is being called north. At the same time McClellan is moving his massive force, again mostly by water, north, you see Lee shift and move towards Washington, D.C. himself, and now he's facing an army commanded by General Pope, who had been brought over from the Western Theater. Pope is defeated in the Second Battle of Bull Run, and once again, Abraham Lincoln is going to be turning to George McClellan to save his army, to rebuild the army, and to get them on good standing again, even though essentially by this time, Abraham Lincoln has removed General McClellan out of command. The Battle of Bull Run is at the end of August of 1862, and it's after that battle that General McClellan is finding himself once again in command to be the savior of the Union Army, a role that he relished. But wily General Lee, at the same time, makes a move to the west and then straight north into Maryland to invade Yankee territory and to take the offensive and to get the initiative once again. Now, this gives Lincoln no choice but to effectively give McClellan command in the field as well, something he was reluctant to do. But now you've got Lee's forces moving aggressively into Maryland. He has no choice but to let McClellan take battlefield command as well, but gives him this advice: destroy the rebel army. Lee's army, and not Richmond, is your true objective point. So now you've got Lee's forces on the move, and you've got McClellan now once again on the move, moving into Maryland. At this point in time, you have one of the most fortunate events of the Civil War happen, when one of McClellan's staff officer finds some cigars, and wrapped around the cigars are the battle plans for Robert E. Lee's movement into Maryland. This is perfect for him, and he finally knows the disposition of the rebel forces. He knows that Jackson is going to be preoccupied at Harper's Ferry for a while the rest of Lee's forces are moving towards Antietam Creek and farther north than that. So McClellan moves as quickly as McClellan can. It's still slower than the rebel forces are moving, but it's fast as far as McClellan is concerned. And they finally have this meeting engagement at Antietam Creek. And it's a draw. As far as McClellan is concerned, it's a great victory. The result of that is that Lee and his forces have seriously been bloodied in the bloodiest battle, bloodiest day, I should say, of the Civil War itself, and Lee is now moving south. October 1st, Abraham Lincoln actually shows up on the battlefield and meets with his commander, who feels very good about what he's now accomplished. Lincoln is prodding McClellan, move after the enemy. Pursuit is the key. Beat them at the river. Don't let them cross the river. Now is the time to strike. McClellan, again, goes with the typical refrain, we need to rest our army. Our troops are fatigued. Our horses are fatigued. And you finally get this wonderful quote.
I have just read your dispatch about sore-tongued and fatigued horses. Will you pardon me for asking what the horses of your army have done since the Battle of Antietam that fatigue anything?
It's obvious from that quote that Lincoln has finally lost his patience with George McClellan. And after the election, the midterm elections, Lincoln is going to replace McClellan, relieve him of command. In September of that same year, just a few months before, you see where Lincoln is maturing as a strategist as well. That is the time he's made the decision to release the Emancipation Proclamation, which is going to have a huge impact on the future of the war for the rest of that. It reveals that Lincoln, better than any of his generals, understands the role of strategy, of politics and strategy, of the military aspects, of technological innovations, bringing everything together to understand the implications that a decision like that will have on the larger conduct of the war. Next time we get together, we'll take a look at Lincoln's relationship with General Ulysses S. Grant. And I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you, Eileen. I want to tell you a little bit more about Robert Davis, Bob Davis to most of us. He is the author of A Soldier Story, The Ghost of Andrew Lewis, is a noted Civil War historic interpreter and reenactor. He is a member of the 29th U.S. Colored Troops Regiment, which originated in Illinois before they were federalized. He serves on the board of directors for the Abraham Lincoln Association and for Looking for Lincoln Heritage Coalition. And he also, long before all of that, he received his BA from Wayne State University, Detroit, and his Master of Public Affairs from Princeton University. And I guess one master's wasn't enough for him, so he got an MBA from the University of Chicago shortly after that. He and his wife, Patricia, lived in Springfield, Illinois, and Patricia joins him on the stage. Mr. Davis.
Good evening. At the outbreak of the Civil War, two of the fundamental questions were, is this merely a white man's war to save the Union? And the second question, will the black man fight for union and freedom? In the first weeks after the fall of Fort Sumter, Northern Negroes joined in the outbursts of patriotism and offered their services to the government to help suppress the rebellion. They were prepared to fight for their freedom. Despite the fact that Negro soldiers had fought in the Revolution of 1776 and the War of 1812, a federal law barred black men from serving in state militias, and there were none in the regular United States Army. Several northern states and the federal government openly refused the offers of assistance from black men. Nevertheless, black leaders continued to urge the necessity of enrolling black troops. They knew that if the black man proved his patriotism and courage on the field of battle, the nation would be morally obligated to grant him first-class citizenship. It was Frederick Douglass, that famous abolitionist, who, in a speech in Philadelphia in 1861, said, "Once let the black man get upon his person the brass letters U.S. Let him get an eagle on his button, a musket on his shoulders, and bullets in his pockets, and there is no power on earth that can deny that he has earned the right to citizenship in the United States."
James McPherson, in Marching Toward Freedom, points out that there were two main objections to the enlistment of colored troops. First was the deep-seated racial prejudice of many Northerners. Second, many people in the North believed black men, especially ex-slaves, were too servile and cowardly to make good soldiers. Lincoln summed up both types of opposition to Negro enlistment in two public statements. On August 4th, 1862, an Indiana delegation offered the government 2 regiments of black men, but the president declined the offer, saying,
"To arm Negroes would turn 50,000 bayonets from the loyal border states against us that were for us."
And 6 weeks later, Lincoln told another delegation that,
"If we were to arm the Negroes, I fear that in a few weeks, the arms would be in the hands of the rebels."
Despite the government's official opposition to Negro soldiers, some Union generals tried to enlist black men in 1862. Out in Kansas, General James Lane raised 2 regiments of black men composed of fugitive slaves from Missouri and free Negroes from the North. Lane's black troopers were not officially recognized by the War Department until early 1863. But in the meantime, they had participated in several successful fights against rebel bushwhackers in Kansas and Missouri.
While this was occurring, Northern public opinion was shifting to the idea of arming the Negroes as attitudes began to change due to military losses. Allen Geltzow, in his book, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, points out that Lincoln had every reason to be worried about the course of the war. In the East, McClellan's Grand Army had bogged down on the peninsula, was repelled from the gates of Richmond, and retreated to a fortified camp on the James River. Stonewall Jackson had scoured the Shenandoah, and Lee and Jackson together had administered a punishing defeat to John Pope in August 1862 at Second Bull Run. Frederick Douglass and other abolitionists argued that the Union Army, by not using black men as soldiers, gave away a mighty element of strength. They stated that slavery was a source of strength for the Confederacy. Slaves worked in the fields and factories. They dug trenches and drove wagons for the Confederate Army. Without their labor, the South would collapse and the North would win the war. They further argued that a proclamation of emancipation would cripple the South by encouraging slaves to flee their masters and come over to the North, where freedom was awaiting them.
On July 17, 1862, Congress passed 2 acts providing for the enlistment of Negroes as soldiers. The first was the Confiscation Act, which empowered the president to employ as many persons of African descent as he may deem necessary and proper to suppress the rebellion. The second was a Militia Act, which repealed the provisions of the 1792 law barring black men and authorizing the employment of them as soldiers. In spite of these 2 acts, the spirit of these 2 acts were combined in President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation issued January 1, 1863, wherein he invited the black man to join the Union Army and fight for his freedom.
The first regiment organized from freed slaves was the 1st South Carolina Volunteer Regiment on the Sea Islands, which was soon followed by the 2nd South Carolina Volunteer Regiment. Colonel Higginson and Montgomery, commanders of the 1st and 2nd South Carolina Volunteer Regiments, respectively, led their men on several successful raids in the interior of Georgia and Florida. And in March 1863, they captured and occupied Jacksonville. Colonel Higginson, in his action report, stated that no officer in the 1st South Carolina Volunteer Regiment now doubts that the key to the successful prosecution of this war lies in the unlimited employment of black troops.
On April 30th, their commander, General David Hunter, commander of the Department of the South, reported to Secretary Stanton, "I am happy to be able to announce to you my complete and eminent satisfaction with the results of the organization of colored regiments in this department. In the field, these regiments have proved brave, active, and energetic, so conducting themselves that even our enemies have not yet been able to allege against them a single violation of any of the rules of civilized warfare. I am also happy to announce to you that the prejudice of certain of our white soldiers against these indispensable allies are rapidly softening or fading out."
Lincoln, on April the 1st, responded to General Hunter saying, "I am glad to see the accounts of your colored force at Jacksonville, Florida. It is important to the enemy that such a force shall not take shape and grow and thrive in the South, and in precisely the same proportion, it is important to us that it shall.
These enthusiastic official dispatches were written for the eyes of the Northern public, as well as the Secretary of War, and most of the reports found their way into the newspapers.
On March 28, 1863, the New York Tribune stated editorially, "Facts are beginning to dispel prejudices. Enemies of the Negro race who have persistently denied their capacity and doubted their courage are refuted by the good conduct and gallant deeds of these men whom they persecute and slander."
2 days earlier, Lincoln had written to Andrew Johnson, War Governor of Tennessee.
"I am told you have at least thought of raising a Negro military force. In my opinion, the country now needs no specific thing so much as some man of your ability and position to go do this work. The colored population is a great available and yet unavailed force for restoring the Union. The bare sight of 50,000 armed and drilled black soldiers upon the banks of the Mississippi would end the rebellion at once. And who doubts that we can present that sight if we but take hold in earnest?"
It had become clear that the president had experienced a complete change of mind since the previous September, when he had feared that arms placed in the hands of Negroes would soon find their way into the hands of rebels. The change could also be seen in the action within the War Department. On May 22nd, the Bureau of Colored Troops was established under General Order Number 143 to coordinate and administer all matters related to the raising of colored regiments in every part of the country. All African American regiments were now to be designated United States Colored Troops. By the first week of August 1863, there were 14 colored regiments in the field or ready for service, and 24 additional regiments were in the process of organization. 5 of the 14 battle-ready regiments had been recruited in the North. But when Northern Negroes, seeing much less to flock to the colors now than the outbreak of the war, first, the economy had created full employment and prosperity for Northern Negroes. And second, captured Negro soldiers would not be treated as ordinary prisoners of war. And third, all commissioned officers in Negro regiments must be white.
Nevertheless, recruiting agents blanketed Northern Negro communities with posters, editorials, and speeches. The Anglo-African newspaper stated, "Should we not, with 2 centuries of cruel wrong stirring in our hearts, be but too willing to embrace any chance to settle accounts with the slaveholders? Why should we be alarmed at their threat of hanging us? Do we intend to become their prisoners? Such is not the record our black fathers made in the Revolutionary War, nor is such the record of those who fought under McDowell and also Jackson in the War of 1812. At a meeting of black men in Asbury Church, Silas Bowen of Washington said, "When we show that we are men, we can then demand our liberty, as did the Revolutionary Fathers, peacefully if we can, forcefully if we must. If we do not fight, we are traitors to our God, traitors to our country, traitors to our race, and traitors to ourselves. Richmond is the place for us, and we mean to go there. Our friend Jeff Davis says we shall go there, and we will go, but they won't be glad to see us." The regiment gained 140 recruits at this meeting.
In the summer of 1863, the War Department authorized governors of several northern states to recruit Negro regiments to help fulfill their state troop quota. The previous year, John Mercer Langston, an Ohio Black leader, had urged Governor David Todd to enlist Black volunteers to be credited against Ohio's quota. Governor Todd had rejected the suggestion with these words: "Do you not know, Mr. Langston, that this is a white man's government? That white men are able to defend and protect it? When we want you colored men, we will notify you." By June 1863, Governor Todd had decided that he wanted Black men. He notified Langston and gave him authority to enlist colored soldiers. Langston and his assistants began to canvass the state. By November, the Ohio Regiment was ready for service. Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Illinois all began to organize Black regiments in the summer of 1863.
The New York Tribune observed on May 1st, 1863, that most Northerners now approved of the policy of arming Negroes, but that many still doubted whether they would make good soldiers. The colored soldiers would answer this question themselves. On May 27, 1863, 2 regiments of New Orleans free men and Louisiana ex-slaves participated in an assault on Port Hudson, a Confederate stronghold on the lower Mississippi. The attack failed, but the men fought heroically, advancing over open ground in the face of deadly artillery fire that convinced many former skeptics of the value of Black troops. William Wells Brown wrote the following account of the Port Hudson assault.
The Black forces consisted of the 1st Louisiana and the 3rd Louisiana. The line officers of the 3rd were white, and the regiment was mostly composed of freedmen, many of whose backs still bore the marks of the lash. The 1st was the noted regiment called the Native Guard. At last the word was given and the men started. The enemy opened a blistering fire of shell, canister, grape, and musketry. At every pace the column was thinned by the falling dead and wounded. No matter how gallantly the men behaved, no matter how bravely they were led, it was not in the course of things that this gallant brigade should take these works by charge. 6 charges in all were made. Seeing the taking of these batteries to be a hopeless effort, the troops were called off. But had they accomplished anything more than the loss of many of their brave men? Yes, they had. The self-forgetfulness, the undaunted heroism, and the great endurance of the Negro created a new chapter in history for the American colored man.
General Nathan Banks, in his official report of the battle, stated that whatever doubt may have existed, the history of this day proves conclusively that the government will find in this class of troops effective supporters and defenders. The severe tests to which they were subjected and the determined manner in which they encountered the enemy leaves in my mind no doubt about their ultimate success.
A white officer of engineers who had witnessed the assault declared that you have no idea how many prejudices with regard to Negro troops have been dispelled by the battle the other day. The brigade of Negroes behaved magnificently and fought splendidly, could not have done better. They are far superior in discipline to the white troops and just as brave.
And the New York Times, commenting on the reports of the battle, said that this official testimony settles the question that the Negro race can fight. It is no longer possible to doubt the bravery and steadiness of the colored race.
On June 7th, 2 regiments of newly recruited freedmen beat back a Confederate attack at Milliken's Bend, a Union outpost on the Mississippi River above Vicksburg. The Negroes displayed great courage while driving the rebels back in a furious bayonet charge. Captain M.M. Miller, 3 days after the battle of the 9th Regiment of Louisiana Volunteers of African descent, wrote to his aunt in Galena, Illinois.
Dear Aunt, we were attacked here at Milliken's Bend on June 7th, about 3 o'clock in the morning, by a brigade of Texas troops, about 2,500 in number. We had about 600 men to withstand them, 500 of them Negroes. Our regiment had about 300 in the fight. We had about 50 men killed in the regiment and 80 wounded, so you can judge what part of the fight my company sustained. I never more wish to hear the expression, "The colors won't fight." The enemy charged us so close that we fought with our bayonets hand to hand. It was a horrible fight, the worst I was ever engaged in, not even Shiloh. The enemy cried, "No quarter!" but some of them were very glad to take it when made prisoners. What few men I have left seem to think much of me because I stood up with them in the fight. I can say for them that I never saw a braver company of men in my life.
Even the rebel general commanding the assault on Milliken's Bend gave a somewhat left-handed compliment to the Negro soldiers. General Henry McCullough, Confederate States of America, stated, "This charge was resisted by the Negro portion of the enemy's force with considerable obstinacy, while the white and true Yankee portion ran like whipped curs almost as soon as the charge was given."
Charles Dana, the Assistant Secretary of War, visited Milliken's Bend a few days after the battle and later wrote that the bravery of the blacks in the battle at Milliken's Bend completely revolutionized the sentiment of the Army with regard to the employment of Negro troops. I heard prominent officers who formerly in private had sneered at the idea of Negroes fighting. They expressed themselves after that heartily in favor of it.
And General Lorenzo Thomas, the War Department's official recruiter of Negro troops in the Mississippi Valley, reported that when he undertook his task, the prejudice against colored troops was quite general, and it required, in the first instance, all my efforts to counteract it. But finally, it was overcome, and the blacks themselves, subsequently, by their coolness and determination in battle, fought themselves into their present high standing as soldiers.
Back in May of 1863, Governor Andrews of Massachusetts had said that his reputation would rise or fall with the success or failure of the 54th Massachusetts.
At twilight.
Rarely in history did a regiment so completely justify the faith of its founders.
At twilight on July 18th, the 54th led an assault on Fort Wagner, a Confederate stronghold guarding the entrance of Charleston Harbor. The Negro Regiment charged across the narrow slit of sand, led by its white colonel, Robert Shaw. As the column approached the fort, the Confederates opened a murderous fire, cutting wide swaths in the ranks of the 54th. Still, the 54th came on, charging the parapets, swarming into the fort itself. Shaw was killed at the head of his regiment, as his men fought on desperately, despite the failure of supporting white regiments to come up in time, which compelled a general retreat. The 54th's assault on Fort Wagner was, in a narrow sense, a failure, but in a broader sense, it was a significant triumph. In the face of heavy odds, black troops had proved once again their courage, determination, and the willingness to die for the freedom of their race. The Northern press publicized widely the exploits of the 54th. The veteran abolitionist Angelina Grimke Weld asked a friend, "Do you not rejoice and exult in all that praise that is lavished upon our brave colored troops, even by pro-slavery papers?" I have no tears to shed over their graves, because I see that their heroism is working a great change in public opinion, forcing all men to see the sin and the shame of enslaving such men.
It was not only the newspapers and orators who lavished praise upon Negro soldiers. On August the 23rd, 1863, General Grant himself penned a private letter to President Lincoln.
I have given the subject of arming the Negro my hearty support. This, with the emancipation of the Negro, is the heaviest blow yet given the Confederacy. By arming the Negro, we have added a powerful ally. They will make good soldiers, and taking them from the enemy weakens him in the same proportion they strengthen us. I am therefore most decidedly in favor of pushing this policy to the enlistment of a force sufficient to hold all of the South falling into our hands and to aid in capturing more.
By the end of the year, Secretary of War Edward M. Stanton reported to Lincoln that though many persons questioned whether the freed slaves had sufficient courage and could adjust to military discipline and combat experience, their combat experience proved how groundless were these apprehensions. Stanton later reported, "The slave proved his manhood and his capacity as an infantry soldier at Milliken's Bend, at the assault on Port Hudson, and the storming of Fort Wagner." During the same period, Lincoln in a letter confronted these same attitudes and beliefs which existed right here in Springfield, Illinois. Lincoln had received an invitation from longtime friend James C. Conkling of Springfield, Illinois, asking him to address an upcoming mass meeting of unconditional Union men. Many of these men objected to Lincoln's policy emancipating and using Negroes as soldiers. Lincoln's letter was accompanied by a brief note which read,
"I cannot leave here now. Herewith is a letter instead. You are one of the best public readers. I have but one suggestion. Read it very slowly. And now God bless you and all the good Union men."
Lincoln in this letter confronts his critics. What follows is a condensed version of this letter dated August 26, 1863.
"But to be plain, you are dissatisfied with me about the Negro. Quite likely, there is a difference of opinion between you and myself upon that subject. I certainly wish that all men could be free, while I suppose you do not. Yet, I have neither adopted nor proposed any measure which is not consistent with even your view, provided you are for the Union. I suggested compensated emancipation, to which you replied, you wish not to be taxed by Negroes. But I had not asked you to be taxed by Negroes, except in such a way as to save you from greater taxation, to save the Union exclusively by other means." Lincoln continues, "The war has certainly progressed as favorably for us since the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation as before. I know as fully as one can know the opinion of others that some of the commanders of our armies in the field who have given us our most important successes believe the emancipation policy and the use of colored troops constitutes the heaviest blow yet dealt the rebellion, and that at least one of these important successes could not have been achieved when it was, but for the aid of black soldiers. Among the commanders holding these views are some who have never had any affinity with what is called abolitionism or with the Republican Party policies, but who held them purely as military opinions. You say that you will not fight to free the Negroes, Some of them seem willing to fight for you, but no matter. Fight you then, exclusively to save the Union. I issued a proclamation on purpose to aid you in the saving the Union. Whenever you shall have conquered all resistance to the Union, if I shall urge you to continue fighting, it will be apt time then for you to declare that you will not fight the free Negroes. I thought that in your struggle for the Union, to whatever extent the Negroes should cease helping the enemy, to that extent, it weakens the enemy in his resistance to you. Do you think differently? I thought that whatever Negroes can be got to do as soldiers leaves just so much less for white soldiers to do in saving the Union. Does it appear otherwise to you? But Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motive, even the promise of freedom, and the promise being made must be kept. And then there will be some black men who can remember that with silent tongue and clenched teeth and steady eye and well-poised bayonet, they have helped mankind upon this great consummation. While I fear there will be some white ones unable to forget that with malignant heart and deceitful speech, they have strove to hinder it. Still, let us not be overconfident of a speedy and final triumph. Let us be quite sober. Let us diligently apply the means, never doubting that a just God, in his own time, will give us the rightful results. Very truly yours, Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln would later show his gratitude for the role of the United States Colored Troop in suppressing the rebellion by selecting 4 companies of the 54th Massachusetts Volunteers as part of his military escort during his second inaugural on March 4th, 1865. That would be the first instance in which black troops participated in an inaugural day parade.
One of the important engagements of 1864 was the Battle of Nashville. On December the 15th and 16th, General George Thomas's Army of the Cumberland destroyed the Confederate Army of the Tennessee, which was commanded by John B. Hood. 8 black regiments played a vital role in that victory.
Thomas J. Morgan, colonel of the 14th United States Colored Infantry and commander of a brigade of 4 Negro regiments in the Battle of Nashville, gave the following account of his regiment from the time it was organized in November 1863 until the Battle of Nashville more than a year later.
The field, staff, and company officers were all white men. All of the non-commissioned officers, hospital steward, quartermaster sergeant, sergeant major, orderlies, sergeants, and corporals were colored. They proved very efficient. On August 15th, 1864, we had our first fight at Dalton, Georgia. General Wheeler, with a considerable force of Confederate cavalry, attacked Dalton, which was occupied by a small detachment of Union troops belonging to the 2nd Missouri. My regiment formed on the left of the 51st Indiana Infantry. The fight was short and not at all severe. The regiment was all exposed to fire. 1 private was killed, 1 lost a leg, and 1 was wounded in the right hand. Company B on the skirmish line killed 5 of the enemy and wounded others. To us, it was a great battle and a glorious victory. The regiment had been recognized as soldiers. It had taken its place side by a white regiment. It had been under fire. After the fight, as we marched into town through a pouring rain, a white regiment standing at rest swung their hats and gave 3 rousing cheers for the 14th Colored.
Pulaski, Tennessee. On September 27, 1864, I reported to Major General Rousseau, commanding a force of cavalry at Pulaski, Tennessee. As we approached the town by rail from Nashville, we heard artillery, then musketry, and as we left the cars, we saw the smoke of guns. Forrest, with a large body of cavalry, had been steadily driving Rousseau before him all day and was destroying the railroad. Finding the general, I said, "I am ordered to report to you, sir, with 2 regiments of colored troops." By the general's direction, I threw out a strong line of skirmishers and posted the regiments on a ridge in good supporting distance. Rousseau's men retired behind my line, and Forrest's men pressed forward until they met our fire, and recognizing the sound of the Minute ball, stopped to reflect. The massacre of colored troops at Fort Pillow was well known to us and had been fully discussed by our men. It was rumored and thoroughly credited by them that General Forrest had offered $1,000 for the head of any commander of a black regiment. Here then was such an opportunity as those spoiling for a fight might desire. Negro troops stood face to face with Forrest's veteran cavalry. The fire was growing hotter and balls were uncomfortably thick. At length, the enemy in strong force, with banners flying, bore down towards us in full sight, apparently bent on mischief. Pointing to the advancing column, I said, as I passed along the line, "Boys, it looks very much like a fight. Keep cool. Do your duty." They seemed full of glee and replied with great enthusiasm, "Colonel, they can't whip us. They never get the old 14th out of here, never. Never drives us away without a mighty lot of dead men." When Forrest learned that Rousseau was reinforced by infantry, he did not stop to ask the color of their skin, but after testing our line and finding it unyielding, returned to the east and struck over towards Murfreesboro.
Nashville, Tennessee. On November the 29th, 1864, the 14th, 16th, and 44th Regiments of United States Colored Infantry embarked on a railroad train at Chattanooga for Nashville. On December the 1st, with the 16th and most of the 14th, we reached our destination and were assigned to a place on the extreme left of General Thomas's army, then concentrating for the defense of Nashville against Hood's threatened attack.
Soon after taking our position in line at Nashville, we were closely besieged by Hood's army, and thus we lay facing each other for 2 weeks. Hood had suffered so terribly by his defeat under Schofield at Franklin that he was in no mood to assault us in our works, and Thomas needed more time to concentrate and reorganize his army before he could safely take the offensive. About 9 o'clock at night, December 14, 1864, I was summoned to General Stedman's headquarters. He told me what the plan of battle was and said he wished me to open the fight by making a vigorous assault upon Hood's right flank. This, he explained, was to be a trick, intended to betray Hood into the belief that it was the real attack and to lead him to support his right by weakening his left, where Thomas intended assaulting him in very deed. The general gave me 4 colored regiments, a provisional brigade of white troops, and a section of artillery of the 20th Indiana Battery. As soon as the fog lifted, the battle began in good earnest. Hood mistook my assault for an attack in force upon his right flank, and weakening his left in order to meet it, gave the coveted opportunity to Thomas, who improved it by assailing Hood's left flank, doubling it up, and capturing a large number of prisoners.
Thus, the first day's fight wore away. It had been for us a severe but glorious day. Over 300 of our command had fallen, but everywhere our army was successful. General Stegman congratulated us, saying his only fear had been that we might fight too hard. We had done all he desired and more. Colored soldiers had again fought side by side with white troops. They had mingled together in the charge. They had supported each other. They had assisted each other from the field when wounded, and they lay side by side in death. The survivors rejoiced together over a hard-fought field won by common valor. During that night, Hood withdrew his army some 2 miles and took up a new line along the crest of some low hills, which he strongly fortified with some improvised breastwork and abetis. Soon after our early breakfast, we moved forward over the intervening space. Our position was still on the extreme left of our line, and we were especially charged to look well to our flank to avoid surprise. The 2nd Colored Brigade, under Colonel Thompson of the 12th United States Colored Infantry, was on our right and participated in the first day's charge upon Overton's Hill, which was repulsed.
When the 2nd Colored Brigade retired behind my lines to reform, one of the regimental color bearers stepped in the open space between the 2 armies where, although exposed to a dangerous fire, he planted his flag firmly in the ground and began deliberately and coolly to return the enemy's fire, and greatly to our amusement, kept up for some little time his independent warfare. When the 2nd and final assault was made, the right of our line took part. It was with breathless interest we watched that noble army climb the hill with a steady resolve which nothing but death itself could check. When at length the assaulting column sprang upon the earthworks, and the enemy, seeing that further resistance was madness, gave way and began a precipitous retreat, our hearts swelled as only the hearts of soldiers can, and scarcely stopping to cheer or to await orders, we pushed forward and joined in the pursuit until the darkness and the rain forced a halt. When General Thomas rode over the battlefield and saw the bodies of colored men side by side on the very works of the enemy, he turned to his staff saying, "Gentlemen, the question is settled. Negroes will fight."
While General Thomas and the Army of the Tennessee was routing and defeating the Confederate forces under General Hood, the Army of the Potomac and the Army of the James, under Grant's overall command, were slowly squeezing and destroying Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in Petersburg and Richmond.
Colored soldiers played a vital role in the fighting around Petersburg, Virginia in 1864. Black regiments under General Edward Hinks assaulted and captured an important rebel entrenchment near the city.
Secretary of War Stanton, referring to the battles near Petersburg, told a newspaper reporter that the hardest fighting was done by the black troops. The forts they stormed were the worst of all.
General William F. Smith went to thank the black troops and tell them he was proud of their courage and dash. He said they cannot be exceeded as soldiers and that hereafter he will send them in difficult places as readily as the best white troops.
An officer of the 22nd U.S. Colored Infantry wrote enthusiastically to a Philadelphia newspaper, "The problem is solved. The Negro is a soldier, a man, a hero. I am prepared to say that I never, since the beginning of this war, saw troops fight better, more bravely, with more determination and enthusiasm."
At the Battle of Chaffin's Farm in New Markets Heights, Virginia, 13 Negro regiments fought in that battle at the end of September, and a total of 37 Medals of Honor were awarded to veterans of that battle. 14 went to black soldiers.
The advance guard of Grant's army marched into Richmond on the morning of April 2nd, 1865, and from there continued into Richmond, led by the Connecticut 29th Infantry, the United States Colored Troops. The capital of the Confederacy had fallen at long last. General Godfrey Weitzel, commander of the all-black 25th Corps, accepted the city's formal surrender.
As long lines of Negro cavalry flowed down Broad Street and raised their voices in ode to John Brown, the man that Robert E. Lee had helped bring to the gallows in that state only 6 years before, the Black horsemen brandished their sabers and shouted in triumph. It was all music to the ears of free blacks and those who were only now freed from slavery. They stood atop shacks and waved their hats, crying, "The Lord bless the Yankees! The Lord bless the Yankees!" Black newspaper correspondent Thomas Morris Chester noted that the crowds included pious old Negroes, male and female, who called out to the black soldiers, "God bless you. Jesus has opened the way. We've been looking for you these many days. You've come at last."
One of the Union soldiers who entered Richmond that day was Garland White, who as a boy had been separated from his mother and sold to a young Georgian named Robert Toombs. Now the chaplain of the 28th U.S. Colored Infantry, White thrilled to the shouts of 10,000 voices celebrating liberation on the streets of the former Confederate capital. Black men and women gathered around him, urging him to speak, and so he did. He proclaimed for the first time in that city freedom to all mankind. As White stood in the street trying to take it all in, an older woman approached him and asked his name, his birthplace, and the name of his mother. When he had answered all her questions, she quietly informed him that this is your mother, Garland, who you are speaking to now, who has spent 20 years of grief about her son. And so she proved to be one of so many mothers and fathers that day peering hopefully into the faces of the black soldiers passing by, searching for remembered features of other children who had been sold south of this state in years and decades past.
John David Smith, in Lincoln and the United States Colored Troops, stated that President Lincoln greatly valued the service of the black men of the USCT. Their military contribution proved Lincoln's confidence in them to be well-deserved and disarm white fears of black insurrections and mayhem. While Lincoln's final Emancipation Proclamation liberated and armed the slaves on paper, it was the men of the USCT, the United States Colored Troops, who welcomed them to their camps and liberated, sometime by force, slaves on farms and plantations as they enveloped the Confederacy. They, not Lincoln, fought directly for the freedom that Lincoln had promised.
President Lincoln summarized the contribution of Negro soldiers and laborers to the Union cause in a letter of September 12, 1864. We cannot spare the 140 or 50,000 now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers. This is not a question of sentiment or taste, but one of physical force, which may be estimated as horsepower and steam power. Keep it, and you can save the Union. Throw it away, and the Union goes with it.
Official records show that approximately 180,000 enlisted black men and 7,000 white officers served in 175 Union regiments during the Civil War, nearly 10% of the Union Army. These men fought in 449 engagements, of which 39 were major battles. Approximately 37,300 Negroes lost their lives while serving in the Union Army. 17 black soldiers and 4 black sailors were awarded Medals of Honor. Thank you. Let me briefly introduce the cast here. First, there's my wife, Patricia James Davis. Pat is an actor and historic interpreter, member of the Board of Directors of Sacramento County Historical Society, and my find when I found gold. Okay. Next is Martin Wolf. Reverend Martin Wolf has served the Abraham Lincoln, he serves at the Abraham Lincoln Unitarian Universal Congregation for more than 12 years. He has been a Civil War reenactor and skirmisher for 20 years and is a member of the 114th Illinois Volunteer Infantry Regiment reenacted. And finally, there is well, I would like to say that everyone knows Jim Patton, but everyone does not know Jim Patton, and so let me introduce Jim Patton. Jim Patton is a native son of Springfield. He was president of the Sacramento County Historical Society, is currently president of the Elijah Iles House, Strawberry Ridge Shepherd House Foundation Board of Directors, and is a longtime member of the Abraham Lincoln Association Board of Directors. He is the Lieutenant Colonel of the 114th Regiment, Illinois Volunteer Infantry, reactivated. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
I do want to thank you all for being here this evening. I'll make a confession right up front. I've been a huge movie fan since I was a little tyke and grew up watching a lot of these things. And so this was an opportunity to join a couple of my fascinations together. You know, I've given a lot of presentations on the Civil War. They were fun and also hard work. This one was more a labor of love, I have to confess. And I hope you enjoy it as well. But certainly wanted to put these movies into a context, and the context is 100 years. Now, watch this. It's a little bit fancier than I normally have. Yeah. Pretty high tech. There you go. To get you into the mood. The Civil War. In my mind, there's no more important event in American history to understand and to get our arms around than the Civil War. And it's not just because I work here. I think the most important character, individual, to understand and appreciate and know in American history is Abraham Lincoln. And then you get to this whole collection of incredibly fascinating people that populated that era, and you've got the perfect opportunity to make some great movies about it. And when I started thinking about this initially, I said, well, how come there aren't that many movies about the Civil War? There, you know, off the top of your head, if you think really movies about the Civil War recently, there aren't that many. Well, of course, I started to dig around some more and found plenty, quite a few, I should say. And if we stretch the definition of what a Civil War movie is and include movies where there are characters who served in the Civil War and then made their way off into the western frontiers, then the list grows exponentially. And so the list that you guys have now is a list that's primarily populated by westerns. A lot of them obscure, but some of the greatest westerns that we are familiar with. So, thought about this a little bit more. There were a lot in the silent era on the Civil War. You know, there were people who had lived through the war who were still alive at that time. Then you got to the Depression, and there's other reasons why maybe Hollywood wasn't interested in making movies that might be a tad bit depressing. We'll show a couple and explain why those movies weren't quite as depressing as others. And then you get to the 1950s and the explosion of Westerns. And finally, recently, there's been a lot of important movies that have come out. But the only event in American history that's probably displayed more in movies is World War II, because the greatest generation lived through that, and it was a good war. And there was lots of stories to tell from that as well. But besides that, there's a lot more Civil War movies than there are about the Revolutionary War, about the First World War, certainly, about any of the other important events in our history. So it has gotten its due from Hollywood, let me put it that way. Okay, I've got 3 pictures up here. Birth of a Nation, a silent movie, and without a doubt, we'll get into this one quite a bit more, the most important and influential silent movie ever. And a whole generation, a couple generations, learned about the Civil War, as Eileen suggested. They learned about the war by watching Birth of a Nation. Okay, there's some baggage that goes along with that. Then there's many people here, myself included, grew up watching Gone with the Wind. And there's a couple generations at least, that's their version of the Civil War. In many cases, that's your version of the Civil War. And then more recently, a colleague of mine told me how influential, how important seeing Ken Burns' series back in the 1990s was to him. A very different interpretation, a documentary, so a much more accurate portrayal of the Civil War and nuanced portrayal of the Civil War. But you get these 3 important movies, one a TV documentary, the other 2 Hollywood's prime time, and you pretty much have how most people understand the Civil War, which most of you, this is a well-educated audience, realize just how flawed our understanding of the war might be if that's where we're really getting our information from. And I'm not sure our teachers out there are given much time or do justice to the Civil War era anymore. But that's an opinion of mine, and I'll probably not go any farther than that. Okay. The opening days after the war, Americans have to figure out what to make of this. Figure it out. The winner's view of the war. I'm going to make this pretty simple in this respect. The war was about preserving the Union. Now, over the years, if you think about it, most Civil War movies have very, very little to do about preserving the Union. But that's what people then knew and understand the war was about, as well as ending slavery. And again, we all realize the journey that Lincoln took in his life to get from the first to the second. And really, they're both involved. Once you get beyond the war, it's about Reconstruction, but the North wasn't too much concerned about the specifics of Reconstruction, and that was something they had imposed on the South. So they were much more interested in reconciliation, especially when you get into the 20th century, reconciling the two, bringing them back together again. So that's the North's view. The South's view, and this is probably the crucial part of what we need to understand at the beginning of this presentation, the loser's view. It was about the lost cause. And naturally, they're going to have to package and understand what happened in the Civil War a lot differently than the winners were. Because they don't want to make themselves out to be the villains. They don't want to make it out to be the civil or about slavery. What they wanted to focus on, this is a war for our independence. This is a war that the abolitionists, with all of the trouble they kept making, basically forced on us. If it hadn't been for the abolitionists, we would have been fine. The country wouldn't have had this war. It was a war about states' rights. That was the Lost Clause interpretation. And by the 1870s, that was very much in vogue in the South. And to a great extent, that image, as we'll talk about later, captured a lot of Northern imagination as well. They talked about the antebellum society. It was celebrated. It wasn't diminished, it was celebrated. And part of that, here's a quote from one of the books I read. What do you do with slavery? Well, as much as possible in the lost cause analogy, you ignore slavery. It wasn't the reason that the war occurred in their interpretation. But when you did talk about it, here's the quote that was used. Slavery was a benign institution and slaves were loyal and faithful to their benevolent masters. They were better off in slavery than they would have been free people. That was the interpretation the lost cause approach would put on it. When you get to the war itself, Union victory was overwhelmingly about numbers, about the massive numbers, not just the soldiers they could put on the field, but the industrial strength, the railroads, you go right down the line. That's why the North won. It was only because of that. And it was, when they looked at their own military history, they thought they had an awful lot to be proud of. They looked at the gallantry of the Confederate soldiers, the honor of their leaders. And they didn't talk about Abraham Lincoln and Ulysses Grant. The lost cause did nothing but demean those, especially Ulysses Grant. He was nothing but a butcher. They're heroes, and hero is not a strong enough term. They worshiped Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, and then there was a whole league of other characters and personalities that garnered their attention as well. But none more than these two. Lee especially was venerated. He was almost worshipped. I'm going to give a description that Alan Nolan gave in terms of the lost cause approach to the Civil War to kind of help us understand the importance of this even more. Taken together, the elements of the myth of the lost cause created the Southern image that was sought by a defeated people. Slavery and the slavery disagreement were excluded from that image. There had been a distinctive and superior Southern culture, benign and effective in its race relations. That culture was led by wise and superior men who seceded because they fought freedom from an oppressive Northern culture, an effort that failed because of overwhelming Northern power. The warfare itself was a contest of honor and martial glory in which the chivalrous and valorous Southerners pursued a sort of Arthurian tournament, seeking Southern independence. Now, hopefully those of you who attended quite a few of my presentations didn't get that view of the war, but that was what was being portrayed as far as this lost cause mentality. And it permeated much of American society for a long period of time, and not just in the South. There were lots of Northerners who were enamored by that understanding of the Civil War as well. So, we haven't talked about movies hardly at all. It's time we get there. Birth of a Nation, directed by D.W. Griffith in 1915. And a little bit background about D.W. Griffith. Born in 1875 in Kentucky, his father was a colonel in the Confederate Army. His father's nickname, Jacob Roaring Jake Griffith. His father, unfortunately, died when D.W. was 10 years old. But by that time, he'd sat on his father's knee and heard these glorious stories about the honorable and wonderful Southern cause and about the glories of the battlefield. He was immersed in that growing up. And then he finds himself impoverished, partly because of the circumstances of his father's death, but just as much because of Reconstruction and the destruction that the war had racked on the Southern society, even in Kentucky. So that's what he grew up in. He becomes an actor. He wants to be a playwright. He gets on the ground floor of movies in the early 20th century and finds himself through a series of unusual circumstances being the director for this new company called Biograph. And he started to crank out movie after movie after movie when they were 1 or 2 reels long, very short things. But everybody noticed that his were different. His were better than everybody else's movies. They were better quality. The editing was superb. The style of camera work was so much better. And eventually he was able to garner that into making what he called his masterpiece. He wanted to put his mark on the wall as the most important movie director there was. Of course, he started being ashamed of being a movie director, but by the time he get to 1914, he'd taken a different attitude. And the result of that was this epic Birth of a Nation. And you see pictures up here. It's adapted from a book by a reverend, another Southerner, The Klansman, which really connected with D.W. Griffith. He understood that. That was the life he grew up in. And so he translated that onto the screen. And it's an important film. It was a record breaker from the very beginning. Can you believe in 1915 they were charging $2 in some movie theaters to go see this? That was unprecedented. And when the Nickelodeon, that's what it meant. You paid a nickel to get into a movie, but it was that caliber that people were able to pay that much and willing to pay that much. So it was an overnight sensation. And when it was aired in the White House, President Woodrow Wilson says, it's like writing history with lightning. And my only regret is that it is all so terribly true. So here is the first clip that we need to play then. And this one is going to be a battle scene filming from Petersburg, some of the engagement at Petersburg. I often thought, watching this clip especially, this is only 50 years beyond the Civil War. Think about our own experiences. The 1990s were 50 years beyond World War II. There were lots and lots of veterans who could relate to this. That was how they understood the war occurred as well. And you can see how dramatic, even today, that appears. We need to talk a little bit about Woodrow Wilson, though, too, because there's some explaining to do here. Here's a quote that was part of the movie. This is one of the captions that appeared in the movie that Woodrow Wilson wrote in a book about American history. The white men were aroused by a mere instinct of self-preservation until at last there had sprung into existence a great Ku Klux Klan, a veritable empire of the South to protect the Southern country. So who's Woodrow Wilson? Well, we know he was the president of Princeton before he became president of the United States, but most people aren't aware that he was born in Virginia and grew up in Georgia. He was living in Georgia at the time Sherman came marching through. There's a legend that he saw Jefferson Davis being taken into captivity, being arrested at the end of the war. And he moved to South Carolina shortly after that. So he's also growing up immersed in this whole culture and this notion of the lost cause, what had led to the defeat of the Southerners, this noble venture that they also regretted. So that's where Woodrow Wilson is coming from. Birth of a Nation epitomizes that lost cause. And we look at it today and most people would cringe and be embarrassed because it is an overtly racist movie, very racist. It was widely acclaimed when it first came out. All of the critics marveled at its technical superiority, the artistry that it all had, but there was a growing chorus of people who were fundamentally objecting and criticizing the nature of race relations that were portrayed here, to the point where the NAACP, which you'll recall was only created shortly after the Springfield riots in 1908, so this is just a few years after its existence, made such a fuss that Griffith decided to cut about 500 feet of film out of this movie. And it was all the most villainous portions that dealt with race relations and dealt with African Americans. There was still plenty that was there. Now, I believe that 500 feet of footage is lost to us today. We don't know exactly what it was other than the reports that we have. But here is a good feel for how the African Americans, slaves, were portrayed. And this, of course, is during the Reconstruction period. Actually, this isn't a picture of them so much as Ku Klux Klan. In other words, the heroes of the movie were the Ku Klux Klan. In part because he took so much grief over this, D.W. Griffith's next movie was entitled Intolerance, and that's what it was about. But in defending Birth of a Nation, he brought out the First Amendment. He says this is free speech rights. Only in the late 1920s did he start to suggest that maybe the Ku Klux Klan should have been portrayed this way, that he condemned it. But by that time, I mean, in part by what we just saw here on the screen and what the powerful Birth of a Nation presented to the American people, there was an explosion of Ku Klux Klan membership after Birth of a Nation came out. And I think most of you are aware of how virulent that became in the 1920s and 30s across the whole country. So, moving on. The silent era. There's quite a few movies that are made. Most of them are obscure. I've seen practically none. Here is a couple that are more prominent. Another D.W. Griffith movie that was made before Birth of a Nation with Mary Pickford, The Informer. A much more important one, The General, starring Buster Keaton. It was not widely regarded at the time. It proved to be a pretty expensive movie, but the old stone face, it's become a classic now. Classic of Buster Keaton movies. And here's an interesting side note. It's actually going to be played on Turner Classic Movies tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning. So you can either wake up at 5 or DVR it and record it and check it out. It's a fun movie. And it's, all these pratfalls, that's what Keaton was known for. You get into the Depression era, and I've already mentioned there's not nearly as many Civil War themed movies at the time. But a couple that are fun to watch, but also somewhat painful in certain respects to watch, are Shirley Temple movies. That was the ultimate escape at the time, Shirley Temple. This innocent, incredible talent as she's growing up. The first one I've got here, I've got two clips. The Littlest Rebel, Shirley Temple. You should recognize this. This is Bilbo Jangles Robinson. And then you've got Stephen Fetchit over here, which is an interesting character. These are house slaves. These are slaves that have a good relationship with the master. And of course, Shirley is the daughter or the granddaughter in these movies that we're going to be talking about here. She's got a great relationship with these people. Stephen Fetchit made a fortune. He's like the first black millionaire in American history. At least I read that one place. And he became a millionaire because he played the ultimate slow, dumb, stupid, lazy black man. And you can watch these things and you can laugh at them and cringe at them at the same time. Well, at the time, the black community wasn't laughing. They had little use for Stephen Fetchit, but he didn't seem to mind. The other thing that caught my surprise was he actually wrote for the Chicago Defender sometimes. So there's an interesting dichotomy in his case. But here's the first clip that I wanted to show for Shirley Temple.
What are you doing glued to that wall? You've been lying. Oh, come on. I've got something. Look at this. There must be somebody in there. It's a secret panel. It ain't nothing, sir. Open it. It's just a wall, sir. Bust it in. Wait a minute. I'll open it. It's just two little babies in there, that's all. this ain't much to get excited about. Nothing to eat, eh? And no liquor. Well, this is pretty good. Hurry up, get out of here. Come on. Come on, get out of here. Hurry up. Get one of those hams and have it cooked.
Yes, sir.
You boys can get yourselves a couple of drinks, too.
Yes, sir.
And you notice in these who her playmates are. They're not white children. They're the sons and daughters of slaves who live on the plantation with her. That's who she's playing with. And as far as Shirley's concerned, if you watch these movies, they're all just friends. The next clip I wanted to show was towards the end of this movie. In this case, her father was arrested as a spy. He was a Southern officer. He was arrested as a spy. And now it looks very grim for Shirley and the family that he's going to be executed. That's the punishment for spies. And so she goes with Bill Bojangles Robinson to Washington, D.C. to make a direct appeal to the President of the United States.
Now, on this trip, before your daddy was captured, did he write down anything on paper or anything?
No, sir.
Did he ever stop and look at the Yankee soldiers or count them? Or look at the cannons?
No, sir. He told me that if we got to Richmond and anyone asked me what I had seen, I was in honor bound not to tell them.
He told you that?
Yes, sir, because Colonel Morrison asked him not to see anything, and my daddy gave his word, and they shook hands.
John.
Yes, Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Virgie?
you won't let them shoot my daddy and Colonel Morrison, will you?
Rush this by special courier to General Grant.
Yes, Mr. President.
Is this yours?
No, it's yours. I had the last piece.
There now. All your terrible fears are over. Your father and Colonel Morrison are going free.
Now, it's fun to watch. What an incredible talent she was. But there's a couple things in here that really go right to the heart of what the lost cause was all about. Her daddy was honorable. He wouldn't, if he made a promise, he shook hands on it, he'd keep that promise. And then Shirley herself, when the president asked, is this your piece? No, I had the last one. That one's yours. That all just reinforces the honorable nature of Southern society. That's what it was all about. And anyway, it's fun to watch. And this one is just for fun's sake. I thought you all had to have a chance. Most of you have seen this before, but have a clip of Shirley with her favorite dance instructor by far, Bill Bojangles Robinson. And this one is from The Little Colonel. And we probably should recognize who that is as well, Hattie McDaniel.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Come on. Say, you can catch on quick. Look out now. Here's your last one.
What's going on around here?
Oh. That's the fastest my feet ever moved.
I like to go upstairs that way.
You sure learn fast. Now tomorrow, I'll show you some more steps. Good night, Miss Lloyd.
Good night.
And of course, the old colonel was none other than Lionel Barrymore, who played the curmudgeon perfectly. And of course, towards the end of the movie, his heart is softened by Shirley Temple as well. Now, that gets us to the reason a lot of you are here, to hear about Gone with the Wind. Adopted from a Margaret Mitchell classic in 1936, this is the blockbuster of all blockbusters. It sold 30 million copies in the next couple years. 30 million. Imagine that many being sold today. You'd have to double the number, get something like 60 or 70 million. I don't think there's anything that even comes close to being that successful. And it's perfect for the movies, except it's got a couple problems. It's a long book. And the other problem is people didn't just casually read this. They consumed this. They read it again. They knew all about Scarlett O'Hara and Rhett Butler. They had this image in their mind of who these people were. And David O. Selznick, who bought the rights to the movie, understood that. Now, everybody who read the book thought, there's only one person who can play Rhett Butler. It's got to be Clark Gable. Problem was that by this time, David O. Selznick had gone independent. He wasn't part of the studio system, and MGM owned Clark Gable. They finally did get him. They had to pay a healthy fee. They paid half his year's salary, and they gave away the distribution rights to Gone with the Wind. You know, at that time, who knows if this thing is going to be successful or not? Who knows how much it's going to cost, although they were afraid that Selznick would lose control and spend a lot more, which he very much did. Then you get to the issue of Scarlett O'Hara. And there wasn't a consensus of who should be playing Scarlett O'Hara. A lot of people thought Bette Davis. She had just played Jezebel, so she'd already done the role and probably wouldn't work for her to do it again. Practically every name you can think of important actresses at the time were thought of. They did a nationwide tour, great for publicity, going to all these places, go to Atlanta, and let's preview lots of young ladies who want to play Scarlett O'Hara. They ended up, 1,400 people tried out for that role. 1,400. And it was just about coming down to Paulette Goddard, who I believe was the next door neighbor of David O. Selznick. Her takes had been the best from everything they saw. And then they encountered this young lady from England who was deeply in love with, I can't remember his name now, Laurence Olivier, and was coming to the United States, and she tried out for the role, and there was no doubt in anybody's mind from that day forward, she was the Scarlett O'Hara they've been looking for. So this first clip is when the Carlton twins are talking to her on the porch of the Tara, and kind of sets the stage. It's our introduction to Scarlett O'Hara.
What do we care if we were expelled from college, Scarlett? The war's going to start any day now, so we'd have left college anyhow.
War? Isn't it exciting, Scarlett? You know those fool Yankees actually want a war?
We'll show them.
Fiddly-dee. War, war, war. This war talk spoiling all the fun at every party this spring. I get so bored I could scream. Besides, there isn't going to be any war.
Not going to be any war? Why, honey, of course there's going to be a war.
If either of you boys says war just once again, I'll go in the house and slam the door.
But Scarlett, don't honey, you want us to have a war?
Wait a minute, Scarlett, honey, please. We're sorry. We'll talk.
Well, but remember, I warned you.
You know, one of the important things they need to find from the actress playing Scarlett O'Hara is somebody who could say fiddle-dee-dee with some authority. Not everybody could pull that one off. The stories about the making of Gone with the Wind are almost as legendary as the film itself. They went through 2 cinematographers. They went through 3 directors, basically burned out 2 of them. They went through a platoon of writers. And in part, the problem was every time a writer would get done with the script, a rework of the script, Selznick would sit down and he'd start scribbling away and send it off to somebody else. And the way it was actually written is every night before they did the next day's shooting, he was hard at work rewriting the script again. So legend says there really isn't a one script that exists for Gone with the Wind. It was just a mishmash. It was all in David O. Selznick's head. That's where it was. It was a budget buster by far. But when it came out, it made money like nobody had ever imagined. And it still remains, if you take out the factor of inflation, the most successful movie that has ever been made. Made the most money of all the movies. Most of you are familiar also with the furor over the closing line. What's the closing line? Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. And that just wasn't acceptable in the code at that time. But they finally gave in because, again, everybody read the book. They all were expecting that line. How could it be anything else? Actually, it wasn't quite the end of the line, or end of the movie. It's Selznick's masterpiece, there's no doubt about it. Just like David W. Griffith, he wasn't going to match that. He tried afterwards, but it was never going to be the same as what he poured into that. It won 10 Academy Awards, and it's, I mentioned, the highest grossing film ever, and it's part of our American heritage. There's another movie in 1939 that's also part of our American heritage that if you're going to understand American culture and be able to have that dialogue, you better know something about Wizard of Oz, and you better know something about Gone with the Wind. And I suspect there's quite a few of you here who remember this one right here and Carol Burnett's take. See, you do remember. It's a cultural icon. And there's only one scene I could show. One other scene from the movie I could show, and this one's it.
Have you seen Dr.
One side, lady, please.
You notice how that scene ended with the Confederate flag flapping in the wind, tattered as it was. Flags in these movies are very important, just like they were in the war itself. It's a motif that you can see over and over and over again. It was the thing that the soldiers could rally around and people could get emotional and attachment to. And that certainly was the case here. Another interesting note about this one of the people who was working on the film, I think it might have been one of the cinematographers who was working on the film, was Southerner by birth, and he said, heck, if we'd had that many Confederates, we would have won the war. That gets us beyond Gone with the Wind then. And now we get into the territory where really I have to take a diversion and talk about the Civil War as a plot device or as a background or the setting for these movies. And a couple of the more prominent ones, right after the war in 1940 for Santa Fe Trail, in 1941 for They Died with Their Boots On, both vehicles by Warner Brothers for their big star at the time, Errol Flynn. And of course, you got Errol Flynn, you got to have the love interest, and the love interest is going to be Olivia de Havilland for both films as well. In this case, Raymond Massey is playing John Brown, and so it's very thinly connected with the Civil War, and it's not very good history, but it's certainly good entertainment at the time. And in that one, we've got Errol Flynn playing Jeb Stuart, and Ronald Reagan plays George Armstrong Custer. And in They Died with the Boots On, we have the chance for Errol Flynn to play George Armstrong Custer. Now, you notice that the ones before I was using brown or lettering here to emphasize that these were films that had more of a Southern emphasis. These two are supposed to be in light blue, if you can tell that. They have a more Northerner perspective. But they're both about General Custer. Okay, not necessarily the guy you want to embrace and prop up as your great hero of the war, because you know what happened to General Custer afterwards. But it's great entertainment, and that's what Hollywood has always been about, putting people in the seats and getting people to pay their admission fee. Little Women. I had to put that in here. I forgot to include this the first time I made this presentation. There were 3 versions, and it's very much about the Civil War. But how many battle scenes do you see in any of these 3 Hollywood versions of Little Women? 0. It's a story about young girls coming of age in the March family. Their father is off fighting the war. Their mother, Marmee, is trying to hold things together. And if you look at these and you go through this, you realize this was a plum job if you were an actress to be in these movies at the time. It still has great appeal. There's a TV version of this as well. I think there's a play. There's something about that story, Little Women, which really doesn't have that much of a plot that people are always drawn to. So you've got George Cukor, the ultimate women's director, directed the one in 1933, and of course we've got Katharine Hepburn over here. And you've got Joan Bennett, Jean Parker, and Frances D. Those are some known names even today. The 1949 version, of course, MGM, you'd think I would have found a color picture of this because it was in glorious Technicolor at the time. But look at the lineup you've got here. You've got June Allison playing Jo. You're the rambunctious sister. Elizabeth Taylor, Janet Leigh, and then young Margaret O'Brien. And then finally the 1994 version, and you've got Susan Sarandon playing Marmee, and her daughters, Winona Ryder, Kirsten Dunst, Claire Danes, and Trini Alvarado. Only the last name I'm not that familiar with. They're all very watchable films today and entertaining. We go back now, we've got one that definitely has a northern theme, and I think one of the very best portrayals of the Civil War that you're going to find. I'll mention another couple here coming down, but Red Badge of Courage. John Huston's movie, based on Stephen Crane's famous novel. Stephen Crane wasn't a veteran of the war, but he, better than almost anybody, captured what it was like to be a veteran of that war. And our hero, if you want to call him that, is played by Audie Murphy. Happens to be one of my wife's favorite actors, by the way. And you might not know who that one is. That's Bill Mauldin, the famous cartoonist from the war. So neither of these guys, Audie Murphy, he's the most decorated soldier of World War II, but he's nobody's idea of a handsome leading man when he came out of there. He made a very successful career, mainly making Westerns after the war, but not a big guy, not a handsome guy. Those 2 gentlemen play these roles superbly, and I'd have to say it's Audie Murphy's best role because they're very authentic. I believe you got John Huston playing, he's reading in the background, he's the narrator, and most of it is directly out of the book, and it's very successful. And again, notice how flags are incorporated into this clip.
Come on, men, follow them. We've got them now. After them. Forward, men! Forward! Come on! Turn! Turn! Turn!
the imagery of that moment just amazes me. It still does every time I see it. Moving on, we get into the late 40s and early 50s now. In the mid-50s, we do see quite a few movies that have a connection with the Civil War. In both of these cases, though, it's pretty thin. There's not a big portion that deals with the war directly. In the one, you've got Friendly Persuasion, about a Quaker family and their son and the father. Gary Cooper's the father, Anthony Perkins is the son. Both have to struggle with a decision whether or not they want to defend themselves. They want to fight for a cause. And I think the highlight of this movie, it's a great movie to watch. I certainly recommend it. William Wyler is a master director. But if you do watch it, just check out Samantha the Family Goose. She does a better job than anybody in acting in that movie. And you'll say, how did they get the goose to do that? Raintree County, which I saw just this last year, quite frankly, it was a disappointment. Even though it had Elizabeth Taylor in it, it was still a disappointment, and not much of the Civil War plot there at all. And a very pale version of the Gone with the Wind kind of story. So moving along then we get into this huge collection of movies that only a tangential connection with the Civil War. In most cases, Civil War veterans, North and South, found themselves in the West. In many cases, Civil War soldiers during the war found themselves in the Western theater. Oftentimes they're going after a shipment of gold or something like that, or vengeance when you talk about the end of the war. Scores, if not hundreds, of Western movies have that in the background, that thread that's connecting them. And it really is part of the thing that you have to, if you're going to make a Western and it's going to be a classic Western, you want to have that connection in some respect. Here is just some of them that I've listed. And I knew I had to have one that really illustrated the point, and so I have picked Shane, which is one of my very favorite Westerns, and I confess that I'm a huge Western fan. I'll watch bad Westerns and enjoy them. That's how much I like Westerns. Shane, George Stevens, Alan Ladd, he's not a good actor, but he plays the role of laconic stranger, quiet, strong, fast with a gun, as well as most anybody does at the time. George Stevens set out to make the quintessential Western, and he got there. He did it. So it's got the mysterious loner who appears out of nowhere. It's got the whole sodbusters versus the rancher and cowboys theme going through it, that conflict that you always have in good Westerns. It's got villains you can hate. In this case, it's got Jack Palance. And boy, does he play a good villain in this. It's got the struggle to civilize the frontier. And it also has gorgeous scenery. And in this case, Loyal Griggs has some of the most beautiful cinematography you're likely to see. And these expansive views in glorious color, it's worth seeing just for that. But what's the Civil War connection? Well, you've got Elijah Cook encountering Jack Palance outside the saloon. And not so gorgeous scenery. One less sodbuster. Again, another powerful image, I think. And some of you might be here for Elvis. I'm not sure, but I suspect that's the case. So what does Elvis have to do with the Civil War? In Love Me Tender, many of you have seen this movie. I'll read the synopsis for the movie. Elvis plays Clint Reno, one of the Reno brothers who stayed home while his brother went to fight in the Civil War for the Confederate Army. See, always the Confederate Army. When his brother Vance comes home back from the war, he finds that his old girlfriend Kathy had married Clint. See, she thought he had died in the war. And so Elvis married his sweetheart, his brother's sweetheart. Now, there's the complication. The family has to struggle to reach stability with this issue. Vance is involved with a train robbery, et cetera, et cetera. Well, some of you might know the way the movie ends. I'll kind of give it away. There are two big problems with Elvis Presley's first role in the movies. One, Richard Egan, who we see right here, a very handsome leading man at the time, Richard Egan had taken his shirt off and was impressing all the girls in the audience with that. Well, Elvis didn't take his shirt off in this movie, and that couldn't be in any feature movie about Elvis. The other one that was a serious problem was Elvis died. And, Elvis fans just weren't going to stand for that. So this is the first and only movie that Elvis died. And I think you'll enjoy this clip.
Hey, folks, come this way, right this way. Take a chance, spend some money to build a school. Hey, you missed. One more. Hey, you missed again. Right this way, folks. Come on, get the money up to build a school. Everybody, come on this way. Right this way.
$20 bills. We want the money to build that schoolhouse over there.
That's what historians might call a bit of an anachronism. But it's fun, you got to admit that. And speaking of fun, comedies have featured in the Civil War as well. I grew up watching The Three Stooges, and of course there was a couple episodes of Three Stooges. You've got Red Skelton over here playing a spy in the Southern Yankee, and you've got Glenn Ford in Advance to the Rear. And again, they've got this thin plot line that's connected with the Civil War, but it's fun, and it's good late evening entertainment, perhaps. A couple more notable entries into the story of the Civil War. Horse soldiers certainly had a northern perspective in this case. And this is the first one that I'm going to talk about that's a John Ford movie, though he had made several. And this one is the one that most deals with combat in World War II, in the Civil War. And of course, like in so many of his movies, John Wayne is the hero, playing Grierson, Colonel Grierson, but that's not his name in the movie. So they took a lot of liberties. They were able to get Constance Towers in there, even though there really wasn't a woman in that story at all. But this is Hollywood's version of the Civil War, after all. So you've got to have that in terms of the Grierson's raid. And so many of you have watched Shenandoah, maybe like myself, more than just once, and gotten captivated with that story. I struggle with whether or not to say this had a southern theme or a northern theme, because it takes place in the Shenandoah Valley, but Jimmy Stewart and his many sons certainly are reluctant to be pulled into the war, and are only pulled into the war in late stages and after their farm has been devastated by the nature of the war. So those are two of the more prominent ones by leading actors of the day, John Wayne and Jimmy Stewart. And I've got a couple clips from Horse Soldiers that I wanted to play. And here's the first one, and since I put this thing together, I can take some liberties. I'm going to play the opening credits from the Horse Soldiers. It's a good picture of the imagery that John Ford loved to incorporate in his movies. My apologies to all of you out there who aren't going to be able to get that tune out of your brain tonight. It's a catchy tune, isn't it? When the first time I gave this presentation, one of the members of the audience who had played Ulysses Grant himself as a reenactor a lot said that this was the perfect movie to illustrate the lost cause, and I thought about that, and he was absolutely right. So a couple clips now to illustrate that, this whole notion of the gallant and honorable and courageous Southerners who, against all odds, kept fighting.
Rebel Colonel, sir.
Yes, sir? What is the contraband in those warehouses and on those cars on the sidings?
The property of the Confederate States of America is not contraband, sir.
Oh? Well, let's look at it from my side, Colonel.
Johnny! Johnny Miles.
You know the Colonel?
Why, sure, we're old friends. Last time we served together was on the Platte fighting Indians. Sorry about the arm, John. When that happened?
I want neither your solicitude nor to recall our association. Have I your permission to retire, sir? Take him away.
I can't figure a man like Miles giving up that easy. He's West Point, tough as nails.
Maybe losing that arm took a lot out of him.
The man I knew could lose both arms and still try to kick you to death. Poppy?
Did you picket this whole area?
Oh, yes, sir.
Colonel, there's a Rev train coming in, sir. C-card. Winner! Yo! This bar's closed.
Well, must be a supply train. Rolling right into our laps.
I never saw a supply train without guards on it before.
Yeah, they wouldn't be too alert, John, down here in their own territory.
Where'd you pick up that Reb Colonel?
In the telegraph office.
Telegraph office?
Yes, sir.
All right, Secord, you know what to do.
Lots of John Ford touches on that. The master sentimentalist and romantic loved to really develop the stories of the male camaraderie that you see so prominently in most of them. And here is the second part of this clip that really illustrates the lost cause. There you have the ragtag Confederate Army charging gallantly behind its Confederate flag against all odds. And I think a great example of what the lost cause in terms of the Southern view was really all about. That leads us to the next person, Clint Eastwood. Quite a different kind of a Western hero in his series of spaghetti westerns. And you've got two that are illustrated here, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Talk about a thin connection with the Civil War. And a little bit better one with the outlaw Josie Wales. That one was actually directed by Clint Eastwood, and it would involve his future wife. I think they ended up getting married, Sandra Locke. They're not married anymore. But I wanted to play a clip not from the one where there's a better connection, but the only portion of the good, bad, and the ugly that you can honestly say that's about the Civil War, but not very accurate.
Come along now. Follow me. Found them near the perimeter, sir.
Where do you hail from?
Illinois.
You?
I'm with him.
Any reason for being around here?
We want to enlist, General.
You better learn the distinguished rank of a captain. Get the hell out. Sure as hell might be you today, so go right your will.
Yes, sir.
So you want to enlist? You gotta take a test to prove it. Well, show me. Hey. You've got a career. At the least, I'd say you'll make Colonel. Really? Sure.
I don't remember that test myself when I joined the military, but it worked for Clint Eastwood. And the little screen has treated the Civil War, especially in the 1970s beyond, several times, at least during the era when they were making miniseries. And we've got three featured here, North and South. Blue and Gray actually came first, then North and South. And here's one that's not really a miniseries, but I would highly recommend it, although it's not the easiest film to watch. And that's Andersonville, directed by John Frankenheimer, one of the great directors of the 1960s and beyond. He doesn't have a lot of films to his credit necessarily, but he certainly earned his Best Emmy award for this one. It's very graphic, and it's good history as well, I think. There's certainly elements that are beyond the historical scope, but the basic themes of it are pretty historic and definitely worth watching. Glory. I mentioned that I really liked Audie Murphy's version of, my brain's not working tonight, Red Badge of Courage. This would be the other one that I would highly recommend to watch. There are elements of this that are kind of beyond the scope of history as well. Pretty much anything that Hollywood produces, you can find flaws in that respect. But it does do justice to the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, an all-black regiment commanded, of course, by white officers. And I thought was a superb movie and gets to the essence of what it was like, if you want to get a feel for what it was like to be a Civil War soldier's charging a strong defensive position. This is as good as it's going to get, I believe. And that's what we've got here, the very early stages where they're about ready to assault Fort Wagner. And again, watch the role that the flags play in this, and the importance of that, not just in the Civil War battles, but in these movies as well, as a touchstone.
If this man should fall, who will lift the flag and carry on?
I will.
I'll see you in the fort, Thomas. Fix! Bayonets! Shoulder! Arms! Charge! Bayonets! At the quick step! Forward! March! Double quick time! March! Steady, boys!
Denzel Washington won an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor that year. 1989 was when the film was made. But the thing that struck me is it didn't win the Academy Award for Best Picture. Now, I admit to being biased and really liking these kinds of movies, but I thought at least the Academy could have recognized that it was one of the 5 best movies of the year, and it didn't even get nominated as one of the best pictures. So maybe that says something about Hollywood right now as well, or at least at that time. Driving Miss Daisy, admittedly a very entertaining and good movie, won for that year, and Glory didn't even get nominated. Ken Burns' Civil War. I bet there's an awful lot of you can remember when that first came out in 1990 and stayed up and watched every single night, or perhaps bought the CDs or the VHS tapes and have watched it not once, but more than once since that time. It still can speak powerfully. It definitely has the feeling that it has aged over time, but there's something about watching it continuously over a series of nights, over a period of time. It has a cumulative effect, and you really start to get the sense of the awesomeness of the Civil War, and the personalities come to life as well. One of the curious things, Shelby Foote became something of a heartthrob for a lot of Southern women after that. Ken Burns looks terribly young at that time, doesn't he? A couple of Ken Burns, or Shelby Foote's, I think, favorite pictures from the time. And this particular song became very popular afterwards. And it wasn't even written until decades after the Civil War.
Heute starten die ersten Unternehmer mit einer Kombination aus KI und YouTube-Anzeigen. In 6 Monaten haben sie einen riesen Vorsprung. In 12 Monaten wirst du sehen, wie andere mit genau dieser Strategie an dir vorbeiziehen. Wenn du also diese Chance nicht deiner Konkurrenz überlassen willst, dann bleib dran. Ich bin Miriam Bittercourt. Seit 2021 unterstütze ich Unternehmer, Coaches und Berater dabei, mit YouTube-Werbung zuverlässig neue Kunden zu gewinnen, strategisch, strukturiert und ohne sich auf Social Media aufzureiben. Und seit KI im Marketing angekommen ist, hat sich alles verändert. Auch bei YouTube-Werbung. Alle sprechen über KI, aber kaum jemand zeigt, wie man sie sinnvoll nutzt, statt sich von Werkzeugen überwältigen zu lassen.
It was written in 1982. And when Ken Burns heard it, he knew he had to be using that. And it is a very evocative piece, isn't it? Okay, in the interest of time, we'll move on here. Ted Turner, a good Georgian, a good Atlanta, and very wealthy, and had his own TV network, had his version of the Civil War as well. And in the case of Gettysburg, he was able to use Michael Scharer's book, named Gettysburg as well, or excuse me, Killing Angels, and a very successful book, something that was being read in military academies and coursework. I read it when I went to the Command and General Staff College, and I think there was 3 or 4 times I had to write book reports on various aspects of the book. And Gettysburg is an illustration of that movie. It's Ted Turner's version of the Civil War. Gods and Generals, Jeff Sharer, Michael's son, wrote Gods and Generals as well as a couple others. You can say it's the prequel of Gettysburg. Personally, I think I like Robert Duvall's Robert E. Lee much better than Martin Sheehan's. Just works for me better. But I did want to show one excerpt out of the movie Gettysburg of what is unarguably the most famous event in Civil War history, and that's the charge, Pickett's charge at Gettysburg.
Virginians! Virginians! With me! Who will come with me? Let's go, boys! That's the style, Lou! That's the style!
Im Wesentlichen hatten wir zwei große Handlungsfelder, eigentlich funktional getrieben. Einmal mehr aus dem Controlling-Bereich, das betrifft unser Management-Reporting. Wir sind eine international wachsende Gruppe mit damit auch zum Teil heterogenen Systemen. Und irgendwie mussten wir die Daten zusammenbringen. Das lief oftmals über Excel. Und mit wachsender Größe, mit wachsender Gruppengröße konnten wir das nicht mehr effizient handhaben. Das war der eine große Painpoint, den wir zu der Zeit hatten. Das zweite war natürlich auch das Thema Planung. Gerade im Vertriebsbereich, wir sind ein Markenartikelunternehmen, ist das ganz essentiell für unsere Unternehmenssteuerung. Und auch hier hatten wir viele Excel-Lösungen im Einsatz. Das heißt, die klassischen Themen Geschwindigkeitsverlust, fehlende Flexibilität und Versionierung waren mit die größten Herausforderungen, die wir hatten. Und die wollten wir professionell angehen und entsprechend lösen. Wir haben eine relativ lange JDocs-Historie bereits. Wir haben 2012 mit der Open-Source-Variante Palo begonnen und sind mit weiterer Lernkurve hin zu JDocs, erst on-premise und jetzt auch in der Cloud. Und das ist letztendlich mit eines der Erfolgstreiber auch gewesen, weil wir uns in diesem Prozess, in dieser Entwicklung selbst weiterentwickelt haben. Wir haben unser Know-how aufgebaut und konnten alles aus der Fachabteilung heraus betreuen und aufbauen. Das war mit eines der großen Pluspunkte, warum wir uns für JDocs entschieden haben. Und am Ende war es auch diese Skalierbarkeit der Lösung, dass wir basierend oder kommend von unserem individuellen Problem eine Lösung gefunden haben. Und das in einem guten Preis-Leistungs-Verhältnis, das freut letztlich dann auch den Controller. Erstmal ist es für uns natürlich ein Single Point of Truth. Und damit einhergeht, dass wir im Unternehmen an Schnelligkeit gewinnen und letztendlich ist Zeit dann auch wieder Geld. Und dieser Effizienzgewinn ist es eigentlich, was uns den großen Mehrwert dann auch bringt. Darüber hinaus sind wir in der Lage, von einem operativen Controller bis hin zum Top-Management und auch viele weitere Stakeholder mit der Lösung abzuholen. Und auch hier bekommen wir natürlich Effizienzgewinne. Und das unterstützt uns letztlich als Controlling, die richtigen Entscheidungen in einem Business-Partnering-Ansatz dann auch zu treffen. Also vor allen Dingen und als erster Schritt wird JDocs weiter in unsere Systemlandschaft integriert. Das heißt, wir möchten weitere Datenquellen erstmal anbinden und mit wachsender Datenanzahl bekommen wir natürlich auch deutlich bessere Aufsatzpunkte, gerade für Assisted. Und das ist auch dann der nächste Schritt, dass wir mit allen KI-Trends, die wir jetzt gerade um uns herum auch sehen, diese Trends für uns nutzbar machen, um wiederum unsere Qualität hinsichtlich der Daten und Datennutzung effizient auch nutzen zu können. Im Prinzip kann man es ganz gut darstellen als anpassungsfähig, skalierbar und beherrschbar. Anpassungsfähig, weil wir damit die Möglichkeit bekommen, uns an diese aktuell doch sehr volatilen Zeiten anpassen zu können. Skalierbar, wir kamen von 10 Nutzern, sind jetzt bei 150. Und beherrschbar, wir haben ganz viel oder 90% davon im eigenen Fachbereich entwickelt und managen es auch aus dem Fachbereich. Und das zeichnet die Lösung letztendlich auch aus.
I'll let you decide whether Glory or Gettysburg does a better job of portraying a battle scene. Did you all catch Ted Turner's little cameo? He died right at the beginning of the excerpt that I played. And when it was first shown to a bunch of executives and people who were working for the Turner Company, they all began to cheer when they saw their boss, and then about 2 seconds later, they were crushed. Their boss had just died on film. Okay. Still, there are more movies that are coming out. Here's a couple of the more prominent ones that many of you, I suspect, have seen. Ride with the Devil, a good, entertaining movie. Cold Mountain, both definitely had a Southern theme. So it still is with us to a certain extent. And even both Gods and Generals and Gettysburg, you know, there's supposed to be this balance of portrayal of the North and the South in these important battles and the figures, but there's much more screen time for the Confederate heroes than there is for the Northerners in those two movies. So it continues on to this day. Hollywood, just a couple comments about slavery, which increasingly is recognized as the reason the Civil War was fought in the first place, although there are still plenty of people who are embracing a different notion that it was about states' rights. That argument, I don't think, will go away anytime in the very near future. Probably has longer legs than any of us will be able to survive and see. But it's been something now that Hollywood has taken a very different view of slavery. It's no longer about the house slaves who are loyal and happy and enjoy that relationship and that experience with their masters and are content to stay slaves. Roots kind of broke the ground back in the 1970s, and I thought about this. I mentioned the three big ones. You've got Birth of a Nation, Gone with the Wind, you've got Ken Burns' series. Those things defined our understanding of the Civil War. Roots, for a generation, defined our understanding of slavery and, by extension, what the Civil War is about. And a couple ones that have just recently come out. In 2012, Django Unchained, one that I haven't seen, but it's Quentin Tarantino, typical stuff, powerful movie, got lots of Academy Award nominations, but there's plenty of blood and gore in that movie. And then in 2013, the Academy Award winner for Best Picture, 12 Years a Slave, which is also a fairly tough movie to watch, but it's an important movie to watch and understand from the perspective what it teaches us about the slave experience for somebody who had lived in the North as a free man and then was caught up in the slavery system for 12 years. And then a few images of the way Lincoln is portrayed. And we kind of started with this. Is there anybody who's more iconic in American history than Abraham Lincoln? I think not. In this case, another John Ford movie, 1936. This one is about the doctor who had helped out the assassination attempt of Dr. Samuel Mudd, patched together John Wilkes Booth as best he could, and then was condemned and sent down to prison in the Dry Tortugas. And it's a very interesting portrayal of that. John Ford knows how to put together a very good story. And I don't know how many of you have seen this. I had to, as preparation for this presentation, watch Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. And it's a different take on Abraham Lincoln, I'll admit. And I think perhaps the most interesting part of that movie is at the very end, and you're watching the Battle of Gettysburg, and in the background you hear the narration of the Gettysburg Address. And of course, you're watching the Battle of Gettysburg, and the Confederates are a bunch of zombies and vampires that are charging the Union troops. So maybe more than you wanted to know if you were anxious to go out and watch it, but that's how it ends. And Lincoln. And for these last couple, partly for copyright, but because they are so familiar to us, I don't have excerpts from those, but certainly a superb portrayal of Abraham Lincoln, and I think Daniel Day-Lewis certainly earned his Academy Award for playing Lincoln. Sally Field was nominated as well, and probably the definitive picture, although our scholars were able to find some things that they took issue with, but in general, a very honest and fairly accurate portrayal of Abraham Lincoln and what he went through while he was president. And finally, this one has absolutely nothing to do with the Civil War, but it does have an interesting Abraham Lincoln connection with, so I figured, oh, what better way to finish than I had Elvis in here. Well, let's throw in Marilyn Monroe in here as well. Bus Stop, directed by Joshua Logan, a movie that was based on a William Inge screenplay or a stage play. You've got the rambunctious and naive cowboy, played by Don Murray right here, who sees Marilyn sing a song in a saloon, in a tavern, and instantly falls in love. Now, up to this point, he'd been out in the sticks someplace and didn't have any kind of real experiences when it came to women, but that second he knew that Marilyn Monroe was the woman for him, and he was going to marry her, whether she was interested in being married or not. So the scene we see is the next morning, because Arthur O'Connell convinces him, you need to convince her that you're not just all muscles and brawn, that you've got a brain to you as well. So here's Don Murray's attempt to wow Marilyn Monroe with his incredible intellect. I just couldn't avoid including that clip. And that was kind of a sexy rendition.
Angebot mit einer auf Ihre Wünsche zugeschnittenen Reise. Wir freuen uns, bald von Ihnen zu hören. Kari Susanna, wir freuen uns auf Sie.
ChatGPT gets 123 million visits a day, and most people still use it like a toy. Here is how to use it smart. It's 2025. AI can build a pro-level website within a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you're still asking it how to write emails? Seriously? You've got one of the most powerful tools ever invented sitting right in front of you, and you're barely scratching the surface. Tomorrow, we kick off the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
Thank you, Eileen. I think you were stretching it out so I would make that 8:30 mark. I hope to be done earlier than that. I think I've got a little bit less to talk about this evening, but quite frankly, this is a presentation I've been looking forward to make for a long time, because I think when you're looking at the surrender between Lee and Grant and then the surrender ceremony itself, that is a very important piece of American history to understand. I think it's the most poignant moment in American history, of all of our history, and has an incredible impact on what's going to happen after the war. Unfortunately, it was followed by what I believe is the most tragic moment in American history, and that's obviously the assassination of President Lincoln. But that's to set up the stage here a little bit. I have two assistants with me this evening. I have Mark Floto, who started writing poetry that centered on the Civil War, and especially the letters of Civil War soldiers, quite some time ago, early in the whole process of doing this. I don't know to any extent that I was responsible for that, but I've been very impressed with Mark's poetry, and we're going to hear a little bit of it this evening, and you'll have a chance to see some of that poetry during the reception period as well. So we have an accomplished poet with us this evening. We also have Christian McWhorter, who works with the Papers of Abraham Lincoln, but I believe for your dissertation, Christian, you wrote a book on the music of the Civil War, the hymns of the Civil War, and he'll be talking to us briefly about that aspect. So early in this presentation, while we're still in the trenches of Petersburg, we're going to be talking about the experiences of the Civil War soldier, which I think are quite universal. Doesn't matter much which side of the fighting you're on. And that's one of the things that especially strikes me about the Civil War. These soldiers on either side had so much in common, so much. And that's going to be illustrated in what they present and illustrated at the end of the presentation, I hope. I do want to mention a few other people who have really helped a lot in these presentations. I haven't been up here by myself. In the first one, on tactics and strategy, for those who are here, you'll remember Jim Leineke and Jim Patton dressed up in Civil War garb and talking about the weapons of the war, and that was a huge hit. I think it was the Fredericksburg presentation. Jack can probably correct me, but we had Jack Nevins talking about medicine and the impact of these horrendous injuries. We had Dr. Brian Andresen talking about the Emancipation Proclamation. We had Dr. James Cornelius talking about the election of 1864, and this the last presentation for Petersburg. We had Robert Davis come and talk to us about the involvement in that battle of the U.S. colored troops. And you should have a flyer for the next two presentations. This is, when I initially planned this, we had 13. This is the last one, but we've squeezed in a couple more later in the year, in October. So I hope you come for those. But let's get moving. Well, that's a good start. Petersburg siege lines. For those of you who were here for the Petersburg presentation, this should look familiar. And what we basically have is Petersburg. As I mentioned last time, it's not technically a siege because they still are resupplied from the South Side Railroad. And these siege lines don't end right here. As you recall, they go across the Bermuda 100 right here, and they extend all the way up and wrap around Richmond, Virginia. So these are very extensive lines that the Confederates have to guard. And as we saw in the last presentation, Grant kept pushing the lines farther and farther west, and Lee kept stretching out his troops thinner and thinner as the war extended to the west. So that's where we start. Very quickly, the Union order of battle. And this is the first time that for order of battle that I didn't break it down by divisions, so you don't see the divisions. Most corps have 3 divisions each. In this case, we've got some new faces here in command. Lieutenant General Ulysses Grant, the only lieutenant general in the Army at the time, commanding the entire United States forces, not just here, but Sherman throughout the entire Western Theater as well. The Second Corps, that was Winfield Scott Hancock's Corps. And at the end of our last presentation, actually October of 1864, he was just worn out. Hancock the Superb. And he decided to hand in his resignation and do something a little bit more peaceful for the end of the war. So his chief of staff, General Humphrey, took over. On the opposite side, you've got the 9th Corps, you've got Major General John Parke, and he is taken over for Ambrose Burnside. And of course, that has everything to do with the disaster of the crater. That is not the extent of it, though. You also have the Army of the James, consisting of 2 corps and about a division's worth of forces that are currently guarding the Bermuda 100. The 15th Corps has 2 U.S. colored troop divisions. The entire divisions are U.S. colored troops. So the vast majority of that corps is made up of colored troops. And we're going to hear a little bit about them later. They performed very well in this campaign. And then you have the Army of Shenandoah. As we start tonight, the Army of Shenandoah is not in Petersburg. It's still up in the Shenandoah Valley, finishing off the rebel forces there, Jubal Early's forces. But by the time we get to March or April, Sheridan is going to be coming south and joining Grant's forces. And that's going to be critical for the rest of this campaign because he's got the bulk of the cavalry, and there is nobody in the Union Army who is more aggressive, who has that fighting spirit more than Sheridan does, Phil Sheridan. He has a cavalry corps under Major General Merritt, and when he was in the Shenandoah Valley, he also generally had Wright's 6th Corps with him, another good, solid fighting corps. Army of Northern Virginia, not much change here from what we've seen before. You've got James Longstreet now returned from this horrendous injury that he had at the Wilderness Battle. He came back to take command. It had been under the command of Lieutenant General Anderson, and Lee decided to go ahead and form a 4th Corps and give Anderson the command of that. But you notice it only has 1 division, so it's a very light corps. He also has the Department of Richmond, which at this time is commanded by Lieutenant General Ewell. There's a name that we've heard quite a bit before, been kind of out of the picture for a while. He has a division, Lee's division. This is Major General Custis Lee, one of Robert E. Lee's sons, his oldest son, I believe. But Custis Lee doesn't have much combat experience, and his soldiers don't either. They are primarily naval sailors that are beached and no longer have any ships to fight on, some reserve forces, some scrap forces that they've thrown together that make up the Department of Richmond. Then you have the Cavalry Corps, much fighting in the Cavalry Corps. Wade Hampton has been sent south to help out Johnston and to do some recruiting. So the former commander of the Cavalry Corps is out of the picture. That means that it transfers to Major General Fitzhugh Lee, Robert E. Lee's nephew. He is command. And you see one more Lee here, William Lee, otherwise known as Rooney Lee. That's another one of Robert E. Lee's sons who's one of the division commanders. So that makes up the Confederate forces. Winter at Petersburg. Life in the trenches. So what was life like for these soldiers? It was miserable. That's the easiest way to say it. It's got rain, cold, mud, lice, and monotony. And there's going to be a lot of quotes that I read tonight because I think that really illustrates better than I ever could what life was like and what these situations were like. Here's a Maine soldier describing it. We had an indefinable dread, our nerves subjected to continual strain, which we know cannot end till the war ends, or we will be wiped out. A Confederate officer talking about life at the front described it this way. This life in the trenches was awful, beyond description. It was endurance without relief, sleeplessness without exhilaration, inactivity without rest, constant apprehension requiring ceaseless watching. Not the least of the evils encountered was the unavoidable stench of the latrines. Now, that brings it home. Another New York soldier said, we lived and ate and looked like troglodytes. Now, getting to the issue of monotony, that's always the soldier's fate. You're either in the heat of battle and scared to death, or you are bored to tears. And here's how a couple people have described it. Dull, duller, dullest. Nothing can exceed the monotony of camp life. And here's a Confederate staff officer. We are waiting for something to explode. Killing time, for time was killing us. So, moving on then, I have a quote here of an artillery barrage, because when they're not bored to tears, as I mentioned, they're oftentimes scared to death, and artillery barrages became a fact of life, a normal routine. And they had artillery bunkers, mortar bunkers, but you still live for fear. If you got a direct hit, you might be in serious trouble. Here is one.
In the daytime, a burst of smoke from the Confederate mortars could be seen. A black speck would dart into the sky and hang a moment, increasing in size, rolling over and over lazily. And the revolving fuse would begin to whisper audibly as it darted towards us. At first softly, I'm a-comin', I'm a-comin'. Then louder and more angrily, I'm coming, and at last with an explosion to crack the drum of the ear, I'm here.
Snipers was another fact of life, especially for anybody who had the distinction, the honor of working on the picket line. You always wanted to keep your head down. You never knew who was scoping you out, quite literally, with their scopes right on your head, and they lived for fear. Although there were oftentimes or occasions and certain sectors of the line where there was kind of an unofficial truce where the snipers really didn't go at each other. Now, some of the hotly contested areas, like the crater, They never really got over the fact that the Union forces had tried to punch the lines there, so they took the business of sniping seriously there. Raids for POWs was a factor as well, because you wanted to collect intelligence, much like we have during the First World War. But as I mentioned before, quite often there were unofficial truces. And here's what one soldier said about it. When we weren't killing each other, we were the best of friends. And here's something universal about soldiers in combat, regardless of the theater of war they're at. In many respects, once they've been in combat for a long period of time, they have much more in common with that guy across no man's land than they have with their relatives back home that cannot begin to comprehend what their life is like in those trenches. Finally, desertions. By this time, especially in the Confederate side, but it worked both ways, the soldiers were demoralized and oftentimes thought that the only escape for them is to desert. And oftentimes the only way to desert was to cross no man's land and give themselves up to the enemy. Hard to imagine, but between February 15th and March 18th, something like 3,000 Confederates made that decision. 3,000. Maybe about 55,000, 58,000 at the beginning of January that Lee could count on. He could not afford to lose those soldiers. But as I said, it worked both ways. And a couple quotes here. Both of these are Union soldiers who are quoting. Those who had simply deserted to the enemy and had been recaptured were shot, while those who, after deserting, had to avoid imprisonment, enlisted in the Confederate Army, and then again had deserted from that army into our lines, were hanged. The chief diversion, this different quote, the chief diversion of the latter part of 1864 was attending of hangings in the vicinity. We were treated to a hanging exhibition every Friday, and the men had grown to enjoy the spectacle. We lose all human feeling towards such dastards and traitors. And what I've got here from William Hopkins of the 7th Rhode Island is a description of a hanging.
The condemned were brought forth from the guardhouse and escorted to their fate in the following manner. A band playing a dirge, 2 coffins borne by soldiers, the 2 culprits, good-looking and apparently intelligent, with wrists handcuffed behind them, 2 chaplains, an infantry guard on either hand, and a cavalry guard surrounding all. The army overcoats buttoned about their shoulders were not removed, but they could not conceal their violent, though ineffectual efforts to free their hands, the drawing up of their feet, the heaving of their chests, or the spasmodic tremors that frequently darted through their frames, but constantly becoming weaker and more infrequent until they finally ceased.
In other words, for either side, there was just no escaping the fact of death. But there were distractions. Soldiers throughout eternity have looked for various ways to entertain themselves, and they generally found their own entertainment. Included theatrical groups, card games that time. Euchre was one of those games. I'm sure there were plenty others. Poker, no doubt. Musical ensembles. Many of the regiments or brigades had their own bands that they used quite often, and they were regaled with the music, although I understand from Christian that didn't happen nearly as much at Petersburg as it had early in the war. Horse races and letter writing, but I'm going to let Mark talk more about that. I do want to mention one of the social occasion of the year for the Confederates. Hetty Carey was the belle of Petersburg society, and she was courted by all of the eligible bachelors, and finally General John Pegram won her hand, and they were married on January 19th, 1865. And one of those who saw the wedding writes this about Hetty. There was a murmur of delight at her beauty, her complexion of pearly white, the vivid roses on her cheeks and lips, the sheen of her radiant hair, and the happy gleam of her bright brown eyes seemed to defy all sours. The most beautiful belle of the South at the time, and now she's married. So those are the kind of distractions that they had. And at that time, I'd ask Mark to come up and tell us a little bit about the letter writing and poetry.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you out here on a somewhat interesting weather night. So Mark has asked me to give you some observations on what I've gone through in terms of letters from Civil War soldiers, especially those from Illinois. I've spent actually a number of months now over across the street at the Presidential Library going through Civil War soldiers' letters, particularly those that are originally from Illinois and in Illinois regiments, for example. First, a little bit of background. In terms of literacy, I've seen several different numbers for Civil War soldiers, both for Union and Confederate, and 80% is a good ballpark figure. It may be a little higher in some states, perhaps New England states, and a little lower in others. So in other words, 4 out of 5 Civil War soldiers could read and write. And very interestingly, letters were not censored by the military. So in that sense, soldiers felt very free to write whatever. They could write about Lincoln's administration and the prosecution of the war, about their own military commanders and generals, good or bad, about the Copperheads, perhaps, back in their home state in the North, and even regimental activities and movements and maybe where they would march next. Now, of course, in later wars, that, of course, would be like classified information, but back then, no, it wasn't. But it is wonderful for us as historians to read some of their unvarnished opinions. Few topics were seemingly off limits. So again, in some ways, it is almost like us as historians doing an oral history, in that the question is, so soldier, what is on your mind today, and what would you like to tell the folks back home? Well, all those thousands of letters, for example, are just across the street for us to explore and to learn more about history. Now, if you would go over and start looking at some of those letters in the manuscript reading room across the street, first thing you might notice, as we have here, is that it's in cursive writing. Now, those of us over 40, 50, and so on, that's no problem for us. I don't know that they teach cursive writing in grammar school, but that's the first thing that you would notice. The other thing, as you get into it, you would notice there's often very sparse punctuation. Not all sentences certainly do not end in a period. Commas are sparse. I probably read over 100 letters before I saw even a question mark, and it took about 500 letters before I saw an exclamation mark in any one of the letters. That just was not as common. And of course, the letters are going to reflect the era's sensibilities and writing styles. A typical letter, about, I'd say almost 1 out of 2, would start like this. Your favor of the 25th of March came to hand 3 days ago, and I now take pen to paper to answer you, where in essence that favor part means I received your letter and I thank you very much. As I read more and more of these letters, I realized that these letters for many soldiers were a necessity, and so I decided to title this slide A Lifeline of Letters. I realized how important those letters, that communication, even though it took several days for a letter to get there and maybe several days more or weeks to get a reply back, was very important to soldiers on both sides for their morale and even mental health. Because as you read the descriptions of combat and what's on their mind and so on, some of it very detailed, you realizing that they're unloading some of their feelings to folks back home. Now, they would write to loved ones, friends, lady friends, etc., but also sometimes to editors. They would send a letter, an open letter, if you will, to a local newspaper editor back home to let them know, I saw in your paper about the battle. Well, I was at that battle, and here's how it actually went. And they also knew that sometimes when they wrote their own private letters, say to their folks were going to share it with the extended family, maybe the neighbors. Sometimes their parents, for example, would take that letter and take it to the local newspaper editor. They were always happy to get it if it would help sell more newspapers. So they knew sometimes what they wrote, even if it was just to loved ones, that sometimes it also became public. And I would say every third, every fourth letter would beg, ask, plead, or cajole to write more letters or to write more in each letter that they sent. And so here is a short quote: write a heap. That means bury me with letters. Or as this private John Meath here in the quote, and I'll read it for you, from Cook County put it: I often noticed my companions how tired and fatigued they would look after a long day's march. Some of them would almost seem as though life itself was a burden to them. But oh, what a change has come over their countenance. A change from sorry to joy. What has caused it? Has there been a great victory, or has peace been declared? No. The mail has come into camp, and they have received letters from loved ones at home. Yes, that accounts for it. For the time being, all their hardships and suffering are forgotten, all through the medicine of a letter. I really like that thought, a letter as medicine. I want to end up here with a little bit about pickets and pickets trading. Pickets, if you will, are the peripheral eyes and ears of the Army. Whenever they're camped or they are in some sort of combat position, that is to keep them from being surprised by the enemy. And the enemy is doing exactly the same thing. So sometimes, even when they're in battle lines, but combat is not necessarily imminent, those pickets from opposing sides may be miles apart, but sometimes they were literally just tens of yards apart, especially when there was some sort of natural barrier between the two, like a creek or a river. So at that distance, if it was 100 yards, even 200 yards, and you're downwind, you can tell what they might be eating. You can tell if they have tobacco or not. You can hear them singing. You can hear them laughing, and so on. So there's often a lot of conversation then between pickets from opposing forces. And in the letters, they never say, oh, you would not believe what happened. We met the other picket. No, it always comes across as a matter of course, as part of picket duty. And for privates and corporals, it came up quite often, perhaps every week or so. So they sometimes got to know the pickets on the other side, and so they would trade. So why would they trade and meet with them? Well, I have some things up here, but I've also written a poem that illustrates some of these things. And the poem is for three voices, so I would like to have Mark Depew and Christian McWhirter come up, and we'll read this poem. Mark will represent a Union picket, and Christian will represent a Confederate picket, and I'm a third voice as a narrator. So, gentlemen, begin.
You there, what is the news?
Shouts he.
You have any coffee, says me?
No, there are these unwritten rules that sort the quick ones from the fools.
What else you got to trade today?
Can you spare some sugar this way?
No officers should be in sight. They think fraternizing ain't right.
Is that some bacon I'm smelling?
Need tobacco, if you're selling.
Just 100 yards. There's the signs to cross no man's land between lines.
Have here some preserved pies, top shelf.
That hardtack you keep to yourself.
Military talk not allowed, nor politics among this crowd.
Here are newspapers from last week.
John has a story. Let him speak.
That's how we learn current events and make this war business less tense.
Quit taking all the euchre tricks.
What you got for whittling sticks?
Being neighborly beats bereft or mulling dark thoughts about death.
Any back home news from your wife?
Let's see again that pocket knife.
Peaceful commerce. Don't interrupt. A cannon shot makes us sit up. Picked up quick as a deck of cards.
Give your general our regards.
They are parting words made on the trot, with giving as good as we got. Thank you, gentlemen. Christian.
Well, good evening. As we've already said a few times, I'm Christian, and thank you all for coming tonight, and thanks for Mark for giving me the opportunity to speak. Mark has given me what I think is the challenging task of summarizing music within the ranks in only 10 minutes, and I've also tried to make sure I don't repeat any of the information I gave last year. For any of you who came to my talk last year, I talked about music in the war, so we'll see if I pull it off or not. Anyway, I wanted to begin by saying I thought it was very fitting for those of you who some of you may already know this, but today, the anniversary of Appomattox, this very special anniversary, I think, was commemorated by 4 minutes of bell ringing across the country at 2:15 Central Time. They rang for 4 minutes to represent every year of the war. And personally, I found that was very fitting because the Civil War was a particularly musical war, and music was a quintessential part of the lives of Civil War soldiers. Furthermore, Civil War soldiers knew this. The Civil War was special because music was played all the time. Almost every aspect of camp life was somehow influenced by music, and this heavily experienced their memory of the conflict for years afterwards. The soldiers, the men, they brought their love of music with them into the ranks, both in the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia. They brought songs with them that they'd already known from home, songs they would sing with their families, songs they would sing with their friends, minstrel songs, sentimental songs like Home Sweet Home, probably the most popular song in America at the time, Annie Laurie and Lorena. But the martial spirit that imbued them when they first enlisted in 1861, and yes, I'm jumping way back before Petersburg, but I'll catch up, don't worry. When they first enlisted in 1861, the songs they heard at that time, these new martial songs, these anthems that conveyed to them what the war was about and resonated with them, those were the songs that I found they carried with them and that they performed most often and that after the war had the most meaning for them. Each side adopted 2 anthems that they carried with them through the war. I'm going to see if this music works. In the South, those 2 anthems were Dixie and the Bonnie Blue Flag, and I've got a medley of both those songs here. Success. This is, of course, Dixie. Here's the chorus. Should be ringing some bells with you. I know Dixie probably more than once. Here's the chorus. Get to stop. Hang on. Let's do it the cheap way. There we go. All right. In the North, the 2 anthems that they embraced were John Brown's Body, which I won't play for you tonight, but it had the same melody as the Battle Hymn of the Republic, which most of you know, and the Battle Cry of Freedom, which is the other song I've got to play for you tonight, although it has a long intro, so bear with me.
Es ist, als hätte ich Fühler
und 1000 Augen für die Schönheit der Welt.
Lichtjahre im Jetzt zwischen Küsten der Kosmos. Mit allen Sinnen unvergesslich. Hapag-Lloyd Cruises.
So these are the songs you would have heard them performing, and they carried these songs with them through the rest of the war. See, I told you I'd catch up. And so by the time they get to Petersburg, they're still singing and performing these same songs. And they take these songs through the siege of Petersburg. Sorry, Mark, I'm still going to call it a siege. And they take these songs with them all the way to Appomattox. But let me back up. The reason they love these songs so much is because these songs emboldened them. They explained to them why they were fighting the war. But also, by the time we get to Petersburg, these songs have gained a life of their own. The men on either side have come to link these songs with their wartime experiences, with all the suffering they've endured, with all the victories they've won, with everything that resonates with them for what their military life has been about. In particular, these songs are important to them because they remind them of the people that they're enlisted with, those still alive and those who have died, and they become part of what we call small group cohesion among the military ranks. As a surgeon in the Confederate ranks, Junius Bragg recalled about Dixie, "Dixie brings to mind the memory of friends who loved it, friends the light of whose lives were extinguished in blood, whose spirits were quenched in violence." However, by the time we catch up to where Mark is today, these songs have started to change a little bit for both sides. In the Union, they know victory's coming. They're really starting to feel like they finally got it now. And so they start to adopt new anthems. They still cherish these old ones, but they also adopt new songs that serve not just as victory anthems for them, but also really define for them what the war had been about and the way they want to remember that war. And again, we've got two anthems in the Union. One is the Battle Hymn of the Republic. The Battle Hymn of the Republic is written in late 1861, published in early 1862, but it really doesn't catch on in the North until late 1864, early 1865. And part of the reason for that is because its lyrics provide a sense of comfort to the Union soldiers for what they think they were fighting for. The other one is Marching Through Georgia. Marching Through Georgia is a very kind of jaunty tune, but it shares with the Battle Hymn of the Republic a sense that victory has arrived and that victory is an emancipationist victory. The way they embrace these two songs illustrates how far the Union has come from 1861, when it was a war just about Union, to 1865, when many men in the ranks are defining this as a war to save the Union and destroy slavery. And the songs they choose to celebrate the end of the war reflect that idea. And it's the way they choose to define themselves and what they had done. In the South, the opposite is the case. In the South, many Confederates, both in the ranks and on the home front, start to abandon Dixie and the Bonnie Blue Flag. For them, these songs remind them of how they are losing, of those days in 1861 when they felt emboldened, when they felt proud, when they thought they were going to win. Now when they hear these songs, they sound bitter to them. They cause pain for them. And there's a period, really over a decade, from 1865 through the Reconstruction, when a lot of Southerners reject these songs because they see them as a painful reminder of the rebellion they once waged. It's not until the veterans start doing reunions in the late 19th century that Southerners embrace these songs again. But regardless of how these songs evolved and their preferences and beliefs, these soldiers always kept music close by. And the last thing I'll talk about today is a little bit about the kind of music these soldiers had, the way they played music for each other. Many literally carried their music with them in little books like this one. This is from our collection. These little books are called songsters. They are very small. This one we put this one in hardback for preservation purposes. Most of them were softcover. And most of them do not include any notation, although this one does. You can see, I don't know if you can see from here, but there's a little bit of notation here. But most of them just had the lyrics and would just give you the melody that you were supposed to sing it to. So for instance, the Battle Hymn of the Republic, if it appeared in a book like this, it would have the lyrics, it would say, "To the tune of John Brown's body." And soldiers kept these. They're perfect size to put in your pocket. Soldiers kept these, and they carried them with them through the whole war. And there's tons of them all over this country in libraries everywhere, just like this one, which is, from what I see, a testament to how cherished these things were, because the soldiers kept them. And they kept them throughout the war, and their families kept them, and then they donated them to libraries. However, they also carried the means of making music with them. Their voices, of course, they had with them all the time. Group singing, For any of you who've seen me speak before, group singing was extremely common in the 19th century, so they were perfectly comfortable singing around each other, but they also knew how to play instruments. Soldiers brought along guitars, banjos, fiddles. They did the string instruments in particular. They brought into the ranks with them. These weren't professional musicians for the most part, but if they brought an instrument from home, it tended to be a string instrument, and these would be used mainly in camp. But there was also a large class of professional musicians attached to the Civil War ranks. The first class of those is field musicians. Field musicians had long been a part of military tradition throughout the Western world. These were fifers, drummers, and buglers. And their primary function was to issue orders by performing certain calls and certain rolls on the drums. And there were 2 for every company on average. They were paid pretty well. We generally think of them today as being children, but they really weren't. Some of these guys have been in the Army their whole lives. And as a result, they became a kind of part of military culture and Civil War military culture. This is a sketch from the Civil War. This is of field musicians. This is a field musician in front of that camera on the bugle playing reveille. And these are 4 field musicians playing tattoo. These guys became kind of a romanticized part of the way soldiers were called and experienced their soldier life. Later in life, they would always remember that what these field musicians played, and it takes them, hearing reveille, hearing tattoo, hearing meal call, takes these guys right back into their time in the ranks. However, they also kind of hated these guys because they hated getting up in the morning and they hated going to sleep. And so a lot of the soldiers made up joke lyrics for these calls. And I'll read a couple to you here from my book, available on Amazon and in the gift shop, now in softcover. Reveille has long been made fun of by soldiers, right up to World War II. And the lyrics Civil War soldiers had it were very typical of what you hear today. I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up in the morning. I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up at all. The corporal's worse than the private, the sergeant's worse than the corporal, the lieutenant's worse than the sergeant, and the captain's worst of all. I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up, I can't wake him up in the morning. One of my favorites was meal call. Soupy, 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 without any bean. Porky, 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 without any lean. Coffee, 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 without any cream. And my personal favorite, sick call. Are you all dead? Are you all dead? No, thank the Lord, there's a few of us left. There's a few left yet. So you can see a certain kind of soldier's gallows humor and snarkiness behind these lyrics. All right, but what really made the Civil War special in the history of American warfare in particular was the preponderance of another class of professional soldiers, the regimental bands. The regimental bands were almost every unit in the Civil War when they first enlisted tried to get a regimental band to accompany them. The Civil War came at a critical moment in the history of band music in the Western world. The Germans had started developing these brass bands. They were usually attached to military units. They became really popular during the Crimean War in the French army. And when America started its Civil War, these bands had started to permeate the United States. And so every guy who enlisted, North and South, wanted a regimental band with his regiment. And there were tons of these guys. These bands could be as big as 24 members attached to a single regiment. Some regiments had a band for every company. I mean, these were phenomenal numbers of guys enlisting in these bands. Some of them were very good. Some of them were professionals. Some of them, not so much. One guy complained that he wanted his band to stop playing near the mess tent because it was souring the milk. All right, these guys had various opinions about these bands. But like the field musicians, they became a quintessential part of Army life in the Civil War. Robert E. Lee famously remarked, "I don't believe we can have an army without music." And he was saying this to a regimental band. So these bands were just quintessential. The commanders like Lee believed these bands were good for morale. Future President Rutherford B. Hayes remarked that a regimental band is better than food and clothing to give spirit to the men. That's how advantageous he felt these bands were. And so, like I said, there's a ton of these bands. In fact, there's so many of these bands that by 1862, there are literally tens of thousands of bandsmen enlisted in the Union Army. There are so many of them that the Union Army cannot afford them. And so in the summer of 1862, after the Union suffers several defeats on the peninsula, the Congress actually outlaws regimental bands. They take the best of these guys and they put them in a brigade band, and the rest of them they try to discharge. They estimate this will save up to $5 million. This is in 19th century dollars, $5 million. What's amazing about this isn't that they had to do this, it's that the soldiers love these bands so much they ignore this order. The bands remain, they hide them in the rosters, they pay a personal tax to keep them enlisted. Of course, the guys who don't like their band don't mind sending their bands home, but the rest of them keep their bands around. And after a while, these officers just give up. There's all these stories about officers encountering regimental bands going, well, you know, these are illegal. And the leader of the band going, well, you know, these guys could go play at your tent tonight. And the officer goes, oh, wait, I didn't see a band. And he walks away. These things happen all the time. So these bands are phenomenally important to these guys. On the Confederate side, however, though, it's a different story. The Confederates quickly realize they don't have the manpower for these bands. And there's no Congress, the Confederate Congress never takes any action against them, but these guys lay down their instruments, most of them do, and eventually take up muskets. And there are stories, as we just talked about with these picket lines, there are stories that by the time you get to Petersburg, Confederates are actually crowding the picket lines to listen to the Union bands because they've lost their own bands because they don't have them anymore. So all of this is to say then that music was quintessentially important to these Civil War soldiers. It gave them a sense of humanity, especially near the end of the war when conditions were becoming particularly inhumane. It gave them a connection to home. They would listen to this music, and in these letters that Mark mentioned, they would write home about the music. I was amazed how often I found soldiers writing home about the music or sending music home. And so this music was part of what kept these guys feeling like they were alive and from fighting off the real kind of despair that they could feel within the trenches. And it lasted throughout the war. It didn't dissipate, and it made Civil War camps one of the most musical camps, I think, in the history of warfare. So thank you, and I'll hand it back to Mark.
Thank you, Christian. I suspect I wasn't the only one who was tapping my feet as I was listening to that music there. This is probably the most photographed, or maybe almost the most photographed place in the Civil War. It's Lookout Mountain overlooking Chattanooga, and everybody who was there wanted to have their picture taken there. But now we have to move from the lighthearted and the fascinating world of letters and music to combat again, I'm afraid. But first, as they mentioned before, by the time you get to January, February timeframe during the war, most people recognized it was just a matter of time. And there was already talk of peace. Get a few slides forward here. In fact, in 1864, Lincoln wrote to Horace Greeley, and he wrote this about the propositions, what terms of peace that he would expect. Any proposition which embraces the restoration of peace, the integrity of the whole Union, and the abandonment of slavery, and which comes by and with authority that can control the armies now at war against the United States, will be received and considered by the executive government of the United States. Now, once you get to January, and the Confederates start to realize that their days are numbered as well, but they're not nearly close to giving up in this notion of their own independence and their own nation. They start looking for options. Of course, their idea of peace includes sovereignty and includes the continued existence of slavery. And that is obviously the 2 points that they're never going to be able to find agreement. But President Davis writes a letter to Lincoln, says, why don't we have Lee and Grant get together and talk? Lincoln rejects that notion, but they do agree to send peace commissioners to start negotiations again. And on January 29th, 3 Confederate peace commissioners crossed the lines at Petersburg. And Alexander Stephens, the vice president of the Confederacy is one of those people who's leading that contingency. That's on the 29th. Consider the timing here. On the 31st of January, the U.S. Congress, the House of Representatives, passes the 13th Amendment. The U.S. Senate had already done it many months before, but now it's a fact, and it goes out to the states for ratification by the states. And of course, if the Confederacy was to come back in the Union at that very point in time, there would be quite a few states that would not have accepted that particular amendment to the Constitution. But we all know that that was not going to be the case. The actual conference occurs on February 3rd on the River Queen, which is Grant's floating headquarters, if you will, in the James River. And they talk about several things. They start by talking about an alliance between the Confederates and Union. Imagine this. The Union and the Confederate soldiers fighting together in Mexico against the French, who are at that time, you've got Emperor Maximilian, who's the puppet emperor of Mexico. Why don't we do that? Well, of course, that's roundly rejected by Lincoln. The next one is the future of slavery. And we know that that's not going to go anywhere. So there wasn't really much to talk about in that respect. But this third one came up. How about monetary compensation for slaves? You know, if you're not willing to let us keep slavery, and you're going to abolish slavery, that's property. And so we should be compensated for that. And Lincoln actually recommended that perhaps as much as $400 million in Civil War dollars, $400 million could be set aside to repay Southern slave owners. But these first two, these right here, that was a killer. That just was not going to happen. So the only thing that they could essentially agree on was the exchange of prisoners. And that seemed pretty straightforward. Always a big concern in any kind of peace negotiations that you have. If the war is going to continue then, and it obviously was, what is the strategy of the two commanders in theater? In Grant's case, he wants to continue to stretch the lines, just like he did all of the fall of 1864. Keep pushing the lines west, farther west. As you do that, you're stretching out the Confederates with much smaller numbers. Eventually, that line is going to break. It's going to be vulnerable someplace, and you're always trying to pursue that. It's not just a matter of stretching the lines. You want to get to the point where you can finally impose a siege. And to do that, you've got to cut the South Side Railroad, the Boynton Road. Those are the two main routes into Petersburg. And then obviously there's routes on the north side of the Appomattox River as well. But the big goal in Grant's mind, you do those things because what you really want to do is to get Lee and his forces out in the open field, away from entrenchment someplace, where if you're attacking them, you know that it's 3-1, and then you still have a tough time of defeating an enemy that's entrenched. If you got open terrain, then you can maneuver again, and perhaps you can have that decisive victory. That's what Grant wanted. For Lee's case, he was a realist. He knew that in his heart of hearts, he knew that the Confederates' days were numbered, but he was always audacious, always aggressive, looking for something to do. His proposal, his thought was, if you have to leave Petersburg, and that's obviously the goal that Grant has in mind, then to move his army west until you get to the Richmond-Danville Railroad. And once you get to the railroad, then you can put your army, much of it on the railroad, and drive down to Danville, which is in southwestern Virginia. And once you get there, you can move the army south into the Carolinas, link up with Johnston, Joseph Johnston's army that's trying to keep Sherman at bay at the time. Once you've joined up between between Johnston and Lee, then they can unite against Sherman, defeat Sherman, and then move up and take on Grant. That's a tall order. It's a very ambitious order, but that's where the Confederates were at the time. And I'll be talking about General Mahone's plan here in just a minute, kind of a corollary plan for that. Hatcher's Run. This is Grant's next attempt to stretch the line. And you see three basic blue lines here. You've got Gregg's Cavalry Division. It's going to make a sweep and move all the way here to Dinwiddie Courthouse and get close to the point where you can cut one of the supply lines into the Confederacy, into Petersburg. Then you've got Warren's 5th Corps that's going to displace as well, and you can see what the Union is doing. They're stretching their line. They're stretching it in this vicinity right here. And then Humphrey's 2nd Corps is going to be protecting the flank of Warren's 5th Corps as well. Those are the three movements. By the time you get to February 5th, already General Gordon is going to begin to attack. He's attacking the 2nd Corps here, first of all. As soon as that occurs, the other Union forces are going to start to shift back northeast to make sure that they're covering Humphrey. And like so many times, this is really a back and forth struggle. We could probably spend an hour just talking about the particular movements of something like this. February 6th, General Pegram attacks the 5th Corps. The Union line gets pushed back some, counterattacks, but pushed back again. It's during this engagement that General Pegram, who had just gotten married to the belle of the Confederacy, is killed in battle. There's a certainly ugly irony about combat in that respect. By the time you get to February 2nd, the 5th Corps counterattacks. They roughly stabilize the line. The Confederates lose less than the Union do in this battle, like they had almost every single battle before this point in time. But the bad part for the Confederacy is they've extended their line another 5 miles or so. They can't afford to keep manning the line like that. But that's typically how it's gone for half a year. And by this time, the siege had been going on for about 7 or 8 months. Fort Stedman, going to General Mahone's plan, one of the division commanders. In this case, Lee knows that he's in a predicament. It's just a matter of time. And General Mahone comes up with a significant plan, and it somewhat plays into Lee's grander scheme of things. Mahone's plan, I need to take a look at this in detail here for you. His plan is to make a concerted attack on the right wing of the Union Army. It's very close to the Appomattox River before it takes a western turn. And this part of the line is basically north-south. That's where the attack is supposed to be. At night, in the midst of the night, special squads will go out and clear paths in front of the Confederate lines so that the Confederate troops can move forward. Then they will have picked men who advance quietly up to the Union pickets and take some of the pickets out. Then they will cut pathways through the Union abatis. You remember these cross sticks that they were preventing, kind of today's version of concertina wire. They had to take axes out to cut their way through those. Then they would have 3 100-man storming parties that would rush through in these 3 locations here and capture Fort Stedman, which is right here, and 3 artillery batteries, the 10th Battery, the 11th, and the 12th. And all of this is happening in the pitch of night, in darkness, if you will. Nothing more confusing than when you're moving around in that kind of terrain, that kind of condition. Once those 3 100-man parties are through, then another 3 100-man parties come through, and their job is to reach the high ground, the significant terrain behind the front lines, and to seize that so they can control movement, prevent the Union from reinforcing. Once that occurs, then the rest of Mahone's corps comes through, peels off to the left and right, and start working their way down the trench lines. That's the plan. If it works that way, and the reason that Lee accepted was that would disrupt what the Union was probably attempting to do, cause the Union to contract their lines, which might give Lee enough breathing room to head his army west and then south and link up with Johnston, to give him enough time to do that. Risky. So, the attack begins, and it's at night, as I mentioned, and the first few phases of the attack go like clockwork. In fact, one of the interesting things was, here's going back to what Mark especially was talking about with the pickets. The Union pickets are hearing all this noise. It's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. Something's going on over there. What are you doing over there, Johnny? Never mind, Yank. Lie down and sleep. We are just gathering a little corn. You know, rations are mighty short over here. Now, in the honor of the day, when they did get close to the attack, and this one, and maybe this is an apocryphal story, but this is one that was preserved, one of the Confederate pickets yelled out, "Hello, Yank, wake up. Look out, we're coming." So that's the way the attack began, but again, it went very smoothly for the first hour or so. But things start to turn. And even before you get to daylight, things are turning. You've got a couple Union commanders who have their heads screwed on straight and know how to react. They are seasoned soldiers by this time. And much of the Ninth Corps now is going to seal this penetration and basically blunt it. The other part is that you've taken 3 of these artillery batteries, but there are other artillery batteries on either side, and now you have the situation of enfilading fire. In other words, you're firing right down the throat of the Confederate forces sitting in here. Right down the throat. Now, this is Gordon's position right here, but eventually they're going to be back in the trenches. So these lines right here are a little bit later in the battle. In other words, finally the battle turns. It's not going to be a success. The Confederates just don't have enough soldiers to make it happen. And Lee, at about 5 a.m., decides to call it all off. And by 7 o'clock, the Confederates are running back across the lines. And one of the soldiers describes that experience of returning back across no man's land, now in daylight. "I only escaped capture by running as hard as I could a quarter of a mile through open fields swept by their fire, expecting every moment to be knocked over as the dead lay in long line, being killed attempting to get away as I did. And I can assure you, I drew a long breath of relief when I jumped into our works, for it was a miracle almost that I got through it safe." Casualties. Union suffered 2,134. They could be that precise. The Confederates, by this time in the war, were never precise. But the estimates ranged anywhere from 2,618, that's the official count on the Confederate side, but others thought it was as high as 4,000. That's soldiers Lee cannot replace. Grant can replace his troops. Lee cannot. So this was not a success. About that time, March 28th, a few days later, there is a council of war, so to speak. It wasn't officially called that, but once again, it's on the River Queen. And in this case, you've got 4 of the most famous commanding generals of the Civil War. Sherman, Grant, here's Abraham Lincoln, of course, and here's David Porter, the commander of the naval fleet in that region, and also very well acquainted with the rest of these gentlemen. They talked about 2 things primarily: the rest of the war, and then what's going to happen after the war is over, because it looks like it's just a matter of weeks or months. In the respect to the war, Grant was announcing that Sheridan's cavalry was just about ready to join his army, and that was going to make a big difference. It gives them a movement factor that they just didn't have before. And that once they've got Sheridan's cavalry, they're going to go after cutting that rail line again and trying to force Lee out in the open country. Lee would attempt to flee, and then Meade and Ord would pursue aggressively. That was the plan. And here's what Lincoln said. And I think, again, I'm going to be using a lot of quotes because it's so important to get the flavor, the attitude that these people had. "Must more blood be shed? Cannot this last bloody battle be avoided?" And then he goes on with this comment: "Can't you spare more effusion of blood? We have had so much of it." That's Lincoln talking to his 3 top commanders. Later, Admiral Porter quotes Lincoln as saying this as his desire for what kind of peace terms to have. And this is also important. "Get the deluded men of the rebel armies disarmed and back to their homes. Let them once surrender and reach their homes, and they won't take up arms again. Let them all go, officers and all. I want submission and no more bloodshed. I want no one punished. Treat them liberally all around. We want those people to return to their allegiance to the Union and submit to the laws. Both Lincoln and Lee on his side, it's always referred to the other side as those people. Those people. I'm not sure we would use that kind of vernacular today in discussing our enemies, but that's what they used at that time. That gets us to the next major engagement, Five Forks. Now, this is the first part of the battle, the 31st of March, and you see some significant movements. And first of all, let's start with Sheridan. Obviously, the cavalry can move much more quickly, and they're going to try to outflank. And here's South Side Railroad right here. That's the target. So Sheridan's moving out. You also see Warren's 5th Corps moving out and extending the flank even more. And Humphrey's 2nd Corps and extending the flank. So you've got these flanks right here protected, but Sheridan is out here by himself. Lee, once again, pulls off a miracle, perhaps, and can find enough forces thinning out his lines so he can challenge what's going on that the Union is trying to do. And he sends Pickett with his division and another division and Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry to respond to this. And they first attack Sheridan in the flank on here on the 31st of March. You can see the route that Sheridan takes. This is another seesaw battle between the 31st, that first day or so of battle. But it's also important to remember as we talk about this particular engagement, as so often is the case in the Civil War, weather plays a role. It played a little bit of a role tonight, but imagine heavy rain, cold, you're wet, you've got thousands of soldiers walking down unimproved roads, mud roads, and before you know it, you start to sink into the mud, your horses start to sink in the mud, and it's just very difficult to move much at all. Warren especially has problems in moving some of the terrain. You can see here he's basically trying to move up this stream bed to a certain extent. That is problematic. So, by the 1st, you have a situation, early in the 1st, you have a situation where Sheridan has his cavalry arrayed right here, and he's able to get Warren's corps over to his right. And he comes up with a very aggressive battle plan. But the weather conditions were so bad, and the reports that Grant was getting were so poor that he made the decision, okay, that we can't pull this off. Let's call off this battle. It's not going to work. Sheridan gets on his horse, rides to Grant's camp, and spends time haranguing Grant and convincing him, General, we've got to attack. We've got the Confederates where we want. They have open flanks. They're exposed. We've got them where we want them. Grant gives up. He turns it over to Sheridan, and when he does so, because he's heard some reports recently, over a period of months, that Warren has been a little bit irascible and difficult to work with, he puts Sheridan in command and actually tells Sheridan, you have authority to relieve Warren if you want to, if you need to. Sheridan goes back, puts together this battle plan. Here you have Custer on the left flank, and he is directed to move to the the Confederate right flank, to outflank him. Warren's corps is primarily supposed to move straight north. Their movement is going to go very poorly and slowly, as is often the case when you have those kind of weather conditions and that kind of heavy terrain. You know, the heavy shaded areas, you're talking about going through thick woods and oftentimes scrub brush as well. This is not easy terrain to move through. But that's the plan. The attack really doesn't get going until late in the afternoon. 4:15, you see Custer moving out successfully, more open terrain over here, and you see a couple of the brigades over here working well, just like they're supposed to, but some of Warren's units are kind of lost. They get muddled, but they get lost in the right way. And they end up flanking and getting behind the Confederates' lines. Now, all of this is kind of unknown to Sheridan some of the time. He hears about it after the fact. But this is the perfect environment. You've got the Confederates circled on both sides. So going to the next move here. In this case, now you've got a corps right here, Crawford's corps, moving towards this line right here, the road that's the escape route for the Confederates. You've got Griffin coming around from the backside, as you've got Ayer's division coming straight against this entrenched positions. And they were able to bust through and really destroy and had forced the displacement of McGregor's artillery battery up the line here. So the Confederates in this case are in a pickle like they hadn't been in a long, long time. Now, I think I failed to mention something in the last slide. General Pickett and General Fitzhugh Lee are the two senior commanders on the Confederate side. And since the weather was so bad and since they didn't expect the Union to do anything, they knew the Union pretty well, they don't do this kind of stuff, they don't make those kinds of risks, those two gentlemen decided to take an invitation and go to a shad bake about 1.5 miles north of the battle site. And at that shad bake site, just gorging themselves on this delicious shad, they were in this acoustic bubble and they couldn't hear the battle going on. And they'd also made the mistake of not putting anybody in charge when they left. That's a mortal sin for anybody in the military. You don't just leave your command and not tell people where you're going. So they're late to the battle. By this time they're coming in, but it's a bit too late to make any difference. And the battle goes very poorly for the Confederates. And you can see them rolling up the Confederate left flank, and you can see in this one already that Pickett's forces, what's remnants of them are heading back in the northwestern direction, escaping from the battlefield. And that's basically how it looks once you get done. Now, before this time, Lee had told Pickett, before Pickett decided to take a break and go to the shad bake, Lee had told Pickett, hold Five Forks at all hazards, protect road to Ford's Depot, and prevent Union forces from striking the Southside Railroad. I regret exceedingly your forces' withdrawal to Five Forks and your inability to hold the advantage you had gained. So a little bit of a reprimand even in that. Imagine how Lee's going to feel once he hears the word about this battle. There's the casualties. First casualty is this astounding victory, maybe the best in Warren's career other than Little Round Top, where he was the one who recognized the importance of that terrain and made sure Union troops got there in the Battle of Gettysburg, where he made his claim to fame. He is relieved by Sheridan, who is furious with what had gone on, even though they've had this astounding victory. Union casualties, look at the disparity there. Oops. 830 versus about 3,400. So much of that Confederate force was captured or killed. The large majority of them were captured. This battle now is known by many historians as the Waterloo of the Confederacy, because it was their death knell. The next piece, then, the next phase of the combat, I think, is fascinating. What do you suppose Grant's going to do? The first thing he hears about the success they just had at Five Forks, and maybe a fourth of the Confederate forces out of the picture now. He knows that they are very thin across the entire Confederate line, and he orders a general advance the very next morning. And that's what you've got. April 2nd, you have attacks across the entire front. And we're just going to work from right to left here primarily. Park's 9th Corps, you can see that the lines are closest there. It was roughly in this territory right here where Fort Stedman was. They have initial success as they move out, but Gordon is one of the best commanders the Confederates have, another one of those seesaw battles, but eventually the Union is held at bay. Then you get to Wright's 6th Corps. They've got a long chunk of the terrain right here, and a couple portions of the 6th Corps attack. It's right here, in this part of the line against A.P. Hill's forces, that the Union has success. And again, it's primarily because these lines have been so thinned out. They're just not manned like they need to be anymore. In the respect that just like Mahone had done before, Wright's troops, they go forward with selected axemen, they chop through the barriers that they've got, and then they push through. And now here's what's especially interesting in this particular camp. Once these elements get through here, they basically go right down the Confederate trenches, cause them to kind of peel out, and then they get close to the Boynton Road, and they head back northeast again and head towards a line that Lee now is very hastily trying to assemble, moving Longstreet from the north side of the Appomattox over here to try to protect Petersburg, the core of their defense. So that's what the 6th Corps has done to great success. Then you've got the 24th Corps under General Ord. And his forces now, you can see that it's going to take a similar route. They can kind of almost, with minimal resistance, walk through these defenses because Wright has eliminated those to a certain extent. And now they go against Fort Whitworth and Fort Gregg, and especially Fort Gregg. The battle there, the Confederates send a couple regiments, select regiments forward, some really hard-fighting units to hold those forts. It's, in some respects, later in that battle, it's hand-to-hand combat, very bloody. And here's a comment from a Louisiana soldier who was there. Fort Gregg raged like a crater of a volcano, emitted its flashes of dead fire, enveloping our flag of honor in flame and in the smoke of death. It was a terrific struggle and slaughter. And a Union soldier talking about the same place. The interior of the fort was a pool of blood, a sight which can never be shut from memory. The rebels had recklessly fought to the last. These are determined men by that time. They are seasoned soldiers and the best that either side had to offer. So they do fight to the last in many cases. But it's a tremendous defeat for the Confederates, and Lee now has little choice but to look for an evacuation of Petersburg. And that's the next step. Casualties. 3,900 for the Union, roughly 5,000 for the Confederates. And if you remember from the Petersburg presentation, in almost every battle that we had before, those numbers are always reversed. The Union always suffered much higher casualties than the Confederates. And now it's gone the other direction for the Confederates. And as I said before, and I'll say a couple of times more probably, Lee cannot afford to lose those men. He cannot replace them. The evacuation of Petersburg. Lee's evacuation plan for his forces in Petersburg itself to cross the Rappahannock River, to get across and take a left turn and move towards Amelia Courthouse. And he had already arranged that 35,000 rations were going to be on store that they'd moved down from Richmond, waiting for his army in Amelia Courthouse. Once there, if they beat the Union, and this is the key for the rest of this, if they beat the Union forces there, they can get to the railroad and head south and go to Danville and then keep going south once they get to Danville into the Carolinas and join forces with Johnston, just like he'd wanted to do before. It's a midnight evacuation, so the stroke of midnight, beginning of April 3rd, is when the evacuation begins. And by early morning, I think it was 4:38, something like that, the first Union troops start to sneak into Petersburg, expecting to find pickets or something there, but finding little or nothing except the enemy that had evacuated. Now, in the process of evacuating, you certainly don't want to leave anything for the enemy, so Lee directs that any kind of military munitions be destroyed. So you're talking about wagons are destroyed. You're talking about rail cars are destroyed. You're talking about tobacco warehouses. So imagine a huge tobacco warehouse going up with smoke and the stench of that's filling the air as well. So you've got the Union troops. The 1st Michigan had the distinction of being first into town. And we do have another quote here. This one is General Porter Alexander, the artillery commander for the Confederates, and his comments is saying, Petersburg burning.
It was after sunrise of a bright morning when we turned to take our last look at the old city for which we'd fought so long and so hard. It was a sad, a terrible, and a solemn sight. The whole river front seemed to be in flames. amid which occasional heavy explosions were heard, and the black smoke spreading and hanging over the city seemed to be full of dreadful portents, I rode on with a distinctly heavy heart and with a peculiar sort of feeling of orphanage.
Of course, with Petersburg evacuated, there was no choice but to evacuate Richmond as well, the capital of the Confederacy for 4 years, the place that they had been successful holding the Union Army at bay for all those years. The Confederate government flees towards Danville. That's where they're going to reset up their operations. And you can imagine the kind of things that the government officials wanted to take with them. Their wagons were filled with whole paraphernalia of all kinds of different items. But the city was turned over to the engineer squads, the explosive squads, because they're going to do the same thing that was done in Petersburg. They're going to destroy anything of military value. But there were some other things that were going on there as well. In one case, there was a whiskey factory that was discovered, and those barrels were emptied into the gutters. And what do you suppose would happen with those who are hanging around Richmond still, with all that whiskey flowing through the gutters? Yeah, they're going to scoop it up in anything they can drink, anything they can find. There were a lot of people who are left. Now, the prisoners who were in Libby Prison had already been evacuated down south in Georgia about a year before, but there were other kinds of prisoners. There were thugs and thieves and prostitutes and lots of deserters and lots of convicts, and they're kind of roaming through the city and causing general havoc wherever they go. And here's one description of what it was like at that time, watching the city burn in the background. It was an extraordinary night. Disorder, pillage, shouts, mad revelry of confusion. Mobs were seen besieging the commissary stores, destroying liquor, intent perhaps upon pillage and swaying to and fro in whatever momentary passion possessed them. The sidewalks were encumbered with broken glass. Stores were entered at pleasure and stripped from top to bottom. Yells of drunken men, shouts of roving pillagers, wild cries of distress filled the air and made the night hideous. So that's the evening of 3 April. And what's interesting, that's what it looked like the next morning in much of Richmond. And it was the next day that Abraham Lincoln showed up. He arrives at the dock with, now by that time General Weitzel and his 15th Corps had already arrived. Remember, he had 2 divisions of U.S. colored troops, black soldiers at the time. By this time of the war, these are disciplined, seasoned soldiers, and not only that, but by all accounts, they behaved themselves exemplary manner. They helped the poor. They fed some of the people who were near starvation. They actually went to Mary Lee's home and made sure that she was protected, set up guards outside of that. But when Lincoln shows up, he's got Admiral Porter. He's got about 12 guards, all armed with carbines, and his 12-year-old son. And that's it. And there's no other Union soldiers in sight when they get there. They are almost immediately besieged by all of these ex-slaves who recognize Abraham Lincoln immediately and start to come up and kneel at his feet and want to kiss him and want to talk to him and touch him and anything they wanted to do at all. It was an amazing scene. In fact, one gentleman came down, knelt on his knees, kissed Lincoln's feet, and Lincoln immediately protested and said, this gentleman said, "Bless the Lord, the great Messiah," and some other things after that. And Lincoln replies, "Don't kneel to me. That is not right. You must kneel to God only and thank Him for the liberty you will enjoy hereafter." Again, to get a sense of the man and that moment at the time. Shortly after this, Porter is able to find a platoon of cavalry that come to their rescue, and after walking a couple miles, they even find a carriage for the president, and he can tour the city after that in the carriage for a while. But an extraordinary moment, taking some great risk, arriving very shortly after the scene of battle in a chaotic city. The Confederates flight west, and you've got different version of these same maps, and hopefully you can tell. It looks rather confusing on here. But what you're looking at is various routes that the Confederates and the Union are going to be taking to the west. Now remember, as much as possible, Lee wanted to get a jump on the Union. That's the key. You get out of the city quicker, you have a chance of pursuing, of getting west and then getting south like you want. The trick is that you want to beat the Union forces. Now, at one point in time, Meade, General Meade, who's the commander of the Army of the Potomac, is talking to Grant and says, the thing to do here is to pursue. That's the ultimate thing that any general officer, a strategist, is going to want to do at this time. You pursue, you dog their heels, you engage in combat, you keep gnawing away at the back until you can catch up to them and destroy them. And here's Grant's reply at that point in time. My reply was that we did not want to follow him. We wanted to get ahead of him and to cut him off. Pretty simple. And he had the perfect tool to do that. Phil Sheridan and his cavalry. You want to get ahead of them and cut them off. So here's the routes that they had. And several routes to begin with. You've got, first of all, Pickett's forces at the Five Forks that are defeated. They're going to take this route and move south of the Appomattox River to Amelia Courthouse, where again they're all hoping that they're going to run into some supplies, because almost all of these soldiers on the Confederate side are starting this journey, most of them on foot, with no food. They're already close to starvation, and they've got no rations to take with them. So that's Pickett's forces. The main force in Petersburg, Longstreet, Lee, and Gordon's forces are on the north side of the Appomattox River. I said Rappahannock, it's the wrong river. Appomattox River, and moving towards Amelia Courthouse there. Then you've got the troops that were in Bermuda 100, and you've got the forces that were in Richmond. Ewell and a wagon train, and much of that wagon train in this case are civilians, government officials, and you can imagine the hodgepodge of vehicles that they would have had on that route, all trying to converge in Amelia Courthouse. They get there, lead forces get there on April 4th. Union, with Sheridan in the lead, and very quickly, as much as possible, the Union infantry following close behind. And to a certain extent, by this time in the war, they know the gig is up. If they can march fast, if they can keep up a pace, they can beat the Confederacy at their own game. And for those who've been to many of these lectures before, you know that the Confederate Army was superb at being able to march fast and exceeding anybody's expectations of how far a soldier can march in one day. So the Union forces, they said, okay, we might even get ahead of our supply lines. It's worth doing. We'll be hungry, but we're better fed and better shape than they are. We'll get there first. That's their goal. Grant's pursuit of the rebels, I already talked about the importance of doing the pursuit correctly. You've got rebel soldiers who are relieved, finally, of being out of the trenches. After something like 10 months in those trenches, even though they're starving, they're not in the trenches anymore. They're on the move. They feel like they're doing something. But they're near starvation, and they are totally exhausted. And now they're expected to march day and night. In many cases, day and night, without hardly any rest at all. What would you expect to happen? But hundreds and thousands of stragglers start to fall out. The biggest group of stragglers are those people from Richmond who weren't seasoned combat veterans in the first place, the ones who were under General Custis Lee's command. They started with something like 6,000, and quickly you've got, by the time you're in about 2 or 3 days, you're down to 3,000. That gives you a sense of the scale of the stragglers in that respect. But it's not just the men who are exhausted and near starvation. You've got the horses and the mules that are already there as well. And they're falling over, and they're dying, and they're caught in the mud. And before you know it, you're leaving more and more and more of the riffraff of your soldiers, but all the accoutrements of an army are laying by the side of these roads as well as they move west. They get to Amelia Courthouse, and Lee finds not 35,000 rations, but 0 rations. Nothing. And can you imagine the sinking feeling his army has at that time? There are munitions there. There are lots of artillery caissons there. That doesn't feed his army very well. And now Lee has a problem. He needs to get his army assembled at Amelia Courthouse, first of all. Instead of being scattered on 5 different routes, they need to consolidate there. And that's going to take almost a day to do that. But the other problem is there's no food. So he directs his quartermasters out in the countryside on the 4th and into the 5th of April. This is precious time he does not have. The Union is on the move. They send out to the countryside and basically go begging for food. By this time in the war, these farmers don't have any food. They've been stripped clean long before that. And basically the only thing these wagons come back with is some field corn. Corn that you'd want to feed to the livestock and not the troops. And that's essentially what the troops have to eat for the next couple of days. That is it. So you imagine how more people start to drop out and they decide it's better to surrender, or just to kind of drift off into the woods someplace looking for anything to eat. And by this time, by the 4th and the 5th, you've got Union troops to the south. They have cut off. They're not in Amelia Courthouse. They are on the rail line a couple miles south of Amelia Courthouse. And so Lee knows he can't go south. He has no other course but to go west again and to move his troops as fast as they can physically go. The next place then where there is going to essentially be trapped is Sailor's Creek. Now I wanted to talk real quickly about the rebel order of march as they leave Amelia Courthouse. And this thing can stretch out over miles. Longstreet's in the lead with Heth's corps, that's easy to say, Heth's corps, in close following behind that. Then Anderson's small corps, remember there's only one division there, and Ewell's Richmond garrison follows that. And then the Army trains, and Gordon's corps follows the Army trains. After going a couple miles, they discovered, and of course the Army trains and Gordon's corps are the very last to be leaving, and they discovered that they really need to turn north, and so they take a movement north, and Gordon follows the trains as they turn north. That puts Anderson's small corps and Ewell's Richmond garrison basically at the tail end, and they're being dogged as they go through this whole operation. Once they get to Sailor's Creek, they cross about 3/4 of a mile, and they discover that they're in this vice again. To the south is a division under Merritt, right here. Actually, a couple divisions of cavalry, and they take on Pickett, Johnson, generally Anderson's corps as well. And in the north, you've got Ewell in command. He's got one division, a seasoned division with Kershaw here, and then he's got this hodgepodge of forces. And again, you've got some combat that's going on where the Confederates in some cases are holding their own and proving themselves to be every bit as good as they ever were in the past, but they're overwhelmed by the numbers. And it quickly turns to the Union side, and you have once again the remnants of Pickett's forces, the remnants of Ewell's forces, but especially Pickett's forces are able to escape. Ewell, something like 8 other general officers and 6,000 others are casualties. The vast majority of those are captured. So General Ewell and 8 other generals and 6,000 soldiers are removed from the ledger of the Confederate Army at that time. So you can see how Lee's forces are whittled down day by day as they move west. What's after that then? Lee has to make more adjustments to the plan. The next fight is going to be at High Bridge. There's High Bridge. It truly is a high bridge. Right next to it, that's a railroad bridge right there that extends over the Appomattox River. Close to that is a wagon bridge that was much lower. But the Union forces, once again, there's a couple cavalry troops that get there first and try to control that bridge. The Confederates know they have to have control of that bridge. So Longstreet's rear guard takes them on the 6th of April. An attack. In a seesaw battle, but finally Longstreet's troops are able to overcome the resistance because there just wasn't enough Union forces there, and hold the bridge long enough so that the rest of their army can get through, and then to continue to hold the bridge. And the rear guard action by the Confederates now is going to be Mahone's units, and the last thing they want to do is to burn those 2 bridges. Unfortunately for them, they're successful in burning parts of the high bridge, but not putting to torch entirely the wagon bridge. So the Union forces are going to be able to use that bridge to continue the pursuit. And by the meanwhile, you've lost more soldiers in the plan. Now, Lee's plan is you hope to get to Farmville. And at Farmville, maybe you can get some supplies. And you see the Farmville is close to the rail line here. This is the South Side Railroad. And more likely, you really hope to get to Appomattox Station right here. Now, it's just a mile or so south of Appomattox Courthouse. Appomattox Courthouse was this major way station between Richmond and Danville, or Lynchburg, I think it was at that time. And then once the railroad was built a mile or so south of that, it's kind of a backwater. It didn't amount to too much anymore. But Lee had heard that on this rail line right here, there is a supply train waiting for him with some rations. But again, he's got to get there first. He can't afford to have the Union get there first. And put all these pieces together. His soldiers are starving. They're exhausted. They're falling out left and right. And he's just trying to get the forces, pushing them forward as much as he can. It's looking very grim. And both sides know it. So at this point in time, they start thinking about, especially the Union side, they start thinking about peace. And remember back to those comments that Lincoln made on March 28th on the River Queen, told his commanders at the time. That rebels would at once be guaranteed all their rights. I want no one punished. Treat them all liberally all around. We want those people to return to their allegiance to the Union and submit to the law. So, late on April 6th, Sheridan mentions to Grant, if the thing is pressed, I think Lee will surrender. Grant passes some information back to Lincoln, who's keeping close link with on telegraph. And the comment that comes back from Lincoln, let the thing be pressed. Grant to Lee. Grant opens the first opportunity and writes to Lee on 5 p.m., April 7th. The results of the last week must convince you of the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia in this struggle. I feel that it is so, and regard it as my duty to shift from myself the responsibility of any further effusion of blood by asking of you the surrender of that portion of the Confederate States Army known as the Army of Northern Virginia. 9:30 that night, that message gets to Lee, and in his tent, he's also got General Longstreet with him, his old war horse, his right-hand man. Lee reads it, passes it to Longstreet. Longstreet reads it, looks up and says simply, not yet. Not yet. So they have to have some kind of response to Grant. And here's the response. I have received your note of this date, though not entertaining the opinion you express on the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia. I reciprocate your desire to avoid useless effusion of blood, and therefore, before considering your proposition, ask the terms you will offer on condition of its surrender. It's a glimmer of opening there. Not willing to give up the fight yet, but maybe it would be the kind of terms that Lee and the Confederacy could accept. Here's the response now that Lee gives. And remember, that Grant gives him. This is unconditional grant, unconditional surrender grant. That was the terms at Fort Donelson early in the war that he became famous throughout the newspapers and throughout the North. Unconditional surrender grant. Here's what he now offers to Lee. That the men and officers surrender shall be disqualified from taking up arms again against the government of the United States until properly exchanged. That's the essence of it. The men and the officers. And this is very significant to Lee and to his officers, who could very well be considered traitors. What's the definition in the Constitution of a traitor? Anybody who takes up arms against the United States, a citizen who takes up arms against the United States. They fit the classic definition. There is absolutely no hint of this in Grant's statement. There was no hint of that in what Lincoln was telling his officers. But this is in the midst of both these armies moving back and forth, so communication is a bit spotty, to say the least. And Lee now says, to be frank, I don't think the emergency has arisen to call for the surrender of this army. And when Grant hears that, his only comment is, it looks as if Lee still means to fight. Here's another very important, significant moment in American history that I think is lost to most of us. It's on this time frame, early morning of the 9th. Now Lee's army is approaching or already arrived north of Appomattox Courthouse, and they know by that time there's at least some Union cavalry, it's on the south side, that has already gotten to Appomattox Station first, and those supplies first. At that point in time, one of his officers recommends that perhaps guerrilla warfare is the best approach to how to carry on the war. Now, I hadn't mentioned before what Jeff Davis's opinion was. He still wanted to continue the fight, and here's one of the things that President Jefferson Davis said about the issue of guerrilla warfare. We have now entered upon a new phase of the struggle, the memory of which is to endure for all ages. Relieved from the necessity of guarding cities and particular points, with an army free to move from point to point and to strike and detail detachments and garrisons of the army, operate in the interior of our own country where supplies are more accessible, nothing is now needed to render our triumph certain but the exhibition of our own unquenchable resolve. Now, colorful words for a way to say guerrilla warfare is the approach we want to take from here on out. That's the only rational approach to take. And there were plenty of examples in the Confederacy where that was a tactic that was used. It was certainly not unknown to the South. You've got John Mosby and his raiders in the Eastern Theater. Probably the most famous, Nathan Bedford Forrest, perhaps the best cavalry commander the United States Army has ever produced. He fought for the Confederacy. He was the terror of the Western region. You've got John Hunt Morgan, who terrorized Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. And finally, in the truest sense of what it meant to be a guerrilla, or maybe a terrorist in the terms we would use today, William Quantrell. His most infamous raid is on Lawrence, Kansas, in I think 1863. Yes, in 1863. He raided the town. They basically rounded up any men and boys they could find, and by the time they left town, 150 men and boys had been slaughtered and much of the town ransacked, in the truest sense of what it meant to be a guerrilla warrior. So there was examples of this, but this was not what Lee had in mind. When Alexander recommended it to him, Alexander says, "We would be like rabbits or partridges in the bushes, and they could not scatter to follow us." And Lee's response, perhaps the ultimate soldier who understood his own notion of what honor meant, "We must consider its effect on the country as a whole. And as for myself, you young fellows might go bushwhacking, but the only dignified course for me would be to go to General Grant and to surrender myself and take the consequences of my act." That was Lee's comment, and that was Lee's decision, and the Army of Northern Virginia honored that. So, after 4 years, at least for the Army of Northern Virginia, there's one more battle to be fought. And that's on the morning of April 9th, and it's an attempt to punch through the Union cavalry and to get to those rations at Appomattox Station, and then to continue the fight and to move south and to link up with Johnston. You've already gotten a good picture of the condition of the Army by that time. General Gordon and his corps is given the opportunity to lead the attack south against Sheridan by that time. And that's really all they know that's there right at that moment in time. Sheridan and a couple cavalry units. They know that Meade, with a couple corps, is dogging them on the north, So Longstreet is doing all he can just to hold Meade off on the north side while Gordon tries to punch through the south. Early morning attack, he's successful to push back the screen of dismounted cavalry. They get up to the crest of this small hill, and in front of them is arrayed 2 entire corps of Union infantry. In fact, the entire Army of the James is waiting for them on the south side. And at that time, Gordon knows that it's up, it's over. Colonel Venable, one of Lee's staff officers, rides up to Gordon and asks him his opinion of the situation. "Tell General Lee I have fought my corps to a frazzle, and I fear I can do nothing unless I am heavily supported by Longstreet's corps." Longstreet has his own problems. Venable takes that message back to Lee, and Lee's comment, here's one that goes down in the history books: "Then there is nothing left for me to do but to go and see General Grant, and I would rather die 1,000 deaths." That leads to April 9th then, later in the day. Now it's up to Lee to find a place to actually meet with Grant, and sends one of his staff officers into Appomattox Courthouse looking for that place, now that they have somewhat control of the city. And what they find is this home of Wilmer McLean. And here's one of the great ironies of the Civil War. Wilmer McLean, many of you know this story already, he lived in Manassas, Virginia at the beginning of the war. His house was actually used by General Beauregard as Beauregard's headquarters during the Battle of Manassas, the first Battle of Bull Run. And McLean said, "I am tired of this nonsense. I'm going to move someplace else away from the war. They can't bother me anymore after that." And now, one of Lee's staff officers has selected his home for the surrenders. Lee arrives. Grant arrives 30 minutes later. Lee is dressed impeccably, wearing his best uniform, sword on the side, his dress uniform. Grant had been suffering from a severe headache, a migraine headache, for several hours, wasn't even able to sleep. As soon as he heard the word that Lee was waiting for him to talk about the surrender, his headache went away, got on his horse, he rode to Appomattox Courthouse, got there 30 minutes later. The two officers talked a little bit outside of McLean House. They had actually met way back in the Mexican War. Lee was a much more senior staff officer at the time. He didn't remember Grant. Grant remembered Lee. People who met Lee remembered Robert E. Lee. They exchanged a couple of pleasantries. They talked about that experience. Grant was a little bit nervous, melancholy about the notion of what lay ahead of him, and we think would be just the reverse. And it was Lee then that brought them back to the subject at hand. "General, I think we need to talk about our surrender." So they walk into the house. Here is the best, most accurate picture of what that surrender ceremony looked like in the house itself. And as they discussed it, Grant finally took one of his order books out and started to write down the terms of the surrender, what the surrender agreement would actually be like. Once he got that done, one of his staff officers handed it over to Lee to read. And here, the best thing to do is to get a sense of what those surrender terms actually are, and I think that's on one of your handouts.
"In accordance with the substance of my letter to you on the 8th, I propose to receive the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia on the following terms, to wit: rolls of all the officers and men to be made in duplicate, one copy to be given to an officer to be designated by me, the other to be retained by such officer or officers as you may designate. The officers to give their individual paroles not to take up arms against the government of the United States until properly exchanged, and each company or regimental commander sign a like parole for the men of their command. The arms, artillery, and public property to be parked and stacked and turned over to the officers appointed by me to receive them. This will not embrace the sidearms of the officers, nor their private horses or baggage. This done, each officer and man will be allowed to return to his home, not to be disturbed by the U.S. authority, so long as they observe their paroles and the laws in force where they may reside.
Lee received that order, took his glasses out, cleaned the glasses, put them on, read it, and here was his response. This will have a happy effect on my army. Generous terms. Then he reflected, and he mentioned that unlike the Union Army, the Confederate Army, the soldiers in both the cavalry and the artillery owned their own horses. And after all, it was planting season. And would it be possible if they could take their horses along with them as well? Grant immediately responded, well, that wasn't in the terms of the agreement. And then after reflection, changed his mind and says, if they can prove that they need them for their work on the farm, then they are free to take their horses along with them as well. And Lee says, this will have the best possible effect on the men. It will be very gratifying and will be do much towards conciliating our people. And that's the surrender. 3:15 Eastern Standard Time. Lee also mentioned there was 1,000 prisoners that they currently had, Union prisoners that were starving. They couldn't have any food to feed them. So Grant said he'd be happy to take over those prisoners and also to feed the Confederate Army as much as possible. After the surrender, the two men go outside. Lee goes out first. As he approaches his horse, the officers take off their hats and render a salute. And Lee, very unconsciously, goes like this, clenched fist while he's wearing his gloves. Then he mounts the horse. Grant comes out, taps his hat. Lee does the same thing and then rides off. That evening, as word spread throughout the Union camp, there was great celebration, as you might expect. People hooting and hollering, screaming and yelling and just having a grand old time until Grant sends out the word. At once, I sent the word to have it stopped. The Confederates were now our prisoners, and we did not want to exult in their downfall. The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again. These are amazing moments in history, I think. They reflect on the way they treated each other. They had to print out parole papers. The next 2 days, a printing press is set up, and they printed out these paroles that every one of the Confederates had to have with them if they were going to be able to not be harassed on the roads after that, to be able to prove that they were part of Lee's army and were surrendered. This was a point of shame for the Confederate soldiers at the time. Most of them carried it for much of their life on their persons. And 10 or 20 years from then, you can imagine the amount of pride that these soldiers would take. I was at Lee at Appomattox at the end of the war. Lee had to send some kind of message to his troops, and that's the next quote. Lee's General Order Number 9, otherwise known as his farewell address.
After 4 years of arduous service marked by unsurpassed courage and fortitude, the Army of Northern Virginia has been compelled to yield to overwhelming numbers and resources. I need not tell the survivors of so many hard-fought battles who have remained steadfast to the last that I have consented to the result from no distrust of them. But feeling that valor and devotion could accomplish nothing that could compensate for the loss that must have attended the continuance of the contest, I've determined to avoid the useless sacrifice of those whose past services have endeared them to their countrymen. By the terms of the agreement, officers and men can return to their homes and remain until exchanged. You will take with you the satisfaction that proceeds from the consciousness of duty faithfully performed, and I earnestly pray that a merciful God will extend to you his blessing and protection. with an unceasing admiration of your constancy and devotion to your country, and a grateful remembrance of your kind and generous consideration for myself, I bid you an affectionate farewell.
For decades after the war, just like young boys, young girls in the North would recite the Gettysburg Address and take great pride in that, many young Southerners were being taught to recite Lee's General Order No. 9, holding on to the significance of that. This isn't quite the end. One of the things Grant insisted on was some kind of a formal surrender ceremony. Lee was hoping, and they selected two people. On the Union side, they selected, and General John Gordon on the Confederate side had been wounded himself 4 times, one of their best field commanders. Much of the Union Army was already leaving by the time the surrender ceremony occurred on the 12th. It was a cold, drizzly, rainy day. We're used to that around here right now. And I think it's much better to hear Chamberlain's description of the surrender than to listen to me talk about it. And 2 quotes in that respect.
I was told that General Grant had appointed me to take charge of this parade and to receive the formal surrender of the guns and flags. Pursuant to these orders, I drew up my brigade at the courthouse along the highway leading to Lynchburg. This was very early on the morning of the 12th of April. The Confederates were stationed on the hill beyond the valley, and my brigade, the 3rd, had a position across that valley on another hill, so that each body of soldiers could see the other. My men were all veterans, the brigade being that which had fired the first shot at Yorktown at the beginning of the war. Their banners were inscribed with all the battles of the Army of the Potomac, from the first clear through the long list down to the last. The arrangement of the soldiery was as follows: the 3rd Brigade on one side of the street in line of battle, the 2nd, known as Gregory's, in the rear, and across the street facing the 3rd, the 1st Brigade also in line of battle. Having thus formed the brigades standing at order of arms, the head of the Confederate column, General Gordon in command, and the old Stonewall Jackson Brigade leading, started down into the valley which lay between us and approached our lines. But it was a most impressive sight, a most striking picture. To see that whole army in motion, to lay down the symbols of war and strife, that army which had fought for 4 terrible years after a fashion but infrequently known in war.
Now, Christian told us before the importance of these regimental bands and of musicians. There were no bands. There were no drums. They kept it as simple as they possibly could. And to illustrate that, here's the second part of Chamberlain's quote.
At such a time and under such conditions, I thought it eminently fitting to show some token of our feeling, and I therefore instructed my subordinate officers to come to the position of salute in the manual of arms as each body of the Confederates passed before us. At the carry arms, as it was then known, with musket held by the right hand and perpendicular to the shoulder. When General Gordon came opposite me, I had the bugle blown, and the entire line came to attention. The general was riding in advance of his troops, his chin drooped to his breast, downhearted and dejected in appearance almost beyond description. At the sound of that machine-like snap of arms, however, General Gordon started, caught in a moment its significance, and instantly assumed the finest attitude of a soldier. He wheeled his horse facing me, touching him gently with the spur, so that the animal slightly reared, and as he wheeled, horse and rider made one motion, and horse's head swung down with a graceful bow, and General Gordon dropped his sword point to his toe in salutation. At a distance of possibly 12 feet from our line, the Confederates halted and turned facing toward us. Their lines were formed with the greatest care, with every officer in his appointed position, and thereupon began the formality of surrender. Bayonets were affixed to muskets, arms stacked, and cartridge boxes unslung and hung upon the stacks. Then, slowly and with a reluctance that was appealingly pathetic, the torn and tattered battle flags were either leaned against the stacks or laid upon the ground. The emotion of the conquered soldiery was really sad to witness. Some of the men who had carried and followed those ragged standards through the 4 long years of strife rushed, regardless of all discipline, from the ranks, bent about their old flags, and pressed them to their lips with burning tears. And it can well be imagined, too, that there was no lack of emotion on our side, but the Union men were held steady in their lines. without the least show of demonstration by word or by motion. There was, though, a twitching of the muscles of their faces, and, be it said, their battle-bronzed cheeks were not altogether dry. Our men felt the import of the occasion, and realized fully how they would have been affected if defeat and surrender had been their lot after such a fearful struggle.
I think Chamberlain does a wonderful job of painting the picture. You don't even need to have this picture to look at to see exactly what's happening. And the other thing that strikes me listening to this and trying to comprehend it, it's that this moment again, as Grant had talked before, that they're all Americans again, that they're going to try to put the war behind them and recognize the things that they shared in common. That's why I think this is the most poignant moment in American history, and it gives me goosebumps even to think about it. Unfortunately, 2 days later, as I mentioned before, the most tragic event in American history, and I don't need to lay out too many of the details. You all know the details of Lincoln's assassination. He and Mary decided to celebrate, go to Ford's Theater on the evening of the 14th to see My American Cousin, a nice, relaxing comedy. They take a young couple along with them, an engaged couple, to enjoy the scene. They get to the theater a little bit late. The orchestra sees them enter, strike up Hail to the Chief, and they settle in and relax. What I wanted to do, rather than to tell you the rest of the story, is to tell you the story from this person's perspective. This is George Sizer, formerly of the 24th Iowa Volunteer Infantry, had fought with Grant at Vicksburg and Champions Hill, had gotten banged up quite a bit, and then went down to Louisiana and got a serious case of malaria, so he was considered unfit for combat duty and put into the Veterans Reserve Corps. That's why he's on patrol in Washington, D.C. the night that Lincoln was shot, because he's no longer fit for frontline duty. But during the whole war, he wrote to Tamar Bates, his sweetheart, back in Iowa, something like 140 letters. And he wrote rather extensively about his memories of that night while he was on patrol. And 20 years later, I suspect, writing this synopsis again so he could give a speech to either a Remembrance Day, maybe the 4th of July celebration, he wrote this:
I was in Washington on duty in the winter of 1864 and spring of 1865, was on the 7th Street Patrol on the night of April 14th, and as everything seemed so quiet, we took a shortcut to our quarters, passing down N Street, on which lived Secretary Stanton. About halfway between his house and the War Department, we met Secretary Stanton, and about 50 feet behind him were two men who crossed the street and went off in the dark instead of meeting the patrol guard. I have after thought those men were dogging the Secretary for no good, but meeting the guard were driven from following him. We passed into Jackson Square and stood looking at the White House with its many lights. On our left was Secretary Seward's residence. All at once an alarm of fire rang out on the air, and the fire engine at the corner by the War Department started up the avenue with a rush, and we broke ranks at once, some going to see the supposed fire and some going to camp in Washington Circle. We had scarce arrived there 5 blocks away ere a mounted orderly dashed into the camp and cried, fall in, President Lincoln is murdered at Ford's Theater." The long roll was beat. The men rushed out into the circle half-dressed, but carrying their rifles, into which they were ramming down the cartridges and with groans both fierce and deep, threatening dire vengeance on the murderers and declaring they would burn the theater to the ground. The officers got the men together as best they could, and forming a guard, at once marched to the theater, allowing no one to come near it. We were there told that as the president was sitting, his eyes fixed on the stage, someone came to the rear of the box in which sat the presidential party. Then all at once a pistol shot rang out, and the president fell forward. A man sprang out of the front of the box on the stage, catching his spur in the curtains as he did so. As he crossed the stage, he said, "Sic semper tyrannis," the motto of Virginia, meaning, "Thus be it ever to tyrants," also adding, "The South is avenged." The people saw it was John Wilkes Booth, and as he passed out the rear door, they turned to look at the president and saw he was shot in the back part of the head, and the lifeblood of the President of the United States dyed the theatrical robes of the actress, Laura Keene, on whose lap his head rested. The president died in the morning, and his body was conveyed to the White House and laid in the East Room, where I and many others saw him lay. Yes, there lay our martyred president in the hour that his armies had triumphed over the rebellious South, the man whose Emancipation Proclamation had freed 4 million slaves and made them free men and women, lay now before us in death, stricken down by the hand of an assassin.
George Sizer and Tamer Bates are my great-grandparents. So maybe that explains my fascination with the Civil War. Of course, Abraham Lincoln wasn't the only person who died during the war. There was, by many accounts, 620,000, maybe higher than that. Historians debate the number to this day. But where to put them all, where to bury them, especially those who are dying in Washington, D.C. Early in the war, Robert E. Lee, actually Mary Custis Lee, owned an estate, 11,000 acres, right across the river from Washington, D.C., in Arlington. Arlington House, a grand house. She had to flee and move to Richmond for the duration of the war. The Union Army occupied the land. And after a couple years, Quartermaster Montgomery Meigs said, you know, that would be an ideal place to bury Union dead. And he was able to convince Stanton rather quickly to make that decision. And by 1864, they were starting to bury people there. And by 1865, the numbers were quite high.
Epilogue. On the Potomac's western heights in Virginia, on Robert Lee's land at Arlington, is the soldiers' last bivouac. Neat camps of green and whitewashed wooden markers at attention, compassed across the landscape in silent stand down. Sentries and surgeons, enlisted and officers, killed and survived, wounded and spared, combat and support, infantry and cavalry, artillery and supply, Army and Navy, East and West, white and colored, both blue and butternut, all answered the call. All invaulted underground, all mortal under God, all to be remembered, all so we remember.
Seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible Swiss horn. His truth is marching on. Glory, 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 hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Truth is marching, truth is marching. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching in the beauty of the lilies. Christ was born across the sea with the glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us live to make men free. While God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Is marching
The four sopranos, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for refreshments. Whatever questions or comments you might have, you can take it up with us out there. Thank you very much for coming. Vicksburg. I'm thrilled to have such a good crowd here tonight. The change of venue, it's a little bit more challenging for the folks in the back. I apologize for that, but if you know anything about warfare, and obviously you're interested in the subject, you understand a couple things. One, logistics. It always boils down to logistics, like where you can do these things. And the other thing is always have a contingency plan. And like Eileen mentioned, in this case, Grant just kept trying at it. And that's one of the things that most fascinates me about the whole battle. And it is a very interesting battle. To me, it's one of the two most important. The other one happens just 3 weeks from now with the defeat of Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg. And I was recent, and all of you understand that those two are right up there equal with each other, and that historians have long debated which one actually was the more important turning point in the war. Was it Vicksburg or Gettysburg? Well, I was recently reminded of something else, that as far as the general public is concerned, there's only one battle that matters, and that's Gettysburg. Now, I was reminded of this because I got a call from a reporter from Peoria Journal-Star, I believe, who wanted to talk to me, and his question was, he'd been given an assignment. He said he needed to find out about all the Illinois regiments and Illinois' contribution to the Battle of Gettysburg. Well, I told him there was 2 Illinois regiments at Gettysburg, but there's 34 at Vicksburg. You ought to be talking about Vicksburg. And we have Grant, and we have McClellan, we have Grierson, we've got all these people that played such an important role in Vicksburg. No, my editor wants Gettysburg. So there you go. So come 3 weeks from now, I want to hear all about Gettysburg. But let's talk about Vicksburg tonight. And this is going to have to move pretty quickly because this is a long campaign. And we're going to start from right at the beginning of the war, 1861. And, of course, that's Winfield Scott there, Chief of Staff of the Army that time, Senior General of the Army. And his plan that he laid out right at the beginning of the war was this, that we want to encircle the Confederacy, blockade all of the important ports to include Mobile and New Orleans down here, and then drive down the Mississippi River. And once you control the Mississippi River, you slice off a significant portion of the Confederacy. And as you slowly tighten this grip, the Confederacy will collapse, and you won't have to expend a lot of blood in the process. Well, a big problem with that was the American public on both sides of the equation were much too impatient for that kind of plan to succeed. So they started, of course, in the Virginia area, in the Virginia theater. Now, one other thing I want to point out in this map before we move on. If you look at this, there's essentially 2 theaters. You can divide it up into lots of sub-theaters beyond that point. But as far as the Confederacy is concerned, there's this theater right here, and that's the Virginia, maybe into North Carolina. But look at all the combat that was fought in Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. And those are the battles that we seem to know quite a bit more about. And then there's the entire rest of the Confederacy. And look at this. This is an area that's much larger than France. So if you think about it, the scale of the operations here are mind-boggling. And what in recent human history had prepared these people to fight this kind of a battle? So, one other thing we want to look at here. The Mississippi River, this is a close-up. And we're going to see some other maps that talk about once you get down to the Mississippi. But this map shows a pretty good job, too. It's not just the Mississippi. It's 1,000 tributaries and backwaters and bayous and everything else that you've got. As a very young man, as a teenager, Abraham Lincoln got a chance to see what this looked like firsthand, floating down the Mississippi River. He saw slavery firsthand. He also saw things like these commanding bluffs at Vicksburg. And we'll look at some maps that really detail that a little bit better. But I wanted to give you a sense of this from Lincoln's perspective right from the beginning. Now, this is a quote that David Porter, Admiral David Porter, recorded, I don't know, several years after the war in a meeting that he attended. So he must have either had an incredible memory, but maybe he took a little license in quoting Lincoln at length. But I think it's the kind of quote that illustrates the point.
See what a lot of land these fellows hold, all of which Vicksburg is the key? Here is a Red River, which will supply the Confederates with cattle and corn to feed their armies. There are the Arkansas and White Rivers, which can supply cattle and hogs by the 1,000. From Vicksburg, these supplies can be distributed by rail all over the Confederacy. Then there is that great depot of supplies on the Yazoo. Let us get Vicksburg, and all that country is ours. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket. I am acquainted with that region and know what I am talking about, and valuable as New Orleans will be to us, Vicksburg will be more so. We may take all the northern ports of the Confederacy, and they can defy us from Vicksburg. It means hogs and hominy without limit, fresh troops from all the states of the far South, and a cotton country where they can raise the staple without interference.
So that's Lincoln, his view of the importance of the river. A closer view of this, and now you can begin to see what the terrain is really like. This is Vicksburg right here, and if you can imagine, without all the units there, I don't want to get you confused by that. Look at here's the Mississippi River. I've highlighted that a little bit darker, but look at all the backwaters and other rivers and bayous and things like that. This is what happened over centuries, millennia, eons with the Mississippi River. It repeatedly would change its course. Oftentimes it would leave places like this, which are nothing more than where the river used to be, and then it changed its course, and now you've got all these backwaters and bayous and swamps and everything else. Now, on the eastern side of the river, the reason why I didn't go any farther east is right through here is a series of commanding bluffs, and Vicksburg is right at the heart of that. And notice the hairpin curve it takes right here at Vicksburg. What that means, especially in the sailing ship days, if you're sailing up or down here, imagine trying to change course as you're in a sailing ship. But it's just as difficult for a steamship or these gunboats. They have to slow down to take these hairpin curves as they're going around the river. And so you've got high commanding bluffs looking down into the river. You've got to slow down as you're going around. It's a tough place to get